Down the centre, red lights are on, 20 minutes of racing get going in the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge for the Steve Everett Trophy. And Paul Sibley looks to try and lead, but James Hughes goes all the way around the outside, actually, at the wheel of his Frog Eye Sprite. And it's actually James Hughes that is leading the pack as they head up towards Druids for the first time, Jack.
Yeah, James Hughes somehow found that grip. I don't know whether it was slightly cooler tyres on Paul Sibley, but he just couldn't quite get that grip mid-corner and then get the power down. So James Hughes is already trying to run away with this. The top two have already built a margin over Pippa Cow. Behind Pippa Cow, we've got Ian Bergin and Connor Kay. Connor Kay is then just about in front of Hugh Simpson. Big lockups in that mid-pack. I think just as everybody congests towards each other on the run through Graham Hill Bend, but as we pick our way through Surtees, there's still a bit of shuffling to be done. I think with a slightly sort of uncongealed qualifying, there's a few drivers which are maybe slightly out of place.
Yeah, the big lockup there was Bruce Burrows, who was trying to avoid contact with Mark Turner. Both of them snatching brakes and almost tripping over each other. So over the start-finish line, Paul Sibley's now picked up the lead of the race from James Hughes as they head through Paddock Hill Bend. Pippa Cow comes through in the almost silver car, sitting there in third place, but she's got Ian Bergin not far behind her, and Ian Bergin mathematically could potentially this weekend stitch up the 2024 championship. We've got somebody heading into towards the pit lane, I'm afraid. That is Richard Bastow at the wheel of the Speedwell Sprite. That looks as though he may well be out of the race.
Yeah, such a shame to get this race underway for him in that manner, but already the top two have started to build that gap. Pippa Cow previously had a bit of breathing room, but he's coming under a bit of pressure now from Ian Bergin and Connor Kay. Connor Kay and Ian Bergin seem to be fighting all season long. Pippa Cow has really come on and started to pick up the pace. Hugh Simpson will try and bridge that gap between himself and those cars up the road. He doesn't want to fall into the clutches of Robin Lackford, just sat behind. But Pippa Cow, again, coming onto that start-finish straight, she started to extend that margin, but it's towards the end of the straights. That's where she loses out. Out of the corner, she's quicker. Into the corner, she just loses out to Ian Bergin and Connor Kay, and all of a sudden, she's back under that pressure again.
Yeah, so here they go up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Pippa Cow, then the car of Bergin, followed by Connor Kay. Connor Kay looking as though he's getting a little bit closer towards the coattails of Ian Bergin there, but again, he's not close enough as they head up towards Druids, so he has to tuck himself back behind and work his way out of Druids, downhill in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. This is unbelievably the 48th consecutive season of the Midget and Sprite Challenge. First started in 1977 and has run every single year since, and now under the ownership of the Classic Sports Car Club. Grids have steadily improved this season. 26 cars out on circuit, 27 towards qualifying. So there's one car, Jack, that qualified that hasn't started this race.
No, and unfortunately we do have a car off in the gravel at turn one. I don't know whether it was aided by Barney Collinson, because Barney Collinson went for a run through the gravel, and looking at it, is that Adrian Moore that has found himself in the gravel, the 115 machine? The trouble is, it's at such an angle we might not be able to pick out a number, unfortunately. We're looking for drivers that may not have come through. Did you spot who it was?
No, couldn't see from there, but I can tell you the safety car is coming out, so we will soon get to see the number of the car, because it's will get dragged through the gravel trap. So one car that came into the pit lane early doors, you're absolutely right, was car number 115, so it is the Sebring Sprite of Adrian Moore that's in the gravel trap there at Paddock Hill Bend. We've had other cars visit the pit lane as well, haven't we? So James Mackay has come in at the wheel of 711, and also car number 9 has come in, which was Michael Chalk. So there's another couple of cars that have had some sort of mechanical woe, but safety car out there picking up the pack. And
yeah, Michael Chalk's going back to the paddock, isn't he?
He is, by the look of things, so he's going to be taking no further part in the race. Trackside recovery unit, the 4x4, heading out there to drag the stricken Adrian Moore Sprite out of harm's way. Clock continues to tick whilst all of this is going on. As for class leaders at the moment, well, Class A is being led by our overall race leader, car number 177, which is Paul Sibley. In second place, James Hughes leads Class E at the moment at the wheel of the number 2 car. Class C is being led by number 119, which is Ian Bergin. Class D is being led by number 1, the reigning champion, which is Hugh Simpson. Class H is being led by car number 108, which is Mark Turner. I think those are your class leaders as things currently stand.
Yeah, and unfortunately, James Hughes from second has had some sort of an issue. He was following the safety car queue, put his arm in the air, and there was a bit of confusion initially, because obviously the natural reaction is not to overtake under safety car, but with James Hughes' issue, he had no choice but to sort of let everybody by. So he's now rolling back towards us, Mark, and in towards sort of the top of the pit lane, we've got a car rejoining as well. That's James Mackay, who has had a brief visit to the pit lane. But James Hughes, he was going well in second, and all of a sudden it's come unravel.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, such a shame for James. He's been twice an overall race winner so far this season. He won both of the opening encounters at Donington Park. He picked up a couple of second places at Silverstone overall, but took the win in Class E on those occasions. We've seen him finish third, we've seen him finish fourth. He was actually lying fifth in the overall championship standings coming into this weekend, but whatever the problem is, that means that he is out of harm's way. But he's done the sensible thing now.
Yes.
Saw the gap, he knew exactly where to park the car. Now he's totally out of harm's way. No yellow flags needed, no marshals needing to intervene.
No, absolutely. And one thing that does mean as well is that battle we saw between Pippa Cow, Ian Bergin, Connor Kay, and now potentially Hugh Simpson once this race gets back underway. That's the battle for the final couple of steps on the podium, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. It also now means that up to the lead of Class E goes Pippa Cow, doesn't it? Because she was doing battle with James Hughes for that class lead. So now that he's retired, Pippa Cow picks up the Class E lead. So 14 minutes of the race still to go. The stricken car out of harm's way. The trackside recovery unit about to peel its way into the back entrance to the Grand Prix pit lane. Lights might just go out in the safety car quite late this time, but no, they're just staying on. We're not quite going to get the track cleared in time because, yeah, trackside recovery are now totally off the circuit, but the safety car has already committed to doing another lap. So we'll have one further lap behind the safety car, but now that race control know that the circuit is cleared, the safety car should accelerate its pace a little bit more, and it'll be a slightly quicker safety lap, won't it?
Yeah, it will indeed. So Damien Hirst, our safety car driver here this weekend, will lead the field under his control one final time, hopefully this race. And yes, confirmed safety car is in this lap. But the way they will get back underway is pretty much the way in which we've seen them, minus James Hughes. So it is going to be Paul Sibley that will start this race in the lead and try and extend that margin once again. Pippa Cow, Ian Bergin and Connor Kay are second, third and fourth at the moment, and we know how close they can battle. But obviously Hugh Simpson has been dragged right up behind them. Don't rule out the number 3 of Robin Lackford, who started in 11th place, and now effectively he's up into 6th. He's had a good start, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. So he's worked his way through the order. So let's just have a quick look then. So safety car with its lights extinguished in any second will be heading along the Cooper Straight. Paul Sibley will look to try and get things back underway. Pippa Cow will roll up her sleeves and slug it out again with Ian Bergin. Ian Bergin is a man who will be hoping that he might be able to stitch up the overall championship so far this season. His best overall finish this year at the wheel of the number 119 car has been a couple of second places, one at Donington at the opening round, and also the second of the 2 races at Halton Park that took place over the 27th of April. So those have been his best results, but he's had plenty of Class C wins so far this year, and that is why he's leading the overall championship charge. So the safety car has peeled its way back into the pit lane. Paul Sibley gets things going again, no overtaking until they get to the control line, and as they go through now onto what will be lap number 7 this time through, already in full attack mode is Connor Kay, who was looking to draw himself around the outside of Ian Bergin. The red car to Ian Bergin's left gets run a little bit wide coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, so Connor Kay realises that things were getting slightly marginal there, tucks himself back behind and for the moment remains in 4th.
Sort of setting the tone nice and early though, isn't it? Connor Kay, he's not going to wait around and sit behind the car of Ian Bergin. Pippa Cow slightly further up the road will just try and run away as the inside front wheel of her car sort of gogs itself in the air as she's trying to corner through Graham Hill Bend as quickly as possible. Ian Bergin has bought himself just about a car's length between himself and Connor Kay, but Connor's much quicker on the run through Surtees, so will immediately close up again, looks for the wider line and the better line for the momentum onto the start-finish line. Pippa Cow up the road is no longer sort of at risk of being dragged into that battle, so it is not only the battle for the final step on the podium, but the battle for the C-Class lead.
It is, yep. So over the start-finish line they'll come. Ian Bergin still running third, still leading the class. Connor Kay looking to try and get onto the podium and take the class lead away. They're not particularly slowing each other up either, because there's no chance at the moment of Hugh Simpson, who sits there in the number 1 car behind them, catching up. So up towards Druids they'll go. Pippa Cow still in second place, just falling ever more away from Paul Sibley, who just continues to disappear up the road to a large degree. And then that little trio, Pippa Cow, followed by Ian Bergin, followed by Connor Kay, all still locked together in that fight for second, for third and for fourth position. We've got a good fight going on for the final place inside the top 6 as well, haven't we? And that's the number 36 car, which is going to be Dean Stinton, who's really having to stick his elbows out, trying to keep the car that is putting him under pressure behind. And that's Robin Lackford, is it?
It is, yeah. So Robin Lackford, he seems to have gone slightly backwards there because Dean Stinton has somehow found a bit of extra speed, really, and maybe caught Robin Lackford napping off the safety car restart. Back over the line, we've had Connor Kay and Ian Bergin still sparring each other in towards turn 1. Connor once again tries the outside, but just washes wide. Robin Lackford can't quite stick with Dean Stanton in a straight line, but now we might see Connor Kay go for the move round the outside at Druid's corner. Can he find the grip all the way around there? No, it's the longer line. It's never going to happen. But Ian Bergin, he will be feeling that pressure now. It's going to be a long old 9.5 minutes, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Desperate to try and hang on to the class lead. To say mathematically he could stitch the championship up here this weekend and not have to worry about it. Heading to Norfolk and Snetterton for the final 2 races in a few weeks' time. When are they down there? 28th, 29th of September. So still got 9.5 minutes of this race still remaining. Still some great battles out there as well. The Mark Turner car, that's car number 108, has got his hands rather full of Ian Byron, I think that is, that's behind him. Those are the 2 cars that are just heading round through Surtees and up towards McLaren now. The light metallic blue number 108 car coming under continual pressure. And what are they fighting over? They are fighting over 9th and 10th, final 2 places inside the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, so the battles continue on as they come towards the line. The 108 machine of Mark Turner continues to run around in 9th place at the moment, but of course he will see the car behind of Ian Byron continuing to apply that pressure. Connor Kay closer than ever really now to Ian Bergin. Had a real look on the run through Graham Hill Bend, but couldn't quite force that door open, and again he's just had to more or less supersede the position for now. Again looking for that wider arc on the run through McLaren in towards Clearways and Clark Curve. Is he going to be quick enough in a straight line? I don't think Connor Kay's got the legs, but further back down through the order, Bruce Burrows, he's continuing to push on as well. Yeah,
Bruce Burrows is running in 12th place. The car that's ahead of him is the number 17 car of Richard Perry. Oh, that was very sideways indeed, coming round through Surtees from Mark Turner. Almost lost the tail end of the Sprite there, which tried to pitch him into a spin. A bit of arm twirling brought it back under his spell. He's still in 9th place, but it was a pretty sideways moment for him. I'm not sure if he took a little bit too much curb. So 3 comes over the start-finish line. Heartbeat would have settled down a bit more. One driver I'm really impressed with is the number 17 car, just going up towards Paddock Hill Bend now. Richard Perry, qualified 22nd. Where's he running now? 11th.
He's flown under the radar, well and truly, hasn't he, Richard Perry? But he's been on a fair old mission through the field. Dean Stanton as well. He's starting not only to pull away from Robin Lackford, but if anything, slowly close up the distance between himself and Hugh Simpson, and that will be a positioning class at the moment. So as we look for Dean Stanton, he's second in Class D. He's hunting Hugh down for the lead.
So let's have a quick look. So over the start-finish line, we get the overall race leaders. Mike Henney's got his hands full down at Paddock Hill Bend. He's coming under pressure from John Hughes, who's edging his way alongside and is going to go through, I think, there. So that will be a place gained. So just edges his way through, and as soon as he loses one place, the door is open for more cars to try and wiggle their way through. That's Amelia Storr, isn't it? The green car with the yellow wheels that's next up.
Yes, so Amelia Storr is trying to, I guess, apply that pressure nice and early, not give Mike Henney any time to sort of recompose and get back onto the coattails of John Hughes. But as we look further round the order, do we have Hugh Simpson under pressure from Dean Stanton? Not quite as of yet, but potentially so in a few moments' time. Connor Kay and James Hughes still fighting away, but Amelia Storr, she's sort of got the key to unlock the door, but can't quite do it because there is a car behind her that's slowly starting to push her on and maybe force a mistake.
Here comes over the start-finish line Ian Bergin in 3rd place, still under pressure from Connor Kay, who almost got himself onto the rear quarter panel of the Sprite that time through, but so frustratingly, he still can't quite manage to take the place away from Ian Bergin. Remember, this is for the lead of the class as well, so the pair of them absolutely together head up towards the braking area for Druids. It's still the number 119 car of Ian Bergin that hangs on to the place, but by his fingertips at the moment as Connor Kay draws himself alongside, but he's on the outside line for Graham Hill Bend. Can he cut back and get the undercut on the way out? Well, he tries to, but that doesn't work. So they're still busy fighting over the final podium spot with 5.5 minutes to go just over. And of course, remember, that is for the lead of Class C still as well.
Yeah, and Amelia Stora was fighting away with James Mackay over the start-finish line as well. Mike Henney has inadvertently become involved in that little battle as well. So the three of them all fighting absolutely nose to tail. What's that? That's for 16th, 17th, and I don't think 18th respectively. Yes, whereabouts is Mike Henney? So he's in there. Amelia Stora is just sat behind Mike Henney. James Mackay is a few laps down, but he's still in that little battle and fighting. Yeah,
that's because that grey car with the two orange stripes down, it came into the pit lane under the safety car, didn't it? So he's sort of out of position, but his pace is pretty much equivalent, isn't it, to those that he's doing battle with out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to keep an eye on Pippa Cow through Graham Hill Bend this time. Again, that front...
Paul Sibley slowing.
He's disappeared behind the aircon units. We'll wait for him to reappear. There he is, arm in the air. Yes, so Pippa Cow will go into the race lead. And Paul Sibley, will he be able to get that car over to the right and back in towards the pit lane? Not through the sort of escape road. Through and past goes Ian Bergin and Connor Kay. Everybody else thereafter will follow him through. And Paul Sibley immediately pulling that car over to the right-hand side, ready to come into the pit lane. So all of a sudden, a very commanding lead has disappeared to absolutely nothing and potentially retirement.
Yeah, so into the pit lane he comes. Sorry to cut across you briefly there, but yeah, just saw his hand go aloft as soon as he came out of Graham Hill Bend. He knew something was wrong, and now that means that our race leader has retired. So now into the lead of the race goes the number 7 car of Pippa Cow, with 4 minutes remaining. Up to second now is that great fight that we've got going on between Ian Bergin and number 173 Connor Kay. So that is still for the lead of Class C, but it's now for second and third place overall. Of course, it now brings up to fourth Hugh Simpson, the number 1 car. Up to fifth comes 36, which is Dean Stanton. And now inside the top 6 as a result of that is the number 3 machine, which is the yellow and blue Frog-Eyed Sprite in the hands of Robin Lackford.
Yeah, Robin Lackford's had a good race. Whilst he lost out to Dean Stanton a few laps ago, he is still pushing on. But I'd say Dean Stanton is continuing to close down on Hugh Simpson. I think he'll be too little too late with only 3.5 minutes of this race remaining. Back towards us comes Pippa Cow over the start-finish line to go on to what will be lap number 16. What of Ian Bergin and Connor Kay? Connor just doesn't quite have enough, I don't think, to get there. He looks to the outside, then back to the inside. Again, the door doesn't just quite open enough for him. Slightly quicker on the exit as he goes up towards Druids. Will the door open once again? Looks to the inside. Ian Bergin comes over by way of defence, and it doesn't work as of yet. Pippa Cow, will she be on 3 wheels on the run through Graham Hill Bend? Yes, absolutely so. Almost 2 wheels by the looks of it. But the Connor Kay, it's just not quite enough. He needs a couple of extra horsepower in a straight line, or maybe just slightly quicker off a corner, but he just can't quite find it.
He just can't do it, can he? No, and unfortunately, there doesn't appear to be much of a chink in the armour of Ian Bergin, so he can't even exploit a mistake. He's pressurising him. There's traffic as well that they're trying to carve their way through as they come up towards the conclusion of the lap. Over the start-finish line comes Pippa Cow onto what will be her anti-penultimate lap, so the one she started and 2 more thereafter. Ian Bergin comes through in second place, still being shadowed by Connor Kay. Again, there's more traffic to deal with as they dive up the inside of James Mackay's car heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Connor Kay maybe a little bit delayed at the apex. He should be able to pick off that car as they head up Hellwood Hill and in towards the braking area of Druids. So once more they get up to that section of the circuit, and the gap between them, second and third, Ian Bergin and Connor Kay, is absolutely nothing again.
No, and Connor Kay this time, I don't think he's going to be waiting around too much longer, because he may be timing the race in the car and realise he is running out of time. He'll be pushing that little bit harder, maybe taking a few more liberties with how much curb he can get away with using. But Pippa Cow in the lead of this race to the tune of only 5.2 seconds, but she may know now that she's in the lead of this race and just wants to sort of nurse that car home, make sure it sees that checkered flag. So Pippa Cow comes through to go on to what will be her penultimate lap of the race. Ian Bergin and Connor Kay back nose to tail once again. Is Connor Kay going to have a look to the outside in the 173 red machine? No, not this time, but that MG Midget, it is looking aggressive, isn't it? And Ian Bergin in the all-black 119 Austin Healey Sprite Mark 1, he's got to decide, does he go defensive or does he prioritise traffic? Because now we see Connor Kay have a big look to the outside on the run through Druids. Can Connor Kay keep the car there on the exit? No. Yes, he can, actually. All of a sudden gets a much better run coming out to Druids, and Connor Kay finally works his way through up into second place. He sets the move up on the way in to Druids, looked for the outside, and then on the exit got a brilliant run. I think it may have been a missed gear from Ian Bergin, but either way, Connor Kay up into second place and now the lead of Class C.
Yeah, but of course, all that's going to happen now is he finds himself instantly back under pressure from Ian Bergin. Bergin, who is desperate to try and reassert himself back into second place and the class lead. Pippa Cow is about to start the final lap of the race this time through, so 40 seconds remain on the clock as she comes over the start-finish line. As for Connor Kay, well, he's still hanging on to second at the moment. Ian Bergin is not that far away as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. He comes from a very long way back, straight up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. Connor Kay can't turn in, but he might be able to get the overlap on the way out and try and sneak his way back up the inside as they head up towards Druids. But Ian Bergin covers that off, and with a brilliant move so late on the brakes, he retakes second.
How he got that slowed down, I will never know. Whether the little Austin Healey is slightly lighter than the MG, I don't know, but just about got it nipped up the inside, and Connor Kay knew there was nothing he could do about it. And again, this is on the final lap of the race, so this will affect how the podium will look and how the lead of Class C will be decided. But Pippa Cow picking her way through the traffic for the final time in towards Clearways, and then we've got Clark Curve to go, but I don't think she'll catch much more traffic before we get to the start-finish line. But what a way to kick off your weekend.
Yeah, Pippa Cow's going to win her first overall race of the 2024 championship season. She's had a couple of class wins, but they've only been second places overall. She wins for the first time in the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge for this year. Second place goes the way of Ian Bergin, and Connor Kay comes through to finish in third position. Fourth place should go the way of the number one car of Hugh Simpson. His car is just heading towards the checkered flag any second now. He'll come over the start-finish line. There he goes through now. Fifth place goes the way of Dean Stanton, who was not that far off the car of Hugh Simpson in the end. So he finishes in fifth place. And where's Robin Lackford? He should come through any second. Here he comes now in the blue and the yellow Frog-Eyed Sprite to complete the top six. Seventh place should go the way of the car of Chris Winchester. And we're just waiting his arrival over the start-finish line. And then it will be next up the number 17 car, which made brilliant progress and 22nd on the grid for Richard Perry. Finished 8th in the end. Ian Byron, car number 170, should finish in 9th place and completing the top 10. Should be Mark Turner, but that is the first of a couple of Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge races for the Steve Everett Memorial Trophy that we have for you today. The other one will be coming up later on this afternoon. And if you're wondering who Steve Everett was, he was extremely successful and best known and well-liked midget racer. He tragically died in Greece. It was a 4x4 accident in 1987. I know there's a lot of Steve's family, friends and team are here this weekend, so what a great first race for the Steve Everett Memorial Trophy here as part of Brands Britannia. So the cars on their slowing down lap, we should be able to confirm some results for you following that race. Let's just confirm that Pippa Cow claims the win from Ian Bergin in second place. Connor Kay was there in third. Hugh Simpson was fourth, ahead of Dean Stanton and Robin Lackford. And then it was Chris Winchester, Richard Perry, Ian Byron and Mark Turner that completed the top 10. William Humphreys was there in 11th place, and 12th went the way of Nick Rose in the end. Then as we moved down to 13th place, it was Bruce Burrows from John Hughes, and Amelia Storer was in 15th place. Mike Henney was in 16th place. 17th place went the way of Barney Collinson with Ian Hewlett, Trevor Elgar, Jason Meredith, and the final finisher was the number 711 car of James Mackay for that race. We lost Paul Sibley, we lost James Hughes, we lost Michael Chalk, all into the pit lane or out there on circuit with various problems. So that confirms the results for you. We should have somewhere down below my commentary box the top three who are there ready to chat with Jack.
They will be in a few moments' time, but we've got effectively a pit lane full of midgets and sprites at the moment, just because I think there's something else going on. So we've got to make sure that, I guess, the tunnel is clear to get all the cars back towards the paddock, which I think is happening now. I've got a feeling Amelia Storer, Ian Bergin and Connor Kay have stopped up at Park Ferme potentially and not come back down towards me. So it's now that question mark. Do I walk up and risk them driving past me and having to run back, or do I not walk up and they might never come? I think we might have to go for the former and catch them up in Park Ferme.
Well, I think Jack's going to make his way up towards Park Ferme. The difficulty is, of course, we're live stream as well as a circuit commentary, Jack, so we might not have the time to get up there, chat to them and get back ready for the start of the next race.
No, I don't think we will. The worry is, obviously, I'll be walking up here and I'll watch them drive back past me towards the podium area.
Yeah, they're coming out onto the rolling lap already.
Right.
Oh, no, we haven't. We've got a car qualifying out of session.
That'll be the Morgan, won't it?
It will be. It's Greg Parnell's Morgan. So if you're quick, Greg's got to do 3 laps because he couldn't qualify yesterday. You might just have time. I can see you jogging now. Quicker.
Yeah,
You've got long legs. Go on.
Yeah, the trouble is, it's uphill. It's a very
not
minor incline.
It's not uphill.
I'm going to get my excuse in. It's uphill. And what did I say? As soon as I get here, Pippa Cow rolling down the pit lane.
There we go. Yeah, you'll have to wave her over.
Yeah, so we'll wave Pippa Cow in and try and grab a quick word before she disappears back towards the paddock. Pippa Cow, whether you knew it or not, that was for the race win, and you came over the line, saw the checkered flag. Talk us through how that feels, your first one of the year.
Oh, that's amazing, but the start didn't go quite according to plan, so James got ahead of me. He was on fire, and then the safety car came out, and I thought, well, this is an opportunity. And then James stopped, so no idea what happened. So it was just lapping, trying to keep Ian behind, and Ian and Connor were having a great fight. And then I saw Paul slowing down, and I thought, oh dear. I thought, oh, right, OK, just keep your head. And, yeah, amazing. Very pleased to see the flag.
And obviously, you've still got Snetterton to come. This is surely, well, you've got another race, obviously, this afternoon, but you've got Snetterton to come. Motivation higher than ever, surely.
Absolutely. I mean, I just love going round and round in circles.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Pippa. Great to have a chat. We've got Ian Bergin here as well. Ian, I don't know how you managed that, but you spent so long defending. You allowed Connor Kay an entire lap in front of you before you immediately got back.
Yeah, I'm definitely fighting with Connor. That's my battle. So I went in from attack mode into defence mode pretty quickly, but it just about worked. I think we kept it. I think we entertained. I think it was a good race.
It was brilliant to watch because we saw Connor trying to work the move, and he spent effectively half the race trying to figure out where to get by. He finally did it, and then you thought, oh, well, it'll be inside at turn 1, later on the brakes, and it worked.
Yeah, no, I lost the rear at Druids, and that was the end of that. But I got him back again, which was a bit nip and tuck, but good, really good. Yeah, really enjoyable. So I'm just going to go and do it again now. I've got the next race in 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
I was going to say, you get to do it all again today, don't you? So is that something you're looking forward to? It's a busy day for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm on the swinging 60s grid in 15 minutes, so you'll see me again in a minute.
Brill, I'll let you rush off and get ready for the swinging 60s grid. Unfortunately, Mark, I can't spot Connor Kay, so I can't quite figure out where he is. I'll carry on up towards Park Ferme and see if I can grab a word.
So I can see Jack cantering up towards Park Ferme there, and that is where Connor Kay's car must be. We've still got Greg Parnell just doing his 3 laps that he needs to do. He wasn't available to qualify yesterday and couldn't make it to Brands Hatch, so he's got to do 3 laps today to enable him to take up the grid slot.
So, hoping we are in range of the radio mic. We might need to just to grab a quick word and stay in range of the radio mic. We might be all right in here, actually. Absolutely, we will have to come this way, actually, because the radio mic is just jumping out of range. I think here will do this side. Hard race. You had to work so hard to find a way through and past Ian. You finally forced a mistake, but he didn't let you get away with it, did he?
No, immediately lost it again at turn 1. I just didn't see him coming. Should have defended it, and he came from a long way back. Yeah, but it was a great fun race. And, right behind him the entire way, so hopefully more again later.
Yeah, and is that sort of the standard you've come to know now? Just thinking, I can do as much as I can, but Ian Bergin, he's going to be the thorn in my side, isn't he?
To be honest, we're happy to be as close to him as we are. We expected to be a bit further off, so yeah, we're doing better than we expected, so we'll just try a bit harder.
Great stuff. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Congratulations, Connor, with 3rd place. So, Mark, I think we've got some swinging 60s slowly starting to strike their way into life as well. So I'd imagine we're not that far away from getting the next race underway.
Well, the next race is the JMC Special Saloons and Mod Sports in memory of Ricky Parker-Morris. So they'll be heading out onto the circuit very shortly. And hopefully our camera that's up on the roof might be able to look down at the start gantry, because the green flag for this race is going to be waved by young Bailey D, who is a member of Ricky Parker-Morris's family. And she is going to be waving the green flag to set off the cars in memory of Ricky Parker-Morris, who did so much for the Classic Sports Car Club and to promote the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports. Ricky was a fundamental part of getting this up and running, and this series up and running. Ricky gave huge amounts of time to the club. He was a local man, so there's plenty of support for him here this weekend with friends and family and team members, and it's a really lovely touch to see young Bailey D there waving the green flags as the cars go off in Ricky's memory, who sadly passed away as a result of COVID. He did so much work at the Nightingale Hospital just up in London on the XL when we were building up those hospitals, should they have been needed during COVID. And sadly, of all of the things, having given so much time to getting the Nightingale Hospital up and running, sadly, COVID was what took Ricky in the end, so we all deeply miss him. So, as the cars head off on their formation lap, I think they might get 2 formation laps possibly because they're all on slick tyres, but we should be able to guide you through the grid shortly for this one now that they've gone off on their first green flag lap. Bailey doing a cracking job of waving that flag as well. So, just waving it from side to side as the cars head off on their formation lap, and then we can guide you through the grid then for this first of 2 15-minute races that we've got for them. The pole position goes the way of Simon Alloway in the 5-litre Lotus Esprit, and alongside is Tom Carey in his Honda CRX clone. Steve Goldsmith and Ricky Can sit there on row number 2, and it's Paul Dolan and Andrew Willis on row 3. Mike Thurley's Ford Escort has got the Suzuki of Paul Turner for company on row number 4, and it's Craig Percy's 6.3-litre Morris Minor that's next up alongside Martin Reynolds. Ross Irvine and Peter Samuels on row number 6 with David Enderby and Hugh Pelling next up. Then it's Donald Dwyer and Tim Mull with the 2 Volkswagen Golf Mark 1s, head of Phil Walker and Tony Hunting. John Pugsley and Colin Claxton. Steve Mole and Steve Frey sit there on row number 11, and it's Gary Cole's Citroen BX. And the man to watch out for, he didn't qualify yesterday, but Andy Southcott, off the back of the grid in the Lenim Sprite, is without question going to be one to watch in this one. Wouldn't surprise me if the man off the very, very back of the grid might take the win. So keep an eye towards him. He is going to be rocketing his way through the order. The problems of yesterday now behind him. We never did quite get to what the problem was with Andy Southcott yesterday. He had the car expire on him in an earlier session, so couldn't get back out. So the MG Lenham is without question arguably one of the quickest cars in the field, but it is going to start off the very, very back. So it's going to be an interesting one, this one. So these are cars that are broken into different categories. So we've got the classic engine classes and we've got the modern engine classes. So if the class starts with a C, it's a classic engine car. If it starts with an M, it's a modern engine car. And they're all broken into engine capacities in reality. So cars over 6 litre or all with forced induction go in class CA if it's a classic engine. 2.1 to 6 litre in class B, so it's quite a wide range of cars in there. 1500 to 2.1 in C, and then you get class CD and class CE for the even smaller capacities. And then the modern engine capacities are only 3 classes. MA is for 2.3 and over, or any forced induction cars. Class MB for 1400 to 2.3, and Class MC is up to 1400. And these are all, whether they be special saloons, super saloons, thunder saloons, modified saloons, mod sports, cars that would have raced in Donington GTs. So it really harks back to some of the earlier days of super saloon racing and some of the latter ones of maybe thunder saloons.
Yeah, so I've just been looking as well. Tom Carey, what's left of a Honda CRX? So it's an interpretation, isn't it?
It's a space frame chassis. So, you know, it might look like a Honda CRX, but it's a space frame chassis with a fiberglass body shell on the top. There's no Honda in it at all. Probably not even the engine, I wouldn't have thought. The one I love is Craig Percy's 6.3 litre Morris Minor, but I also have to say I absolutely love the yellow machine, the yellow Peril, the Austin A30, the 5 litre Andrew Willis car that sits there on the 3rd row of the grid. So we're about to get the Ricky Parker Morris JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports underway. Thunderous noise as they head off the grid, and already it looks as though that Austin A30 is looking to try and make a bit of progress around the outside of the Aston Martin, but it's Simon Alloway that picks up the lead of the race, but he's under attack from Tom Carey straight away, who's trying to squeeze the Honda through on the run in towards Druids. The lighter car should be able to brake later, but Simon Alloway is trying to brave it out around the outside at Druids to get the inside line when they come down to Graham Hill Bend, but he can't quite make it stick. Tom Carey leads the way.
He does indeed, and already trying to carve his way through the order is Andrew Willis. He's picked his way through and past the Aston Martin V8 Vantage of Ricky Can, and in a straight line he could just about fend off any further attacks from behind, and it looks like it's Martin Reynolds who's trying to carve his way through the order in the white and yellow Ford Anglia as well. What about Gareth Southcott's progress? He's picked up He's mid-pack already. He's almost in sort of 10 places gained on the opening lap, but over the start-finish line to take the first lap in the book already is Tom Carey. It's a quick lap here in these, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Here comes Andy Southcott now. He's just weaving his way past another couple of cars in a straight line. There he goes, rockets his way past another couple on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend. And at the end of the first lap, he's gained 10 places. He's up to 14th, car number 175.
Yeah, he's not slowing down, is he? 24th to 14th in the space of one lap. Granted, everyone is congested, but it is very, very quick indeed is that car. So the top three are fairly equidistantly spread. Andrew Willis hasn't really ran away too much from Ricky Can. In turn, he's under an enormous amount of pressure from the cars behind. We'll try and pick out exactly who that was tucked to behind him. Was that Tony Hunting in the orange Turner? I don't think it was, but they are starting to spread out and just almost work their way into their relative classes now, aren't they?
Yeah, it's Paul Dolan that's bottled up behind him at this stage. Another place about to be gained, I think, here for Andy Southcott off the back of the grid. He's coming up to the green Volkswagen Golf, which will be Ross Irvine. Should pick that one off on the start-finish line. Can he? No, he can't. That is a very quick Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 in a straight line, isn't it?
Yes, it very much is. And Tom Ball, he doesn't slow down at all. We've seen that car sort of get quicker and quicker throughout the years, and I think it's purely self-developed, isn't it, that car?
Yes, Ross Irvine's car, yep. So that's the one that he's just picked off now. And then let's see who is the next car that he's going to try and work his way through and past. I think it'll be Mike Thurley and co. Right, Craig Percy is the next one he's trying to work his way past. The 6.3 litre Morris Minor clone is now picked off by Andy Southcott, which means he's got another car to pick off now, which will be an MG, and that will be number 87 Peter Samuels in the MGB V8 Roadster. That's the next car that Andy Southcott is going to want to try and squeeze his way through all of the time, whilst Tom Carey still continues to lead the race and still continues to try and build a small margin, 1.5 seconds between himself and Simon Alloway.
Yeah, Andy Southcott's had another good lap. I think that's another 3 places gained for Andy. 4 places. He's up into the top 10. 9th place now for Andy Southcott after starting in 24th place. He's really pushing on, and that'll be another position gained in just a few moments' time as well. So just continuing just to chip away at those cars up the road, and the little Lotus Elan of Paul Dolan is now under pressure, or he's trying to fight his way through and past the Aston Martin V8 Vantage of Ricky Can. And can Ricky do anything in a straight line? Yes, absolutely. The V8 Vantage just that bit quicker in a straight line. So Paul Dolan, he's got to get the move done on the brakes, but still have enough room in hand to defend from that V8 Vantage in a straight line.
Yep, let's just have a quick look through the twiddly parts. Paul Dolan has the advantage in a straight line. Ricky Can, the local Aston Martin specialist, this end of the country, stretches the legs. So he just romps away in a straight line, doesn't he? And that's the great thing about Special Saloon and Mod Sport racing. And now trying to thread the needle comes Andy Southcott through and past Mike Thurley, dives up the inside of Martin Reynolds. Another 2 places gained for the MG Lenham.
Yeah, he's really pushing on now, is Andy Southcott. I think that'll put him into what is 7th place now, so just chipping away at those cars up the road. The next car he will meet is Paul Dolan. That battle we've been keeping an eye on. Paul Dolan closes in on the brakes once again at Ricky Can in that sort of Gulf-esque liveried Aston Martin V8 Vantage in a straight line. The Aston does indeed pull away, so Ricky can just extend the margin a little bit, buy himself some time for the run through McLaren and Clearways. But Andy Southcott arrives on the scene, throws the car up the inside of Paul Dolan. Can he make the move work on the way in? No, on the way out the car should be quicker in a straight line. And unfortunately, we've got Tim Mole rolling down the pit lane rather slowly as well.
We have, yep. So here comes Andy Southcott through and past Paul Dolan. Ricky Can is now the next one to try and do. So he's inside the top 6 now. And is he going to get up the inside of Ricky Can? No, not at Paddock Hill Bend, he's not. But I'd imagine on the run up towards Druids, that bigger, heavier Aston Martin is going to have to brake so much earlier than Andy Southcott. The door is open. Andy Southcott nips through, or tries to, up the inside in towards Druids. Ricky Can doesn't make it easy for him, but it's another place gained for Andy Southcott. I said at the beginning, watch out for him. I also said he could potentially win this race. Well, I still stick to those words.
Yeah, I think you might just be made right at this point, because over the start-finish line goes the race leader, car number 31, Tom Carey. He is being I want to say hunted down, but Simon Alloway, he's not really been closing in. Last time through, he did set a personal fastest lap of the race, and that was 3/10 quicker than our race leader. The next car that Andy Southcott will meet will be the 77 Austin A30 of Andrew Willis. And Andrew Willis's car makes one hell of a racket over the start-finish line.
It's been brilliant over the last few years, watching him progress the build of this car. He's done lots of it on social media, and it's fantastic to see it out there. First time I've seen it race. It's one of those, it just makes you smile when you look at it, because It's everything that an Austin A30 shouldn't be. Another place gained, so he has gone through and has gained that one. If you are the owner of a white Ford Puma, registration GL71NGE, that's Golf Lima 71 November Golf Echo, white Ford Puma, can you return to your vehicle immediately, please?
So as Ricky Khan is still defending from Paul Dolan, it's all getting rather congested in towards turn 1, and one of, I think, the prettier cars out there, it might be a rather unique opinion, David Enderby's in his VW Carman Gear.
Beautiful David
Yes.
Enderby's car. Yeah, it's one of those cars that it's so pleased to see back out racing again once more in the hands of David Enderby. It's one of the classic special saloons. Tom Carey, having picked his way through a few more back markers, has now built a bit more of an advantage between himself and Simon Alloway, who is still trying to wrestle his way through and past some of the traffic along the Cooper Straight, but waits until he squeezes the throttle and then deals with that one. He's still got Steve Moll's BMW that is the next of those to deal with. Good to see that Steve's back to full health because he was quite poorly recently. So that's now been dealt with by Simon Alloway. Over the start-finish line comes our race leader, Tom Carey. Right, Andy Southcott, remember he's picking his way through the traffic and hasn't had a clear lap. As soon as he's got a clear lap, Andy Southcott in 4th place, 49.769 seconds. New fastest lap of the race for him last time through.
Yeah, I was looking sort of out the left-hand side of our commentary box thinking, where is he going to appear? There he goes, straight in towards turn 1, and visually the gap between himself and the rest of the top 2 now has massively come down. 13 seconds separates him from race leader Tom Carey, and then he's only, what, 10 seconds up to Simon Alloway, so he's on an absolute mission, is Andy Southcott. We knew he was quick, we saw it yesterday, he's putting it into practice today, isn't he?
He is, yeah, he really is. We've lost Craig Percy, I'm afraid, who has had a problem in a moment with the Morris Minor coming out of Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend, so he's nosed it towards the barriers. I'm not quite sure whether he's made contact with the barriers or not, but the car is sitting at 90 degrees to where it ought to be.
Yeah, it's almost like you've gone for a gear and sort of lit the rears or whatever it may be, and unfortunately heading back towards the paddock is Paul Turner in that Suzuki SC100, so it's a tiny little thing, such a short wheelbase, but unfortunately that car won't see the checkered flag. Back over the line goes Andy Southcott. How close does it get? And the safety car has been deployed, so now all of a sudden Andy Southcott is even closer for that win, isn't he?
This is brilliant news for Andy Southcott. Yeah, 7 minutes remain on the clock as the safety car comes out because of the position of Craig Percy's car, so it now means that what was a 12.7 second gap from Andy Southcott to the race leader and just a 7.4 second gap from him to second place Simon Alloway is going to evaporate to absolutely nothing. The one thing that Andy Southcott will need to keep his fingers crossed about is that it doesn't take too long to get Craig Percy's car out of harm's way, because we've only got 6.5 minutes on the clock, so we haven't got that much time.
No, even if it affords him one sort of green flag lap, it's going to be a busy lap at that, isn't it? Whilst traffic won't be an issue. I mean, you can see just how quickly he was gaining. Whilst it was only half a second on the race leader, it was the best part of 3 seconds over Simon Alloway.
Yeah, the only slight concern I have about it is, A, we might not get it done with the time that remains, but B, there are some back marker cars between Andy Southcott and the cars he's trying to hunt down. So the safety car has picked up the race leader, Tom Carey. The car that is second in the queue is a lap adrift, which is going to be Tony Hunting's Turner. The car that is third in the queue is Simon Alloway. The car that's fourth in the queue is another one of the back marker cars. That is Phil Walker's MGB Roadster. Then the next car after that is going to be Steve Moll's BMW, followed by David Enderby's Volkswagen Carman Gear, which are all a lap adrift. And then we get car number 175, which is Andy Southcott. So Andy Southcott has still got 3 back markers between himself and Simon Alloway. And if we were to get the race back underway, of course, he can't overtake any of those back markers until they get to the start-finish line.
No, but then the same can be said for Simon Alloway.
Yeah.
So the big winner out of this, albeit kind of a loser as well, is race leader at the moment, Tom Carey, because he can go as soon as he would like. The safety car will peel its way in, and he can go straight away, whereas the main sort of protagonists behind him will have to wait for the safety car line to come and the start-finish line, so then they can start overtaking. The trackside recovery flatbed unit is arriving on the scene of Craig Percy's Morris Minor V8, so that car will be recovered, but with 4 minutes and 30 seconds, I think it might just be the wrong side of 5 minutes.
I do, yeah. I think on the basis it's a flatbed that's gone there and not the 4x4. If they're going to have to load that up on the flatbed, that's probably going to take more than the remaining time that we've got left. I wonder if something broke on Craig Percy's car. Is that a bit of damage to the right
Yes.
rear corner of it? Yeah, so he probably has bumped the barriers there, hasn't he, then? So I think if they're going to load that on the flatbed recovery, we're going to run out of time, I'm afraid. And, of course, all the marshals, fantastic Brands Hatch marshals, having to identify where that truck is going to go and make sure all of the cars give themselves enough room, because to get the flatbed out, the nose of the truck is going to have to park on the circuit, isn't it?
It is indeed. So the Brands Hatch marshals straight away on the scene, like you say, just making sure all the drivers are aware that the front of the trackside recovery flatbed unit will be working its way onto the circuit just to get itself at such an angle. The safety car remains out, joined with the yellow flags, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Don't think it's going to happen. And Damien Hirst, our safety car driver, potentially slightly bored, just warming those front tyres on the BMW safety car.
So whilst we've got a bit of silence at the moment because the cars aren't circulating fully, again, I'll just repeat, if you haven't already returned to it, if you are the owner of a white Ford Puma, the registration number I've been given is GL71 NGE, that's Golf Lima 71 November Golf Echo. Can you please return to your vehicle immediately, white Ford Puma? So it says session suspension, which is a message I've never seen before.
No.
On my screen, which means that we are still seeing the clock tick down, but because the recovery truck is having to park so much onto the circuit for safety reasons, I think what the officials have deemed is that we will still keep the cars under safety car conditions in reality, i.e. no overtaking, clock still ticking down, but we're not going to continue around the circuit because the circuit is not blocked, but it's dangerous for them to go past there whilst the recovery truck is on track.
Yeah, unless you're David Enderby and maybe you just want to pull alongside Stephen Moll for a chat. I was very much of the opinion it should all be sort of line astern, but no, I think David Enderby is just wanting a quick chat with Steve Moll. You can see now visually, whilst it is quite blustery and quite chilly outside, behind the wheel of these cars it's quite warm because all of a sudden doors are opened and desperately trying to get some circulation behind the wheel.
I mean, what I love about special saloons and mod sport racing is that it is literally anything, isn't it? Anything is eligible for it. You know, you look at all of the different shapes and sizes. The ability to engineer your own car as well, build your own car, is staggering, and that's why we see such an enormous variety. All the different colours, all the different shapes, all the different sizes, all the different noises. That's why I love special saloons.
Yeah, it's absolutely anything, and you can look, for example, at Simon Alloway's car. It's a Lotus Esprit Silhouette Special. You look at it, and it's not really a Lotus Esprit, but it is. That's yeah.
Well, I mean, they were called, silhouettes because it was from I think it was from the centre line of the wheel upwards, had to match the silhouette of the original car.
Yeah.
But other than that, you could literally do anything to it. We went to Thunder Saloons, and Thunder Saloons was subtly different again. That was that they still had to be a steel-bodied car. It couldn't be a space frame if it was a Thunder Saloon. It had to be a steel-bodied car. But again, other than that, you could do anything else to it. And, we did have some fantastic drivers come through. For me, I remember less so about special saloon racing. I do remember Ginger Marshall in the Reliant Kitten doing amazing things, but I don't go back to sort of the Doug Niven days and all of those sorts of things. But, John Cleland was a Thunder Saloon champion, went on and raced in the British Touring Car Championship. Vauxhall had a long history of special saloons and mod sports, because old DVT, Dealer Team Vauxhall, Jerry Marshall, the late great Jerry Marshall, we often see Baby Bertha out in these races. So manufacturers back in the 70s and 80s were interested in putting in a factory car into these kinds of races,
and you just couldn't imagine that now, could you?
No.
So take for example, you've got Ricky Cann. Can you imagine if that was a modern V8 Vantage and all Thunder salooned out or special salooned out? It would be very interesting to see indeed. The recovery operation still going on, and obviously the clock has
now stopped.
Yeah,
ticking,
it's been stopped and brought back up to 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Presumably, when the safety car starts rolling again, the clock will start, which means we could be on for the best part of 2 laps. Maybe even
quite
just
possibly.
the one.
Yeah, I'd have thought so. 2 laps. Yeah, it depends whether that clock starts ticking when the safety car gets rolling. I think it will. So, but this is a unique. I don't think in 25 years of commentary I've seen sort of this happen before. But it utterly makes sense with the position of where the recovery truck had to be. And And it's also brilliant because we're not going to miss out on any racing action from the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports in memory of Ricky Parker-Morris.
No, and we also get to see Andy Southcott have a go at the win.
Yes, yeah, if you're watching the live stream, we're getting a great view of Andy Southcott, visor up. He's just, I think, wiped his eyes a little, but he'll know full well that there's still plenty of work to be done in this one. He's chatting to somebody on the pit wall at the moment. Whether they can hear much from him or not, I would very much doubt. But yeah, Andy Southcott was always going to be one to watch, and I'm so pleased that he's carved his way through the order. We'll have to see as to what he can do. He's third at the moment. So let's run you through the order. Car number 31, Tom Carey, is the race leader under this session suspension that we have at the moment. Second is number 6, Simon Alloway. What's the trackside recovery truck doing there? Third is number 175, Andy Southcott. Fourth at the moment is the Ford Anglia. It's almost grey, isn't it, the Ford Anglia of Steve Goldsmith. Fifth is number 77, which is the Yellow Peril, Andrew Willis in the Austin A30. And then
I've got a feeling I know what's going on.
Oh, it's not Tom Carey, is it?
I think Tom Carey has asked for a tow back.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Looking through the windscreen, he sort of indicated that as if to go, yeah, you're going to have to sort of connect me to the back of your pickup truck and tow me back.
Well, in which case, that's potentially 2 races so far today, and 2 races where our race leader has had to retire. Paul Sibley doing exactly the same in the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge race earlier on, the Steve Everett Memorial.
So arguably that makes Andy Southcott's job slightly easier because it's one less car to overtake, but also the car that he will be fighting for the lead is Simon Alloway, who will be bottled up behind the Turner of Tony Hunting. So he's got a bit of an easier job, that, or he has managed to get the car struck back into life, and the trackside recovery unit gets told to go back to where it was.
Yeah, so it looks like Tom Carey might be all right after all. That is good news. The other good news is that the Morris Minor of Craig Percy is now just about to head behind the barriers. The trackside recovery unit that picked it up is just waiting for one of the other trucks to move out of harm's way, and now the signal has been given by race control that we are able to get the rolling lap back underway, and as soon as we do, the clock is ticking, so we should get 2 racing laps in on this one. Can Andy Southcott do it?
I would like to think so.
I would like to think so, and I think so even more now that we get the rolling lap back underway, as long as, right, okay, Steve Mole is going nowhere on the grid, so he can't get his BMW started, and he is now...
No, Andy Southcott, I think, has got the message. He's put his car in reverse and thinking, I want to get this race underway and I want to win it. But, yeah, I don't think Steve Mole has managed to get that car back going again. And there's a bit of confusion. I don't know whether he's now got it struck back into life or... Yes, so they've finally decided, right, I'm going round. I'm sorry, Steve. But, yeah, he manages to find a gear at least or get the clutch down, and just about nipping through was the number 94 machine. I think that was that worked his way through. But for the moment... It's been a rather attritional race, but it's all been attritional in the space of 3 minutes.
Yeah, it has, yeah. So it looks so Steve Frey might be struggling to get his Ford Mondeo space frame struck back up as well, so he's stuck on the circuit as well and not moving anywhere. So the clock is ticking. Steve Frey, he's just edging forward at the wheel of the Mondeo. Can he get his fired up? No, he's now struggling as well. So now with the clock ticking, I'm not sure we are going to get any further racing underway, and that is an enormous shame because I was looking forward to a grandstand finish.
Yes, it will have been very close indeed, and with 1 minute and 50 seconds, has that just been extended very slightly? I thought that said 50 seconds for a moment, but with 1 minute and now 40 seconds remaining, we would have had enough for 2 racing laps. But yes, the red flag has gone out, and I don't think we're going to see anything further from that race, which is a real shame. But the good thing is we do get to see them back out on circuit later on.
Yep, and hopefully any of those cars that have had the problem will be able to get themselves sorted. So Tom Carey, Simon Alloway and Andy Southcott will be the top 3. I'll wander down and have a chat to them.
Great stuff, yeah. So throughout the 11 laps of racing we saw Tim Carey in the lead of the race, eventual race winner, Tom Carey. We saw him just extend that margin further and further, and in doing so pick his way through traffic. We also saw the number 6 machine of Simon Alloway just continue to do the same. But it was Andy Southcott, and maybe remind you, he started on the very back row. He started in 24th place, and in doing that, carved his way not only through and past cars for position, but then to put laps on them and still try and close down those race leaders just to try and stand himself on the top step of the podium. It wasn't to be, I'm afraid. Just by way of how the race ended up coming to a head. And unfortunately, we have, of course, got Stephen Mole still down there on the grid and unable to move, and Steve Frey as well, not going anywhere. They started side by side at the very start of the race, the 76 BMW and the 65 Ford Mondeo. But unfortunately, yeah, it wasn't to be. Rolling down the pit lane, and maybe towards you, Mark, is Tom Carey. Let's have a look. He stopped towards the top of the pit lane, which maybe indicates an issue. No, he's back rolling again, so hopefully he will come all the way down towards the club podium underneath our commentary box. There should also be, on his way down to you, I would hope, the car of Simon Alloway, but I haven't seen him yet. I can see Tom Carey, I think that is, coming towards you. Or have they all been pushed in towards... No, they've all been pushed in towards Parc Ferme, I'm afraid, Mark. So you've either got a long run up the pit lane towards Parc Ferme, where I can see they've all sort of nosed in as well. So that's all the class winners. By way of the top three, they have all won their respective classes. So Tom Carey, as we will see with the results, won the race outright and won Class CC. Simon Alloway finished second overall and won Class CB. It was Andy Southcott that recovered all the way up to third place, rounds out your overall podium and wins Class MA. Winning Class MC is car number 29, that will be Mike Thurley. Martin Reynolds finished 9th overall and won Class MB. Further down the order, we've got the number 94 machine. As we look down, who do we have? That will be John Pugsley. He finished 16th overall and won Class CD. Colin Claxton, car number 86, he finished in 17th overall and won Class CA. And the final of your, at least what would have been your class winners was Paul Turner, but it is saying we've lost him out there somewhere as well. But he will have won Class CE. So the cars are all up, or at least the top three, and class winners are all up in the Parc Ferme area. I can see Joseph Perry from the Classic Sports Car Club running his way up towards the Parc Ferme area as well. The assembly area at the moment is full once again. This is for what will be the first Swinging 60s race of today, the first 40-minute race we'll have of today as well. As for Swinging 60s Group 1, so hopefully, Mark, you are at least some way up there, but I know what it's like when you start working your way up, and eventually they just drive past you. So we managed to get away with it in the Midgets and Sprite Challenge, just being able to wave Pippa Cow down. I can hear you heavy breathing, so I'm guessing you're at the top of the pit lane.
I've jogged my way up the pit lane, and I've scooped all of our top three drivers into the pit lane area to grab a word, and we'll start with Tom Carey. Tom, many congratulations. Outside of the front row of the grid, Simon Alloway didn't make it easy for the first lap or so, but you picked him off.
Simon Alloway never makes it easy for anyone, believe you me. But no, it's a result to get past him, definitely. Yeah, good.
And then, unfortunately, not the end to the race that we wanted, but, you know, we were trying to get you back out there for another couple of laps, and it just wasn't to be.
Yeah, definitely not the end you wanted. Yeah, it's disappointing they didn't just keep us under the safety car, because the car's sitting on the grid for too long, all overheating. Disappointing, but that's the way it goes.
And great to race in memory of Ricky Parker Morris.
Absolutely, definitely. Makes it all the more sweet. And this is, all right, it wasn't the way I wanted to win, but this is the first time I've ever won on my home circuit, so I'm pretty chuffed, to be honest. And that's down to my friends. That's down to my friends.
All your friends and family, but it does also mean that you're going to start further down the grid for race 2.
Yeah, well, I'm used to starting them sort of positions. Yesterday's just pure luck. So, yeah, definitely. So I look forward to it.
It wasn't pure luck. It was nothing but skill. Let's bring Simon Alloway. And Simon, great to see you back out at the wheel of the Esprit. A win at the Gold Cup last time out, but not quite today.
No, kind of, Tom did brilliant there. He got the jump on me at the start, and we were pretty close round through Druids on the first lap, but I was giving it everything I could to try and get him back, but he drove well, and I was on the limit there. So
I know you've been racing Esprit Special Saloons and Mod Sports for a long period of time, but this isn't the original car. You know, this is another car, but it looks the same as the old one.
Yeah, it looks exactly the same as the old one, but I think there's the gear stick and the steering wheel and one or two nuts and bolts are about all that's carried across. I've not got it quite as quick as the old car yet, but we're working on it. We're working on it.
And the nut behind the wheel's the same as well.
Yeah, he's just getting a bit rusty.
Well done, well done. Let's grab a quick word with Andy Southcott. Andy, I said before the race, you off the back of the grid would be one to watch. You didn't let me down.
Well, actually, I didn't think. I thought I was fifth, so I'll take that third. Yeah, it's good.
You certainly had to push. You started, what was it, 24th? You were up to 14th by the end of the first lap.
I didn't realise that. I didn't know any of it, but yeah, it was because it's such a big grid. It was really tough to get past, and of course, it's not the widest of circuits, is it? So that's my excuse anyway.
Keep the racing driver excuses coming. What was the problem in qualifying that put you at the back anyway?
I didn't go out for quali.
Yeah, it was the session before, wasn't it? The car broke.
So I did the slick series yesterday, and the back axle had got, well, we think it's a diff. It's either diff or half shaft. So yeah. So I didn't. Luckily, I went and saw the stewards, and they were good to me and said you don't have to qualify, but you got started at the back of the grid. So, hey ho.
If you can do that from the back of the grid, what can you do from when you start from second later on?
Well, these guys are quick in front. So, although Tom will be behind me, won't he? So I'll be looking in the mirror as well as up front. So, yeah, it'll be a good second race, hopefully.
Well done, gentlemen. There we go. Our top three drivers in the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sport, the Ricky Parker Morris Memorial.
Great stuff. Cheers, Mark. Yeah, great to hear from our drivers down there in the what is effectively the Parc Ferme area, right the way up at the top of the pit lane. If you're watching the stream, you can see the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1 is ready to get on towards the grid. This is for Adams and Page Swinging 60s classes S, A, C, E, V and Z. So they will be their, this will be their first race of the weekend, but the third race of today. As we have a look around the circuit, I think we are all but complete, and we should be able to get this race underway in just a few moments' time. And with this being a 40-minute race, we do have shared cars as well, looking at success penalties, because you do get somewhat, for lack of a better term, penalised for being rather successful in the swinging 60s. So we have a look as to who we have in this race that will be picking up a penalty. Pole sitter Ian Bergin, he will have to spend an extra 20 seconds in the pit lane, and John Foe 711, he will have to spend an extra 20 seconds. So let's have a look at the way they will line up for the third race of the day, the first race for the swinging 60s, the only race for swinging 60s Group 1. We will see some cars taking part in Swinging 60s Group 1 and in Group 2. It will be the 119 of Ian Bergin, he will line up on pole position, then the 6 of Stephen Pickering alongside 119 and 6 on row 1. Row 2 is Ray Barrow and Tom Peed, 97 and 5. On row 3, Stephen Collins has got Barney Collinson for company, at least in the first part of the race, before he hands over to John Collinson, 69 and 601. Dean Halsey and Sean Hadrill will start the 1-2-3 machine, so 240 and 1-2-3. Sean Hadrill will hand over to Nick Wantling, and then it will be Ian Staines, car number 16, alongside Charles Tippett, who will be starting the 34 BMW 2002 Ti before he hands over to Claire Norman. The 99 blue Hillman Imp of Simon Benoit lines up alongside Simon Tinkler, 99 and 118 on row 6. Row 7 of the grid is Andrew Tidmarsh and Roy Chamberlain, 71 and 53, followed then by William Bryan and Simon Page, 91 and 88 on row 8 of the grid. Row 9, John Foe will start the 711 machine before handing over to James Mackay. He's got Michael Didcott for company, 711 and 712 on row 9. Row 10 of the grid is Andrew Hall and Simon Tunnard. He will hand over to Thomas Dunnard at around about the midpoint of the race, 46 and 92 on row 10. Row 11, Mark Solly will start before handing over to Archie. Alongside them will be Donald Naismith, 136 and 211 on row 11. And on row 12 of the grid, it's Kevin Bird. He will hand over to Charles Hyde Andrews Bird at the midpoint in the race, and they will start alongside John Fraser before he will hand over to Ian Fraser. So it's 85 and 79 on row 12. And on the 13th and final row of the grid, Dave Brown starts the 281 machine, with Richard Lambert starting alongside in the 228. So they will hand over to Jack Cranstone, and Richard Lambert will hand over to Nick Smith. If you do have a programme, you need to be on pages 18 and 19. If you don't have a programme, please do pick yourself up one for the price of only £6. It's absolutely full, isn't it, Mark, of everything going on today at the Brands Britannia.
You've handed back to me, I've hardly got my breath back. We've got 2 pit lane starters as well for this one, potentially, one of which is Clive Golding. He's just trundling his way down pit lane now at the wheel of the car number 102, and also number 20, Mark Cloutman, at the wheel of the Austin A40, may well be a pit starter. If you're here spectating at the circuit, welcome along to Brands Hatch and Brands Britannia 2024. supercar display and demos in the live action arena, which is directly behind the Paddock Hill, not the Paddock Hill, directly behind the Colin Chapman Way grandstand at the back of where REME are, the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers. 11 o'clock, so in 55 minutes time is the first supercar demo show that's going on there. Remember, we've got the vintage buses, we've got vintage taxis here, we've got all of the car displays. Some of the activities on the village green, like the live music and the Punch and Judy show, are still happening, but not outside anymore because of the wind that we had overnight. They are now taking place in the Kentagon as well. And remember that we have also got the grid walk for you at 1:25 that you can get involved with. We've got the track parade at the end of the day. And also, if you've got children aged between 11 and 17, they can get behind the wheel of a dual-controlled BMW 1 Series for a taster of driving on the Grand Prix Loop today as well. Signing on for that is in the Halewoods restaurant, which is down in the paddock area at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. Charges do apply for that. So we're about to get swinging 60s underway, Jack.
We are indeed. So on pole position is Ian Bergin alongside Stephen Pickering. Stephen Pickering, you'd imagine, off the start will draw himself in front and into the lead on the run towards turn 1. But what can Ian Bergin do by the time he gets his car pointed the right way up the hill towards Druid? So the red lights are on. When they go out, we'll go racing in the swinging 60s. Red lights go out, and it's a brilliant start from Stephen Pickering. Ray Barrow tries to get the Camaro spooled up, and as expected, Stephen Pickering will arrive at turn 1 first. But then it will be Ian Bergin, and who will it be in what will be third place? Is it going to be Tom Peed or Ray Barrow? Ray Barrow, in the meantime, just about holds on to third place, but then immediately gets that Camaro spooled up, disappears in a straight line, but he's got to jump on the brakes nice and early to slow down that big Camaro.
Yeah, it's like David and Goliath, isn't it? The big V8 cars fighting away with the far more nimble 8 Series machines. Stephen Pickering leading the way at the wheel of the Sunbeam Tiger, but Ian Bergin closes in, going down in towards Graham Hill Bend, and then we get the Cooper Straight, and Ray Barrow just rockets his way past Ian Bergin. There's nothing he can do about it. So the Camaro up into second place, Ian Bergin down into third. Tom Peed is still there in fourth, and fifth at the moment. We'll try and work out exactly who that is that's there in fifth position. It's another one of the sprites, isn't it, that's there in fifth place. But the race leaders coming over the start-finish line, and in a straight line, Stephen Pickering and Ray Barrow are going to be pretty matched for pace, I would have thought.
They are indeed, and it remains Stephen Pickering from Ray Barrow. Ian Bergin sat there in third place, followed then by Tom Peed. Is that Ian Staines in fifth place?
It is, yeah.
So Ian Staines is trying to close in on Tim Peed, but he's got everybody else stacked up behind him, on Tom Peed, pardon me. And there's lots of lockups going on, Mark. We saw another one into turn 1 there. We saw plenty of lockups up towards Druids on that opening lap. So maybe tyre temperature's still not quite within a window where drivers are happy, and we may start to see that come back. But just as we mentioned, Ian Staines in fifth place, immediately flying up the inside is the number 69 machine. So that's Stephen Collins picking his way back up to where he started in fifth.
Yep, so Stephen Collins through. Simon Benoy at the wheel of the Hillman Imp was about to pick up a place there as well. So that would be potentially inside the top 10 for him. Yes, he is. He's ahead of Dean Halsey at the wheel of the Datsun 240Z. So the little Hillman Imp going beautifully well in the hands of Simon Benoy. So the race leader's about to head over the start-finish line. We've had one car spin to the infield. So through go our race leaders. It's still Stephen Pickering from Ray Barrow. Then we've got Ian Bergin sitting there in what is third position. Tom Peed in fourth. Also more progress being made by the number 34 BMW, which will be Charles Tippett. He's got his hands rather full and is doing battle with the 601 MG of Barney Collinson as they fight over who wants to be in the final place inside the top 10, 10th and 11th place. The spinner?
Unfortunately, it's Mark Solly. I don't think that was a spin. I think that was the opening lap. He put the car there, realising he had an issue, and unfortunately, we've got another pit caller as well. His hand was out the window, thumb in the air, and unfortunately, Simon Benoy, it's all gone wrong for him. He was working his way up through the order, but that was a very, very slow Simon Benoy in towards Graham Hill Bend. Has he got that car back running again now? He still looks rather slow, doesn't it? So I don't think Simon Benoy will play a further part in this race.
Yeah, such a shame for him. So Simon Benoy was going well at the wheel of the Imp. The other car that came into the pit lane was Clive Golding. The safety car
code
is
60.
Coming out. All right, it's code 60. So full course yellow. So that means all of the cars have to slow down to exactly the same speed. There's no overtaking. They should all hold position. The gaps between them all should remain identical. So it's you could argue almost a virtual safety car, isn't it, in reality, yes, like we'd see in other Formula, and that allows hopefully the opportunity to get that stricken car out of harm's way. Yeah, I spotted there was a little headlamp dangling out. That's Barney Collinson's car, isn't it? 601, left-hand headlamps dangling down.
Yes, but has that just come out of some excessive curb usage, or has that been sort of contact? Simon Bonneau has stayed out there.
Didn't look like any contact.
No, Simon Bonneau has stayed out there. There's a lump of grass well, there was before somebody picked it up and moved it away, but there was a lump of grass in the middle of the circuit on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend, which makes you think that we may have had a few more off-track excursions than we initially thought. The trackside recovery unit already at the aid of Mark Solly, and of course that means Archie, he won't be able to get behind the wheel throughout this race. Running quite a way back is Richard Lambert. That car yesterday wasn't quite running on song, I don't think, in qualifying, and throughout this morning, I think with all of the antics going on, he's just trying to sort of get that mileage in, get the laps under his belt, and then sort of reassess and go from there.
Yep, so I don't think it's going to be a very long full course yellow, because the trackside recovery unit is already scooping up the stricken car to move it out of harm's way, and then in reality there will be almost a countdown. So once the course is clear, it'll almost be like a 5-second countdown before then marshals are informed to then remove the code 60 flags. They would replace them with a green flag, and then at that point then they all come out on post at the same time, the green flags all the way around the circuit. Then we get the race back underway. So the Classic Sports Car Club, I think, are unique now as being the only club that still have or still utilise a code 60 situation. I think all of the clubs have dropped that option now. But it means, yeah, we literally go virtual safety car in reality. So the course is almost clear. We're still under code 60 for the moment. Ray Barrow is keen and is very keen to just make sure he is ready to go as and when the code 60 flags are removed, which should not be that much longer now, I would have thought, because the trackside recovery unit is pretty much at pit lane entry. And as soon as the radio call has been made to race control that they are clear, then the code 60 will be removed, and Stephen Pickering, Ray Barrow and Ian Bergin will be able to get back on with their fantastic squabble that they were having in the swinging 60s, the Adams and Page swinging 60s, before we had the incident.
There you go, so immediately back to green flag. Green flags are being waved. The light boards have swapped back to green. They don't need to wait until a certain point on the circuit before overtaking. We're straight back to racing, and Stephen Pickering is maintaining that lead. Ray Barrow, he was eager to get going, so too was Ian Bergin, but they remain as they are. Ian naturally closes down on the brakes, but Tom Peed under big pressure from the car behind now, and as they pick their way along the Cooper Straight. Who is that? That's Ian Staines. He's managed to get back up to 5th place, and he's already starting to apply that pressure back onto Tom Peed in the BMW.
Yeah, Ian Staines qualified 9th, which I thought was a little bit lower than I would have expected him with the entry for this weekend, but the number 16 midget going well, trying to hassle Tom Peed's BMW around the circuit, but Stephen Pickering over the start-finish line is about to complete lap number 5. Ray Barrow 2nd. Ian Bergin from Tom Peed, who pulls away a little bit from Ian Staines in a straight line, so there's a bit more daylight between the orange BMW and the dark blue MG Midget as they head round through Paddock Hill Bend. Now Ray Barrow much slower through Paddock Hill Bend, as you would expect from the somewhat rather difficult to handle Chevrolet Camaro, and then by the time they get up towards Druids, he's fallen away from the race leader and right into the clutches, isn't he, of third place car of Ian Bergin.
Yeah, Ian Bergin. Throughout today, he's, I don't want to say been annoying, but there's some people that would argue that's right, because Conor Kay just could not work his way through past Ian Bergin, and now Ray Barrow's thinking, come on, I'm in a Chevrolet Camaro, and all of a sudden, yes, Ian Bergin is making it very hard work in that Austin Healey Sprite Mark 1 for the Camaro to run away. Traffic may slowly start to become an issue. Charles Tippett dropping down the order a little bit there. I think he just saw the car behind approaching rather quickly and decided, you know what, we'll jump out the way and focus on getting our way towards the pit window, because that's still something that could turn this race on its head, because not only Ian Bergin has got a 20-second penalty to serve, so too does John Foe. So we could see the order massively change.
Yeah, and the way it works for the swinging 60s, if you were with us yesterday, all of the pit stop races that we had, cars had to remain in the pit lane area from pit in to pit out, a minimum of 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's not the case for swinging 60s. The pit stops are as quick as you can change drivers, or if you're driving solo, as quick as you can get out of the car, open the door, close the door, open the door, get back in, and then any extra time you have to spend in the pit, you have to drive down to the penalty box, which is a pit lane exit here at Brands Hatch, and serve that extra time down in there. So we do see a chunk of variance, because it's fair to say that some of the drivers are not in the first flush of youth, and therefore aren't quite as athletic getting in and out of the car as others. And I put that as politely as I could.
We also have a real range of sort of body size by way of car, so some cars will be much easier to get into and out of, whereas others you might have a bit of a challenge. So if you're Ray Barrow, if you've got NASCAR doors that you can't open, that would be a challenge, but hopefully Ray Barrow can get out of the door, close it and get straight back in again. But with that Camaro being so big, it means that he's got plenty of time. Dean Halsey is in a big old fight now with Ian Staines, isn't he?
He is. That's just heading through Paddock Hill Bend now. The number 16 MG Midget under pressure from the Datsun 240Z. But Dean Halsey needs to be careful, because if he looks in his mirrors, the blue Sprite of Sean Hadrell, car number 1, 2, 3, is right behind as well. So that's a good little trio fighting over 5th, 6th and 7th places as they head down in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. So through Graham Hill Bend, glorious sunshine glinting off the car of Dean Halsey as he remains as the final driver inside the top 6 at the moment.
Yeah, and Stephen Collins, who started in 5th place, I think he might be returning to the paddock. Yes, he is. Heavy damage on the front left-hand side of that car. The front left wing, for lack of a better term, was very much become a spare part by way of damage throughout that race, or at least the first part of his race. Stephen Pickering through turn 1, Ray Barrow and Ian Bergin all fairly equally spread, and Dean Halsey in a straight line goes flying through and past Ian Staines, but Ian Staines on the brakes, slightly lighter, picks his way back up the inside, but then all of a sudden Dean Halsey, everything swings back his way as he can climb that Datsun 240Z up the hill and potentially draw himself level and have a look to the outside, but there's no way he's going to find the grip around there with Ian Staines in the little MG. But Dean Halsey, he's having to fight forward but also defend backwards all at the same time.
He is, yeah, because it was Sean Hadrell, wasn't it, again, that was very close to him, wasn't that far away, and trying to pick his way through. So Sean Hadrell bouncing over the curbs at the wheel of the Turner in a straight line. Dean Halsey is having another nibble at Ian Staines as they come to the bottom section of the Cooper Straight. They're side by side as they turn their way through it, and Dean Halsey has made it stick. He's put the Datsun ahead, but as soon as you say it, back comes Ian Staines and goes back through, and all of a sudden Dean Halsey has lost the place again and is back under pressure from the little Turner number 1, 2, 3 of Sean Hadrell. Then the next straight appears, and all of a sudden the Datsun has the advantage and goes back past Ian Staines. So they've swapped, and swap back again.
Yeah, it's brilliant to watch, isn't it? There's such close racing out there, and we did have an MG that I think got involved in that one, just trying to jump out of the way, was the 281 of Dave Brown and Jake Cranstone. It's Dave Brown that started that car. I think that just slightly compromised the car of Ian Staines, so that just allowed Dean Halsey to remain in front a little longer than he usually expects. What can he do on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend? Can Ian Staines fight back? No, mainly because Ian Staines is under big pressure from the car behind now, so that's starting to all flow the way of Dean Halsey. He doesn't need to defend as hard. He can let Ian Staines fight away with Sean Hadrell.
Yeah, and then Sean Hadrell has got Barney Collinson now wanting in on the fun as well. So, so Sean Hadrell was at the back of the queue. If he looks in his mirrors now, he'll see that number 601 is now breathing down his neck, which is Barney Collinson. So they're all still busy fighting away. So the lead 3-8 over the start-finish line. There goes Tom Peed in 4th place. Dean Halsey, Ian Staines under attack from Sean Hadrell, and then the number 601 car of Barney Collinson all head up towards Paddock Hill Bend at the same time. 10 laps completed. Fastest lap of the race that time through, not for the race leader, for number 97 in 2nd place, Ray Barrow, 56.496 seconds.
Yeah, so 3/10 quicker than Stephen Pickering in the lead of the race. The gap is now down to the best part of 0.8 of a second, and Ray Barrow, obviously as the fuel comes out, naturally the one of the heaviest cars we've got out there becomes slightly lighter, and we might just about see Ray Barrow close in a little bit on Stephen Pickering over the coming laps. And of course there's not too much traffic for them to deal with yet. They might still get another couple of laps come through. One of I'd say one of the prettier cars comes over the line. That's the number 46 Triumph of Andrew Hall, a very pretty car indeed. That'll be the next car that our leaders meet, but the gap comes back out again. Ray Barrow doesn't close in on Stephen Pickering.
Simon Page is about to head back out onto the circuit. He has already conducted his mandatory pit stop because the pit window opened 2 minutes ago, so he's the first of those that blinked and came in. Sean Hadrell having another little nibble, this time maybe trying around the outside of Ian Staines going in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but that didn't quite work. And now all of a sudden from attack he's back to defence again, because right on his bumper and trying to squeeze his way up the inside comes Barney Collinson. He looks for the inside line round through Druids, and I think he might make it stick and goes through and ahead of the Turner. Yep, so place gain for Barney Collinson, place lost for Sean Hadrell in the Turner Mark 1.
It shows how close the racing is in the CSCC Swinging 60s series, doesn't it? Because as soon as you go for a move and it doesn't quite happen, you can very easily lose a place. And now immediately Barney Collinson, is he trying to have a look around the outside of Ian Staines? Yes, he is. Can he find the grip on the outside of Surtees? No. But that almost then left him vulnerable to Sean Hadrell. Sean Hadrell throws the car to the inside, and he's back in front of Barney Collinson. Can Barney look for the cutback and potentially the better run on towards the start-finish straight? Yes, he can. They'll draw themselves level. Dean Halsey hasn't really ran away to the tune of what we thought he would. Ian Staines is still sat there and watching, but absolutely side-by-side Barney Collinson and Sean Hadrell. Sean has got a bit more in a straight line, but Barney's later on the brakes. He dives his way up through the inside, uses the traffic very well, and Barney Collinson just about hangs on to what is going to be 7th place.
Yeah, and that was the number 88 of Simon Page, who was our pit visitor, that was the one that was involved in the back marker Lapri there. We've got another car that's in the pit lane at the moment, so that will be conducting the mandatory pit stop for Michael Didcott, car number 712. But not many other cars as yet have dived for the pit window, which opens after the 10 minutes of the race have occurred and closes once we get to the 25th minute of the race. So in other words, the final 15 minutes, you cannot pit. Race leader over the start-finish line. It's still, as they were, Stephen Pickering leading the way from Ray Barrow. Phil Bergin is still there in 3rd in the black Sprite, with the orange BMW of Tom Peed sitting there in 4th place. And then it's Dean Halsey, with then the chasing pack of Ian Staines, who again is under pressure, and he's under pressure from Sean Hadrill, who's drawing himself alongside. Where's Barney Collinson gone on that lap? Because he has not come through at the wheel of 6:01.
He hasn't. Donald Naismith I spotted in the Ford Cortina going very slowly indeed. Barney Collinson, there's our 2 race leaders. And Barney Collinson isn't there. I haven't seen him come into the pit lane, or is that him right the way up at the top?
Yeah, because the pit lane's curved. We can't quite see what's at the very top of the pit lane.
It's not saying that he's broken the beam on the run through in towards pit entry, so either he's missed it or he's gone missing somewhere out there on circuit park.
Yep, can't quite tell where he is, so we'll keep an eye towards that. And we've still got plenty of time in this race, 25 minutes still to go as things stand. William Bryan at the wheel of his TVR, number 91, just heading up towards Druids. Where's he sitting? 13th place at the moment. He's having a good little bat, actually. He's got Andrew Tidmarsh right behind him, actually, at the wheel of the number 71 car, who I think has now been able to pick his way through and has gone through. Right, first of the front runners is him, Phil Bergin, number 119, who was running in 3rd, dives to the pit lane this time through.
So he will come in, Ian Bergin. Barney Collinson has now been confirmed as potentially missing out there somewhere on circuit, so we'll keep an eye out, see if we can spot him. But Ian Bergin comes in, and you can just see from the commentary box the door. Is it going to get swung open? Yes, it is. Door comes open, he jumps out, and door slams shut, door back open again, and Ian Bergin can get strapped in, drive only 10 yards in front, have to sit there for another 20 seconds and then get back going again.
It just amazes me how enthusiastic some drivers are on getting this pit stop done as quickly as possible, and in stark contrast to that, how just leisurely others are. They just stroll out the car,
smooth is fast,
close the door. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to allude to who's done what, but no, some are very keen to get it done quickly, others are less interested. So through over the start finish line will come number 240, Dean Halsey, still sitting there in 4th position as things stand. Sean Hadrill in 5th place now, ahead of Ian Staines and starting to pull away, while Stephen Pickering, the race leader, is still feeling the pressure a little bit, isn't he, from Ray Barrow in the Chevrolet Camaro. Ray is still within 1.1 seconds of him, but Stephen Pickering has just set the fastest lap of the race last time through, 56.296 seconds, as the car of Ian Bergin leaves the pit lane. And as to the whereabouts of 601, I've worked it out now, Barney Collinson, on the inside of Graham Hill Bend.
Yes, so clearly some sort of mechanical issue that's become rather terminal, unfortunately. Over the line comes Stephen Pickering. Ray Barrow over the line as well. 1.129 of a second will come out to 1.7 seconds. So Stephen Pickering, I don't think it was a massively quick lap. It was just dealing with that traffic slightly more economically. And you can imagine for Ray Barrow, it's a big old car to try and weave through some traffic. So that sort of makes sense. By the time they reach traffic, he will have a harder job.
But Ray Barrow's been racing this thing for a huge amount of years, Ray Barrow. It must be like putting on a pair of old slippers when he gets in the car. We've still got a lot of people that need to pit. We haven't had that many in. We've got another one coming in now, which is the number 34 BMW, started by Charles Tippett. That will be handed over to Claire Norman, who we've seen out racing this BMW for a good number of years, but races far more contemporary touring car machinery like TCR cars occasionally.
Yeah, we've seen her out in sort of Cupras and Audis and what have you now as well. So it's very much almost polar opposites to the BMW 2002 Ti that they run here this weekend. Ray Barrow now lights ablaze, I think, just in any aid to catch the attention of those cars up the road, and the lead margin comes from 1.7 seconds back down to 1.3, so it's ebbing and flowing. The pit lane is getting much, much busier as well. Who have we got rolling down the pit lane now towards the top? I mean, you'll be much better at the recognition than me.
Matthew Tidmarsh is in, car number 281 is in, so that's going to be the TVR, is it not? No, that's not, that's the MGB, isn't it? If Dave Brown giving way to Jake Cranston is in. We've also got the Lotus Cortina in, which is going to be car number 211, which is Donald Naismith. There's a few more opting for the pit lane.
Clive Golding's back out there as well. He only completed 4 laps up until this point, and he's got back going again.
Good work by the team. They've had their nose pressed underneath the bonnet for a good period of time, haven't they, trying to work out exactly what's gone wrong with Clive Golding's car. So, yeah, their patience has paid off. He's back out. Are we going to see Ray Barrow come in at the end of this lap? Yes, we do, but he comes in and has a slower car entering the pit lane right with him. So that might compromise his entry speed to it, because he couldn't quite come in as quickly as he wanted to, I don't think.
No, and yeah, the pit lane remains busy, but of course he wants to be into the pit lane as quickly as possible, get the car down to the pit limiter as late as possible, and see what happens from there. So we also have Tom Peed coming into the pit lane as well. Dean Halsey's into the pit lane. Right below us comes Ray Barrow. So all of a sudden, those big hitters up at the top of the order have all dived in at a similar time, haven't they?
Yeah, there out climbs Ray. He's a tall lad, is Ray. Dives back in again, and he'd struggle to squeeze himself into a Sprite, wouldn't he, Ray? Because he's a tall chap. So he is out of the number 97 Chevrolet Camaro. The mechanic's just making sure that he's strapped back in again and that the seatbelts go over the top of the hand and neck support, the HANS device. The CSCC officials will be double checking that as well. And then, say, once he's strapped back in, engine fire up and off you go. There's no minimum pit time. You just have to get out of the car, close the door, get back in again as quickly as you can. Or if you're sharing the car, change drivers as quickly as you can. But the engine does have to be switched off whilst you get in and out of the car.
And he's just come out behind Stephen Pickering, who's gone over the line to tick another one in the book. One of the loudest cars we've got out there just goes over the line, that being Richard Lambert. Now, I think they've been into the pit lane. Yes, they have. So it'll be Nick Smith now behind the wheel. It sounds like it's going to be spinning the world the other way, but I think in a straight line, it's just not quite as quick as you'd expect.
Great stint put in by car number 123, Sean Hadrill. He brings the Turner Mark 1 into the pit lane, so that will be Nick Wantling that will take that car over for the remainder of the race. So we've got still a few cars that need to pit. Our race leader, Stephen Pickering, needs to pit. Second place, Ian Stain, still needs to pit. Third place, Simon Benoy. We thought he was retiring not long ago, but the Hillman Imp is up to third and still needs to pit. Up to fourth is the number 53 Triumph TR5, is it, of Roy Chamberlain, TRT50 actually. He is up to fourth position, and up to fifth is number 118, which also needs to pit, which is Simon Tinkler.
Yeah, and back into the pit lane and back out of the pit lane comes the 102 of Clive Golding in that Turner Mark 2. They're trying to get that car bedded back in. I think they're using this as a test session now. Back out onto the circuit will go the car of Nick Wantling, having taken over from Sean Hadrill. They worked their way out just in front of the car of Dean Halsey. So will that be a change made in the pit lane? Yes, it will, because I've got a feeling Nick Wantling, or at least at the time Sean Hadrill, was a couple of cars back from Dean Halsey, and all of a sudden, a quick pit stop, that's good enough to work them up a place on the road.
And that's the thing, is that, yeah, if you can get it done quickly, you can gain advantage in the swinging 60s, whereas in the other series, it's all a minimum period of time that you spend in the pits. Simon Benoy in the Imp is in this time through, so we're slowly ticking through them all. And now we see coming into the pit lane the race leader, so Stephen Pickering at the wheel of the Sunbeam Tiger V8 brings the car, the number 6 machine, down the pit lane. Now, where is he going to feed his way back out? There's very little to choose between himself and Ray Barrow, so it really could be down to how quick they can jump out of the car and back in again. Ray wasn't slow. You'll be able to see from where you're stood, Jack, down into the pit lane area. Wow, crumbs. Just how quick Stephen Pickering is, but the one thing he does need to do is make sure he doesn't nearly make contact with somebody who's trying to leave the pit lane.
Yeah, Simon Benoy, I think.
It was Simon Benoy's release wasn't great, was it?
Yeah, just slightly unsighted, I think, but Stephen Pickering out of the car and immediately door open, door closed, door back open, and the team fabulously quick. This is going to be a monstrously quick stop.
It needs to be a monstrously quick stop, because Ray Barrow has just set the fastest lap of the race that last time through, and the Chevrolet Camaro is already, I think, going to realise that despite the fast lap he's just put in, their pit stop was that little bit slower. Stephen Pickering, so quick, in and out of the car. What was he? He was into the pits and out in 44 seconds exactly. Ray Barrow, the number 97 car, was 53 seconds, so nearly 9 seconds gained just by the speed of the pit stop.
I've never seen somebody jump out and get back in that quickly. And of course, that will be on what, 4, maybe even 5-point harnesses as well.
Yeah, so jumping out the car, it almost as though it was on fire. It was that quick, was it? Yeah.
Yeah, very, very quick indeed. And yeah, the head and neck support immediately. It was just the case of making sure the belts are over that, strap them in.
Ray Barrow's stop wasn't slow, but by comparison, it was about as quick as a dead sloth compared to Stephen Pickering's.
I've never seen Stephen Pickering jump out of that car and back in, and then immediately be back on the pace. So this will be his outlap, let's not forget. Is he the right side of a minute? Yes, he is. 58 seconds with an outlap involved in that one and a bit of traffic. Stephen Pickering, I mean, he's put himself in the best position for the final 15 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen Stephen Pickering win before in the Adams and Page swinging 60s. Well, there's still 16.5 minutes to go, so there's still plenty of time for another twist or two in the tail of this one, but he's done all of the right stuff at the moment, Stephen Pickering. We've still got one car that hasn't pitted as yet, 2 cars that haven't pitted as yet.
Yeah.
Roy Chamberlain, number 53, Triumph, TR250, hasn't pitted, and also number 118, Simon Tinkler, haven't pitted. They've still got time, but they've now only got 70 seconds before they need to break the beam at pit lane entry, otherwise they'll be outside of the window.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on pit entry to make sure that they do come in, and obviously we'll hear the pit klaxon go as well. But for the moment, Stephen Pickering has done exactly what he needed to do in the pit stop. Into the pit lane will come the Triumph. No, carries on for the moment. That's going to be tight.
He's not going to make it, is he? Because we've only got 50 seconds of the pit stop to go, and here comes Roy Chamberlain over the start-finish line now, number 53, and hasn't pitted, and the last lap he did was 60 seconds, so he's not going to get back round in time.
Simon Tinkler has just come in. Yes, he has. He's absolutely nailed that. Fastest lap of the race. That being Stephen Pickering, race leader, 56.107. That's what, the best part of 3.5 seconds quicker than Roy Chamberlain went last time. What about Barrow? Another, best part of 4/10 quicker. So absolutely flying on.
You know, stark contrast how critical it is to get your pit stop done as quickly as possible in swinging 60s. We were talking about Ian Bergin, weren't we?
Yeah.
We haven't spoken to him since the pit stop. He's now running in 10th position, car number 119. And why? Because his pit stop took 1 minute and 23 seconds. That compares to the 44 seconds of Stephen Pickering.
Even with the 20 seconds taken off for the penalty, that's still 1 minute and 3 seconds, which is the best part of 20 seconds slower than Stephen Pickering. Granted, Ian Bergin, he's got a slightly less room to play with when it comes to car, doesn't he? It's a tiny little thing. But now into the pit lane comes Roy Chamberlain, yellow flag, because we've got a car just trickling its way in towards the Parc Ferme area. It looked dangerously close to Ian Bergin.
Let's just have a quick look. I agree with you, because it's got quite a tall roll hoop, hasn't he, on his car, so I think you may well be right. Roy Chamberlain has now come into the pits. Matters not, he's outside of the window. So we will quickly, in the next lap, run you all the way down through the order just to confirm, the car that came into the pit lane, Jack had correctly identified it. It was the pole sitter, Ian Bergin, who is trundling his way down the pit lane, and that looks like a retirement, doesn't it, that one?
It does indeed. That's such a shame for Ian, but of course he's got yet further races to do throughout this weekend, so he's got a long old weekend, and I don't know whether that's something might be going wrong, so let's bring it in before it does, make sure we can get the car back out and running for the rest of this weekend. But Stephen Pickering just continuing to lap very consistently in those 56s, just pulling away yet further from Ray Barrow, who goes over the line, and all of a sudden this race seems to have thinned out.
Just having a quick look at fastest pit stop by anybody is our race leader Stephen Pickering. Second fastest pit stop is Simon Benoy in the Hillman Inn.
Car number 5,
Tom Peed. Yeah, sorry, Tom Peed's second fastest, Simon Benoy third quickest. So let's run you down through the order then. 13 minutes to go. All the pit stops have now taken place. Number 6, Stephen Pickering in the Sunbeam Tiger V8 leads the way by 15.5 seconds now from number 97 Ray Barrow in the Chevrolet Camaro in second place. A further 15 seconds back from that is the number 5 orange BMW of Tom Peed, who's in third place, and fourth, 11 seconds back from Tom Peed, is car number 240 Dean Halsey. Dean Halsey though is feeling the pinch a little bit because he's got Simon Benoy's imp not that far behind him in fifth place, and sixth place at the moment. Car number 123 completes the top 6, which is Nick Watling. That's the top 6. We'll pick out some of the class leaders next time through.
We will indeed, but I've just had a quick look out of the window. Claire Norman is absolutely flying, but on the very outside of the top 10 at the moment, and has Dean Halsey and Simon Benoy getting closer. And Simon Benoy, it's two cars you'd never think to see fighting, a Datsun 240Z and a Hillman Imp, but Simon Benoy is not making it easy for Dean Halsey, is he?
No, Simon Benoy knows how to wrestle that Imp as quickly as he can around the circuit. Of course, they deliver similar lap times, but in very different ways. Dean Halsey much quicker in a straight line. Simon Benoy quicker through the twiddly parts, albeit he's giving away a few horses, isn't he? So our race leader's got traffic to deal with at the moment. So the number 6 car of Stephen Pickering is about to thread his way over the start-finish line. He has now placed a lap on the number 16 car of Ian Staines that time through. So Ian Staines was running, what, top 4, wasn't he? Top 5 earlier on. He's 7th and is now off the lead lap at the wheel of the number 16 MG.
Yeah, so yet more time to find, I think, for those in question. Over the line now goes Ray Barrow and almost matches Stephen Pickering's lap time last time through. So it's just, it's that pit stop that really separated them. Up to 15 seconds now, the lead margin.
Did Ian Bergin go back out onto circuit?
I'd imagine he did. Looking at the timing screen, I haven't seen him come through as of yet.
Well,
Let's have a
I think
quick
in which
look
case
round.
then he is the car that's retired on the approach up towards Druid's hairpin on the right-hand side, because
is it rather smoky as well?
No, I don't think it is, but that looks like Ian Bergin's
with the roll hoop, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he came in the pit lane, looked as though he's retiring, went back out, and has now subsequently retired out on track.
Yeah, such a shame for Ian Bergin, and let's hope he can get that fixed throughout the rest of today, and we can see him out throughout the rest of this weekend. Looking at Dean Halsey, whereabouts is he? Is he still fighting away with Simon Benoy? Absolutely, Simon Benoy is starting to apply that pressure. They're at that annoying pace where Claire Norman sideways through Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight is just quick enough to stay in front of Dean Halsey, but Dean Halsey isn't quite quick enough to work his way through and past, but that's just backing him very slightly in towards Simon Benoy, who through the twiddly bits and through sort of the end of the first part of the lap and the entry to the second part of the lap is very quick, but all of a sudden onto the start-finish straight, Dean Halsey extends that margin again, so Dean's having to work super hard through the final stage of this lap, but the code 60 has been thrown, so everybody will drop down to 60 kilometres an hour. Effectively, yeah, the full course yellow, the virtual safety car, however you wish to refer to it, is thrown, and that must be for Ian Bergin's stationary car underneath the bridge on the run up towards Druid.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a couple of drivers. I can see Ray Barrow waving past Simon Page there, and I did spot that, yeah, Ray Barrow was fully focused on racing and wasn't quite as quick to react as the code 60s coming out, so he did overtake inadvertently, but yeah, instantly has given that place back, hand out, realised his mistake, go on, you take the place back.
It was the same for Stephen Pickering. He picked his way through and past some traffic, but then immediately realised, the code 60's been thrown, go through, and yeah, that's not just, oh, well, I've done something I shouldn't supposed to. That prevents them from getting a penalty as well.
Hopefully, yeah, it was inadvertent, and when you've got such enormous closing speeds on the cars, it's far safer to almost overtake and give the place back than it is to slam your brakes on to try and avoid the fact that you're closing to such an enormous degree. So sensible stuff. So yeah, we think what is Ian Bergin's car stricken out there just underneath the bridge that brings the spectators over from the outfield in towards the inside of Druids. That's a brilliant spectating area if you've never been there.
I've never done that. I've never been to the inside.
It is. Yeah, I've been when we've come here for trucks. It's nice to go and watch the trucks when they're testing on the Friday over and on the inside. Brilliant view. You can get really close. You don't realise how close you can get at that point. So shame for Ian Bergin, but Trackside Recovery doing a brilliant job as ever in conjunction with our marshals out there to try and make sure that we minimise this period of code 60. And if you want to become a marshal, doesn't matter if you're here at Brands Hatch spectating or whether you're watching the live stream, any circuit, any club, we'd be delighted to have you. The best thing to do is log on to the official website for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, the BMMC. Their website is marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk. And what you can do is sign up to what's called a taster day. Every circuit has numerous of them over the year. Look through a circuit that's close to you or convenient for you, look at a date that's convenient and apply for a taster day. You'll get an electronic ticket through the post. You will meet your host, a very experienced marshal, when you arrive. You won't be the only one on a marshal taster day. Today they came up in the commentary box to see us, and there were, half a dozen, 8 on a taster day doing exactly that. And in the morning you get a guided tour. Your host for the day brings you through into race control so you can see what goes on there and what work you could do there, what happens in the assembly area where the cars are assembled before they go onto track, what happens in Parc Fermé where they go after each race, what happens in scrutineering, the technical and the safety checks that all the cars go through before they ever get out onto track. What happens in the pit lane, because again that's a very different area, and what happens on the start line, how the cars are all gridded up. You get that guided tour in the morning of all the different areas where you can become involved.
And unfortunate enough to come up here sometimes and listen
They do,
to us. Yeah.
they do, they have to listen to us. Yeah, sorry, so are you. And then in the afternoon you go out onto a marshal's post with an experienced team around you. You'll never be asked to go out when the circuit is live, not at all when you're on a taster day. But if we at the end of the session need a bit of sweeping up to do, if there's an incident which causes a red flag, you're asked to go and help out once the circuit is neutral. But it's a really fantastic way of seeing whether marshalling's for you or not, as the case may be. The great thing about marshalling is you can do as many or as few days as you want. You can do it just in the UK, you can head abroad and do it. I've seen British marshals at Le Mans, at Daytona, and all of these sorts of things, and there's brilliant camaraderie amongst the marshals. Yeah. So marshals.co.uk is the place to go to. Sign up for a taster day. What have you got to lose?
Exactly, and those marshals that we've just been discussing will now be waving those green flags, won't they? Because we've just got the session resumed, the race resumed, and immediately Dean Halsey and Simon Benoit have tried to pick their way through and past Claire Norman. Claire Norman's fighting back at Simon Benoit, despite, I'm sure, his best interests. He wants to focus up and try and close down onto Dean Halsey, but Dean was so much quicker on the uptake of the green flags, that's bought him a bit of time. Back over the line goes Ray Barrow. What's the lead margin now? Right the way up to, what, 12 seconds now? Go on.
No, I'm just looking at, we're seing on the live stream the glorious looking Fairthorpe Electron now in hands of Thomas Tunnard. It just, yeah, you look back at, you know, all of the cars that were built in this sort of period, the swinging 60s, and so many of them utilised A-series engines or were derived from BMC things, but people could put their own styling cues on them, and the Fairthorpe Electron is one of those. You don't see many of them around.
No, not at all, and it's a very square roll cage. It's almost made for a passenger as well, isn't it? You see that on a road rally.
It's a very high roll cage. No windscreen either in that car.
No, so there's no point really painting your helmet. A white helmet is the way to go with stone chips and what have you, but back over the line goes Stephen Pickering and ticks another lap in the book.
Yeah, so that Fairthorpe Electron is the number 92 car, if you're wondering which one it is, the light blue car that will be heading up towards the conclusion of the lap, probably in the next 15 seconds or so. Stephen Pickering still continues to lead. Ray Barrow comes over the start-finish line. Here comes the Fairthorpe Electron now through and over the start-finish line, the number 92 car. Where's Tom Peed? Because he's in third place. He's a long way adrift, isn't he? But is he getting caught by Dean Halsey? He is. Dean Halsey was over a second quicker last time at the wheel of the number 240 Datsun. So we've got a squabble building shortly between the orange BMW in third place and the Datsun for fourth. It's not there yet, but he's on his way, isn't he?
Yeah, well, we've got that orange BMW 1600 Ti of Tom Peed. We've got the Datsun 240Z of Dean Halsey, and we've got the Hillman Imp of Simon Benoit. Very different machinery, but they are all working their way closer together, albeit in tow of the Hillman Imp of Simon Benoit is the other BMW we've got out there in the hands of Claire Norman, the BMW 2000 TTI.
Yeah, is that on the same lap as them all? No, it's a lap adrift, isn't it, of those that are just up the road. So we'll see if we can pick up on that with 4.5 minutes just over to go. So at the moment, the live stream is concentrating on the squabble that is going on between the MGB Roadster of Simon Tinkler and the car that he's been doing battle with, which is the Triumph TR. Over the start-finish line, the TR has a bit more grunt in a straight line, and therefore Andrew Hall is able to just keep himself ahead. And actually, they're not on the same lap anyway, are they, those two cars?
No, but it's nice to see that they can still squabble. I think you get to the point where you go, I'm not actually catching these cars up the road, let's pick someone and have a scrap. And it's great to see how close they can fight, even going so defensive now. Up towards Druids is Andrew Hall in that TR6. And we've had a spin for Michael Didcott. It looks fairly innocuous, and it was just a self-made spin. Annoyingly, that's at arguably the worst spot because it's unsighted on the run out of turn one, but then you've also got to climb the hill up towards Druids, which means you are very slow as well at that point, and you've got to make sure those cars behind you, they've seen you.
Yeah, scary moment that would always be. We've had the swap as well. Dean Halsey has gone through and ahead of Tom Peed's BMW. We said he was closing. Well, the Datsun now is through and up into third place. Tom Peed drops down into fourth, and if he looks in his mirrors, he'll see that the Imp of Simon Benoit is not that far behind. There's still traffic to deal with as well, whilst they are trying to work their way through and past some of the slower cars that are out there. And Simon Benoit dives through. make sure that he deals with the back marker. Now, we've only got 3 minutes of this race still to go. The race leader's already now on lap number 35. The lead advantage, though, has been tumbling. It's now just down to under 10 seconds between Stephen Pickering and Ray Barrow. I suspect that's more just Stephen Pickering managing the gap, knowing that he doesn't need to push any harder because he's built the advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, the traffic that Stephen Pickering has to go through a few laps later, Ray Barrow has to as well. What of the battle we saw? Simon Benoy is there or thereabouts. He will need another couple of laps. It's going to be tight whether he'll actually make it to Tom Peed before the end of the race. But then, of course, he might make it there. But he's still got to try and work the overtake, hasn't he?
He certainly has, yeah. So catching is one thing, getting past is something entirely different. The lead advantage comes down to 8.7 seconds now. As for that squabble for third place, Dean Halsey's not really pulled away, has he, from Tom Peed, who seems to have stoked the fire a little bit more now and is building up a head of steam and is trying to wrestle the BMW back onto the coattails of the Datsun 240Z, all of the time whilst Simon Benoy is looking to try and close in. Now, for Dean Halsey and Tom Peed, they are also fighting not just for the final podium spot, they're also fighting for the lead of Class SZ in this one, so it is a class battle as well as being for the final step of the podium.
Yeah, it's a big one, isn't it? Because they will want to finish on the overall podium, but they'll also want to win their class, in inverted commas. So as we look for the battle of Dean Halsey, Tom Peed, and now effectively Simon Benoy, because they're very equidistantly spread as they work their way down in towards Graham Hill Bend. The beautiful 240Z of Dean Halsey, it's beautifully prepared, as are pretty much all the cars in the swinging 60s. Granted, after a race weekend, there's dubious amounts of duct tape there just to make sure that the car can remain out there and running. But for the moment, Tom Peed, it's that extra little bit that he wants again. He just can't quite find it to get through and past Dean Halsey.
No, so he's pushing as hard as he can. Tom Peed gets a bit of a wiggle on at the wheel of the BMW, which means that he falls further away from Dean Halsey and ever more into the clutches of Simon Benoy's imp as he comes over the start-finish line. There's 70 seconds still to go in this one. So are we going to see Tom Peed retake third place? Might he drop to fifth? We simply don't know.
Yeah, and it's whether we'll get 1 or 2 laps. Over the line, we need 57 seconds. Stephen Pickering comes through. As it changes to 57 seconds, it's going to be close whether we're going to get 1 more lap in or this will be the final lap.
Yeah, Stephen Pickering, that lap was nearly a 59-second lap from him, so I think the race leader is on to the final lap this time through. Ray Barrow has brought the gap down. It's down to 6.3 seconds from first to second place, but the best of the battles is for third, for fourth, for fifth, between Dean Halsey, then Tom Peed in the BMW, followed by Simon Benoy. They're just working their way through Surtees, McLaren on towards Clearways, and we'll be starting their final lap of the race in a few moments' time. Our overall race leader, surely on the final lap of the race, isn't going to get back round before the clock ticks to 0, is just heading to the bottom section of the Cooper Straight, up towards Surtees and McLaren, and it looks as though Stephen Pickering is on course to claim his first win of the season in the CSCC Adams and Page swinging 60s, turns his way out of Clark Curve, past the MSV building, onto the Brabham Straight, and the checkered flag is readied, and Stephen Pickering wins the first of our Adams and Page swinging 60s races here at Brands Hatch. Ray Barrow comes through to finish in second position. Who's going to finish in third? Because that battle is still continuing as they come down in towards Graham Hill Bend. It's still Dean Halsey's Datsun from Tom Peed's BMW from Simon Benoy's Imp, and the relative gaps between them really mean that it needs to be a bit of a moment or a mistake through the final few corners, because otherwise they're just not going to catch on pure race pace. There is a back marker to deal with over Tom Peed, but he moves the BMW through and past without too much problem. We know Dean Halsey is quick in a straight line, so the Datsun should scamper away, and looks as though he is on course for third place. Yeah, here comes Dean Halsey now. Third for Dean Halsey, fourth for Tom Peed, fifth for Simon Benoy, and sixth will go the pairing of Simon Hadrill and Nick Watling, who finish in sixth place. They are the first of the shared cars home. There weren't that many shared cars, but they were the first that had 2 drivers involved in the battle. So that's it for swinging 60s for the moment. We will see another swinging 60s race back out. Our next race that's coming up is the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics and MG Trophy. We've also got our first supercar demos going to take place in the live action arena, which is at the back of Colin Chapman Way. In a few moments' time, the tarmac area behind where Remy have their display, the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers. Let's just confirm results for you then, following that first race from the Swinging 60s. Stephen Pickering claims the win from Ray Barrow in second place, and Dean Halsey wins his class as he finishes in third, ahead of Tom Peed in fourth. Simon Benoit was a class winner in fifth place, and the pairing of Hadrill and Wantling complete the top six. Ian Staines, Roy Chamberlain, Simon Tinkler, and Claire Norman with Charles Tippett complete the top 10. Then it was William Bryant who was there in 11th place. Simon Page was there in 12th. At the Tunnards, Simon and Thomas were 13th, ahead of Michael Didcott in 14th place. 15th place went the way of James Buckeye and John Foe. Andrew Tidgemarsh was 16th, ahead of Andrew Hall. Then the Frasers in their Lotus Cortina were next up, which was Ian and John Fraser. 19th place is where we see Brown and Cranstone, and then completing the top 20, it was going to be Carnival 228 that was Nick Smith and Richard Lambert. A few cars non-finished along the way, including, of course, some of the front runners, the likes of Carnival 119, the pole sitter Ian Bergin, and the car that was 6th quickest in qualifying, Barney Collinson and John Collinson. But Stephen Pickering claims the win. He's just clambering out of his car down there in the pit lane, and ready to chat to him is Jack.
Yeah, so Stephen Pickering is just turning off the camera, making sure he can take his helmet and hands device off. I can see Dean Halsey coming towards me, and I can't see Ray Barrow. Hopefully he's just yet to come into the pit lane, or he's disappeared potentially into one of the garages. But we might just get first and third place Dean Halsey giving himself a round of applause as he comes towards us, and Stephen Pickering, yeah, just making sure he can get the helmet and hands device off. I can see Claire Norman coming towards me, but I think that's just to give a lift to Charles Tippett back to the paddock. So Stephen Pickering, we will jump in and grab a chat. You make it look easy, but I think that the key to that, which we spotted, congratulations, but the pit stop, so quick.
Yeah, I've just got a cracking team behind me. They're well drilled, they know what they're doing, they're in and out, and away we go. It's it's part of the race, and you're making seconds up in the pits as you are on the track. So if you can make up 5 or 6 seconds, or maybe even more in the pit stop, it's all valuable time.
I mean, by far and away, you were the fastest in the pit stop. We watched it happen, and it was like you didn't even get out of the car almost. It was that quick. We did see you get out. We did see you get out. But traffic as well. We noticed closing speeds. Obviously, the quickest car out there. Does that ever become any sort of an issue, or is it just take it as it comes?
It is a little bit like that. I have to say, a lot of the people or the races that I was coming up behind, and a special thanks to the marshals as well, because they were very keen with the blue flags. They really did a great job out there, and yeah, they made it clear which side they wanted to pass on the majority of occasions. But you know, at the end of the day, it's the same for all the people at the front. So it's just a matter of getting on with it, really.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the season. We'll try and jump in and grab a word with Dean Halsey. You could just tell, over the moon with that one, Dean. That's P3 and a class win.
Yeah, very grateful for that. I didn't qualify very well in this race, but the second race I qualified well. But today it was a case of pushing and pushing and pushing. The tyres would go off, and you could see someone catching you, so you had to try and back it down a bit to get a few more fast laps in. But yeah, overall, great result, thank you.
And it wasn't like it just came to you. You had to work for that. We saw plenty of overtaking, plenty of battles, and Tom Peed on the final couple of laps, you sort of worked that battle and away you went. That must make it feel that much better.
Yeah, it was tough. Thank you.
Great stuff, congratulations. Dean, we can potentially find Ray Barrow. I don't know whether he's up towards the top of the pit lane mark. I can't see him, so I think we might need to pass back up to you. But no, I can't see Ray Barrow. But we've grabbed a word with Stephen Pickering. We've spoken to Dean Halsey, and I think it's just first and third we can grab a word with.
Yeah, I can't help you with Ray Barrow. He probably disappeared, and I wasn't looking in the right direction at the time. So we'll get ready for our next race that's coming up. It's another 40-minute race, but there's a 20-minute race within it. That sounds strange, but we've got the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics out for a 40-minute race, but joining them on the grid is the MG Trophy cars, and they will only do a 20-minute race, so they'll be out for the first 20 minutes, and then it won't be a checkered flag that will be displayed after 20 minutes, because that could confuse the drivers that stay out there for the whole 40. The MG Trophies will receive a board that says Race Part 1 Finish, and that has a checkered outline to it. and that is their checkered flag in reality. But what the MG Trophy cars can't afford to do is then back things off on a slowdown lap. So even when they go past that board after the first 20 minutes of the race, their race is over. They still continue the slowdown lap at full racing pace and then come into the pit lane. And unfortunately, they'll be ushered straight into the outer paddocks. We won't get the chance to talk to our MG Trophy winners, which is a real shame. This 40-minute race for the Future Classics, again, got the mandatory pit stop in the middle of it between the 10th and the 25th minute of the race. And because it is the Future Classics, we go back to that standard pit stop time that they all have to do. So if it's single drive, you can remain behind the wheel with the engine running, but you cannot enter the pit and exit it any shorter than 90 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds is the minimum pit stop time. If you are less than that, doesn't matter if it's a tenth, a thousandth of a second, you're short on pit stop. And we did see a couple of cars yesterday in other races fall foul of that. They were a bit too quick entering the pit lane and exiting it. So you break the beam on the way in, you break the beam on the way out. It's not stationary for 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's in the pit lane area for 1 minute and 30 seconds. We'll guide you through that grid when the cars head out there. Remember, we've got plenty still coming up for you after the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics and MG Trophy. We've got the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, which for this weekend are with the Viren Builders Open Series, but only the 7 classes, the Caterham Sevens and Lotus 7 inspired cars. And then we've got our final race before lunch, which will be a 20-minute affair for the Morgan Challenge, one of 2 races we've got for them today. During the lunch break, remember, we will have the grid walk. So if you want to get involved in the grid walk, the ambulance gate, which is up at Paddock Hill Bend, is where you need to queue for that. You'll then be released down onto the grid to see the cars that are lining up for our first race after lunch, which will be the Mintex Classic K, which encompasses the Hawthorne Jaguar Challenge for this year. So all of those cars in Mintex Classic K are, again, cars largely from the 50s and the 60s, with the Jag Mark 1s and Mark 2s in there as well, all of them running in Mintex Classic K to Appendix K regulations. If you're not sure what that is, it is absolute period specification. So as the cars would have raced in period, and that includes racing on a historic tyre, which is a cross-ply tyre. So it does mean that the cars do move around a little bit. And it's great to see those. And also during the lunch break, we have our fantastic demos going on, which is, I think, possibly 3 of the ex-Works Jaguar Group C Le Mans cars, including one of the cars that went to victory at Le Sarthe in 1988, the actual race-winning Jaguar XJR9. From 1988, we'll be doing some demo laps together with an XJR11 that will be out there as well. And we're so thankful for the Jaguar Heritage Collection and some of the private owners that are bringing those cars for us to enjoy. And for me, I don't remember seeing them race in 1988, the Jaguars, but I did see them at Donington Park, another MSV circuit nowadays. The World Sports Car Championship went to Silverstone in 1988, but it went to Donington Park in 1989. I do remember seeing them there as well. And we'll tell you a little bit about those cars and what happened at Le Mans in 1988 when Jaguar took that win. When the cars are out there. But we also want to stay silent for a little bit of that, because we want to enjoy the noise. We don't want to talk through so that you don't enjoy the noise of those fantastic and iconic cars in their period liveries. Cigarette advertising long gone in motorsport now, but what an iconic livery. We've got the cars for the next race heading out onto circuit now, though. The Advantage Motorsport Future Classics and the MG Trophy. We've also got our first supercar demos about 3 minutes away from taking place in the Tarmac Live Action Arena area. I can see quite a few of you already up at that area to see the cars that are out. Let's guide you through the grid for this one then, and the way that they line up. Darren Claydon is on pole position in the Porsche, and he's got the BMW of Tom Butler alongside. Row 2 of the grid is going to be Nick Rinlow and number 281, which will be started by Simon Spooner. It is Piers Bridgham Williams that starts on row number 3 alongside Jack Sandal Brownlee, and then it's Jack Stewart and Daniel Baker on row number 4 with Les Conway and Anthony Walsh on row number 5. Then we'll get a couple of rows gap before we see the MG ZRs out, and it's James Dennison, who claimed victory in the MG ZRs yesterday, who starts from pole alongside Andrew Rogerson, who I think will be one to watch again in this one, the number 13 car. Row 2 for the MG ZRs, or MG Trophy, is James Cole and Tyler Ballard. Row 3 is number 248, Jack Woodcock alongside Matthew Harvey. And then it's Jack Meager and, an addition to the programme, Chaz Riles, who should line up on the next row of the grid. Chaz is there. We were expecting him yesterday, but he didn't appear. but his car was out for the second of the qualifying sessions, so he joins the grid for today. So remember, the MG Trophy cars only get going for the first 20 minutes, then they get shown the board and they'll come into the pit lane. Everybody else will stay out there for the full 40 minutes, and for the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, they have that pit stop to do, albeit I don't think we've got any of the previous winners, have we, in the pit stop race?
No, I don't think we do. I'm just looking as well. I do think you're on something with Andrew Rogerson. We saw him yesterday at how quick he was, and just started to crack on with it, really, wasn't it? With a disrupted qualifying, he managed to more or less just get on with it, as you said. I think I can't remember exactly who you were speaking to, but you mentioned it at the time. He just made it look so easy. He had an issue, but thought, you know what, let's crack on, and got up to third, unfortunately, with another plagued race.
Yes, it was, yeah. Problems in qualifying and then problems in the race as well, having done all of the hard work. But do keep an eye on the MGZRs. They will pick their way through the Future Classics, but the MGZRs, you could not separate them yesterday. Some brilliant racing going on in the MG Trophy. So Darren Claydon in the white Porsche starts from pole position. The light green Beamer of Tom Butler alongside. Then it's the blue of Nick Rinlow on row number 2 alongside the red and black car of Simon Spooner, who starts at the wheel of his BMW. Red lights are on, 40 minutes on the clock, and already we have got the race underway. Now, Andrew Rogerson seemed to get going really quickly there, as did James Dennison. So, and in fact, I think there was a little bit of contact further back, because already dragging a bumper is James Cole. So I'm not quite sure what happened in the MGZRs there, but that was not the best of starts, I don't think, for the MGZRs.
No, yeah, I think question marks will be raised over that one, but for the most part, our pole sitter has more or less run away with that one, hasn't he? Darren Claydon immediately on the uptake. He's just trying to run away now in the lead of the race behind the wheel of that Porsche 944 Series 2, but then it's everybody else thereafter. You've still got Andrew Rogerson trying to carve his way through the best part of the order as well, and as you mentioned, obviously this is split into 2 parts, so we could see the MGs at points maybe compromising others' races, not doing it on purpose just because they want to race, but then come the end of the race, the final 20 minutes, we may see it all play out again.
Yeah, no, it's just a series for those cars that are competing in the Future Classics, those that will remain out for the full 40 minutes, but for the MGZRs, it is a championship, so they've got championship points that they need to try and work out, and the man that's dragging his bumper around, James Cole, is the championship leader coming into this weekend, so here he goes over the start-finish line. If he can't shed that bumper, I do fear a black and orange flag might come out for him, a mechanical warning flag, which would bring him into the pit lane to enable him to get the bumper ripped off. But if that happens, he's going to lose all of the places that he is looking to try and gain. He really needs to almost run over a curb and see if he can dislodge the bumper.
Yeah, and if you had a teammate, it'd be great, because you'd almost be pointing as if to go, just drive into the back of me, let's get rid of this bumper. But I don't think it's going to work quite that easy. At the moment, Nick Rinlow is really starting to apply that pressure onto the tail of Tom Butler for what is second place outright, and of course in the Future Classics. By way of the MGs at the moment, it is still the yellow and black car of Andrew Rogerson, who is coming under a little bit of pressure from James Dennison. We saw James yesterday go very, very well. Today, he's trying to do much of the same. He's applying that pressure at all of the right points, because he knows now, Andrew Rogerson, there's only so far forward he can go before he gets compromised by those Future Classics.
Yeah, Andrew Rogerson, we've not seen a great deal of in the championship this year. He's not scored many championship points, but he is a very, very quick driver. He's been racing MGs for a huge amount of years. Look at how much curb he took through Paddock Hill Bend. That unsettled the car. He's trying to get past Nick Rinlow. Can the MG car do it on the brakes? No, the Porsche still hangs on to third overall in the race. But Andrew Rogerson back to MG racing this year, having raced in the UK Legends Championship in the little 5/8 scale motorcycle engined cars last year.
Yeah, and I suppose he's already found a home, hasn't he? Because he's really starting to push on. And you said the amount of curb. That's confidence in the car. He knows that maybe the car can take it, maybe not every single lap, but he knows that every now and then, if he needs to use a bit more curb than usually required, he can get away with it. But now all of a sudden, whilst he looks to the outside of Nick Rinlow, that's left him vulnerable to James Dennison, because he's tried to draw himself up the inside in the gap that he's left. They will be absolutely neck and neck as they come towards the line. If they continue to battle, there are cars behind them that will try and reap the rewards from that, but over the line, James Dennison will be classified in the lead of the MG Trophy by 22 1/1000ths of a second, and James Dennison does go through up the inside by the time they get to turn 1. If they continue to battle, the car we mentioned, Matthew Harvey, he's not far away in third.
Yeah, Matthew Harvey is there as well. Now, Andrew Rogerson is trying a late break move around the outside at Druids, and if he can make it stick, that gives him the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. James Dennison almost pushes him wide, but Andrew Rogerson has got his nose back ahead and has the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Leaps over the curb, retakes takes the lead of the MG Trophy. Isn't that slow on the exit either, so hangs on to it. And now that we've got all of that squabbling happening, he is absolutely right there with him. Car number 120, Matthew Harvey, wants in on the fun.
Yep, he does indeed. And if they battle to the extreme, Tyler Ballard isn't really that far away. Neither is the car of James Cole sat in the background, but of course he still has that rear bumper hanging off. That has got the attentions of the stewards to award him a black and orange mechanical warning flag, as he may not be aware that that bumper has tried to part ways with the cars. Back over the line goes Andrew Rogerson, still leading James Dennison, who it seems like they've found quite a nice median where they, even if they are battling, they're not going to pass Nick Rinlow, but ideally Andrew Rogerson, he will want to get that Porsche in between himself and James Dennison.
Yes, absolutely. That would be what he'd be looking to try and do, and then at least he's got a little bit of breathing space. Again, he tries that outside line round through Druids, and he's got the inside line on Nick Rinlow, and he's going to go through, and the Porsche is now between Andrew Rogerson and the car that's second in the MG Trophy. However, on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, James Dennison tries to come back, but the Porsche will have the legs in a straight line, so Nick Rinlow hangs on to this. This black and orange flag for James Cole is really good news for Matthew Harvey in terms of the championship, because Matthew Harvey is third of the MG Trophy cars. He also goes past Nick Rinlow as well now, and can now focus his attentions on James Dennison. And of course, Matthew Harvey second in the championship. James Cole, black and orange flag, the championship leader. This is really going to open up the championship for the MG Trophy.
It very much is, and we're running out of the 2024 calendar for the MG Trophy, aren't we? So it's just starting to get closer and closer. We've got one more round at Snetterton in around about a month's time, but now we've got Andrew Rogerson looking all the way around the outside of the green BMW of Tom Butler. He couldn't quite get the move done, but of course similar issues with Rinlow. The BMW will be quicker in a straight line, the MG substantially quicker through the corners.
James Cole about to leave the pit lane, the championship leader. The rear bumper has been ripped off his car. He rejoins the race, so there's no danger of that bumper depositing itself in the middle of the circuit. James Rogerson dives decisively up the inside of Tom Butler's BMW, and straight away as the door is open, James Dennison thinks, right, I'm going to have a bit of this as well. I've got to stay on the coattails of Andrew Rogerson if I want to try and claim the win in the MG Trophy. But of course, in a straight line, Tom Butler's Beamer has a bit more legs over the MG ZRs, and he carves his way back through and ahead on the brakes, though Andrew Rogerson will brake later. He goes back up the inside, the door is open, James Dennison goes back through.
Yeah, Andrew Rogerson, I think a late move to the inside. He had to jump on the brakes and use a bit of steering as well, so the car was slightly unsettled by the time he arrived at Paddock Hill Bend. It's already undulating, as we saw yesterday evening, Mark, just how much undulation there is into the corner, let alone on the way out. But Andrew Rogerson doing absolutely everything he can to just maintain the gap he currently has between himself and James Dennison, and hopefully try and see the checkered flag first. But of course, Matthew Harvey, he doesn't want to get caught up behind the car of Tom Butler, because Tyler Ballard isn't too far away. He needs to maintain that third or try and carve his way further up the order, because as you say, now with the massively compromised James Cole, this is absolutely going to split open the championship.
Yeah, you know the best result that Andrew Rogerson has had so far this year in the MG Trophy?
Gone.
5th. Those are the only points he has claimed from the first race at Alton Park. He didn't start the second race. He didn't start either race at Thruxton. He didn't finish either race at Silverstone. He's had pretty much a rotten season. So a win would be long overdue for Andrew Rogerson. But if he wants it, he's going to have to keep working for it, isn't he? Because he has still got shadowing him James Dennison. However, in third place now in the MG Trophy, Matthew Harvey is coming under pressure because the light metallic blue car of Tyler Ballard has really closed in, and they're both bottled up behind the light green BMW of Tom Butler.
They are indeed. So Tyler Ballard will just apply pressure at the right places just to try and force a mistake from Matthew Harvey, or maybe get him over eager for a move on Tom Butler and force a mistake that way. We do also have Darren Clayton still leading the way, but he is being caught by the car of Andrew Rogerson, because last time through he set the fastest lap of the race of a 57.139, and now diving his way up the inside is Matthew Harvey. Two cars on the same lap, set exactly the same lap, which was the fastest lap. I've never seen that before, 2 purple laps in the space of one.
Yeah, 57.139. However, that has just been bettered. James Dennison has just posted another new fastest lap of the race of a 56.724 that time through. Tyler Ballard so close to squeezing his way through and past Matthew Harvey, but still that light green BMW of Tom Butler is just ahead of the two MG Trophy cars that are fighting over what is 5th and 6th overall in the race. But remember, it's 3rd and 4th of the MG Trophy section. How long have we got of the MG Trophy still to go?
Another 11
minutes of this yet. Wow.
Yeah, so plenty of time for the complexion of this race to change. James Cole back over the line with his lights ablaze. He's trying to minimise the damage from the pit visit with the black and orange mechanical warning flag. Tyler Ballard still applying all the pressure in the right places for Matthew Harvey, because they both want to try and get through and past Tom Butler. But as we've seen already with Andrew Rogerson and James Dennison, he's not going to make it easy. James Dennison looks to the outside at turn 1 and Andrew Rogerson. The door doesn't open up, so the top 2 in the MG Trophy remain as they are. But of course, that's not only the battle for the lead in the MG Trophy, it's the battle for the win in class, the battle for the win outright, and the battle that we've been watching between Matthew Harvey and Tyler Ballard. Again, that's 3rd and 4th overall and in class.
What James Dennison does need to be very careful about at the wheel of his black and light green MG ZR is going beyond the track limits. He's done it once, you get away with it. You do it a second time, you get a black and white warning flag. That's what he's done. He's done it a second time. He's got black and white warning flag. If he does it again, it's going to be a 5-second penalty for him.
It will indeed, and Tyler Ballard is gone. So a big look up the inside there from James Dennison. Just as I was looking out the window at Tyler Ballard, James Dennison further up the road is applying all the pressure in the world onto Andrew Rogerson. The pair of them are closing in on Darren Clayton for the lead of the race. So again, we could see Andrew Rogerson try and put a car between himself and James Dennison, but he's not going to get a moment to breathe at this point, is he?
No, so they're about to come up and place a lap on the MG Montego this time through. So Darren Clayton dives up the inside of the back marker. Andrew Rogerson goes through. Back marker staying neatly out of the way. Doesn't want to get involved. So good driving by Anthony Walsh there, who runs not in the MG Trophy. It is an MG, it's a Montego, but he runs in Future Classics. Now Andrew Rogerson might get the lead of the race here because Darren Clayton made a mistake coming out of Graham Hill Bend, and he's getting caught by Andrew Rogerson in a straight line. Has the MG got the grunt? Yes, he goes through, picks up the lead of the race. I think Darren Clayton let them go there because I saw him flick the indicator on. He doesn't need to be involved, does he? Because I think he might be coming into the pits at the end of this lap. The pit window has just opened for those that are running in Advantage Motorsport Future Classics.
But that's very slow regardless for Darren Clayton. I don't know whether that's an issue or he looked down at his timer and thought he may be closer to pit window opening and wanted to make sure he was the right side of the pit window opening. So that means we have now only got 9 minutes remaining of the MG Trophy aspect of the race, and into the pit lane also comes Nick Rinlow, but something can't be right with Darren Clayton's car because that just doesn't look sort of right, does it?
Just the body language of the car is telling you, he's coming into the pit lane slower than he ought to be. Nick Rinlow is conducting the mandatory pit stop. We've also got the beautifully prepared, it really does look good, Jack Sandal Brownlee Rover 216 GTI coming in.
He was locked in a battle with the 281 BMW, which was started by Simon Spooner. They were separated by absolutely nothing when they came into the pit lane. So obviously Josh Smith is yet to get behind the wheel of the BMW. Once all is said and done pit stop wise, I've got a feeling the Rover and the BMW will be fighting tooth and nail to get to the end of the race.
Yeah, we've got fight tooth and nail for the overall lead of the race. Andrew Rogerson is really feeling the pinch from James Dennison, who is having another little look as he's going to sit in the slipstream. He's going to try and prise the door open on the inside going in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Underwood tried to close it, but then realised that there would have been contact as they got so close to each other. So he takes a wide sweep in towards Paddock Hill Bend to try and get the undercut on the way back out. And I think Andrew Rogerson, just having briefly lost the lead of the race, is now desperate to try and hang on to it as the two go side by side through Druids, all the way around the outside, trying to James Dennison to try and hang on to the lead of the race, but he can't quite do it. Andrew Rogerson has retaken the lead of the race, having just lost it, a quarter of a lap ago.
It's a brilliant battle to watch for the outright race lead and, of course, the lead in the MG Trophy. So for the moment, Andrew Rogerson is just about doing enough, but all the way around the outside, James Dennison is giving it a go. If he can maintain the outside, he might just be able to hold on to the position, but no, the door slams shut, and remaining in the lead of the race is Andrew Rogerson, but potentially with a better run out of the final corner is James Dennison, as he had a slightly less compromised line. Returning to the circuit is Darren Clayton, so maybe he was just rather slow on the way in. Does it sound rather flat? No, it could have been the Rover that's rejoining the circuit, but the top two go back over the line. Andrew Rogerson and James Dennison absolutely together once again.
Yep, so through and over the start-finish line now comes Matthew Harvey. Remember, he's lying second in the championship standings at the wheel of the number 120 MG Trophy car, the ZR. He's still got Tyler Ballard right with him. The overall race leaders picking their way through a busy section of traffic up there at Druids, and that busy section of traffic also includes Darren Clayton, who had been leading the race, remember, but he has now pitted. Also squeezing their way through and past another Porsche 944. That is the very much works liveried Porsche back from the 1980s of Piers Bridgman Williams, who will hand over to his son Theo for part two of the race. So Darren Clayton, having completed his pit stop, moves out of the way, lets the MG ZRs go through. Andrew Rogerson still leading the way. Remember, the MG Trophy cars only will keep going for another 6.5 minutes before part one of this race in total is over, and that means that their checkered flag would come out in reality. So through they come, nothing to choose between them. Is James Dennison going to have a nibble this time at Paddock Hill Bend? No, he's not. A wide sweep in, see what he can do on the way out, but I don't think he's quite going to get there.
No, bouncing over the curbs though once again is Andrew Rogerson. That put the car up onto two wheels. That will leave him vulnerable as he lost the momentum on the climb up towards Druids. He peels the car over to the right hand side to defend from James Dennison, who now has the fastest lap of the race with a 56.724. compared to the 56.774 by race leader Andrew Rogerson, who's under big pressure once again, and Darren Claydon in a straight line. He is more than comfortable, but as soon as you get to the twiddly bits, a bit of contact between the pair of them.
There was, yeah, just a light rub really as James Dennison kept his foot in, and Andrew Rogerson tried to cover off the move from James Dennison, who had a quicker exit coming out of Graham Hill Bend. So there was just a little touch between the two of them that for a split second just unsettled the tail end of Andrew Rogerson's car, but it was more of a love tap and an innocent one at that. Oh, Darren Claydon so early on the throttle coming out of Clearways and up towards Clark Curve, almost put two wheels in the gravel trap. In a straight line, his Porsche is quicker than the MG ZRs. He goes back through again, and on the brakes, of course, the MGs are better, and Andrew Rogerson sneaks his way back through. Such a shame this isn't for the overall lead, because Darren Claydon, remember, has pitted because he's got a mandatory pit stop to do. The MGs don't.
What a brilliant move, however, by Andrew Rogerson. He knew that Darren Claydon would get in front, and he thought, right, you'll leave room on the inside, I'll make it if you don't, and threw the car up the inside later on the brakes, got the car slowed down. But now, more importantly for Andrew Rogerson, at least for now, James Dennison has got a car between him and his race lead.
If you are playing with a football on the South Bank, a young man playing with a green football on the South Bank, can you just pop it in the boot for the rest of the day? The one thing we don't want are footballs being miskicked and going onto the circuit, please. So if you are playing football on the South Bank, or you can see somebody is, tap them on the shoulder, tell them to put it in the boot, have a kickabout later on.
Yeah, absolutely. But Tyler Ballard is now really starting to fall away, if anything, from Matthew Harvey. We saw Tyler Ballard close in massively to Matthew Harvey, but that gap has opened up. I think Darren Claydon tried to give it another go around the outside of Andrew Rogerson, but missed a gear on the run in towards turn one, so that's compromised him. All of a sudden, the lead in the MG Trophy has massively opened up.
It really has, hasn't it? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, though, as to whether James Dennison can latch himself back onto the coattails of Andrew Rogerson, or whether Andrew Rogerson has now escaped the grasp of James Dennison, who has had a brilliant race, I would say, James Dennison. He's put Andrew Rogerson under a raft of pressure and has tried everything, but it's been fair, but really hard racing between the pair of them.
Proper racing. There's been penalties gifted. Sam Meager has got a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits, and a 10-second time penalty has gone the way of Pierce Bridgman Williams, who will be, have they come into the pit lane? Yes, they have, so it will be Theo, but obviously the track limits warnings will have been afforded to the car and not the driver, so you might get in and you've not got any track limits to play with.
No, bonnet is up and in the pit lane, I'm afraid, for Andrew Walsh, so all is not well with the Montego. Not quite sure what has happened. Jack Stewart is also in the pit lane at the wheel of the number 168 Mazda MX-5, whilst the squabbles still out on circuit continue. We are looking at the moment at one car that's looking rather smoky as it comes in towards the pit lane, and that is Jack Meager.
Yeah, with a penalty, of course. He's just got that penalty, and I saw it as well, just on the run through the final couple of corners. Looked very smoky indeed. I'm still keeping an eye on the Simon Spooner, Josh Smith BMW. As soon as that car comes in, I'm going to keep a close eye on where it comes out. I'd imagine they will come out somewhere near Jack Sandal Brownlee in the white and orange SP Motorsport Rover 216. Now James Dennison squeezes his way back up the inside of Darren Claydon. But that's just before a long straight, so he'll get back by again.
Yeah, we know what's going to happen. Here comes Darren Claydon. Porsche goes back through. An action replay, really, of what happened a couple of laps ago and a couple of laps before that. So, yeah, Darren Claydon and James Dennison delivering pretty much identical lap times. But again, it's the way they deliver them that's different. The Porsche's quicker in a straight line. The MG's better on the brakes and through the corners.
Yeah, absolutely. So Darren Claydon last time through with a 58 dead, effectively, but yeah, very similar to the MGs. We've only got just over 2 minutes remaining of the MG Trophy, so we'll wait and see as to exactly how that's going to play out. But the top four have spread out rather substantially, and ever since we've seen Tyler Ballard fall away, we do have a penalty now, actually, going out for the car we just mentioned, that being James Dennison, and that's a 5-second time penalty. You said he was exceeding track limits.
Yeah, and here he goes again, back at the inside of Darren Claydon's Porsche. Oh, almost just leans on him. There was so little daylight between the pair of those there as they almost bounced off each other. So he goes back through and ahead of Darren Claydon, but James Dennison has now picked up that 5-second penalty. He was given the warning flag, wasn't he, a few laps ago? He's clearly run wide again, and that now plays beautifully into the hands in terms of the MG Trophy for Andrew Rogerson. And it also plays beautifully into the hands of Matthew Harvey at the wheel of car number 120, because he is less than 5 seconds behind James Dennison. So on corrected times, car number 120 would move up to second overall.
Only just, though, isn't it? 0.2 of a second. So he's got to make sure now, regardless, Matthew Harvey can build that, or at least close down that margin to make sure he can outscore James Dennison, and more importantly, outscore the car of James Cole, who is still out there and circulating following his trip into the pit lane. Jack Meagher is coming under a bit of pressure now by Jack Woodcock, and we've only got one more lap left. I think Jack Woodcock is just a little bit too far away in the white and orange 248 MG, but with only, 40 seconds remaining, that'll be enough for one lap, just as Andrew Rogerson breaks the beam. Another couple of laps, we could have seen a brilliant 3-horse battle. Yeah, let's just have a quick look. Over the start-finish line they come now. So Matthew Harvey being chased by Tyler Ballard, being chased by then the next of the cars, which is Jack Woodcock. All of them pretty much together. And of course, remember, they are fighting over what ultimately will be now the 3rd, 4th and 5th in the MG Trophy. It looks so James Dennison has overcome that 5-second penalty, isn't he? He's second of the MG Trophy cars, but is now more than 5 seconds up the road from those behind. So even on corrected times, he'd stay where he is. Yeah, absolutely. So he can just make sure he keeps the car within the white lines again until the end of the race. Car number 1 has been given a 5-second penalty, that being Tyler Ballard. At least that's what it says on the LED board over the start-finish line. We look out of our left-hand side window, and to win the MG Trophy, it's Andrew Rogerson. What a way to bounce back, and what a return to MGs. It's been a long time coming, hasn't it? It has, yep. So part 1 of the race completed. In other words, that's the checkered flag for the MG Trophy cars. They will continue still at full race pace and come back in towards the pit lane. Tyler Ballard almost gets undone on the run to the start-finish line by Jack Woodcock. But as we say, we believe he has picked up a 5-second penalty. So in terms of the MG Trophy, looks as though it is number 13, Andrew Rogerson, that claims the win. Second is 141, James Dennison. Third is going to be car number 120, which is Matthew Harvey. Fourth is going to be number 1, Tyler Ballard. And fifth is going to be car number 248, Jack Woodcock, in the MG Trophy. Completing the MG Trophy should be the championship leader, James Cole, over the start-finish line now. So that's your MG Trophy top 6, and they will now have received their checkered board as such, which means with 19 minutes on the clock, they'll peel their way into the pit lane, and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics race still continues. I did worry that Jack Woodcock may not have seen the race part 1 finished board, obviously with how he was positioned next to Tyler Ballard, but I think he has seen it, and they will come into the pit lane. Back over the line now goes Darren Claydon. We've got a driver of the race to try and work out for MG Trophy, and I think we've both agreed on that. We won't mention it over commentary because it does get awarded separately by the organisers. It does indeed. I'm not sure whether it's that for the MG Trophy or the Future Classics or both. We'll have to. I think it's both, yeah. I think it's both as well. We'll have to confirm that. Back over the line goes Jack Sandal Brownlee. I'm still waiting for that red BMW to trickle its way into the pit lane in the hands of Simon Spooner. He will be handing over to Joshua Smith, the BMW 325i, just going over the start-finish line now, whilst being passed by the Theo Bridgman Williams Porsche 944 Series 2. But what that has done, obviously still pre-pit stops, in the lead of the race is in theory Tom Butler in that lime green BMW E30. And then it is that Spooner and Smith shared BMW 281 machine, who is out there at the moment just having dropped behind the Theo Bridgman Williams driven 944 Series 2. I guess it's all eyes Darren Claydon, because he's had a busy race, but none of it is actually going to be dictated by the position he is in. No, he's been fighting with MGs all of the time. Now all the MGs have disappeared in towards the pit lane. We've also got to now conducting his mandatory pit stop. Car number 223, Tom Butler, comes in at the wheel of the light green BMW. So Advantage Motorsport Future Classics have still got another 2 and a bit minutes before the pit window closes for them. So, and not many of them have pitted. So most of them do now need to come in, do they? How many have we not got pitted? Oh no, there's not that many that haven't pitted, I don't think. No, I think that the majority of the timing screen is made up by the MGs, which of course don't have a pit stop to serve. One of the final cars to come in is Simon Spooner in the BMW 325i, who has inherited the lead of the race. All I want to see is that car return to the circuit with Joshua Smith and hopefully resume their battle with Jack Sandal-Brownlee in that Rover, which is so incredibly loud.
We're just at that stage of the race now where it's a bit confusing and difficult to follow, isn't it? So we'll give you a full rundown of the order, which will then exclude the MG trophies because their race is done and dusted. So we'll give you a rundown of the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics once everybody has pitted, and then they've reasserted themselves back onto circuit following their outlap. So that's going to be a couple of minutes away before we manage to do that. So car number 281 leading the race at this stage, Simon Spooner, but he will have to come into the pit lane and hand over to Josh Smith. He doesn't need to do it this lap.
No.
He could afford to do it the next lap. So he's not going to do it on this lap. Yeah, over the start-finish line he comes, and with a minute and 15 seconds to go before the pit window closes, he's got to come in car number 281 at the end of this lap.
I think he was supposed to come in that lap because Joshua Smith was sat there with his arms in the air as if to go, oh, well, he's just got another lap, has he? So waving quite dramatically to try and get that car in, absolutely showing them the board as well to make sure that they can see that, or at least Simon Spooner can see, he needs to come into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Otherwise, he will be outside of the pit window. He's just picking his way down in towards Graham Hill Bend now. On the brakes, pitches the car in. And you can imagine for him, he may not have been expecting to lock himself into a battle with a car in a separate class because, of course, Jack Sandal-Brownlee in that Rover 216 GTI is in class FF compared to this BMW, which is in class FC. And the difference here is quite a substantial amount of engine capacity. But they were locked in a brilliant battle. Are they going to come in? Has Simon Spooner seen the team's call? Yes, he has. So into the pit lane he will come with 18 seconds to spare.
Yep, so bang on cue into the pit lane he comes. He left that quite late, didn't he? By the time he breaks the beam, though, at pit lane entry, 10 seconds remain. So it was perfectly timed. It was never in doubt, was it, in reality? And the Rover 216 GTI is in the pit lane. That is for the second time. So is that some sort of problem for Jack Sandal-Brownlee?
Just
your squabble isn't going to happen, is it?
The cars I wanted to come in, one of them had, the second one just has, and then the other one thought, you know what, let's come straight back in again. So Simon Spooner jumps out, Joshua Smith jumps his way into the 281 BMW, the Rover.
Yeah, don't forget the steering wheel's on the roof at the moment, so once you've got the driver in, remember that you need a steering wheel to get out there.
And your mechanic's mobile phone is on the roof as well.
Yes,
so
yes.
That could get very expensive very quickly.
Well, they've remembered the steering wheel, they just need to remember the mobile phone on the roof now.
Yes.
Again, you know, brilliant work by the marshal, spotting the fact that one of the seat belts clearly isn't over the hands device, and you could see the marshal gesticulating, saying, no, come on, need to sort that.
Yeah, and the mechanic as well, realising his phone's on the roof. I think that's the stopwatch to make sure they're the right side of 90 seconds. But I think, unfortunately for Jack Sandal-Brownlee, he will either be... And back into the pit lane as well comes Darren Claydon. Has this race all of a sudden become rather attritional?
It does. It now means that Tom Butler at the wheel of the light green BMW picks up the lead of the race. And who's right behind him? Nick Rinlow at the wheel of the Porsche. So the battle for first and second heads up towards Druids, as out of the pit lane now comes that number 281 BMW that is in the hands of Josh Smith. And you've just spotted we've had a new fastest lap of the race popped in.
We have. Theo Bridgman-Williams in the PBW Motorsport 944 Series 2 has just popped in the fastest lap of the race, that 56.712. And whilst they do have a penalty to be applied, that's exactly the way to go about minimising the damage of said penalty. But at the moment, the battle for the lead, it could hot up here, couldn't it? Because Nick Rinlow is all over the coattails of Tom Butler, and we've still got 13 and a bit minutes to go.
Yeah, so here they come. This is lap number 26 that's about to be completed. The light green BMW of Tom Butler leading the way, but not by much. The gap was just over 1 3/4 seconds last time through. This time through, it comes down to 1.1 seconds. So Nick Rinlow is pushing hard. You can still see the novice cross on the back of Nick Rinlow's Porsche, the yellow square with the black diagonal cross through the centre of it, meaning that he hasn't as yet completed 6 races in his racing career. You get a signature for each race in which you complete. You can only get a maximum of 2 over a weekend, and once you've got 6 signatures on your licence, you can remove that novice cross.
You can indeed, and you can also, again, another motive to help us out by marshalling. You can pick up a signature for marshalling as well.
You can, and there's one driver was doing it yesterday, wasn't there?
Was it Ian Everett's son?
It was, yeah.
Yes. So again, another member of the Classic Sports Car Club, his son who he's raced with. Again, another day's worth of marshalling, or his first day's worth of marshalling, picking up a signature on his racing licence onto his upgrade card. All of a sudden, these two have got very close indeed.
And you wouldn't guess they were both novices, because Tom Butler's has got a novice cross on the back as well, but the way they're driving, looks like they've got far more experience. Over the start-finish line, they'll both go. The lead advantage down to just 0.7 of a second this time through. So in the last couple of laps, the Porsche of Nick Rinlow has brought that gap down by a full second to the race leader, Tom Butler.
Yeah, he's pushing on, isn't he, Nick? And that Porsche, you'd imagine through the twiddly bits, might not quite be so responsive with a lot of the weight being over that rear axle. But in a straight line, you'd imagine it's very quick indeed. And out of the corners, you have to be rather tentative if you're Nick Rinlow as well, because you can imagine the Porsche will like to wag its tail. But Tom Butler, he has driven a rather defensive race so far. When we saw the MG Trophy getting in on the mix, he was less than sort of, I don't want to say less than helpful, but he understood that he's got his own race to worry about, and he wasn't just going to let the MGs by. And did make it hard work for them. You can imagine what it will be like when he's actually involved in this battle with Nick Rinlow. I think he will be defending as the sun comes out. The temperature will continue to rise throughout the day. We've been treated to some brilliant weather so far this weekend, much better than what we saw on Saturday. The gap comes out for the first time in a while.
It does, yep. So 1/10.5 of a second quicker was the race leader compared to Nick Rinlow last time through. So the gap just extends very, very slightly. It's still hovering around a second at this stage, up towards the braking area for Druids. The lead pair still go. Tom Butler still having to work hard at the wheel of the race-leading BMW. Nick Rinlow looks as though through the first part of this lap he's reeled him back in again once more, and he's pretty much on his bumper as they head out of Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight. Next time through, they will be starting their 30th lap of the race, and it won't be that much longer before they start to meet a little bit of traffic once more, which will be, first of all, the Mazda MX-5 of Jack Stewart, and that little Mazda MX-5 is involved in its own little squabble, isn't it, with the Volkswagen Golf that lies ahead, which is going to be Daniel Baker's car.
Yeah, so there will be further battles to commence, and of course traffic can either massively play into your hands or massively play against them, but the traffic up the road is fighting away. So Jack Stewart is now looking up the inside of the number 85 Volkswagen Golf of Daniel Baker. Whereabouts are they?
They're not fighting the position, a full lap between them, yeah.
But they're enjoying it by the looks of it, absolutely nose to tail. They were side by side on the run in towards turn 1, and that's the last thing that Tom Butler will want to see up the road. Nick Rinlow will be rubbing his hands together thinking, if you two keep battling, just compromise Tom enough for me to have a look. And there's so much more curb usage on the run through Graham Hill Bend from Nick Rinlow. More than comfortable just throwing the Porsche over the curbs.
The Mazda MX-5 is going to sneak through and ahead of Daniel Baker's Volkswagen Golf, and rightly so, because whilst they are 5th and 6th respectively, there's actually a full lap difference between the pair of them. So it was placing a lap on that car. For Nick Rinlow, can he throw anything more at Tom Butler? Well, he's got 9 minutes in which to do it, 9.5 to be precise. They've got that little bit of traffic up the road that they need to deal with. They've also got Les Conway's white number 62 BMW that is also going to come into the mixture before too much longer. So up towards Paddock Hill Bend they'll go. Through the right-hander. Now for Tom Butler, he's got to make the right decisions here, isn't he? What to deal with the back markers, how many to try and pick off on the run up towards Druids.
Yeah, so it's all down to this traffic management. I was looking at Theo Bridgman-Williams' consistency. He's lapping within 500 of his personal fastest lap, which happens to be the overall fastest lap. So that consistency throughout a long race is absolutely going to stand him in good stead. Nick Rinlow, unfortunately, gets slightly compromised by the number 85 Golf of Daniel Baker, so that just allows Tom Butler to extend the margin a little bit, but there's still 8.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so still plenty of time for him to catch back up onto the coattails of Tom Butler. Tom Butler, in the meantime, has got, again, a little bit more traffic that he will come up to, not maybe for the next lap or two, but again, there's going to be work to be done as and when he catches the back of Jack Stewart's Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, so he can concentrate his efforts at the moment on trying to push on, trying to maintain that small advantage that he's built through the traffic on Nick Rinlow, and then hope that he meets that traffic in the right place. Is he going to meet it this lap? I'm not sure he is. It's going to be towards the tail end of the lap if he does.
Yeah, it'll be tight, won't it? But Nick Rinlow, his first part of this lap has been absolutely perfect. In towards turn 1, he was so late on the brakes, he closed up to Tom Butler just in that section, and then on the exit and the run up towards Druids, massively closed in. By the time we get to Graham Hill Bend, he's closed in once more. I think it's just the start-finish straight where Tom Butler can extend the margin enough to hopefully get what he needs. A flash of the lights as well from Tom Butler, just to try and warn the Mazda MX-5 of Jack Stewart up the road. He's on his way, and he has Nick Rinlow all over his tail. This is probably the closest closest we've seen them all race, Mark.
Yeah, Marshall's also waving the blue flag, so Jack Stewart will be aware that some of the quicker cars are approaching him. And are they going to get through this time on the start-finish line? Yes, Tom Butler should be able to squeeze his way through and past, and goes past Jack Stewart on the start-finish line. Nick Rinlow also dives the Porsche up the inside of the Mazda MX-5 and briefly snatches a break on the unloaded wheel going in towards Paddock Hill Bend. So they both clear the back marker in time, and it's at this section of the circuit, isn't it? Paddock Hill Bend, Druids and Graham Hill Bend, where Nick Rinlow really seems to close up onto the coattails of the Beamer.
Yeah, he really does, and you could see with that slight snatched brake, I don't think that was just too much pressure through the brake. I think that was just as that undulation which we mentioned, as it fell away, the tyre lost a bit of grip by way of connection to the racing surface, and Nick Rinlow, he's closed in once more.
Yeah, he has closed in once more. We've had another new fastest lap of the race, just popped in by the number 6 car of Theo Bridgman-Williams, the number 6 Porsche, 56.660 seconds from him. So he is really pushing beautifully hard since he's taken over the car from his father, Piers Bridgman-Williams. For the lead of the race, though, with now 6.5 minutes still remaining, it is still Tom Butler that leads the way in the BMW. In second place is Nick Rinlow. If you are playing with that football on the South Bank, please, 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 can you put it in the boot? We don't want a football disappearing onto the tracks, and there we go. As we've said it, you've kicked it through into an area you now can't get to. So please leave it where it is, sir, and we will collect it at the end of the day. So that deals with that one straight away.
Yeah, it does indeed. Race control just informing us of that one as well. But another overall fastest lap of the race, that goes the way of Theo Bridgman-Williams, a 56.660. Perfect lap time for him, and perfect consistency for him to keep chipping away. Nick Rinlow, unfortunately, he's fallen outside of that 1 second margin, 1.3, almost to the thousandth now.
So race leaders back over the start-finish line, and more traffic to deal with. Anthony Walsh sees them coming at the wheel of the Montego, indicates to the left to let them know that he is going to stick to that side of the circuit. So over the start-finish line now go. The gap is back down to 3/4 of a second once more. There's a bit more smoke, is there not, coming from the back of Nick Rinlow's car? Saw it a couple of laps ago, and it just every now and again seems to puff a bit more out than it was doing at the beginning of the race.
And it seems just a bit more than overrun, really. You can see it is a very sort of, it's almost like a mist consistently under load, but it's heading down through the gears, it really starts to, it can't just be overrun, which makes me wonder, is there something slightly astray with that car? And you can see it, it is just it's that liquid potentially coming out of the rear of the car. I'm not sure, actually. It looks too smoky for anything else. I can only imagine there's either liquid falling onto a very hot engine component, or something is starting to go seriously wrong with that engine.
Well, that'd be air-cooled, wouldn't it? Because of the age of the car, so if it's liquid, it's certainly not going to be antifreeze.
No.
So what is it, is the next question. We'll see whether we can pick out as it comes over the start-finish line. So through comes Tom Butler, and that is coming from the engine bay, isn't it? That engine is getting poorly, and if I were Nick Rinlow, I could see that in my mirrors, I think I'd be easing things off and considering about heading into the pit lane. Yeah, otherwise it's going to be expensive, isn't it?
It would be very expensive. I would more than happily give up a potential win and almost a safe second place to go, you know what, I'd rather keep this car alive for another day. So down in towards Graham Hill Bend once again. Nick Rinlow gets very, very smoky indeed, and you're trying to pick out what it is. It's almost like a head gasket kind of smoke, isn't it, how the tail of that car. But if you're Tom Butler, you might be able to see this as well and thinking, you know what, we could be on all right here. But Nick Rinlow, I don't think he's got the message, because he will be all eyes forward.
He is at the moment. He's certainly not easing off. He's applying the pressure to Tom Butler, our race leader. 3.5 minutes to go. You can see Nick Rinlow is moving around a little bit more, so maybe it's depositing a little bit of oil onto the rear tyres of that car. And has he backed off a bit now? I think he has, hasn't he? I think he's realised that all is not well with the Porsche, and therefore the gap is now up north of a second. It's almost 1.1 seconds first to second.
It is, and visually you can see he's realised something's not well with that car. He's massively dialed that back, hasn't he? You can imagine that car will be coming into the pit lane come the end of this lap, and with 3 minutes to go, all he needed was a little bit more, but clearly it wasn't to be.
No, which means that Tom Butler has been let off the hook to a degree. Nick Rinlow slowing ever more now as he comes out of Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend. And I think he's going to be destined for the pits at the end of this lap. Even at these low speeds now, the smoke coming from the tail end of the car tells you that all is not well in the engine bay of the Porsche. So for Tom Butler, he was able to put up a stout defence to hang on to the lead of the race. He was also given that little bit of luck with the mechanical gremlins taking hold of Nick Rinlow's charge. And with literally, 3 laps to go, he is looking good now for a race win in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics.
Yep, he is indeed. So, unfortunately, Nick Rinlow will work his way into the pit lane, not the way he wanted his race to come to a head. Back over the start-finish line goes Tom Butler in what will now be quite a lonely first place. We await the arrival of the 281 Simon Spooner and Josh Smith. It's now piloted by Joshua Smith, the red BMW 325i. That's just coming towards the line now. Over the line they will go, and that should provide third place to Theo Bridgman-Williams, who just goes over the line there, who is closing down on that car up the road, albeit he is a lap down, I think.
Yes, he is, yeah. So the number 281 BMW is a full lap ahead of the number 6 car. So on circuit, it looks like there's about, what, 7 or 8 seconds between the pair of them, but there's not. There's a lap and 7 or 8 seconds between the pair of them. So our race leader is just about to start the penultimate lap of the race this time through. He's lapping in about 57.5 seconds as he comes over the start-finish line. Now there's 1 minute and 30 remaining. So onto the penultimate lap of the race goes Tom Butler. But as ever in Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, it's bittersweet, isn't it, when you claim a win? Because what you do is you'll head to Snetterton for the next round if Tom Butler is there, and he'll have an extra time penalty to spend in the pit lane. That's the way it works. The more races you win, the more time penalties you hand yourself for the next race in the pit lane.
Yeah, and of course, Darren Claydon, he's unfortunately gone into retirement, a big hitter in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. So to Jack Sandell-Brownlee, it's a shame to see him fall away, because he could have been on for potentially an overall podium as well. And yeah, it's a shame for Nick Rinlow, because he's down there and still sat in that very smoky Porsche 911. So hopefully all can be on the mend. But with 40 seconds remaining through the final corner for the penultimate time comes Tom Butler. And yeah, he'll feel like he's shooting himself in the foot, but a win's a win, and if the penalty goes with it, so be it.
Yep, so here he comes over the start-finish line. 30 seconds remain as he heads on to his final lap of the race, and is going to win this one by the best part of probably half to nearly 3/4 of a lap, because only now is the second place car in the hands of Josh Smith picking its way up onto the final section before it heads on to its final lap of the race. So here comes number 281 now over the start-finish line. Our race leader, though, is already heading on down in towards the braking area for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend for the final time. And therefore all he's got to do is along the Cooper Straight and make his way up towards Surtees and McLaren, and he will be on for a win in the penultimate race of the season for the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. Only one further race to come, and that will come at Snetterton. No, not at Snetterton. Yeah, one further race to come from the MGZRs, of course. Yeah, the Future Classics will have further races to come at the likes of Snetterton and Alton Park. So here he comes over the start-finish line. Tom Butler claims the win in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. Second is going to go the way of the number 281 car of Josh Smith. He is just about to thread his way up towards Clearways and then on towards Clark Curve. And third will go the way of the very enthusiastically driven but brilliantly well driven, because he'll pick up the fastest lap of the race, number 6 car in the hands of Theo Bridgman-Williams. So second place comes through now. Josh Smith and Simon Spooner scoop up the spoils, and third place, which is Piers Bridgman-Williams and Theo Bridgman-Williams, will complete the podium in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics.
So a brilliant race from the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, and of course the MG Trophy, which was a brilliant race in and of itself, but they were mixing it up with some of the Future Classics as well, which just made the race that much better. So as the cars work their way in towards the paddock area, the final car to come through and take the checkered flag is going to be the MG Montego Turbo of Tony Walsh. So by way of overall winners, we've got plenty of class winners in there as well, but it was the 223 machine of Tom Butler that took the outright race win. After 40 minutes of racing, he completed 40 laps. So Tom Butler took the win overall and won Class FC. It was then the 281 machine, Simon Spooner and Joshua Smith, that finished second overall, second in Class FC. It was then the Bridgman-Williams pairing, Piers and Theo, that finished third overall and won Class FB. It was then kind of a 168, that being in the hands of Jack Stewart and Tom Pugh, but it was just Jack Stewart for this race in the Mazda MX-5. He finished in what is fourth place and won Class FF. It was then the number 85 car of David Baker, the VW Golf, that finished in 5th place. Nick Rinlow, unfortunately retired, but will be classified in 6th. It was then car number 62 in the hands of Les Conway, the BMW 320i, that finished in 7th. And in 8th place, it was car number 117, that being Tony Walsh in the MG Montego. Unfortunately, we lost Darren Claydon and the number 3 machine of Jack Sandal Brownlee. And then the MGs, we've obviously ran you through the way in which that they finished, but the top 3, just for a bit of admin, was car number 13, that being Andrew Rogerson, the yellow and black car, followed then by James Dennison, and to finish the MG podium was car number 120, that being Matthew Harvey. So as I can see, we've got a couple of drivers already down there with Mark. Hopefully we can grab a word with our top 3, and I think I heard an outpour of emotion from even up here, Mark.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, there's a group of people cheering on the opposite side of the bank. I'm not sure who for, but Tom Butler certainly deserves a warm round of applause and deserves a well-earned drink as well, a glug of water. Tom, brilliant race. It was sort of a race in 3 parts, really. We had the MGZR section of the race, then we had the section where you're busy fighting away with Nick Rinlow, and then a section once he'd retired on your own.
I don't know what happened to him. Where did he disappear to?
Well, it started smoking, and I think he realised that all was not well in the engine bay.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, it was good though. Just very, very hot right now.
You certainly had to work. There was other than the final maybe half a dozen laps, there was no respite at all.
No, I had to just keep pushing. I didn't want to come anywhere other than first, basically. So.
And I noticed some cars still got the novice cross on the back, which tells me you haven't done that many races.
No, this is my 2nd race meeting.
2nd race meeting, and first ever win?
Yeah, no, it is, yeah. Well, I was in another championship, so, but I got first in class in that, so yeah.
Well done, many congratulations. Thank you. There we go. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Josh Smith, who brought the number 281 car towards the checkered flag in 2nd place. Simon started behind the wheel of the car, and you sort of had to wait maybe a lap or 2 more than you expected before you jumped in, but here we are, 2nd spot.
Yeah, we was calling him for like 3 laps.
He was busy enjoying himself too much.
He's going blind with his old age, that's what it is.
Talk us through the race.
Nothing to say, really. Simon did a really good start. Unless I had a tow rope, I couldn't keep up with the guys in front. Yeah, no, it was good. Yeah, it was very loose and very sideways. I don't know what else to say.
But you're still driving it as hard as you could?
Yes, yeah, probably too hard to be fair. But yeah, it's good fun.
Well done, many congratulations. And let's see if we can grab a quick word with Theo Bridgman-Williams, who finished in 3rd place, having taken over the car from his dad, who's coming down the pit lane as well, Piers Bridgman-Williams. Theo, congratulations. The car picked up a 5-second penalty, but you also finished 3rd and set the fastest lap of the race.
Well, literally all of this is news to me, because I thought I was like 8th or 9th. I was trying to see where the other 9th or 4th, and I was like, it can't be that far ahead. So I'm a bit knackered. Might go sleep for a little bit. But yeah, that's pretty mega. That's the highest I've ever finished overall, so over the moon, really.
And the car, you know, iconic livery, it works, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, the livery easily adds a couple of seconds a lap, you know, so that does all the work.
We'll grab a very quick word with Dad Piers as well. You started behind the wheel of the car. You've been a CSCC driver for a good number of years. Still enjoying yourself out there?
Yes, pretty much. It's down to him. He was going so quickly, it's beautiful. But it just makes me feel happy and proud.
It's nice, isn't it, when you race with your son?
Yeah.
Something very special about it.
Yeah, and there's such a super club too. They look after everybody. It's brilliant.
Well, it's great to see you back out. Many congratulations to the Bridgman-Williams family for finishing in 3rd position, but already I'll hand you back upstairs because the next race is already on the grid.
It is, thank you very much, Mark. We will have the next race already getting underway. This is another 40-minute race, pit stop race as well, of course, for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens and the Viren Builders Open Series, but only the Sevens, sort of the only 7 variants in the Britannia Builders Open Series. So starting on pole position, car number 51, Christian Pittard. He lines up alongside car number 98, John Cutmore, 51 and 98 on row 1. Row 2 is Colin Watson. He's got Jeremy Adams alongside. And row 3 is made up of Tim Ralph and Stephen Collins. Row 4, Richard Carter has got Luke Charoux for company. And then on to row 5, we've got William Redman and Tim Davis rounding out your top 10 starters. Then it's John Bryant and Charlie Morgan on row 6. Row 7 is Trevor Harbour and Bruce Wilson. And heading on to row 8, you've got Martin Leadbeater and James Randall, who will hand over to Stephen Spicer at the midpoint of the race. Martin Dolan lines up alongside Nigel Liddell on row 9, and on row 10 of the grid you've got Simon Parker alongside James Melody, rounding out your 20-strong car field. And This is where we see some very, very quick lap times throughout this weekend. There's some fabulously developed cars out there on circuit at the moment, and they produce all kind of different power outputs. They're all split into various different classes to match that. But of course, as soon as you mix Cold Hearts Mag 7s and Open Series, you end up with all kinds of battles out there as well. So who will get the best start from the front row? Will it be John Cutsmore in the supercharged Spire RB7? Obviously, motorbike engined, it will rev very quickly. He might get a good start here. On car number 51, Christian Pittard in his 2.2 litre Caterham 7. So the red lights are on. We'll keep an eye on the front row. It's all orange for Christian Pittard, silver and orange for John Cutsmore. The lights go out, and it's initially John Cutsmore, but Christian Pittard immediately gets the car spooled up and dives his way back into the lead by the time we arrive at turn 1. So it's Christian Pittard from John Cutsmore. Further back then, it's Colin Watson who's dropped in behind and now back in front of Jeremy Adams. Those two were swapping away on the run up towards Druids Corner, but it's Christian Pittard from John Cutsmore. Then it's Colin Watson, followed by the yellow of Jeremy Adams. Behind Jeremy Adams, I think that's Tim Ralph that's worked his way up a place or two in the early stages of the race, or is that even Luke Charoux? We'll wait and see as they come back through and past us. This is the number 69 machine of Stephen Collins that's picked up a place and is already starting to apply the pressure on towards Jeremy Adams. So Christian Pittard leads from John Cutsmore. Then it is going to be Colin Watson and Jeremy Adams. Jeremy Adams under big pressure from Stephen Collins. We've already worked our way through and effectively through one full lap of the Indy Circuit. It's such a quick lap in these cars. Back over the line goes Christian Pittard, followed by John Cutsmore. And then it is going to be Colin Watson, Jeremy Adams, and further back there's some big battles going on. There's lots of swapping, chopping and changing. Tim Davis, we thought he qualified out of position. 6 places gained on the opening lap alone, so he's gone right the way up into 4th place, and the safety car has been deployed, and the exact reason for that, at least to my eye, is still unknown. We have a look on the cameras, and we still can't see anything. So I don't know whether we've had maybe a wheel arch that's parted ways with the car, or with a car, and has deposited itself in the middle of the circuit. But exactly the cause, we've lost 4 cars, or 3 cars. Yeah, so we've got 1 car up at Druids, which is just outside of our camera shot. So that explains one. That's Luke Charoux in the number 27 machine that's found himself in the gravel up at Druids. There may be another couple up there because we have still lost the number 6 car of Tim Ralph, who started in 5th place. And we've also lost the number 89 machine, that being Bruce Wilson. They all started at very different points of the circuit. Tim Ralph started 5th, Luke Charoux started 8th, and Bruce Wilson started 14th. So all very different parts of the grid, but they've all gone missing on this opening lap, and I can only imagine it will be up at Druids Corner. We can't see too much from the camera. If we could get it rotated very slightly to the right, we'd be able to see if we've got more than just the 1 car up there. But Christian Pittard, good opening lap, almost left vulnerable to John Cutsmore. But then through all of that, Jeremy Adams was there or thereabouts, but the big move has to be Tim Davis from 10th on the grid right the way up to 5th on that opening lap. Jeremy Adams was under some big pressure from Stephen Collins as well, that number 69 machine. I've got a feeling there's still going to be a bit more to come from Stephen Collins as we have a look down the order. There's been a lot of changing on that opening lap, hasn't there? And it's no longer 2 cars or 3 cars that were missing. I think it's just the 2. But even still, whereabouts is Bruce Wilson?
Yeah, it begs the question, doesn't it? We just can't see from where we are. You'd think from our elevated position we'd be able to see everything on the Indy Circuit, but no, there's a few bits you can't see, whether it be because of trees on the run up towards Druids, whether it be because of spectator banking on the exit of Druids, whether it be because of air conditioning units that are behind us on the roof section down on the Cooper Straight. There's a few bits we simply can't see from our commentary box, and when we can't see them, we're reliant on the either, if you're watching the live stream pictures, or we're reliant on the CCTV cameras that the circuit have, and we can't control those. We get the image and we can't do anything other than zoom in or out. We can't pan right or pan left. So some areas still remain a bit unknown for us in this one. Yeah, the other 2 cars that were delayed as well, I think it might just be transponder issues with those 2 cars, because they've both slotted themselves back in higher up the order now. So I think it is just 1 car that's missing. Is Bruce Wilson there? Let's have a quick look. Maybe his car didn't start, possibly.
Looking as well, John Bryant, whereabouts? He's climbed up 3 places from where he started, so he's had a good start.
Yeah, I think Colin Watson and Tim Ralph are transponder issues.
Yes, looking at that, and Luke Charoux may have just deposited his car in the gravel on his own,
because Bruce Wilson, who was showing on the timing screen, has now entirely disappeared from the timing screen, which suggested he didn't make the start.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Whether he got to Parc Fermé or the assembly area and then no further is yet to be revealed. I can still see a few mechanics, I think, towards the top of the pit lane, so that may be at least an answer to that one. The safety car is peeling the field down in towards Graham Hill Bend. I'm having a look for any damage, and go on, Mark.
No, just saying that we're, quick time check, we're coming up to 8 minutes to 12 o'clock, so we will have our first live music taking place, no longer on the village green outside, it will be now in the Kentagon. So if you want some live music, head to the Kentagon, because Kiri Leighton is performing a set at 12 o'clock in the Kentagon, and then the other live music that we've got here for you at Brands Britannia will be Livy Wollaston, who will get going at 2 o'clock. Lights are off on the safety car. We're about to get racing once more.
We are once again. So Christian Pittard, he will have to nail the start like he did at the start of this race, and Damien Hirst in the BMW safety car will be thinking, I've only just turned the lights on, leave me alone for a minute, because Christian Pittard, so desperate to get this race back underway, immediately punches the throttle out of the final corner. John Cutmore gives chase, and Jeremy Adams isn't in second place. It is that number 92 of Colin Watson, who is already trying to apply that pressure onto the cars up the road. Also in there is Stephen Collins, so it's 5 for the lead, and they were all being nice and patient not to overtake before they got to the start-finish line, but 5 cars all scrapping over the lead, and there's more yet to come.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the man from Orpington, Tim Davis, is a little bit higher up as well. He qualified only a 10th quickest at the wheel of the number 80 car. He's now starting to try and make a bit of progress at the wheel of his black and Dayglow orange Boss Racing car. He's going to draw himself alongside Stephen Collins. He gets in front and goes through on the run down in towards Graham Hill Bend, but then leads a couple of huge tyre tracks on the way out as he punches the accelerator, and the tail end of the Caterham reminds him that there's only so much you can do on the accelerator before the tyres give up.
Apparently that's the way to do it, because he's only got in front of Jeremy Adams by the other end of the Cooper Straight. So Tim Davis absolutely flying. He's now onto the coattails of John Cutmore for 3rd place, because we have seen that change. Colin Watson up into 2nd.
I wouldn't have thought. He's got a radio that's tuned into 88.3 FM, Radio Brands in his Caterham, but as soon as I mentioned that he wasn't doing as well as I thought, there we go, 2 places picked up, and now he'll be looking for another place if he can, because he's now right on the heels of the Spire RB7 in the hands of John Cutmore, who's done a good chunk of racing in the Gold Arts Magnificent 7s and Viren Builders Open Series over the years. The Gold Arts Magnificent 7s caters for any Lotus 7 inspired design, so it's not just Caterhams, it is the likes of Spires, Westfield, Dax, low costs, all of those things are all eligible to run in the Mag 7s.
It's a shame there's only the one of the Spires, because I swear there used to be a couple of those that used to run quite potently as well. Yeah. And there was the 98 of John Cutmore, and then I think there was a 97 which had a sort of Dayglow yellow flashes compared to the Dayglow orange on John Cutmore's car. Back over the line comes Christian Pittard. Still giving chase is Colin Watson, but not quite as close as I'm sure he would like to be. Fastest lap of the race goes the way of Christian Pittard with a 49.607. And Colin Watson, whilst he jumbles down on the timing screen, manually he'll be placed up to the top into 2nd place. John Cutmore and Tim Davis still sat there nose to tail, and Tim Davis has a little look at pricing the door open on the run through Druids. It doesn't quite work for him, but all of that battling that they're doing, it's dropping them away from the top 2. So even if Tim Davis does get through and past John Cutmore, he's got a lot more work to try and do. And Jeremy Adams, he's not running quite as quick as you'd expect either, because they now have Tim Ralph for company.
David Watson was the other driver that used to race the Spire, but we haven't seen much of him this year. Yes, so Tim Davis really applying the pressure to the sole Spire we've got in the field. John Cutmore, who qualified 2nd quickest, is running 3rd, but might drop to 4th if he's not careful, as they squeeze their way through and past a little bit of traffic, which I think was James Melody's car, wasn't it, that they placed a lap on. The race leader, Christian Pittard, trying to sprint away, but Colin Watson's having none of it. And now on the run-up towards Druids, Tim Davis gets a good run on John Cutmore, but again, can't quite make his way through, I'm afraid. So he's just going to have to bide his time for the moment and see whether he can just prize a little gap somewhere else around the lap.
Yeah, he's got to try and work that move as best as possible, and an issue, unfortunately, for the number 97 machine. I think 92. That's 92, pardon me. So Colin Watson from 2nd place with an issue, peeling that car straight in towards the paddock area. So all of a sudden, the battle between Davis and Cutmore, it's for 2nd place, isn't it?
It is, yeah, now for 2nd and for 3rd position. New fastest lap of the race for Colin Watson, just before he retired. And that is now matched by exactly the same time of Christian Pittard, and so they have both done a 49.293 second lap. That's twice, yeah, twice today. We've had exactly the same fastest lap time coming on the same lap from 2 different people.
Yeah, never seen it before, but
bit like buses.
Yeah.
Wait for one, 2 come along.
Yeah, twice today, and they both set purple times, and they both display as purple times as well. Christian Pittard is now afforded a bit more time to carve his way through the traffic. He doesn't need to be so aggressive with Colin Watson no longer behind him. But John Cutmore, he's soaking up all of this pressure. But for how long can he do so? Because at the moment, Tim Davis, you can tell he's on a mission.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, so he qualified a little bit out of position, did Tim Davis. It is his local circuit. He resides just up the road at Orpington, so not quite on the doorstep, you know, like some of the drivers that we have from West Kingsdown that race with us, but pretty much a stone's throw away. Now he fires one up the inside of John Cutmore going in towards Paddock Hill Bend, up the inside. Can he maintain it on the exit of the corner? Yes, he can. Tim Davis picks up second place now. John Cutmore in the Spire drops down into third position, and we are about to have the pit window open in this 40-minute race. Pit window is now open. First 10 minutes of the race have expired.
Yeah, we've got only a couple of driver changes really to deal with. James Randall's hand over to Stephen Spicer, Martin Dolan's hand over to Gary Boone, and Simon Parker's hand over to Neil. How are you going to go for that surname?
Which one, sorry?
Car number 90.
Neil McConaughey.
Neil McConaughey is yet to take over the wheel of that car. Christian Pittard again, and now obviously Tim Davis in front of John Cutmore on the run over the start-finish line. It looks like John Cutmore maybe slightly quicker in a straight line and a bit later on the brakes, and Tim Davis is just going to chop across the nose and pretty much show to John Cutmore he's not going to give that position up easily. But now with Christian Pittard with quite a substantial lead, he does have that time to pick his way through traffic quite carefully.
Yeah, and even more so because, of course, the car that's there in second place now, Tim Davis, does have an extra times penalty to spend in the pits. He's got an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pits compared to anybody else that is out there, such has been his success so far this season. So along the Cooper Straight, up towards Surtees and then McLaren go that squabbling pair. Down towards Graham Hill Bend goes car number 199, Nigel Liddell, who is trying to see if he can get fully up onto terms with the number 75 car that lies just ahead of him, which is the car that is started by James Randall. Our race leader in the meantime, though, is now completing lap number 11, is on to lap number 12.
So, again, John Cutmore is trying to work his way through and past Tim Davis. We've not had any pit callers as of yet. We'll wait and see as to who will be the first to blink and dive into the pit lane. We've still got 28 minutes of this race remaining, but Christian Pittard last time through, his lead 4.7 seconds. Tim Davis is only, a couple of tenths in front of John Cutmore. Jeremy Adams as well, he's doing what he can to manage what's left of that mid-pack, because he does have the number 9 or the number 6 machine of Tim Ralph sat behind him. Behind Tim Ralph is Stephen Collins. That's a tight little battle pack for the final couple of spots inside the top 5.
Now, for this year, usually the Mag 7s have sprint races. They don't have pit stop races, whereas the Viren Builders are the 40-minute races with the pit stop. So I'm assuming the pit regulations are the same for both, that it's, again, a minimum of 1 minute and 30 seconds from pit in to pit out. And if you are on your own, you don't even have to get out of the car and back in or anything if it's a Caterham 7. They're not the easiest things to get in or out of. You just leave the engine running, 90 seconds later, you carry on again.
Yeah, absolutely. That would make sense, wouldn't it? And I guess we've adopted that one rather than the sprint purely. I was expecting, the Viren Builders to have more cars, but it is the Mag 7s that have come out in full force. And normally we're seeing Tim Ralph and John Cutmore maybe slightly further up. John Cutmore obviously sat there in third place, Tim Ralph down in 5th. Normally they're battling away. You go on.
No. I was just looking. Has John Cutmore fallen away a bit more this lap from Tim Davis? Yeah, it looks as though he has. New fastest lap of the race for Christian Pittard, 49.282 from him that time through. So stretches the lead advantage up to 4.4 seconds between himself and Tim Davis. John Cutmore still there in third.
He is indeed. John Cutmore, he sounded quite rattly as he came over the start-finish line almost, but he's still clearly out there and circulating and closing the gap a little bit on the first part of this lap, I think, up to Tim Davis. Christian Pittard being super aggressive through traffic, just making sure that he can find his way through. There's a good battle going on a little bit further down the order, isn't there?
Yeah, it's just going around through Druids at the moment. That is Trevor Harbour at the wheel of number 70, under pressure from Charlie Morgan that sits behind the red car with the white stripes right the way down the centre of it and the white rollover hoop. So they are fighting away for 10th and 11th places as things currently stand. Nothing to choose between the pair of them. They head down towards the bottom section of the Cooper Straight, and Trevor Harbour is just about doing enough, I would say, to keep Charlie Morgan's aspirations at bay. The good fight behind them is going to be Jeremy Adams, still fighting away with Tim Ralph. They'll be coming up to lap those two that are having their own good squabble before too much longer. So here over the start-finish line comes the yellow car, which is Jeremy Adams. Really very much under pressure from Tim Ralph at the wheel of the blue machine with the orange stripe down the centre. They squeeze up the inside of Charlie Morgan, or at least one does on the way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Tim Ralph does it on the way out of Paddock Hill Bend. He gets a much better run up towards Druids. Can he nip up the inside of Jeremy Adams? No, Jeremy just gets the door closed in time, but they've dealt with one back marker. They've now got another one to deal with, and that'll be the number 70 car of Trevor Harbour.
Yeah, and if they continue to battle, not too far away behind them is Stephen Collins in that silver, black and yellow roll-caged machine. So he's getting closer as well. If they continue to battle the way they are and be careful through traffic. And now we see the change. Jeremy Adams has fallen in behind Tim Ralph. Tim Ralph later on the brakes dived his way up the inside on the run through Surtees, so that's the change there. Stephen Collins will be watching that unfold in front of him and will want a piece of the pie. Unfortunately, Simon Parker's jumping out to hand over to his teammate. Back over the line, we get that little trio. Next time he comes through, have a look at the front of Stephen Collins' car. I've got a feeling he's been off the road.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that next time through. Yeah, so Neil McConaughey is jumping in to the car that's being vacated by Simon Parker. Our race leader about to come through and conclude another lap. Tim Davis in second place. He's bottled up behind a back marker at the moment, and that's dropping him back into the clutches once more of John Cotmore. So only now can he squeeze his way through and past William Redmond's car, I think it was. But instantly you can see just how much time he lost there through the traffic. John Cutmore up the inside going in towards Paddock Hill Bend, seizes the opportunity, takes the place away, but on the exit of the corner, Tim Davis is going to try and fight back. He's on the outside line up towards Druids. If he can stick with it on the outside line, he get the inside line down for the next corner, which is Graham Hill Bend, but he can't quite do it. John Cutmore goes through, and that was all to do with just that slight delay through the back marker, wasn't it, for Tim Davis?
I'm starting to think as well, Christian Pittard's lead is evaporating very slightly. It looks like they're starting to reel him in. Unfortunately, I missed over the line Stephen Collins again, looking into the front of that car. It looks rather grassy, so I'm guessing he's had a small off-track excursion, and that's what dropped him away from that battle initially. Neil McConaughey gets back going again, and that car can head out onto circuit, but John Cutmore, having made that move, he's built up a bit of a margin already, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. So he has pulled away to the tune of nearly 9/10 of a second from the man who's just taken second place away from Tim Davis. So they head up towards Druids now. You were saying the race lead is evaporating. Yeah, it is a little bit. John Cutmore was 2/10 of a second quicker than Christian Pittard.
And that was with an overtake as well.
And that was with an overtake, yeah. So you're absolutely right. Someone else destined for the pit lane at the end of this lap, and that looks as though that is one of the Boss Racing cars that is coming in towards the pit lane. James Melody heads into the pit lane for his mandatory pit stop, car number 95.
Yeah, Stephen Collins has definitely been off the road. I don't just think it's in the sort of main air intake at the front. I think some of the suspension components. Christian Pittard into the pit lane as well. So too is Tim Davis. So the top two, in theory, or two of the top three into the pit lane. John Cutmore continues over the line and will inherit the lead of the race. But definitely, yeah, Stephen Collins has been off the road. Some of the suspension components have taken chunks out of the grass as well. But now what are they going to do? Christian Pittard and Tim Davis are sort of looking at each other as if to go, no, you go.
Martin Ledbetter is in, as is Richard Carter into the pit lane as well. So we've got 5 cars sitting there in the pit lane, and Tim Ralph, I think, is coming in as well. So the number 6 car, I think I just saw enter pit lane, and as he comes through now, does he show in pit lane? Yes, he does. Yeah, well, he's not showing in pit lane because his transponder isn't working, but it is him.
Also, I think Stephen Collins, it looks worse than it is because the grille on his car is yellow. So maybe that is what it is that's fooling me very slightly. But Tim Davis just chatting to the mechanics and letting them, they're doing pressures as well. Now is the perfect time to do it. Make sure that the pressures are all okay. You've spotted something.
Yeah, he was having a conversation with the mechanic, and the mechanic then started to run back towards the garage, which does suggest that maybe Tim isn't entirely happy with the way that the car is handling, and they might just try and tweak something on it. Well, is the mechanic wandering back in that general direction? There's another conversation going on. But no, he still remains there with not a great deal of work happening on any of the cars. Subtle adjustment of tyre pressures, but that's about it.
Yeah, and they've got an entire Brands Hatch pit lane to use, and we've still got Richard Carter having to be pulled back to make sure he can return to the circuit. Back out onto circuit now will go Richard Pittard, and Jeremy Adams is into the pit lane as well. So Jeremy Adams into the pit lane. Christian Pittard returns to the circuit. John Cutmore remains out and flies his way through traffic. It's scary quick, that, isn't it?
It is, yeah. He leads the race, of course, now. And has just set the fastest lap of the race, John Cutmore. The number 98 car leading the way, as yet to pit, but a 49.116 second lap from John Cutmore. That's impressive stuff. Up to second now, but still as yet to pit, has now come number 69, that is up into second place, which is Stephen Collins. And third at the moment, if he doesn't pit, might be William Redman at the end of this lap if he doesn't pit. In fact, yes, he is. Car number 241, William Redman, is now up into third position.
Yeah, and everybody else diving into the pit lane, one of those being Stephen Collins. He comes into the pit lane as well. Also diving into the pit lane is John Bryant, so he's come in. We've also got, who else have we had?
Martin Dolan is in tandem with Gary Boone.
So that's another...
and John Bryant is in at the wheel of the pink machine.
Yes,
John, who is a regular photographer here at Brands Hatch, does all of the photographs for Caterham Motorsport as well. We've seen him race before, but he's at the wheel of the car that we've seen Roger Patke compete in the Caterham Championships this year. So John dusting off the overalls and the crash helmet and no longer behind the barriers taking photographs is what's going on. He's out there enjoying himself.
You can't miss that car in a hurry either, can you? Christian Pittard, having returned to the circuit, carving his way through traffic as quickly as possible. He's just gone through and past Richard Carter. And what's happened to Tim Davis?
He's retired on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, I'm afraid. The second of the Boss Racing cars retired. So we saw Colin Watson retire earlier on. The number 80 car of Tim Davis now out of the race, I'm afraid.
That's the car you spotted the mechanic running away for, isn't it? Just to go and have a look at something. And yeah, came back, sent him away, got the all clear. And unfortunately, it's all come to a head. And I've got to say, all of the pit stops so far have all been the right side of 90 seconds as well.
They have, yeah. So nobody has done it any shorter than they ought to have done. John Cutmore back over the start-finish line, continuing to lead the way. Another car dives for the pit lane this time through, which is Stephen Collins, is it, that's just come into the pit lane this time through?
I think he's returning to the circuit now. We've got somebody coming in now, so Stephen Collins rumbling his way back down the pit lane. Who is it that we've had come in? Because we've got so many cars
Number 199, I think it is Nigel Liddell, because it's a black car, isn't it?
Yeah, in the Caterham Classic. So he is coming down the pit lane now. Back over the line, we've got Jeremy Adams. He's still fighting away with Tim Ralph. It's great to see, even post-pit stops, Jeremy Adams. Are they a lap apart? I think they are, yes. So Tim Ralph has not come into the pit lane, but he's fighting with Jeremy Adams, who has been in.
No, he did come into the pit lane. The transponder didn't work.
Right, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but he's lost a raft of time, hasn't he?
Yes. Yes.
But we don't know how long he was in the pit lane, because...
So that's where, yeah, Tim Ralph was pulling away from Jeremy Adams quite substantially.
Yeah, the transponder didn't work, so they've missed the lap. They've now put him back in, and they are fighting for position. So it's just Tim Ralph's transponder being troublesome. So that is a fight for position, and that is the blue car just heading round through Clearways now and up towards Clark Curve. The yellow machine that sits behind him is Tim Ralph, and they are fighting for what will be 6th and 7th places overall.
Yeah, and John Cutmore into the pit lane. He's parked at quite an acute angle, more to, I think, fire his way back onto the active lane of the pit lane, and struggling their way through traffic is Tim Ralph. Tim Ralph can see Jeremy Adams behind him getting closer and closer. John Cutmore will want to get out as soon as possible, as he will have just probably heard Christian Pittard go flying over the start-finish line and onto another lap of the race. And of course, we've seen that change. Stephen Collins was previously behind not only Tim Ralph, but also Jeremy Adams. Since the pit lane, Stephen Collins is in front of Tim Ralph and in front of Jeremy Adams. So that has all changed, all in the space of one pit stop. John Cutmore is still there. Whereabouts is Christian Pittard? He's just coming out of Graham Hill Bend. So in a few moments' time, we will get an idea when John Cutmore starts rolling. Will Christian Pittard remain in the lead of the race, or will it be John Cutmore? It's going to be tight, but I think John Cutmore, with those fast laps he posted whilst Christian Pittard was in the pit lane, it's enough to take the lead.
Let's have a quick look. So he heads down towards pit lane exit and accelerates his way now, breaks the beam, and that was 1 minute and 31 seconds he was in the pit lane area. So that is pretty much the ideal pit stop for Christian Pittard. He was in the pit lane for 1 minute and 33 seconds. So the quick laps from John Cutmore, plus being 2 seconds quicker in the pits, that's why we've now got that change.
Yeah, absolutely. And Christian Pittard, he's got plenty of driving to do. Jeremy Adams is still playing chase, really. He wants to get onto the tail of Tim Ralph, which visually you can see him trying to do, but also Tim Ralph is trying to do the same to Stephen Collins. And Stephen Collins is only a little bit further up the road. He's not that far, but with 16 and a half seconds to go, there's still plenty of time for the race to come back to him.
16 and a half minutes to go. So number 98, John Cutmore, leads the way by 5 seconds from number 51, Christian Pittard in second place. Third place is 69, which is going to be the car of Stephen Collins. Fourth place at the moment is number 6, Tim Ralph. Fifth place is number 3, which is Jeremy Adams. And completing the top 6, it's the light green and black car, which is number 42, Richard Carter. So that's the order of the top 6 as things stand. The best of the squabbles that we've got is just going through Graham Hill Bend, I would say, at the moment, which is Tim Ralph slowly at the wheel of the blue car, starting to pull away from the yellow machine, number 3 of Jeremy Adams, that sits behind.
Yeah, and looking at it, Jeremy Adams having fallen away from the car of Tim Ralph. I think that's because Tim Ralph is actually closing in very slightly on Stephen Collins. Stephen Collins is picking his way through traffic as quickly as possible, but regardless of that, Tim Ralph is still closing that margin. Over the line goes John Cutmore, then goes Christian Pittard. The gap, 1.7 seconds. Christian Pittard with the fastest lap of the race of 48.791.
So he's coming back at him now, John Cutmore, with work to do as well. There's plenty of traffic that he's going to meet before too much longer, because it's a busy section of the circuit up at Druitt and down in towards Graham Hill Bend, and he can't really afford to be compromised because he knows that he is going to come under pressure from the lead of the race. He works his way past the first of those cars, which I think is William Redman on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Might pick off another one before they get up towards Surtees and McLaren. The next guy is going to want to try and dive his way through will be number 73, Charlie Morgan. Christian Pittard also now having to deal with the first of those little bits of traffic, which is the number 241 car, the white car with the red flashes in the hands of William Redman. So over the start-finish line, John Cutmore picks off another one of the back markers, which is Nigel Liddell's car. He can't, however, get past the next of the little bits of traffic, which is going to be Jeremy Adams, until the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. So the lead advantage, 2.3 seconds, so it's come back out. That was because it was a better lap from John Cutmore on that lap than it was from Christian Pittard. So the gap is now coming back out again. We've also had, as we say, that confirmation of that change of position, Tim Ralph pulling away from Jeremy Adams, but also we need to keep an eye on Tim Ralph closing in onto the coattails of the number 69 car of Stephen Collins, because third, fourth and fifth, there's not much between them all.
No, we saw those three fighting away prior to the pit stops. Post pit stops, it seems to have opened up just a little bit, but for Stephen Collins, he will see the blue machine slowly working its way closer and closer of Tim Ralph. Tim Ralph will see Jeremy Adams in his rearview mirror, knowing full well any small mistake will cost him dear, and we may see that change of position before the end of this race. 13 and a half minutes still to go, and with Tim Ralph and actually John Cutmore as well, actually I'd say John Cutmore is starting to be closed down now by Christian Pittard. The battles we've been watching, Mark, have all of a sudden got the leaders in there, and in doing that, Tim Ralph has massively closed in onto the coattails of Stephen Collins, and Jeremy Adams is starting to close back in onto the tail of Tim Ralph. Tim Ralph is closing in on Stephen Collins. Stephen Collins has just been passed by John Cutmore. There's so much going on. We've got battles in the lead battle at the moment. So John Cutmore comes through and over the line to tick another lap in the book. And now we're going to see the change. Tim Ralph looks to the outside of Stephen Collins on the run towards turn one. Position made before they even get to the braking area. So Tim Ralph, pardon me, up into what will be fourth place now, or will that even be third? That will be third place. So Tim Ralph up onto the podium provisionally, and that drops Stephen Collins down into fourth. Tim Ralph will try and maintain that third till the end of the race. Jeremy Adams will see those cars up the road and want a part of that one. John Cutmore has pulled out a bit more of a margin between himself and Christian Pittard. The gap's up to, 2.7 seconds now, with a slightly slower lap from John Cutmore. If anything, it's come down very slightly, but with traffic slowly starting to clear up the road, we can expect some quick laps, not only from John Cutmore, but also from Christian Pittard. Back over the line goes John Cutmore and posts a 49.690. However, Christian Pittard betters it with a 49.574, so 2.5, best part of 2.6 seconds separates them. So the gap continues to come down. 11 3/4 minutes of this Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens and Viren Builders Open Series race remains. As we have a look down towards Graham Hill Bend, John Cutmore fires his way through. Then it's Christian Pittard, nothing between them. Tim Ralph is giving chase, having just got past Stephen Collins into his newly acquired third place, has massively built out a margin. And to my eye, Stephen Collins is potentially even falling back into the clutches of the yellow machine of Jeremy Adams, car number 3. But back towards the start-finish line comes the silver and day-glow orange Spire RB7 of John Cutmore. Then the pure orange car of Christian Pittard fires its way over the line and back in towards turn 1. Has the gap come down yet more? Yes, it has. Another 0.3 of a second. 2.3 seconds now separates John Cutmore from Christian Pittard, so they're really starting to close in. 2.333. Tim Ralph over the line in third place has pulled out the best part of 2 seconds over Stephen Collins. Jeremy Adams is only a couple of seconds back from there as well, so third, fourth and fifth very equidistantly spread. John Cutmore coming under yet more pressure from Christian Pittard, as it will be difficult to miss. And that number 51 Caterham 7 in his rearview mirror, pure orange all over that car, and 2.3 seconds this time. I've got a feeling it might come down yet more. We might be the right side of 2 full seconds now, or maybe even into the 1.9s. John Cutmore comes towards the line. He will see that Gary Boone in the number 7 machine is just further up the road. John Cutmore over the line with his personal fastest lap of the race, a 48.884. Christian Pittard immediately responds with the overall fastest lap of the race, a 48.778. So a brilliant lap from Christian Pittard. That means that the lead margin is now down to, 2.2 seconds, continues to do so. Tim Ralph still continues on in third place, now the best part of 3 seconds ahead of Stephen Collins. Stephen Collins has lost 0.7 of a second to Jeremy Adams, so that means that fourth and fifth are getting closer together, the leaders are getting closer together, and Tim Ralph's that awkward bit in the middle and doesn't really know where to go. So we'll keep an eye on those top 2. Back towards the start-finish line comes John Cutmore and Christian Pittard. They're really starting to close in now. 2.2 seconds will come down yet more. A bit of traffic they managed to pick their way through and past. That's Nigel Liddell. Over the line, 1.3 seconds now. So 2.3 seconds turns to 1.3. 1 full second quicker was Christian Pittard. Over the line goes Tim Ralph, and visually you can see now Stephen Collins and Jeremy Adams absolutely together. Really good to see how close the pair of these two have got over the previous laps. We'll wait for Tim Ralph to be pushed back up to what would be third place. So we're seeing the battle for first and second, the battle for fourth and fifth really start to close in. Obviously a massive thank you for TSL for being so quick on the edits, the live edits throughout this race. But Christian Pittard, he is closing in on John Cutmore. We've now only got 8 and a bit minutes to go, but now we've got a puncher. That's a rather severe puncher, a front left, I think, for the Dayglow Orange machine of Martin Ledbetter, and it looks like a puncher, or a brake's exploded, or even I think the wheel arch has dropped down onto the tyre almost.
Yeah, it's the wheel arch that's dropped down onto the tyre. It's failed, and it's not sort of broken away, has it?
No, normally you'd see something like that part ways with the car, but what has been going on? John Cutmore and Christian Pittard absolutely together now, 1.3 seconds, and that car hasn't been able to get away, so we may have a safety car on the way, dependent on what happens. But I've got a feeling with Martin Ledbetter in the Pro Compele Gold machine, where he is, we may need a safety car for that car. So we've seen Christian Pittard get closer to John Cutmore, now 1.3 seconds. Tim Ralph has got through and past Stephen Collins, and Stephen Collins has fallen into the clutches of Jeremy Adams, and they're only a couple of tenths apart. But now with Martin Ledbetter's car stationary on the grass, we could see a safety car, and all of that hard work could all come undone.
The one good thing is that it might be able to be pushed. In fact, Martin Ledbetter is moving it out of harm's way, and it will not mean a safety car because he's driven it out of where it had stopped. So John Cutmore and Christian Pittard can fight away as over the start-finish line. We've got that squabble that you were also talking about. Jeremy Adams drawing himself alongside Stephen Collins heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but can't complete the move. So Collins still leads Class E in 4th place, and Jeremy Adams is going to have another little nibble. So they're fighting over 4th and 5th, Jack, but they are fighting over the lead of the class, those two.
They are indeed, and it's nice to see them fighting this close. They were quite a way apart in the early stage of this race. A big look up the inside from Jeremy Adams. He got the car slowed down, and Stephen Collins will be feeling this pressure now. And as they work their way along the Cooper Straight towards Surtees, they remain nose to tail. What of the top 2? John Cutmore and Christian Pittard now only 1.1 seconds apart, so he's really starting to close in there. Jeremy Adams slightly quicker in a straight line. Will he work his way through and past Stephen Collins this time? Dives his way to the inside. Stephen Collins on the outside. He'll have to brake later or try and find the momentum all the way around the outside, but no, Jeremy Adams later on the brakes dives his way up the inside. Not only takes 4th place, but takes the lead of Class E.
Yeah, certainly does. Now, could he pull away from Stephen Collins or not is the next little question that we need to ask. 6.5 minutes to go. The battle for the lead of the race is getting ever closer as well. 1.1 seconds was all that was separating John Cutmore from Christian Pittard last time through, but it's still the number 98 car of Cutmore that leads as they come over the start-finish line. The orange machine of Christian Pittard very much within touching distance, sets the new fastest lap of the race with a 48.594 from Christian Pittard. So he is now just 0.5 of a second shy of the race leader. Tim Ralph very much on his own in 3rd place, and then that's Stephen Collins and Jeremy Adams battle, or Jeremy Adams and Stephen Collins as it is now, fighting away still for the lead of Class E and what will be 4th and 5th places overall. But the leaders working their way through traffic, heading along the Cooper Straight. And for John Cutmore, he really needs to clear this traffic as quickly, as efficiently as he possibly can, because Christian Pittard, with that new fastest lap of the race last time through, is on his way, and he can't quite clear William Redman in time, which means that Christian Pittard is going to have a better run coming onto the Brabham Straight this time through. Is he going to be able to pick up the toe from the race leader and pick up the lead of the race? Well, he's closing, ever closing, up towards Paddock Hill Bend, but he's not going to take the lead of the race, at least this time, heading in towards the right-hander.
No, 5.5 minutes to go. That means now that John Cutmore has got a big job on his hands to keep Christian Pittard behind him, but I don't think it's going to work for him, because Christian Pittard, not only throughout this race, but throughout the season so far, seems to have the upper hand, and he looks for the up and under. It didn't work for him. Going very defensive is John Cutmore. Can Christian Pittard get the car squared away on the exit and then fire towards Surtees in a straight line? It seems like the Spire RB7 has just enough in hand to remain in front of Christian Pittard. Christian Pittard is sat there in 2nd place and continuing to close down on John Cutmore. You can see he takes the much wider arc through the final corner just to try and give himself the best opportunity in a straight line on John Cutmore on the run towards turn 1. John Cutmore, is he going to place the car on the inside? Yes, he does, but Christian Pittard, again, not close enough to go for the move. With 4.5 minutes remaining, Mark, Christian Pittard, he's running out of opportunities, and I'm sure John Cutmore, this is going to be the longest 5 minutes of his life.
It really is, isn't it? Yeah, for John Cutmore, he needs to be really careful. We've got a car blocking somebody in, so if you are the owner of a Mini Cooper with a registration S1 SEL, that's Sierra 1 Sierra Echo Lima, it's blocking a car in Garage 8 that needs to get out of the way, please, if you could. So if you're the owner of a Mini Cooper S1 SEL, go back to your car, move it out of the way, you're blocking somebody in.
Great stuff, cheers Mark. And for the lead battle, it remains exactly as it was, absolutely nose to tail. The Spire RB7 of John Cutmore is just about quick enough in a straight line to not worry about Christian Pittard's Caterham 7 on the brakes in towards turn 1. Christian Pittard takes a couple of stabs at turning that car in, but they remain about a car length apart. But Christian Pittard on the brakes on the run up towards Druids. He has a look to the outside so much later on the brakes. Is he going to now look for the cutback? John Cutmore runs him out so wide just to make sure Christian cannot get that up and under on the run back down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend, and both of them sideways in eagerness to get on the throttle. 3 minutes remaining. This is going to go down to the wire, but Christian Pittard has a big look to the inside. That just about disrupts John Cutmore's turn in. He takes a bit of a wider line that compromises his exit, which will compromise the entry on towards the start-finish straight. But Christian Pittard is throwing absolutely everything at this.
Yeah, including the kitchen sink, but at the moment he's just coming up a little bit short. So over the start-finish line, is he going to have another go this time as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend? No, he takes a nice wide sweep into the corner. He'll try and cut back on the exit and get the undercut coming off, but John Cutmore should be wise to that, and I'm sure we'll cover it off on the run up towards the braking area for Druids. Yes, he does. So John Cutmore still manages to hang on to the lead of the race. It might be a small one. It's just 1/10 of a second as they came over the start-finish line, but he is still leading the way from Christian Pittard in 2nd place. He didn't exactly make friends with the apex there, though, coming down in towards Graham Hill Bend. He was a good, 3 or 4 feet away from the apex, so they still continue their little squabble. And now we also have that good fight going on for what will be 3rd and 4th place heading through Paddock Hill Bend. Tim Ralph has been caught by a resurgent number 3, Jeremy Adams.
Yeah, Jeremy Adams completely got a second win now and has really started to close down onto Tim Ralph. John Cutmore goes over the line in the lead of the race. What can Christian Pittard do this time? It's not so much into turn 1 he goes for the move. It's then on the run towards Druids. He seems to get a better exit out of turn 1, but no, this time it's John Cutmore. He buys himself a bit more breathing room by the time they get to the heavy braking area up at Druids. Up Halewood Hill they went, but there's a lot more traffic that they now need to deal with over the coming laps. And all of a sudden, like you say, yeah, Tim Ralph and Jeremy Adams, they've closed in. We've got 1 minute and 30 to decide what the podium's going to look like.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't know. 2 cars fighting for the lead, 2 cars fighting for 3rd and 4th. We don't know who's going to end up on what step of the podium at the moment, but it is still number 98, John Cutmore, that leads the way from Christian Pittard. They will be heading on to their penultimate lap of the race this time through. How's the squabble getting on between the yellow car of Jeremy Adams and the blue car of Tim Ralph? Well, at the moment, it is going the way of the car of Tim Ralph that's still ahead of Jeremy Adams. I was looking for where they were on the screen at this stage. So our race leader, John Cutmore, just 0.6 of a second is all he has between himself and Christian Pittard in this combined Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens and Viren Builders Open section of the race. John Cutmore and Christian Pittard both run in the Viren Builders Open Series race. Tim Ralph, who's fighting away with Jeremy Adams, well, that is an Open Series car against, in reality, Jeremy Adams, who is leading the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens section of the race.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll see as to exactly how that's going to play out. So with only 1 more lap remaining, they'll be going on to that final lap in just a few moments' time. John Cutmore is coming towards the line, still with Christian Pittard giving chase. The run towards turn 1 tends to be rather sedate for Christian Pittard. It's just by the time they end up going back up the hill, that's where Christian really starts to attack, but he washes wide of the curb once again, and that's going to compromise his run all the way up the hill. So John Cutmore may have just done enough up until this point to allow Christian Pittard to remain in 2nd place, but now Christian Pittard draws himself alongside on the run down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend, but he can't quite keep the nose in on the brakes. This is the very final lap, and we've still got no idea what the podium's going to look like. Tim Ralph and Jeremy Adams have still got a lap to go for 3rd.
Here comes Christian Pittard, another little look up the inside, but it's not going to work as they come in towards Surtees and up towards McLaren. It might be a typical sort of Caterham-esque race that is the run to the line that decides who's going to gain the win. John Cutmore on the throttle as quickly as he possibly can. Christian Pittard runs out a little bit wide. John Cutmore still with traffic to deal with on the run to the line, and as they come over the start-finish line, John Cutmore will win the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens and Viren Builders combined race by just under 0.2 of a second, 0.191 of a second between himself and Christian Pittard. And what about the squabble for 3rd place? Well, they're just coming down through Graham Hill Bend for the final time. It looks as though it is still just going to be the car of Tim Ralph that is ahead of the yellow machine in the hands of Jeremy Adams. So Tim Ralph, his transponder's been troublesome all race, hasn't it? Showing him in 5th at the moment, but he's, no, in theory, in 3rd place, isn't he? Until the TSL timers correct that. So he comes over the start-finish line any second now, and is still going to be shadowed by number 3, who will be the winner of the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens section of the race, which is Jeremy Adams. So what a brilliant race it was from all of those. We've still got 1 further race to come up before the lunch break, which of course will include our demonstration runs from the Jaguar XJR9s that we have on display, 2 of those, and a Jaguar XJR11. So 2 cars that would have raced at Le Mans for the factory in 1988, one of which was the overall winning car from that one. And we do thank the Jaguar Heritage Trust and also Jeff Page Racing for bringing those cars for us to see over the course of the lunch break, with the demo runs and the grid walk that we'll have as well. Let's just confirm the results for you then for the race that we have just seen as the cars head down on their slowing down lap. John Cutmore claims the win from Christian Pittard by less than 0.2 of a second, with Tim Ralph in 3rd, and Jeremy Adams was there in 4th. Stephen Collins and Richard Carter complete the top 6. Then it's William Redman in 7th place. Motorsport photographer John Bryant finished in 8th place, ahead of Trevor Harbour and Charlie Morgan, who wrap up the top 10. Nigel Liddell finished in 11th place, and 12th place was the pairing of Martin Dolan and Gary Boone. Next up, it was Stephen Spicer and James Randall, followed by then Simon Parker and Neil McConaughey, and the last of the finishers was James Melody. Problems for Martin Ledbetter, problems for Tim Davis and Colin Watson at the very start of the race. Luke Zuro also had his issues as well up at Druids, which brought about that early safety car. So the cars are making their way down in towards the pit lane area, and that's where we find Jack ready to chat to them.
We do indeed, in a very noisy pit lane area as well. John Cutmore is just taking his helmet off. Looks rather warm indeed, and I mean, how couldn't he after racing so hard with Christian Pittard? We'll make sure we'll grab a word with Christian as well. We've also got Tim Ralph, pardon me, just rolling his way down the pit lane. We'll try and grab a word with Tim. Here he comes. He's just trying to bring himself. Hopefully he catches us. Yes, he does. So we'll let John Cutmore jump out of his Spire RB7, and then we'll grab a word with him. John, understandably so, you look rather warm. that was very tense over the final couple of laps, wasn't it?
Well, that was certainly hard work. He's got a really big orange car. All in my mirrors, that's all I could see. Unbelievable. How I kept him behind, I don't know. It's great.
And it just makes it worthwhile coming back and racing for the quality of racing you've just had with Christian Pittard. How are you ever going to wipe that smile off your face?
Well, he's definitely a first-class competitor, without a doubt. I mean, he had the legs in places, but I think it was quite even. So, good racing.
And the Spy is still running well, but obviously, any further development planned for that car, or are you just going to leave it as is?
As is. We had problems on Friday with the clutch, and touch wood, it's been all right all weekend, so it's a great car.
Great stuff. We look forward to seeing it more. Congratulations, John. We'll wander over and we'll grab a quick word with Christian Pittard whilst he's here. Christian, we said you threw absolutely everything at that. You looked sort of left, right, and everywhere in between, but it just wasn't to be.
No, John positioned his car really nicely and avoiding any contact. It was clean. He had more grip coming out of clearways, so he always put a couple of car lengths coming down the straight, and then I was catching him. I felt faster, but it didn't matter. I couldn't get past. So I'm sure the data will say I took too long in the pits. I was conservative on the pit stop window, so I gave up the lead during the pit stop. So it was good fun, though. Thank John for making it an exciting race.
And that quality of racing, you can never get bored of that, can you?
No, totally agree. That was what it's all about. So I really enjoyed it. So thank you, John, for making it a fun afternoon. Much more fun than tootling around in the front with no one to race with. So it was really brilliant. Thank you.
Brilliant. Congratulations, Christian. Great to grab a word. I can see the next cars are coming out, so we'll very quickly jump in with Tim Ralph. Tim, that more or less came out of nowhere because you were fighting for 5th, 4th, and then all of a sudden 3rd, and you just started to run away from there. That went quite well, no?
Yeah, I've absolutely no idea how that happened towards the end, to be honest. I was running out of fuel. So as I was coming into clearways, I was losing power. And I saw the guy in yellow behind me. He kept closing in. I'm thinking, I've got to try and bed my time to stay ahead of him and just try and get enough fuel to get across. But brilliant. First time out with the car. And really pleased with it. It's going really well. So enjoyed it. Hot. I felt like the last 3 laps. Where's the flag? Come on, bring that flag out. My 40 minutes was flashing. It was like, well, it must be now. It must be now. And I've got Jonathan right up behind me. And between those two and losing fuel, it was quite exciting.
Amazing. It was brilliant to watch. Massive congratulations, Tim. I'd love to speak more, but we've got the next cars coming out, Mark. But Tim Ralph, clearly slightly tight up fuel towards the end. He was getting fuel surge.
Yep, brilliant stuff from him. Pleased to see the checkered flag, but we've got a green flag that'll be waving soon because we've got the Morgan Challenge heading out onto the circuit for the first of 2 races. Should be able to very quickly guide you through the grid for this one. They qualified yesterday and have 2 races today. It's Louis Ruff that starts on pole position alongside Andrew Thompson, and row 2 of the grid is John Emberson and Alexander Lees. Will Bibb, in addition to the programme, sits on row number 3 alongside regular Triumph racer and Mazda MX-5 racer number 661 Martin Adams. Philip St Clair Tisdale has Peter Cole for company on row number 4, and it's Jim Mountain and Tony Kilby on row 5. James Sumner and Craig Hamilton-Smith on the penultimate row of the grid, and Greg Parnell, who qualified out of session this morning at Brands Hatch, lines up his Morgan Aero 8 at the tail end of the field. This is a championship. It is their penultimate championship weekend. They raced just 2 weekends ago at Silverstone on the national circuit of part of the Bentley Drivers Club race meeting. Andrew Thompson, who starts on the outside of the front row of the grid, is the overall championship leader coming into this weekend. It is points you accumulate in your respective class. He has had 1 overall win. He's had a 2nd. He's had 3 thirds so far this year. So he will look to see what he might be able to do. Louis Ruff, who starts from pole, his best result so far this season is a 2nd. 20 minutes on the clock, rolling start, and as the lights go out, Louis Ruff and Andrew Thompson head up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, and it is Louis Ruff at the wheel of the burgundy coloured car with the white flashes to it that picks up the lead of the race from Andrew Thompson in 2nd position. John Emberson slots himself through into 3rd, and it's Alexander Lees at the wheel of the yellow machine that's there in 4th place, but Louis Ruff already feeling the pinch. The Morgan Plus 4 2-litre engine under pressure from the Plus 8 with its 4-litre engine sitting there in 2nd place in the hands of Andrew Thompson, and those front 2 cars just starting to edge away a little bit from the car in the hands of John Emberson. All of those top 3 all run in Class 2 of the championship, which is for cars with power It's based on power nowadays, depending on where you are on the power curve. So they all sit in Class 2. Class 1 is for the most powerful cars, which we don't sadly have any in the entry list for this weekend. Over the start-finish line now come. Louis Ruff still leading the way. Andrew Thompson still trying to hunt down the lead of the race. John Emberson still there in third. Alexander Lees is there in fourth place. It's Martin Adams, isn't it, that's there in fifth place. He's got himself ahead of Will Bibb.
In a straight line, he was always sideways around the outside of Will Bibb, heading over the start-finish line. Pushing on now is Martin Adams, and he's not just past Will Bibb, he's pulled away and will focus on catching those cars up the road. The first car he would meet would be Alexander Lees in that yellow Morgan +8. You won't miss that in a hurry, but those top two, if they continue to battle, they do have John Emberson just sat behind.
Good performance from Martin Adams. He has raced this car before, but that was back in 2019. He's been a regular racer in the Future Classics that we saw out earlier on in the Triumph TR7 V8, and more latterly in a Mazda MX-5 Mark III in things like Track Day Trophy and Track Day Championship and Mayata Trophy. So less used to the Morgan, but certainly used to big V8 power. Over the start-finish line come the race leaders. Louis Ruff still leading Andrew Thompson. Is John Emberson a bit closer to them this time through? Yes, he is. Fastest lap of the race for John Emberson, 54.669 from the third place car.
Yeah, Will Bibb's under pressure from Jim Mountain of losing another place here as well. Fastest lap of the race went the way of John Emberson. Like you say, that 54.669. So if he can piece a couple more laps together like that, all of a sudden he's going to be on the coattails of those top two. So Louis Ruff continues to lead the race, only just ahead of Andrew Thompson. So Andrew Thompson is sat there in second place, just keeping the car exactly where he needs to. And John Emberson, he's not far away. I think this lap he's fallen away just slightly, has he? Or is he just slightly quicker in a straight line by the time we arrive towards the start-finish line? No, they're very equidistantly spread. That looks like a rather slow all of a sudden. Andrew Thompson, he's got the car back running on song, maybe a missed gear on the run through the final couple of corners, but those top three, they are getting closer together, and all of a sudden in a straight line, Andrew Thompson's much quicker. He dives his way to the inside, up the inside of the much slower Louis Ruff, and Andrew Thompson takes the lead. That's rather odd. I thought Louis Ruff would be slightly quicker, or at least matched towards turn one.
He's just not got the same engine power as he's the big +8 Morgan, and so the Morgan with the more power goes through, but it is a slightly heavier car, so we'll see how it works its tyres over the course of these 20 minutes and whether there's a bit more drop off on that one. Has Louis Ruff got a problem? He might have, because all of a sudden he's just lost second place to John Emberson, and he didn't really put up much of a fight for that one. So Louis Ruff, I do fear, even slower as he comes out of Graham Hill Bend and is heading along the Cooper Straight, and I think we may well possibly see Louis Ruff coming in towards the pit lane. I just wonder if there might be sort of a gearbox issue with his car, that he just can't quite get the car off the corners, might be stuck in a gear or something like that. We'll have to wait and see. So over the start-finish line comes our race leader, and yet, sadly so, Louis Ruff, the pole sitter, is destined for the pit lane. The number 99 car trickles in towards the pit lane, and that is going to be it for Louis Ruff, I'm afraid. So it's now Andrew Thompson that leads the way. John Emberson in second place is 2.1 seconds adrift, and the reason he's 2.1 seconds adrift is because we have just seen a new fastest lap of the race for the race leader, Andrew Thompson, and the time is a 54.437 second lap. That is already nearly 0.3 of a second quicker than Andrew Thompson managed in qualifying.
Yeah, that's very quick indeed, isn't it? So he's really started to push on. He's got the bit between his teeth. The weather has continued to play into our hands, and it's allowing us to effectively extract a bit more pace out of some of these cars. Martin Adams now sat there in what is fourth place. So bearing in mind that's one of the first times in the car more recently. Second place in Class 0 as well. So with the lead two are battling for the outright top two positions, but also for the top two positions in Class 2. In third place overall is the 187 machine of Alexander Lees, who's leading Class 0. Will Bibb leading Class 5, as you'd expect, the only driver in Class 5. And Jim Mountain leading Class 4, and effectively making it hard work for Will Bibb to run away.
Yeah, Class 0 is in reality an invitation class, so Class 0 is for cars that don't have a rolling road profile. So the cars in Class 2, which are first and second place, just to give you an idea, their mean brake horsepower per tonne, it's about 265 brake horsepower per tonne.
It did make me wonder, because it's quite the jump from Class 2 to Class 1, isn't it? 265, to 400.
To 400, yeah, we don't have any Class 1 cars here, but yes, it's quite a big jump. Yes, Class 3, for instance, is 215 brake horsepower per tonne, Class 4 is 195, Class 5 is 185, Class 6 is 155. It's all done on power to weight ratio in reality. So over the start-finish line has gone our race leader. Further down through the order, we've got two yellow cars busy squabbling away, haven't we? One of which is going to be Peter Cole, and the next of which is going to be James Sumner. So Peter Cole in the Morgan Roadster, and it's the Morgan 4-4 for James Sumner. They're fighting away for 8th and 9th, aren't they?
They are, and James Sumner, the only driver here this weekend in Class 3, so he wants someone to battle with, and it just happens to fall that Peter Cole is going to be his playmate throughout the first race of the weekend for the Morgan Challenge. Over the line in a few moments' time, we will see our race leader just picking his way through the final couple of corners now is the 66 of Andrew Thompson, and he's now lapping consistently quicker than the number 89 car of John Emberson in that Morgan +4 baby doll. Further back from there, we have the 187 of Alex Lees, who we mentioned, who's running a rather quiet race at the moment, and Martin Adams doing very much the same. It's that mid-pack we need to be keeping an eye on. The top four have ran away and are running away on their own. It's the Will Bibb, Jim Mountain, Philip St Clair Tisdall we need to be keeping an eye on, and also that other battle you spotted between the 42 of Peter Cole but also James Sumner.
Yep, so that's where the action is to look towards. All of these cars, of course, that were built in the Malvern Hills, the Morgan factory, having been based up in that part of the world for a huge amount of years. You can do a factory tour if you've not done one. I do encourage you to head to the Morgan factory. It is fascinating. Went some years ago myself to do it, and of course, as it's Brands Britannia, you know, we've got other great museums, the likes of Gaydon, Coventry, Bewley, all of those other museums where you can go and look at some of the British icons amongst the collections, and even the Haynes Museum down in Somerset as well. That's well worth the trip. So down towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. Will Bibb at the wheel of the grey car, not that far up the road from Jim Mountain. And then the car of Philip St Clair Tisdale. Then we get the next of the little squabbles, which is still Peter Cole's silver and yellow Morgan, ahead of the all-yellow Morgan of James Sumner. They're all close to each other, but not quite close enough to try anything, are they yet?
No, it's just making sure that they let the race come to them. So if you find yourself pushing for it, you can find yourself overdriving, and that just, if anything, loses you time. That looks like a rather smoky James Sumner. I don't know whether he was just leaning so hard on that left rear that maybe the arch was just very slightly catching on that left rear wheel. So as they go back over the line, James Sumner, again, he's still not quite close enough to Peter Cole, is he? It's just that extra car length that maybe he doesn't need. He just wants to be that little bit closer, maybe close enough on the brakes. But over the line, we've also seen Greg Parnell. It's good to see that car has made it out, and granted he's started off the back, but I think maybe a bit of a test bed, just ready for future rounds.
Yeah, Greg Parnell's been racing that car for a good number of years now, actually, the Morgan Aero 8. We haven't seen huge amounts of Aero 8s come into the Morgan Challenge over the last few years. It's all tended to be the traditional sort of +4s or +8s rather than the almost googly-eyed, isn't it, the Morgan Aero 8? Very unusual headlamp arrangements.
British GT fame, really, as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, they did race in British GT, raced at Le Mans as well, did the Morgan Aero 8. So here we go. Are we going to have the change this time? James Sumner, as close as he's been to getting through and past Peter Cole. He's edging himself alongside. He's got the inside line as they come through Clark Curve, and that is place gained. So the Morgan 4-4 of James Cole, number 22, now up into 8th place. Of James Sumner now up into 8th place, and Peter Cole drops down into 9th.
It's like you said earlier, I'm convinced some of these drivers are tuned into 88.3, because as soon as we say, oh, they're not quite close enough, the next lap they are close enough and position made. So James Sumner up into 8th and Peter Cole down into 9th, as you say. The leader back over the line, car number 66, Andrew Thompson, continuing to lap very consistently in the low 55. So too, however, is John Emberson. So John Emberson, if anything, he's actually brought that gap down to 4.6 seconds exactly last time through. Alexander Lees over the line, and Martin Adams in a few moments' time running a rather quiet race in the Invitational Class 0 as we are slowly working our way closer towards the lunch break. We've heard as well that it's going to be brought forward very slightly, only by about 10 minutes, but as of 1 o'clock, that's when we're going to try and get those demo cars out on circuit, and there's going to be plenty to watch throughout lunch break. The race, however, on track at the moment, it's somewhat spread out. It seems like drivers have fallen into their natural positions pace-wise.
Yeah, so Tony Kilby moves out of harm's way and lets our race leader Andrew Thompson just work his way through. So the red number 66 car of the man who started, remember, on the outside of the front row of the grid, leads by what was a fairly comfortable 4.6 seconds exactly last time through. This time through, as John Emberson comes over the start-finish line, the gap is down a shade. It's down to 4.5 seconds first to second place. Alexander Lees comes through now in 3rd place. I assume that's son of probably Tony Lees, who used to race that car for a good number of years. Martin Adams, number 661, is in 4th position. And then 5th place will be Will Bibb, who still hasn't got huge amounts of daylight between himself and the light blue 4-4 in the hands of Jim Mountain. There's 1.1 seconds between the pair of those, then a further 1.4 back to Phillips and Clear Tisdale. And what of the 2 yellow cars? Well, it does look as though James Sumner is now pulling away ever more, isn't he, from Peter Cole? So it looks as though that little gap is evaporating a bit.
Yes, it does. As soon as Sumner worked his way through and passed in that Morgan 4-4, that was all he needed. It was just sort of bottled up behind and somewhat compromised, wanting just that little bit more. Finally let out into that clean air, and that was all he needed to try and run away. Back over the line, we've seen Andrew Thompson. So Andrew Thompson continues to pick his way through the traffic as more and more approaches. The next car he will meet will be the Morgan Aero 8 GTN of Greg Parnell. So he is just a little bit further up the road. Over the line goes Martin Adams and ticks another lap in the book. And then we get back to Will Bibb, who he's not really safe from Jim Mountain. Any mistake won't just cost him 1 place. Philip St. Clair Tisdale isn't that far away either. So 1 mistake and he could find himself down from 5th, right the way down to 7th.
Yeah, certainly Will Bibb was caught quite significantly by the light blue car of Jim Mountain that time through. Jim posting his best individual lap of the race. So there's just 0.5 of a second between that pair as they head up towards the top section of the circuit. We can see heading over the start-finish line shortly will be our race leader, about to put a lap on the Morgan Aero 8 in the hands of Greg Parnell. So through goes Greg at the wheel of the Morgan Aero 8, up towards the braking area for Paddock Hill Bend. And then in his mirrors will be the red machine of Andrew Thompson. So the +8 about to lap the Aero 8. And is he going to get through before Druids? Yes, he does. Up the inside goes Andrew Thompson, through and ahead of Greg Parnell, the man who qualified out of session this morning. So unique, isn't it, the front end of that Morgan Aero 8? There is nothing else that looks the same, is there?
No, and there's nothing else that looks at itself whilst doing it.
Yes,
it's very unique design from Morgan. Now, the battle you mentioned, Mark, that being from the number 95 of Will Bibb and Jim Mountain. They're together as they work their way up the hill now, up Halewood Hill towards Druids. They pitch their way in towards the right. Jim Mountain seems to be the quicker of the two at this stage in the race, and I heard a pit lane klaxon, Mark.
I think it might be James Sumner with that smoky car that you were talking about. I think whatever it is, it's probably now attracted the attention of James or has revealed itself on some of the gauges on the car, and he's brought it into the pit lane, I'm afraid.
Yeah, such a shame for James, because we saw him fighting so hard to pick his way through and past Peter Cole, and unfortunately the issue that we may have spotted earlier on, has come to a head, and he's wandered his way down the pit lane to get that looked at by some of his mechanics he may have down there. But for the moment, Will Bibb, he cannot shake off the attentions of Jim Mountain in a straight line. Jim just seems to be that little bit quicker, so he closes. On the brakes, he can't do too much about it, but again, it just takes that 1 mistake, forcing that move and maybe just very slightly prizing the door open, and all of a sudden, Jim Mountain's into the top 5.
Yeah, so they're just heading up towards Druids, absolutely together, fighting away. John Emberson's still dealing with a little bit of traffic, so out of Druids, are we going to have the change this time through? Yes, we have, by the look of things. Will Bibb has finally been undone by Jim Mountain. The light blue car goes through and ahead, but Jim is a little bit slower then coming out of Graham Hill Bend, and Will Bibb might be able to re-attack, heading back down the Cooper Straight, gets his nose ahead, turns in towards Surtees. Yep, so the place has changed, and it changes back again within the course of the next corner. Of course, if they continue to squabble, might just allow the next car behind, which is Phillips and Claire Tisdale, to close in as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I guess at this point, Jim Mountain, he's shown his cards. He knows now where he wants to go for the move, and Will Bibb knows where he needs to defend just that little bit more on the run up Halewood Hill in towards Druids. Across the line they will go towards turn 1. On the brakes, Jim Mountain, a little look to the inside, I think just teasing the move there for Will Bibb. So down the hill they go before the immediate ascent up towards Druids corner. Will Bibb, is he going to wander the car over to the inside? Yes, a little bit, not allowing Jim Mountain to go for the same move up the inside. Back down the hill they will go in towards Graham Hill Bend, and Jim Mountain, he's not quite close enough, but he's forcing Will Bibb to take those defensive lines, compromising him, but also Jim Mountain, which, as you say, Philip St. Clair Tisdale, he's not far away at all, is he?
No, so Jim Mountain this time, is he going to return the favour? I think he might, he's got his nose ahead as headed towards Surtees corner, and yep, he goes back through again and re-overtakes Will Bibb, exactly where Will got him on the previous lap. So they've shuffled a couple of times. Will Bibb gets a little bit sideways coming out of Clearway's corner, gets the power down a little bit too early, but he's just, I think, a tiny bit slower in a straight line than the light blue machine in the hands of Jim Mountain. So as they come over the start-finish line with just under 5 minutes remaining, it's still Jim Mountain leading the way from Will Bibb, who is not going to this time have a look as they head in towards Paddock Hill Bend.
No, and with 4.5 minutes remaining, Will Bibb hasn't got too long to really assess the driving of Jim Mountain and decide where he wants to go for that move. So as we have a look, they pick their way through Druids and back down the hill, and Jim Mountain, yeah, he's just done enough, at least at this stage, to keep Will Bibb at bay. Philip Sinclair Tisdall will be watching that all unfold up the road and hoping they start to battle once again. They're side by side, however, Will Bibb back up the inside of Jim Mountain. And by the time we arrive at Surtees, so that's the place we see the changes. And Will Bibb, having got back through and past Jim Mountain, that may have compromised them, and all of a sudden, Philip Sinclair Tisdall may get a bit closer, but he just seems to be falling away at this stage.
Yeah, just very lucky that they're not getting caught to the same degree as you would expect, bearing in mind how frequently they've been swapping places over the course of the last few laps. Up towards the braking area for Paddock Hill Bend, Will Bibb ahead of Jim Mountain. Grey car from the blue car. Jim Mountain gets a slightly better exit. Is he going to have another nibble on the run up towards Druids? He brakes very late, and is he going to get the car turned around the nose of Will Bibb? He's trying all the way around the outside at Druids to try and get the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Is it going to work? Well, he's nearly there. I think it will, you know. Depends on how brave he is on the brakes. No, not quite. Will Bibb gives him racing room, though, at Druids, and then runs out a little bit too wide, and Jim Mountain goes back through. So they have yet again swapped. It's Jim Mountain back up into 5th place. Will Bibb back down into 6th position, but now Philip Sinclair Tisdale can start to sniff the fact that he's getting closer to the coattails of those two. So we've got 5th, 6th and 7th all together as they come over the start-finish line now with less than 3 minutes remaining.
I know, it's going to be decided towards the very, very latter stages of this race. Jim Mountain having got back in front of Will Bibb. At what point are we going to see this potentially change around once more? They pick their way through turn 1. Philip Sinclair Tisdall really isn't that far away at all. Andrew Thompson in the lead of this race is doing so rather comfortably by, 8.4, maybe even 8.5 seconds this time by the time we go through. Jim Mountain running so wide on the exit of Druids. I don't think he meant to do that. It seems like the car just wandered wide of the curb. Maybe rode up the curb a bit too much and it just pushed him away from the apex. They deal with a bit of traffic as they pick their way through and past Tony Kilby. But in a straight line, again, Jim Mountain just has that extra little bit. That's all he needs, I think, to keep Will Bibb behind until the end. But again, it's just trying to force that mistake for Will Bibb.
Yep, so we are shortly going to have 20 laps completed by our race leader, Andrew Thompson, who is 8.3 seconds to the good from John Emberson, who is 8.3 seconds to the good from Alexander Lees, who is 8.5 seconds to the good from Martin Adams. So the top 4 all equidistantly spread. Here comes Will Bibb again with another quick look at the inside of Jim Mountain heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend. That still doesn't quite work. So the grey machine, number 95, with those 3 white stripes down the side of it, still resides there in 6th place at the moment. Over the start-finish line onto the penultimate lap of the race now goes our race leader, Andrew Thompson, who isn't actually that far away from this battle that we're looking at the moment down towards Graham Hill Bend. Jim Mountain, Will Ruff, Philip Sinclair Tisdale will be the next 3 cars potentially that will be caught by Andrew Thompson, our race leader, but I'm not sure he's quite going to get there by the end of the race.
No, neither am I. So we look out of our left-hand side window. You can see on the stream they're picking their way through Clearways and then in towards Clark Curve. And at the moment, it seems like Jim Mountain is just controlling this race now. He's not afforded Will Bibb any opportunity to have a look, whether it be inside or outside. As you say, Andrew Thompson's just picking his way through the final couple of corners. He will come towards the line to go on to what will be his final lap of the race. I don't think he will get close enough to put another lap on this one, but Jim Mountain and Will Bibb, I think Will Bibb is going to try just that little bit harder, and he will know that there's only a couple of laps remaining.
Yep, so he will throw anything that he's got in reserve at trying to sneak through and ahead of Jim Mountain once more. And of course, Philip Sinclair Tisdale at the wheel of the number 54 car is poised to scoop up the spoils should they trip over each other and put each other off the road. I'm sure that won't be the case because the driving standards in Morgan's year after year after year are pretty much exemplary. So on to the Cooper Straight. Our race leader will go for what will be the final time. There's only a few seconds remaining on the clock, but for this little brilliant battle between the light blue car of Jim Mountain and Will Bibb, they've still got one further tour of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, 1.2 miles to try and work out who's going to finish first, and who's going to finish in 5th, who's going to finish in 6th, but we know who is going to finish in first, Andrew Thompson.
Yeah, Andrew Thompson over the line, punches the air and sees the checkered flag. Brilliant win for Andrew Thompson, eventually finishes over 10 seconds clear of the number 89 of John Emberson. So through comes John Emberson to tick his 22nd lap in the book, 10.4 seconds away. Then it will be the 187 Morgan +8 of Alexander Lees, who comes through to finish in 3rd place and win the Invitational class. Over the line now comes the 42 of Peter Cole, and Jim Mountain, on the very final lap of his race, has put that car into the gravel. So that will decide that, I guess, and I guess Will Bibb will come through and finish in what will be 5th place. And that means over the line we've also seen the 661 of Martin Adams in the silver machine. He finishes 2nd in the Invitational class, 4th overall. He's not raced that car for 5 years. What a way to return to the Morgan Challenge. Will Bibb, therefore, comes over the line to win Class 5 and finish 5th, the final driver inside the top 5. And with Jim Mountain depositing his car into the gravel, Philip St Clair Tisdall finishes 6th overall and wins Class 4. Jim Mountain will be classified in a 7th place, 2nd in Class 4. He will end with the 42 machine of Peter Cole, who finished in 8th place ahead of Greg Parnell in the 46 Aero 8 GTN. He crossed the line to finish in what is 9th place, and to round out your top 10, and your only 10 finishers, unfortunately, was Tony Kilby in the Morgan Roadster Lightweight. He will finish in 10th place. Unfortunately, we lost the 22, that being Ian Sumner, James Sumner, pardon me, and we also lost Louis Ruff as well. But the cars were picking their way down in towards the pit lane. Mark is on his way down there to hopefully grab a word with Andrew Thompson, John Emberson and Alexander Lees. Thankfully, we are very shortly going into what is in theory a lunch break, but there's plenty of on-track action still to go. We can talk about that more in just a few moments' time of what we will see over lunch, and it is very special indeed. Jim Mountain's car is just being pulled out of the gravel trap at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend by the trackside recovery unit. So a massive thank you to the marshals, the medical staff, the circuit staff, the recovery crews, and obviously everybody else here at Brands Hatch for making this weekend happen. You've had maybe a slightly busier day than expected today, but I can see Mark is down there, so too is Andrew Thompson. He's taken off the helmet, and I'm sure he's got some stories from that race. A rather quiet race for him nonetheless.
Yeah, let's grab a quick word with our race winner, Andrew Thompson. Andrew, congratulations, your 2nd win of the 2024 season. Early stages, though, yourself and Louis Ruff were very closely matched.
Yeah, we are. They're completely different cars engine-wise, but so well matched over a whole lap, and I'm not sure what happened to Louis, but it was looking like it was going to be a race-long battle corner for corner. Then I managed to get past him, and I noticed him dropping back, so maybe he had a problem. But this is such a complex circuit, you can't fall asleep. You've just got to keep going, keep going, keep going. And I got a couple of squirrely moments when I was out on my own. I was still a bit wild, but great fun. A lovely circuit.
It's a lovely circuit, but from a driver's perspective, you know, you don't get much respite because even the straights are either very short or aren't really straights.
Exactly, yeah. My car and my driving style suits elevation change and corners really well. So Silverstone's lovely, but I don't really like it. Cadwell here, Snetterton, where there's all sorts of technical stuff. But what I like about this circuit is the elevation change, and you can really play with that in a +8.
So more than happy, car's going to stay as it is, no tweaks for race 2?
No, I might put the other set of tyres on. These were beginning to feel a little bit used by the end of the day, but probably otherwise exactly the same.
Always great to see the Morgans out here at Brands Hatch. You know, we only 10 finishers in that one. Hopefully Snetterton, the final couple of rounds, we'll see a few more of you out.
I think so, yes. One of the problems we had was a few people already had commitments over the bank holiday weekend.
Silverstone, I guess.
Yep. And holidays, some of them are just away, whereas Snetterton's way past holiday season. I should imagine we'll be back up to more normal numbers in the 20s, and we like Snetterton as an end-of-season celebration.
So 2nd win here. Are we going to see the 3rd win later on this afternoon?
Let's see. It largely depends, I suspect, on what happened to Louis and if he can get his car sorted out. But at the end of the day, if he comes out in the same car fixed, it'll be a great race.
It'd be great to see you both race wheel to wheel again. Well done, congratulations. 2nd win of the season in the Morgan Challenge goes the way of Andrew Thompson. Let's go back upstairs to Jack, who's upstairs in the commentary box, because it shouldn't be too much longer, Jack, before we see those glorious Jaguars, the XJR9, one of which was the Le Mans winning car from 1988. The sister car that will come out with it finished 4th
in 1988 and was the second of the Jaguars home of the 5, I think, that Jaguar brought to Le Mans in 1988. And we've also got out a Jaguar XJR11, which is a couple of years later in terms of a model. That car will have raced in the World Sports Car Championship and Le Mans, but I also think latterly in its life, that car went over to IMSA and raced in GTP over there. It wouldn't have been in its cigarette livery, the silk cut livery back over there. I'd imagine if it was racing in IMSA, it would have been either Castrol or possibly Bud Light colours on that occasion.
Yeah, we've got some very special machinery ready to take to the circuit. So the Le Mans winner, which Mark alluded to, 1988, the Jaguar XJR9. It went to Le Mans in strength with an entry of 5 XJR9s, all powered by their Jaguar V12s, producing 750 brake horsepower out of their 7-litre V12s. 2 of the cars retired, but the remaining 3 went on to finish 1st, 4th and 16th. The one that finished 1st is here today. You can see that car is currently out on circuit and working its way up towards Druids. Very, very special machinery. And just seeing it, obviously I wasn't around, I was minus 14, but seeing it now, that's very special.
We all look through rose-tinted glasses at various periods of motorsport, and for me, Group C is one of those. I was very lucky enough to have been around and saw the cars race back in period. So to see these utterly iconic cars here is an absolute pleasure. And you're saying, the number 2 car won Le Mans in 1988. It's not the full story, because with 45 minutes to go, Jan Lammers was driving that number 2 car that we've got out there. The gearbox broke. He'd already heard from the sister car that was driven by Raoul Basel what he needed to do. The car jumped out of gear, and Jan Lammers quickly put it back into 4th with 45 minutes to go, whilst leading Le Mans in that very car that we've got out there. He then, for the final 45 minutes, did not change gear once more for fear of the fact the gearbox would break, and because of that, they won Le Mans.
Yes, it's scary, isn't it? It's scary how close they were to losing Le Mans, but that was completed 394 laps of the Circuit de la Sarthe, and to put that into perspective, that's 3,300 kilometres. The drivers may have had a break, the mechanics may have had a break, the circuit staff may have had a break. That car continued on for 24 hours. Granted, it probably felt its age. It probably started to feel rather old come the end of that. They've done 1 lap underneath the safety car, and now we see them out on brand new sticker slicks. This is going to be amazing, isn't it?
It's going to be amazing, yeah. I mean, Jaguar really wanted to win Le Mans in 1988, and even after qualifying, it didn't look as though they were going to, because at 1st, 2nd and 3rd in qualifying were all Porsches. So it didn't look like it was quite potentially going to go their way, but luck did shine on them. And yeah, that iconic picture, if you've got a programme in the centre of the programme showing the 3 Jags coming over the finish line at Le Mans together. The lead car in that picture is the number 2 car that we've got out there, and they'd line them up like that, so even if the gearbox did fail towards the end, they were literally going to push one Jaguar into the back of the other to make sure that car won the race. So enjoy the sights, enjoy the sounds of Group C Jaguars here at Brands Britannia 2024.
So give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Show your appreciation for the 3 X-Works Jaguar Le Mans cars here at Brands Britannia. The number 2 car has kindly been provided by the Jaguar Heritage Trust. James Howe, the driver of the very car that won at Le Mans in 1988. The number 22 car kindly provided by Jeff Page Racing and driven by Jeff himself. And the XJR11, the number 4 car that you were seeing around the circuit, it was BRDC member and former British GT champion and hugely successful historic racer Callum Lockie that was driving that one. A fantastic sight and a wonderful addition to Brands Britannia here at Brands Hatch 2024. Jack, I know you were saying upstairs earlier on you didn't see these cars back in period,
no.
But you know, you're impressed, aren't you?
Very, very. The XJR11, I thought, you know what, we'll get a quick video of that one. Yeah, the camera was shaking purely because it scared the living daylights out of me of how loud it was. And it's just something you don't get anymore. Oh, it's beautiful.
I tell you, it wasn't as loud as the 787B Mazda with its rotary engine. That was ear-piercing, but no, just a wonderful era and a wonderful day. We're heading towards a lunch break now, Jack, but that doesn't mean that it all stops, does it? We've got Punch and Judy show going on in what is... I've forgotten what it's called. Kentigan.
Yes.
In the Kentigan. We've got more live supercar displays going on. We've got more live music to take place. And we've got that grid walk that you can tell us about before we close off for lunch.
Yeah, there's so much you can do. You can join the free lunchtime grid walk. It's scheduled to get underway in about 10 minutes time. That gives you an opportunity to walk on the Brands Hatch grid before the race cars start their engine, so you can get up close and personal with a few of the cars, have a chat to the drivers. They will love to tell you about their car. So if you want to queue up for that one, I'm guessing that's just up on the outside of Graham Hillburn, Paddock
and perfect timing, as ever. The organisation by MSV is superb. I think it was more luck than judgment, but we've just had the Biggin Hill 2-seater Spitfire fly over as well, so perfect timing.
Brilliant timing, yeah, so we have that. We've also, if you stay around to the very end of the day, we have the track parade once all is said and done, so that's hundreds of Britain's finest road cars they will take to the circuit. As Mark said, we've got live music up for another, 45 minutes up in the Kentigan. We've also got the Punch and Judy show scheduled to probably get underway around about now. There was one at 11, one at 1 o'clock and one at 3. And then we've also got the Mini Landers, where that's where children can take the wheel of their own Mini Land Rover replica and put their skills to the test. We've also got a number of lawn games, which I'm not sure whether they're still going to carry on in the wind throughout today. But plenty of action still to get underway throughout this afternoon. We have the best part of 7 more races still to go, so plenty of action for you all to stick around for. But in the meantime, please do make use of all the facilities here at Brands Hatch. Walk along Colin Chapman Way, where we've got so many car clubs joining us here this weekend, and they've turned out with plenty of numbers, but beautifully prepared cars. Thank you for joining us in what was the morning of racing. we'll be back with you in a few moments' time once we can get this afternoon's racing underway.
Well, welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody, for our afternoon activity that we've got here as part of the fantastic Brands Britannia race meeting here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. For those of you that were involved in the grid walk over the course of the lunch break, thank you for leaving the grid so quickly, because we've got a lot to get through this afternoon. For those of you that are joining us on the live stream, we've still got plenty of racing action to come, with 7 further races still to come today. The Mintex Classic K and Hawthorn Jaguar Challenge cars are on the grid. We'll give you the grid for that in a few moments' time. But if you're here at the venue, there's still lots for you to get involved with. Remember, we've still got the vintage taxis and the vintage buses on display. We've got the Army Reserves here as well, 103 Force Support Battalion, the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, REME, representing 133 Divisional Recovery Company. Their personnel are over there if you want to have a look at their vehicles or maybe chat to them about potentially joining the forces as well. We've still got young drive sessions on as well for children aged between 11 and 17. You can get behind the wheel of a dual-controlled BMW 1 Series in a very safe, controlled environment on the Grand Prix loop as well. Hellwood's restaurant is where you sign on for that. Need to meet the minimum age and the minimum height requirements. We've still got some live music coming up. That is about to start now. Livy Wollaston in the Kentagon will be performing her live set, and then in about an hour's time we've got our final Punch and Judy show of the day that's going on in there as well. So there's plenty to keep you busy here in what is a very busy afternoon, but a very much British-based afternoon. And how fantastic was it to see those glorious Jaguar XJR9s and the XJR11, the Le Mans cars out and doing their demo runs?
It was brilliant, and straight away off the bat, you could tell they were being worked hard, for lack of a better term, I think, as we saw. But no, yes, all the sides, all the sound, it's been brilliant. And I can't get over the amount of cars and car clubs we've got here, sort of picking our way through. I can see bright yellow Vauxhall VX220, 2 Ginetta G40 road-going cars, and we've got the grid again emblazoned with some beautiful racing machinery, haven't we, Mark?
We have, yep. So the grid is fully formed. Let's guide you through it. Paul Toombs starts in his Lotus Elan from pole position. He's got the triumph of Alan Ross Jones alongside. It's Malcolm Johnson in his Lotus Elan alongside the similar car of Graham Brown on row 2. And row 3 of the grid, Alice Hughes will start alongside the number 25 listed Jaguar of Nigel Webb and John Young. We don't know who the starting driver is for that one. Steve Spink and Team Greenhill are in row 4, and Tina Cooper and Brian Arculus are next up on row number 5, with Will Linley and Guy Connew forming the next row. Then it's Richard Griffin Hall and Chris Blewett, the Millers with their Jaguar Mark 1 alongside Mark Prutton's MGB Roadster. And then it's Nick and Alistair Dyson and Patrick Doyle. Steve Chapman and Peter Boys on row number 10, Toby Smith and Graham Pettit on row number 11, and the Fraser family, Ian and John, sit there alongside Vaughan Thomas in the JSM Dart. William Tebbett is next up. He lines 25th on the grid alongside Clive Tong, who will start at the wheel of the number 888 Mini, and Chris Edwards and Neil Horton in the very unusual Peerless GT2 that are at the tail end of the field. So the Mintex Classic K is for pre-66 GT and touring cars running to FIA Appendix K regulations. So that is, in other words, that is period racing specification. So if it wasn't on the cars when they raced in period, you can't put it on the cars now. It also means you have to run the historic tyre in this, which is a cross-ply tyre. So it does mean that the car moves around a little bit. The classes are based on engine capacity in reality, albeit Class CA scoops up all of the Marcos and Lotus Elan cars, and Class CM scoops up all of the MGBs, but anything else is largely based on engine capacity. So if you're in CB, you're over 2.7 litres, but it's got to be an 8-cylinder engine. If you're in CC, it's over 2.7 litres, but that's for 6-cylinder engines. 2 to 2.7 litre engines sit in Class D. Class E is for 1,600 to 2 litres, Class F 1,300 to 1,600, and Class CG up to 1,300. So that's the way it works for those. For the Jaguars, it's subtly different. So for the Mike Hawthorn Trophy, Class JA for those is for 2.4 litre saloons. Class JB features the 3.4 litre Mark 1s. Class JC is for the 3.8 litre Mark 2s. Class JD scoops up Mark 7s, Mark 8s, Mark 9s, Mark 10 saloons, if we have any of those out there. And then we also have Class JE for Mark 1s with the straight port head, and Class JF for Mark 2s with the straight port head. So that's the way it works for all of those. We do have one former race winner out there in the Mintex Classic K, Jack, which is the Lotus Elan of Malcolm Johnson, who we've regularly seen racing things like Lotus Europas in this category, but his sort of grey Elan that sits there on the second row of the grid, he's won at Anglesey, he's won at Snetterton, he's won at Alton Park. So come this pit stop, which again will take place between the 10th and the 25th minute of the race, he's got some extra time to spend in the pits, which largely means he's going to lose at least a lap, isn't he?
Yes, and what on the run into that, obviously he will be aware of that, so he will drive accordingly. And Malcolm Johnson, he doesn't hang around, so we'll see what he can do on the run up towards the pit window, and then post pit stop, how he then attacks the rest of the field, because all of those cars that he may have lapped in the first aspect of the race, he may need to overtake in the second aspect of the race. We have just had a minor delay, so we will get the race underway as soon as possible. It looks like Vaughan Thomas has potentially grabbed the attention of a member of staff down there. Who that is, I'm not exactly sure, but going off what may be going on down there, we'll just sort of await further instruction and go from there.
Yeah, I think it might be just a delay whilst we just deal with whatever has happened down in the assembly area, which hopefully will not be too much of an issue. So it does mean that the drivers then are doors open, remaining rather patiently on the grid. So whilst we're waiting for the race to get underway, let's just have a look at some of the future events that are coming up here at Brands Hatch. Ford Power Live comes to Brands Hatch on the 15th of September, celebrating all things Blue Oval. Be a range of supporting races for that one, including the modified Ford series. I think it's a round of the Enduro KAs will be here. We'll probably have the United Formula Ford Championship here, amongst many other things as well. There's the usual trade stands and show and shine stands. There's live demonstrations again in that one, including GT40s heading out onto the circuit to do some demo laps as well. I'll return here on the 28th and 29th of September for what is, for this year, the final rounds of the British GT Championship. We will also feature the final rounds of both the GB3 Championship partnered by the BRDC and the GB4 Championship will all be here that weekend, including the final rounds for the Ginetta Championships that are here as well. That is on the 28th and 29th of September. We also have the likes of the Go Japan Festival taking place. That's on Sunday the 8th of September. Speed and sideways action, and again a range of different things, including the Motorsport UK Drift Championship will be here. So that is something to look forward to, a range of sprint races on the Indy Circuit for that one. And already, of course, key dates for 2025 are being announced. The likes of British GT and Quick Fit British Touring Car Championships have already announced what their dates are for 2025. So there's lots coming up. One of probably the highlight meetings, if there's only one other meeting that you can get to here at Brands Hatch for the remainder of the year, if it's not the Touring Cars or British GT or the final round of the Bennett's British Superbike Championship, then why not, if you've not tried it before, come along to truck racing, which includes probably one of the best firework displays you will ever see. So the entry fee is worth it just for the fireworks. You'd pay almost just as much just to go and see a firework display. You get a whole day's racing. That's Sunday the 3rd of November, the final rounds of the British Truck Racing Championship. I can't guarantee the weather will be as nice in November as it is this weekend, but if you want details on that and any other of the race meetings that are taking place here, brandshatch.co.uk is where you need to head for that one. brandshatch.co.uk. So that gives you an indication as to some of the events that are coming up here. We are still under a delay at this stage. We are not able to start our race at this stage, so just bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, just while the officials deal with an off-circuit issue that they are, I'm sure, going to deal with appropriately and resolve as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant teams here throughout this weekend from the club and from the circuit and what have you. So it really is the best place for anything like that. But the rest of this season, CSCC or Brands Hatch, there's plenty to look forward to, and obviously we've still got half of today, but I have to say, this weekend, maybe not Saturday, but Sunday, and obviously today on Monday, which is odd. It feels weird to be commentating on a Monday. The weather has very much been very kind, although the wind has been a rather consistent threat. Thankfully, there's nothing that is too aero dependent here this weekend, so it's not really going to play havoc on any of the cars too much. What I do like about specifically the Mintex Classic K and the Mike Hawthorne Jaguar Challenge coming out onto circuit, or already formed up on the grid, is you've got those big Jaguar Mark 1s fighting against little Lotus Elans. It's brilliant. It's almost
very sort of, how do I word it? Slightly older British touring cars, isn't it? Sort of your bigger machinery versus your tiny things.
Yeah, I mean, we never saw the Elans in the British Saloon Car Championship as it would have been, but we did see the Jags and the Minis and other things like that. So it harks back to the early days of what is now the British Touring Car Championship, but of course it was the British Saloon Car Championship when we had the likes of Richard Longman and Roy Pierpoint, was it not? Jim Clark, all of those racing back in the early days of that, so sort of the mid part of the 60s. And again, that period we had where you had the typical British cars like the Lotus Cortina and the Mini all running as quickly as they could in the championship, and then we started to bring in the big American V8 cars as well, the Galaxy 500s and the Ford Mustangs and things like that.
And one thing, I mean, you mentioned it to me yesterday evening, and granted you know a lot more about it than I do. I openly admit it's a very pretty car, but I didn't understand the rarity or appreciate the rarity of it. We've got 3 Triumph TR4s currently on the grid at the moment, but we also have a Triumph TR4 SLR. That's rather unique and very, very rare, isn't it?
It is, yes. It's not out in this race. It's out. It's in this one. Oh, it is on the grid in this one, is it? It is, yeah. So it's driven by Richard Hall Griffin, the Triumph TR4 SLR. So the SLR is that for the TR4. That is unique. They built 4 SLR-bodied cars, but 3 of them were Morgans, and there was only ever one that was a TR. So it's a beautiful car, a very rare car. It was used in competition from 1962 till about 1964, and it is one of those very rare cars that we've been absolutely privileged to see racing in the Classic Sports Car Club for a good number of years now, with different drivers behind the wheel of it over the years, including Steve Chapman, who is on the grid in a TR4, but not the SLR, which he has raced many times himself.
Yeah, and it's the uniqueness of the rest of the cars. Obviously, that Peerless GT2, the GSM Dart, and the Ginetta G12 as well. I love that.
Yeah, the little Ginetta G12, which again, Chris Blewett has been racing for a huge amount of years. So Lotus, Triumph, Mini, or Austin, Jaguar, MG, Ginetta, GSM, Peerless even at the back of the grid, the Peerless GT2 as well. So a range of different manufacturers, which just go to show that, yeah, the motor industry that the UK did have, and sadly no longer really does. But if you want to relive some of that history of the British motor industry, then Brands Britannia is a brilliant place to do it. Any Classic Sports Car Club meeting is a great place to do it, with meetings still to come at Snetterton and Alton Park later on this year. But also go to some of the museums you've got. You know, the British Motor Heritage Museum at Gaydon, just up the M40, not far from Warwick. Great place to go. Coventry Motor Museum, you really realise how central a hub and critical to industry the Midlands area was. So head to Coventry Motor Museum. Maybe go to Bewley, which is, of course, down towards Bournemouth in the New Forest. You've also got, I mentioned it earlier on, Haynes Motor Museum in Somerset. You know, that has a broader range of different cars, but there's loads of museums you can go to and have a look at, you know, some of these beautiful cars that we've got out racing with us. There'll be loads of them on static display in museums.
Yeah, and obviously that's where I think that generational thing comes in very differently, because I have a massive appreciation for the XJR 9s and the 11 that we saw today, but well and truly up my street will be some of the supercar displays that we've got today. You're very modern, very new, cutting edge, and on the very verge of the newest technology. Those supercar demos they're displayed all day, but they've got a demo at 3 o'clock, so less than an hour away. In only 50 minutes, you can get some extremely modern machinery. So if no matter your liking of cars, whether it be your vintage road cars, vintage race cars, your newer race cars, or your newer road cars, whatever it is, this weekend CSCC have really put together something absolutely fabulous, haven't they?
Yeah, in conjunction with MSVR, of course. Yeah, we got the manufacturer zone as well, so local dealers. So you got the local Aston Martin at Sevenoaks dealership. We've got McLaren Ascot dealership represented there. We've got the Jaguar Land Rover Tonbridge dealership represented there. So, you know, we still do have a lot of, whilst we don't necessarily as a country have many British-owned manufacturers. They might be built in Britain and have British heritage, but it's all foreign money that's at the back of the company. We still have the best engineering in the UK. We are by far, it doesn't matter whether it's road cars, whether it's Formula One, whether it's Remy, we have some stunning engineers in this country.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we can make use of those to make some very pretty and very powerful road cars and then turn them into race cars, all the better, really, isn't it? We can see
pretty and powerful road cars that in the future aren't going to make a noise, though. That's my problem.
Yes.
But I'm old now, so.
No, I somewhat agree. What we need is, who was it that was out earlier? I can't remember who it was that went screaming over. It was one of your favourites. I think it was from the Special Saloons. What we need is to get Andrew Willis in his yellow Austin A30. Yeah, we need him to engineer all future engines, don't we?
Yeah, I do like that car. I've got a very soft spot. It's the first time I've seen it. I've followed his progress of the build of that car through social media, and it's just been wonderful to watch. And again, a very dedicated guy working, I'm sure, with other people, helping him to build up what is a beautiful, beautiful car.
Yeah.
It's utterly fantastic.
Yeah, because you can relate that to when you might have an issue on your road car and you ring your mates going, I need a hand with this, I'm not going to be able to lift this myself, or I'm not going to be able to get this out the car or whatever. You ring your mates, they come around. By the sounds of it, he's done the same. He's used his connections in what is a very, very friendly motorsport paddock at MSVR and at the Classic Sports Car Club, of course. Everyone will have lent a hand. And to see it out, and what you tend to see as well, more often than not, is we saw it, I think it was at Anglesey. Somebody had, I can't remember whether it was a rear wishbone or what have you, something like that had failed. And their closest rival in the series gave them that spare part. They sort of went, I know we are forever racing against each other and we will go tooth and nail to the end, but if you're not there, I don't race with anyone. So please take the part. Please do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just peering through the binoculars at the cars we've got on display. I can see that we've got the Lotus, the local Lotus Club that are there with a range of Exige Series 1, Elise Series 1s, Elise Series 2. That looks like we've got an Emira over there as well. There's
VX220.
VX220 amongst them. There's an Eclat there as well, which...
Is that the press van?
Yeah, I'm going to say it's not one of my favourite. There's an earlier LAN there as well, but I'm talking the 90s LAN as well, which briefly, amazingly, Kia produced a few cars in the same body shell. I remember driving one of the Kia press cars quite some time ago. I can see there's a lovely Austin Healey as well. And then we get down to, what else have we got? Well, Ford Mondeo, Ford Anglia, Cortina Estate.
I'm hoping that's an Escort Mexico, just the opposite side of the Cortina.
Yeah, that's a white...
Is it a Cortina?
No, that's a Capri.
That's a Capri, the opposite side of that Capri. If that's an Escort Mexico, I want one.
I'm looking, there's vans now. So we've got an Anglia van, a Sapphire Cosworth. This is all through the binoculars, ladies and gents. TR7s or 8s, can't quite tell. MGB Roadsters, looks like there's Caterhams all in the background as well. This is thanks to all of you people for bringing these along. Then we've got a range of Triumphs, whether they be Heralds or Vitesses. I could see the Mexico you're talking about now.
The Noble as well.
There's a TR6. There's a Spitfire Mark II. There's a GT6. The Noble M12.
I'm trying to decide on the colour of the Herald. I think it's 3 cars towards us on this side of the Noble. I want to say lime green, but it's not lime green.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's
would you say
green.
lime green?
No,
pastel
I wouldn't.
green?
It's pastel green, yeah. Aston Martins I can now see. Right, that one there. Is that an XK120? I can't quite tell from here. Then we get to Jaguars. There's a DB9 I can see again mixed amongst the Jaguars. Austin Healeys. And a range of other things. So you can just see, oh, Ginetta G40, there we go, Ginetta G40 that's just leaving. So a far more modern one, the orange G40. So it's just wonderful to see whilst we've got this delay going on. MGTF I can spot there as well. So yeah, just so many different cars, which are all, pride and joy of their owners. It doesn't matter whether it's worth a few £100 or a few £1,000, just the amount of pride. Look at all the Caterhams as well. Didn't realise how many Caterhams were here, built just down the road, and all shapes and sizes, including some with the swept wings as well. I can see there. I think I've still got a set of swept wings up in my loft somewhere.
From the Westfield.
from the Westfield, pre-litigation Westfield. So yeah, before Caterham took them to court and told them to change the design. So yeah, just so many cars. Great to see so many people here supporting the second ever Brands Britannia. And apologies just while we are having this race delay, which hopefully won't be too much longer before we get all of the personnel that we need positioned into the right places, having dealt with an off-circuit problem that just needed sorting.
Yeah, One thing I did see as well, again, very different from the classic cars we've been referring to. I think there was a McLaren 650S LT, and the 650S as a car is quite a common McLaren, if McLarens are now common. But the LT, the long tail, very unique, very few were made. Very rare as well. So it was nice to see those. But the real range of modern and classic machinery. Classic far outweighs the modern here this weekend, but what you will find, you may have just arrived with the latest, greatest, most shiny McLaren, but you'll still have a massive appreciation for the classic machinery on show, and vice versa.
It's some of the unusual stuff that probably turns more heads on occasion, isn't it? You know, supercars, you know, whilst... Wow, I would love to own one at some point in my life, but also it's those unusual cars that you just don't see, you know, because we do see, you know, if you drive up and down the motorways every weekend, or you go into the big cities, you will see the McLarens and the Porsches and the Ferraris and the Aston Martins. But you know, something like a little Peerless Phase 2 coming past you, or something like that, you think, what's that? You know, and it turns your head because you just don't see them. So yeah, that's why I like things like this. Right, I think I just heard a buzzer go off, which suggests we are 5 minutes away from getting things underway. So thanks for your patience and perseverance, ladies and gentlemen. It looks as though we've now got all of our personnel heading back towards their respective posts. We've got Joyce George rather cantering along back to the safety car. Not sure I've ever seen you run before, Joyce. Damien Hurst, who is our safety car driver, hello Damo, is just putting on his crash helmet as well. So if they've been given the instructions that we're about ready to go, then hopefully we're not that far away from getting this race underway. It was scheduled to get underway at 2:10. It's only coming up to 2:20 now, so you know we haven't lost that much time in reality.
No, not at all. And I guess that's the perks of a grid walk, because all the cars are already there and parked in the right spot, aren't they? Yeah. And you have to say, I had a very brief look down there. Every single car beautifully presented. Anyone would have thought between qualifying and the race, they've gone through a full wash and polish.
Yeah, they do look absolutely pristine. The sun glinting off them all, and wonderful to see, as ever, the cars beautifully prepared. So we've given you the starting drivers, I think, for most of them. Let's just pick out. So for the shared cars, towards the front of the grid, 116 will be started by Alice Hughes. Yeah. Car number 25, we never did get to the bottom of who was driving the Jaguar Lister Mark 1 Saloon, whether it was Nigel Webb or John Young. I don't think we were ever notified of that one, so that's sort of got a bit of a question mark against it. As have a few of the Jaguars, actually. Car number 70, Richard Miller and Aston Miller. We don't know who's starting that one. Car number 155, Nick and Alistair Dyson. I don't think we're ever informed either. 79 will be started by Ian Fraser, the Lotus Cortina. And car number 888 towards the rear of the grid should be Clive Tong at the wheel of the Mini. Is that correct?
Yes, and we did have a number of other shared cars, but since then, obviously, they've either had the second driver drop out or they've decided otherwise. And yeah, we've had a few solos, but yeah, there's a couple that we haven't quite got to the bottom of. But again, that could all become rather obvious throughout the race if we can pick out somebody's overalls and recognise exactly who it is that will be starting. So I've got the same as you by way of who we think is starting, and some of the cars which we may not. I'm just looking down into Alan Ross Jones. It looks like he's wearing a set of Marshall's overalls behind the wheel of that car, doesn't it?
Not one of our Marshals snuck in over the course of the look.
No, thinking, you know, I'll have a crack at this.
What's that? It's
so we've got...
it's Nigel Webb driving first in car number 25. Thank you very much for that. So that's important because that's a car that's towards the sharp end of the order. And so that sorts out who's driving the Jaguar Lister Mark 1 Saloon. Nigel Webb, long time Jaguar racer. So who's your money on then for this one?
I would normally go Malcolm Johnson, but obviously he has the additional penalty to deal with. I don't want to be boring. I was going to do exactly what Hugo has just mentioned, say Paul Toombs, but now I can't do that because he's just said that. So I'm going to go 261. I'm going Graham Brown.
Right, okay. Well, I was going to go Paul Toombs as well.
But we can't do that.
So I can't do that now either because Hugo got in first. We didn't even ask him the question and he stole our answer. Alan Ross Jones, Dr. Alan Ross Jones I'm going for.
Perfect. So Hugo holding us to what he said now. The thing is, if Paul Toombs wins, we're not the wiser. It's yes.
Well, but if Paul Toombs break down, we can blame Hugo.
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
so yeah,
absolutely.
we may have dodged a bullet there. We'll see as to how this race plays out. But 40 minutes, anything can happen. We've already seen that multiple times this weekend.
Yes, so it's a 40-minute race. The pit window opens after the 10th minute of the race, remains open for 15 minutes and closes for the final 15 minutes of the race. Everybody has to stop for a minimum period from pit in to pit out of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Apart from Malcolm Johnson, because of those wins throughout the season, he's going to lose at least another lap compared to everybody else, purely because he's got to stay in the pit lane for longer. So off they go on their formation lap then. Guide you through the colours. Number 48, Paul Toombs on pole position. His car is largely blue and white, and alongside is the number 71 Triumph TR4, dark blue, of Alan Jones. Row 2 of the grid, 49, it's grey for the Lotus Elan of Malcolm Johnson, and for company he has got the light blue and white Elan, car number 261 of Graham Brown. Row 3 of the grid, it's grey and black, the Mini, that will be started by Alice Hughes, and alongside is number 25, which is the dark green Jaguar Lister Mark 1 of Nigel Webb. And row 4 of the grid, the MGB Roadster, it's light green and white really, number 153, Steve Spink, he has got for company car number 135, Tim Greenhill, in his MGB Roadster. And I think those could be two cars we keep an eye on, Jack, as well, because they are both first and second, respectively, in Class CM1 for the MGBs, and they were separated by only 0.2 of a second in qualifying.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that will well and truly be a battle to watch, or at least a battle that will well and truly strike its way into life throughout this race. The red lights are on, awaiting the arrival of our front couple of rows. The safety car with its lights off will peel its way very slowly in towards the pit lane, making sure everybody is all nice and closed up together. It's a lot of cars heading towards turn 1. The first couple of laps will be just trying to find your feet, and then you can focus on trying to make up those moves.
So here we go, the afternoon, final afternoon of action at Brands Britannia, about to get underway. The Mintex Classic K and Hawthorn Jaguar Challenge race. Safety car peels its way in towards the pit lane, and just showing how much motoring has changed. That BMW is an electric safety car, but all of the internal combustion engines, Classic Ks and Jaguars, are heading up to the start line. 40 minutes are on the clock, red lights are on the gantry. Paul Toombs and Alan Ross Jones sit there on the front row of the grid, neat 2x2 order, and as they get up towards the lights, which extinguish themselves now, good start from Paul Toombs and a brilliant start also from Graham Brown. Slow away was Alan Ross Jones at the wheel of the Triumph TR4, but they all head up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Paul Toombs leads, it's Graham Brown in second position. Malcolm Johnson is third at the moment and might be second by the time they get towards Druitt, as he draws himself alongside Graham Brown and does indeed go through into second place. But what a start from Paul Toombs.
Yeah, Paul Toombs has already started to disappear at the front of affairs. I fear that maybe it will be Will Tebbett's turn to grasp the attentions of the Clarks of the course. It looked like he was slightly eager to get this race underway. Malcolm Johnson is trying to run away with it. Then it's Graham Brown. So effectively, we've got those three Lotus Elans running away in the lead so far. Clive Tong and it'll be Simon Dawson a little bit further back, or he's at the sister car that's following them around. It's a very similar livery. They're almost exactly the same car that is out there. But for the moment, what a start, like you say, from Paul Toombs. He's coming over the line with quite a handsome margin. It's going to be the best part of 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, Alan Ross Jones, poor start from him from the front row of the grid. He's fallen behind the Mini, hasn't he? Which is going to be Alice Hughes, who got a good start. And the two MGBs that I said to watch out for, because they might do battle together, are absolutely rooted together, aren't they? Steve Spink and Tim Greenhill turn their way through Paddock Hill Bend, fighting over 6th and 7th place in the lead of the MGB class.
Yeah, so Paul Toombs goes through and naturally sets the fastest lap of the race. Alice Hughes is trying to run away from those cars behind. It all gets very, very congested. Who was in there as well?
That was Tim Greenhill, fired one up the inside of Steve Spink to take the lead of the MGB class. I did say watch out for them.
Yeah, just about managed to do it up onto the best part of 3 wheels, maybe even 2 on the run on towards the Cooper Straight. So Steve Spink and Tim Greenhill absolutely locked together. It's Tim Greenhill in front of Steve Spink at the moment, but trying to get in there as well is Tina Cooper. She's having a little look up the inside in that little Morris Mini Cooper S. So those three are locked together. Back over the line go our top two, and they have absolutely checked out from everybody else, haven't they?
They have, yeah. Malcolm Johnson just set the fastest lap of the race on the first flying lap, so gap first to second is just under 2 seconds at the moment. It's a Lotus Elan 1, 2, 3. The Triumph TR4 of Alan Ross Jones sits there in 4th place. The Mini of Alice Hughes is 5th. Then it's Tim Greenhill fighting away with Steve Spink in the MGBs. As you mentioned, Tina Cooper, long time Mini racer Tina Cooper. We've seen her out racing Lotus Elans in the past, but it's largely been Mini 7s, for which she was a champion in the Mini 7 Championship many years ago. And more latterly, this FIA Appendix K Mini that is the ex-Bill Solis car, if you know Mini racers. She is next up, and then it's the first of the Jags, isn't it, thereafter? And that is going to be Guy Connew that's taken the early lead in the Jags, number 144.
Yeah, Guy Connew pushing on now and trying to just apply the pressure in all of the right places, but that's a big moment for Steve Spink. Does he get it collected up? Somehow, he must have been absolutely on the lock stop, trying to get that car straightened up. Gives it a bootful to get the car back on the road. I think he may have just nibbled the curb slightly on the run through Surtees. That threw the car sideways. The amount of lock. I know you mentioned the Motorsport UK Drift Championships on its way. Actually, was their contact, because Tina Cooper is going very slowly over the line and potentially with a bit of suspension damage on the front right.
So Tina Cooper is going to head in towards retirement, I'm afraid. So she pulls the car off right up against the barriers on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend and will go no further. A shame for her. And for the other car that was involved, it has been able to continue
Steve
in
Spink.
the race. Yeah.
So how they ended up there, I will have a little look just to figure out exactly at what point sort of that car let go. But for the moment, those top two Lotus Elans are just running away with this, aren't they? Paul Toombs and Malcolm Johnson. Then we get back to Graham Brown, who's effectively best of the rest, because he does have the car of Alan Ross Jones, not too far away, but Alan Ross Jones, he's not exactly running away from Alice Hughes, is he? Because Alice Hughes is really starting just to keep that pressure exactly where she wants it, but also Tim Greenhill, now Steve Spink is no longer part of that picture, he can focus on trying to run away up the road.
Here come the leading Jags over the start-finish line. So number 144, Guy Connew, leads the Jag charge at this stage. Then it's Nigel Webb, who's second in the Jaguars in the green Mark II. And then next up is going to be the Millers. We're not sure whether it's Richard or Aston Miller that shares that particular car. Briefly had a waved yellow flag at Paddock Hill Bend as well. Did we know? We got a green at the exit because the marshals are pushing Tina Cooper's car back into a position of safety. Malcolm Johnson, another fastest lap of the race for him that time through. He's there in second place, 57.299 second lap. And another good fight that we've got going on is between the number 23 car, the Triumph TR4 SLR, that unique car that I was talking about. He is bottled up behind that little Ginetta G12 that you like so much, the number 44 car of Chris Blewett as they head along the Cooper Straight.
Yeah, very unique car, very low slung. Looks like it should be so much quicker, but the Ginetta G12, as you say, he is coming under a bit of pressure from Richard Hall Griffin in that blue Triumph TR4 SLR. And then just up the road, you start to get into more of the meat of the Jags, really, don't you? Because we've got, who do we have? As they run towards us, we'll keep an eye out the window.
Smith, is it?
Yes, we've got the 25 Nigel Webb, and then I think it is Richard Miller involved. Over the line, there goes Toby Smith. That's a brilliant battle in the Jags, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So it's Toby Smith from the Alistair / Nick Dyson car. We don't know who started behind the wheel of that one. And then the number 7 car, the dark green car, is going to be Graham Pettit with his Mark 1. So those 3 Jags heading up towards the braking area for Druids at the moment. And mixed amongst them, of course, we've got the Spearmint Green, a Triumph TR4 of Steve Chapman. And then we've still got that recovering MGB Roadster, haven't we, that sits behind, which is Steve Spink, still looking to try and make progress after his scary moment earlier on when he had that rotation and lost the tail end of the 135 car. He's still trying to claw his way back through the order.
Yeah, he's got a fair amount of work to do, doesn't he? He will pick his way through some of the traffic, but it's so congested still, just due to the nature of how close the racing is in the Mintex Classic K and Mike Hawthorne Jaguar Challenge. The top 2, have they got much closer as they pick their way through traffic? No, Paul Toombs is just managing that gap, I think, now between himself and Malcolm Johnson, but to take an average, he's losing a tenth and a half every single lap. But those Jags are really trying to muscle their way through the order, aren't they?
There's something about an old Jag Mark 1 and Mark 2. I mean, without question, they were the getaway car of choice, weren't they, in the 1950s, 1960s? And you know, you think that's what the criminals had. The police were running around in Ford Anglias at the time, so it's no wonder that the Jag was able to get away on so many occasions. So in towards the braking area for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Chris Blewett trying to drive the wheels off his little Ginetta to get fully up onto terms with Richard / Aston Miller's car, but of course he runs out of puff when they head along the straight. Is he going to squeeze his way through? No, he can't quite get there, can he, at the wheel of the Ginetta?
No, he had a look, but you can imagine him being in that tiny little Ginetta G12 and a big old Jaguar. It's very much, it must be quite a scary thought. Sideways coming onto the straight was Richard Aston Miller in that Jaguar, so sideways, and in doing that, it killed all of their momentum. So Chris Blewett goes through. Chris Blewett has gone from being under massive pressure by Richard Hall-Griffin to diving his way up the inside. Richard Hall-Griffin goes for the same move up the inside of Richard Aston Miller, but may immediately lose that place once again. Does the Jag have the grunt in a straight line? No. Is that Jag now slowing with a problem?
I don't know, but into the pit lane is Graham Pettit with his Jaguar, so he's clearly got some sort of issue. I was just thinking about the size of that Jag compared to Chris Blewett's machine. Yeah, I think it is slowing, isn't it, that Jaguar? So, yeah, the size of the Jaguar compared to Chris Blewett, it's almost like if the Jag hit the Ginetta, it'd feel like a speed bump, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Not a great deal more than that, the size difference between the pair.
You can only imagine Chris Blewett will be looking out of his window up to try and see the top of this Jaguar. So, yeah, Chris Blewett, he's on a bit of a mission now. He's trying to apply pressure onto those cars up the road. So we look for Chris Blewett. However, fastest lap of the race, good spot. Malcolm Johnson with a 57.125. He's within a second of Paul Toombs for the lead.
Yeah, so the battle for the lead of the race is getting closer now. Paul Toombs still leading the way, but not by a huge amount at this stage. With pit lane buzzer goes off, which suggests that somebody else is destined for the pit lane, and it's another Jag that's coming in. Yes, we've got the number 7 Jag of Graham Pettit, and then as you suggested, the other Jag that was slowing out there is the Richard Aston Miller number 70 car, also trundles its way down the pit lane as the race leaders go over the start-finish line. And this time, looks so Paul Toombs has responded to the fact that Malcolm Johnson was getting closer in the number 49 car, because Paul Toombs in the 48 machine sets his best lap of the race and extends the gap up to 2.25 seconds.
Yeah, it's exactly what you'd want to do at that stage, isn't it? You see the car behind is getting closer, and then in turn you try and run away. It's going to be a busy old race for Vaughan Thomas in that GSM Dart, because now he's going to have to be all eyes on his mirrors. We'll also have to keep an eye on Alan Ross Jones, obviously recovering from that poor start. He's knocking on the door of the top 3 at the moment, because Graham Brown in that sort of bright blue Lotus Elan is just a little bit further up the road, but not anymore, because all the way around the outside, Alan Ross Jones, much more confident through the traffic, picks his way through and up into 3rd place. So that now puts Graham Brown back down into 4th.
Yep, so that was TR4, lapping TR4 there. Chris Edwards was the back marker that was in the way, and as yet, still, Graham Brown hasn't passed Chris Edwards. He should now be able to get past him as they head along the Cooper Straight, but he needs to crack on with it. He's got Alice Hughes in the Mini now, looking to try and bear down on him as well. So Alan Ross Jones has escaped a little bit. The light blue Lotus Elan still now is going to be down a position as a result of that, down into 4th, but Alice Hughes is driving that Mini, throwing it around with fantastic gusto, is Alice Hughes, who again we've seen racing a range of different things over the last few years, haven't we?
Yeah, and the pit window has just opened as well, so we may end up seeing a few more cars dive their way into the pit lane. Richard and Aston Miller, unfortunately, that car, we knew it had maybe a minor issue, but the bonnet is off, not even up, the bonnet is off, and the mechanics working hard just to try and figure out exactly what's gone on. No callers to the pit lane immediately. What of the lead battle? The Triumph TR4 SLR and Chris Blewett have swapped around in his Ginetta G12, so that will now be a change for 10th place. So Richard Hall-Griffin has worked his way up into the top 10. Chris Blewett's now down into 11th place. What about the battle between Paul Toombs and Malcolm Johnson? That's opened up substantially. We've gone from 0.8 of a second up to 2.3.
And I think Steve Chapman might lose a place here if he's not careful. We got Guy Connew, who was leading the Jags, I think slowing out on circuit as well, car number 144. I saw him run wide at Druids. He was running in 8th place overall, but I do fear that that Jaguar now might have a problem. The battle going on circuit between Steve Chapman in the spearmint coloured car and the MGB that's behind him is well worth watching as well. But yeah, Guy Connew's car is no longer running in the heady position of 8th place. It will drop like a stone through the order because it's limping its way back towards what I'm sure will be the pit lane and retirement at the end of this one.
Yeah, such a shame. Into the pit lane we've got Vaughan Thomas. We've also got the treble 8 of the Clive Tong and Simon Dawson, another couple of cars coming into the pit lane as well. I think one of those is Vaughan Thomas. Has he come back round as of yet? I thought we'd spot him. Maybe he's brought that car in towards the back paddock. 3 wide over the start-finish line. They somehow organised themselves. I think that was a car lapping a car and a bit of an overtake in there as well. But Malcolm Johnson and Paul Toombs massively spread out.
Malcolm Johnson dives up the inside of the Triumph SLR heading in towards Druids. I think he had 2 wheels on the grass there. He also managed to sneak up the inside of Nigel Webb's Jaguar and then has had to give a place back to it. He's also now still looking to try and keep that Triumph TR4 SLR behind him, but we're 3 wide as we head along the Cooper Straight. As Paul Toombs, I think that is, laps them all. So up towards the braking. Is it Paul Toombs?
Yes, that is Paul Toombs, because in the background you have Malcolm Johnson, and it is Chris Blewett in that Ginetta who was sort of in front and behind and then back in front and then now back behind the Triumph TR4 SLR.
I think he scared himself with 2 wheels on the grass on doing the overtake and making it stick on the way into Druids.
And now this is going to affect Malcolm Johnson, because over the line the G12 and the SLR are absolutely, or they were side by side, but immediately blocked out is Malcolm Johnson. He will see Paul Toombs up the road running away. Malcolm Johnson will want to minimise the time lost in the pit lane, so we'll try and maximise the time gained whilst he's out there on circuit at the moment, but he's still trapped up and behind Chris Blewett, as well as Richard Hall Griffin in the Triumph TR4 SLR. And then just in front of the pair of these two is that the number 25. Yes, it's Nigel Webb and John Young in their Jaguar Lister Mark 1 Saloon, who's just a bit further up the road.
Yeah, Nigel Webb it is that started behind the wheel of that one. That was a late notification to us. So the order at the moment, number 48, Paul Toombs leads the way. 49, Malcolm Johnson second. 71, Alan Ross Jones is third. 261, which is going to be the car of Graham Brown, is fourth. 116, Alice Hughes is fifth. Sixth at the moment is number 135, Tim Greenhill. And seventh has just come into the pit lane, which is Brian Arculus with his Lotus Elan. That's the dark blue car with the white flashes to it. So he is one of the first running at the front to dive for the pit lane to conduct the mandatory stop.
Yeah, so Brian Arculus, he was running rather under the radar, wasn't he, in 6th place? He'd not really got his elbows out or got into a position where we were thoroughly keeping an eye on him. Over the line now it goes, is that the Peerless GT? Yes, it is. Again, another very, very unique car. But for the moment, over the line there goes the 261 of Graham Brown, and we've not seen too much of him. It's a long way up the road before we get to the leaders. They're actually already going down the Cooper Straight, and by way of Paul Toombs, he's already picking his way in towards the final couple of corners. So from first down to what is only, I think that's 7th, we've got a massive, massive gap already.
Yeah, we have, haven't we? Yeah. But what we do need to keep an eye towards is 7th backwards, just how close that is, because Nigel Webb, under pressure from the car that's behind, which is Richard Hall Griffin with the Triumph TR4 SLR, who's got Chris Blewett right behind him. Then it's Steve Chapman just off that. Then it's number 18, which is Will Lindley, just off that. Then it's going to be number 155, Alistair and Nick Dyson's car, followed by 91, which is Patrick Doyle. All of those are all within a second of each other.
Yeah, so close, and still with pit stops to be served. Retaking to the circuit now goes Brian Auriculus, and he will continue on his merry way. He's not got any traffic really to deal with. Paul Toombs and Malcolm Johnson have separated by almost 4.5 seconds now. We'll also see heading back out onto circuit car number 28, that's Peter and Ian Boyce. Did we have a starting driver for that car? I don't think we did. That was one of the cars we didn't know, or was that Peter Boyce that was now doing it solo?
I don't know. I'll come to that in a second, because I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on down the Cooper Straight at the moment. Richard Hall Griffin in the Triumph TR4 SLR. Remember, it's a unique car. Locked the brakes. Couldn't quite get the car stopped in time. Slightly clattered into the side of Nigel Webb's Jaguar Mark II. That slowed them all down and has now meant they've been caught by the next batch of cars as well. So there'll be some very light damage to the right-hand side of the Triumph TR4 SLR. There's a very light touch between the pair of them. Nothing I could see from the commentary box. It was so light, but he anchored everything up because he knew things were going to get tight and he couldn't get the car rotated in time. So little touch between the pair.
Yeah, it looks like, if anything, just a bit of rubber marked down the side of that TR4 SLR. There are cheaper cars to make a bit of contact with. The pit lane becomes ever busier. In the pit lane, we've got Tim Greenhill, who've not really spoken too much about since the battle between himself and Steve Spink somewhat evaporated, with Steve Spink finding himself almost sideways in the middle of the road. We're now looking at Nigel Webb, who is running that car solo this race. John Young was due to be the co-pilot in that car, but unfortunately he's pulled out. Chris Blewett is still trying to fight his way through the Jaguars. I think on that occasion it was was it Alistair and Nick Dyson in their Jaguar Mark II? He was trying to scrap away with it again. That Ginetta G12, he's really having to sort of pull his cuffs up at this point. He's thinking, right, these are Jaguars. These are going to be very quick in a straight line, much quicker in the corners, but they're scary.
Yeah, the Dysons are looking to try and hoover up an extra couple of spots if they possibly can. Pit lane, bonnet up, number 30, Toby Smith. is having his Jaguar worked on at this stage, but our race leader, Paul Toombs, has come in. So number 48, Paul Toombs, dives for the pit lane. Chris Blewett comes down pit lane as well at the wheel of the Ginetta G4. So some of the front runners coming in as we hit pretty much in a couple of minutes' time the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, so we're getting closer to that point. Now, if you're Malcolm Johnson, you need to be out there and running as quickly as possible. But it's where will Malcolm Johnson come out? Because he may come out into the low teens or the mid-teens. He's then got a lot of driving to do to get back through the order, which I don't think will happen. But it will be interesting to see how far up the order he can get. I've noticed a very back over the line, there goes Malcolm Johnson. Vaughan Thomas in that GSM Dart. He's very, very noisy as he comes over the start-finish line. But Malcolm Johnson, for him now, manage that traffic, get as far into the pit window as you dare. But then, do you want less time towards the end of the pit window to claw your way back through, or would you rather serve it earlier? It's a tricky.
I would serve it earlier. You know where you are then. You know the task
Yeah.
in hand. We know he's going to lose a lap when he comes into the pits because of the wins at Anglesey, at Snetterton and at Alton Park. So because of those wins, he spends longer in the pits than anybody else. So he knows he's got work to do. And if you stay out there and keep staying out there to the back end of the window, if there's a safety car, then you're stuffed. There's nothing you can do. At least if you get it out the way, then you know what the task is for the remainder of the race. So number 49, Malcolm Johnson, leads the way. Is he going to come into the pits this time through? No, he's not. He's going to continue round for a further lap, still with more back marker lappery to do. So past the GSM Dart of Vaughan Thomas, and then he's up towards the next of the cars he's going to catch, which is going to be Peter Boys at the wheel of number 28. MGB GT is the next of those, and our race leader will need to work his way past.
Yeah, Richard Hall Griffin, having come into the pit lane, it looks very, very relaxed indeed, just chatting to the mechanics and the team, making sure they're all ready to go. Both doors open and Marshall watching on into Liam Sullivan's now 116 Austin Mini, which makes you think, is there something maybe a bit more serious going on there? Is the Marshall just watching on, obviously for the safety reasons of the driver? Back over the line now comes Paul Toombs to take the first couple of laps in the book since returning from the pit lane. He's come out just in front of Graham Brown, and I think Graham Brown is actually in front at this stage. Yes, he is. So that shows that Graham Brown has clearly had a very, very good. He's not actually been in. I thought, with how far behind he'd fallen, we've got two cars trying to squeeze out the pit lane at the same time. One of those is the TR4 SLR. It's very brave indeed, trying to go too wide up the pit lane.
Yeah, we've also got out Steve Chapman rejoining at the wheel of the almost spearmint-coloured TR4. Have we got Liam Sullivan trundling his way down the pit lane? Yes, so Alice Hughes is done with driving duties. All is well with the Mini. The number 116 car is about to work its way back out onto the circuit. So who have we got out there squabbling at the moment? We've got a fight going on with Mark Prutton. He's having a fight with the car that's just ahead of him, which I think was the number 28 car, was it? Or was it the one? No, it's the 153, rather, which is the car of Steve Spink trying to work his way back through the order. So he's had a lot of overtaking to do at the wheel of that light green MGB following his spin earlier on. We've also now got our first penalty that's coming out as well. Car number 155, which is Alistair and Nick Dyson's red Jaguar Mark II, has picked up a penalty, Jack, for...
It's only 5 seconds, so that indicates track limits, doesn't it? So nothing by way of their pit stop as of yet. So they've still got to make sure they nail the pit stop to prevent any further penalties being awarded to them. Over the line in a few moments' time, we will see Chris Blewett once again in that Ginetta G12. He's somewhat fallen away. There goes that GSM Dart again of Vaughan Thomas. It is very loud as it goes over the line.
It's a howling noise it's making from the diff or something like that by the sounds of it. It sounds strange, but then again, we've got a headset on and we're going through double glazed windows before the noise gets to us. Great battle going on between the two Jags, who are totally sideways, coming out of Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend. That's for 12th and 13th position at the moment. It's the number 25 car that is Nigel Webb, and right behind him is the number 30 car, which is Toby Smith. Well, Nigel Webb qualified 6th, Toby Smith qualified 21st. They found themselves together fighting for position.
I've never seen Toby Smith that sideways before. He was looking out of the passenger side window, trying to get the car straightened up for the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. But I guess when you are on at least period correct tyres or something of the like, that is the way to drive it. The car will move around, but sideways to keep that momentum going. It's probably the quicker way to drive one of these Jags, isn't it?
Absolutely. If it's not slightly sideways, the Jag, you're not trying hard enough. And again, it chucks the car in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Alan Ross Jones, who has just come out of the pit lane at the wheel of the Triumph TR4, is just ahead. They head uphill in towards the braking area for Druids. Is he going to be quite as enthusiastic on his way out of Druids this time through? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, sliding around, not to the same degree, but yeah, that was nice to watch still.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Alan Ross Jones as well, because obviously he's been into the pit lane and he's currently third of the pitters. We've also got somebody else in the pit lane, haven't we?
Yeah, we have Graham Brown comes into the pit lane, so he was running in second position. So he's going to come into the pit lane this time through. The pit lane buzzer goes off, which tells us that somebody else is also destined for the pit lane. And it's the race leader, Malcolm Johnson, number 49, comes in to serve his pit lane stop, which means there's only, I think, one car out there now that is still circulating that hasn't stopped. And that is the number 155 Jaguar, is it not?
Yes.
Of Alistair and Nick Dyson, that's still circulating and needs to come in within the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, they've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Another penalty being dished out. That's for car number 91 of Patrick Doyle for... it's a 5-second penalty for track limit. So these Jaguars, we know they're heavy, we know they move around, but clearly they're moving the wrong side of track limits throughout this race. So down in the pit lane is Malcolm Johnson. We've got another car dropping into the pit lane, and that is the Dysons, Alistair and Nick Dyson in that red Jaguar Mark II. So into the pit lane. That's all the pit stops, at least for now. I don't want to say complete, but nearly done. It's all down to everybody rejoining and potentially then shuffling themselves around yet more, because Malcolm Johnson, he's got a lot of driving to do. Paul Toombs should come out of this one next time he crosses the line in the lead of the race.
Yes, he should do, yeah. So Malcolm Johnson was the leader, but we know his pit stop is going to take sort of anywhere between 60 seconds or so longer than anybody else in this race because of the extra time penalties you pick up if you win previous rounds of the Mintex Classic K. And Malcolm Johnson was a winner at Anglesey, he was a winner at Silverstone, he was a winner at Alton Park, so he's got much longer to spend in the pit lane compared to anybody else. I think all of the pit stops are good, i.e. they're all the correct side of 1 minute and 30 seconds, with one exception. Car number 28, Peter Boys. He broke the beam at pit lane exit 1 minute 28.283, which is shorter than it ought to have been. And another car actually has also broken the beam, a shorter pit stop than it ought to have been, is Will Tebbit at the wheel of his number 51 MGB. He was 1 minute and 27 seconds in the pit lane. It's got to be more than 1:30.
Yeah, and Will Tebbit was the MG at the start of the race that I thought was rather eager to get this race underway. So I'd imagine that's probably just a bit more salt in the wound for him. Paul Toombs has inherited the lead of this race. Malcolm Johnson, well, I won't say he's rolling down the pit lane, but I think he quite literally is rolling down the pit lane at this point. Back out onto circuit goes Alistair Dyson and Nick Dyson in their Jaguar Mark II. And Malcolm Johnson has been on the sort of inside of the pit lane, effectively just with the clutch down, getting as close to pit exit as he can.
Yeah, crawling. That Alistair Dyson car and Nick Dyson car, number 155, has subsequently picked up more time penalties, I believe. So it was a 5-second penalty. Yeah. It's now gone, according to our timing screens, to a 15-second penalty.
Picked up a 10 as well on top. So, yeah, clearly they're not having the best race. Malcolm Johnson so eager to get going, but he's where the TSL timing beam is. There you go, he's broken it on the way out. So a 2 minute and 52 stop, pit in to pit out, which is looking at the rest of the times. That's indicative of the best part of an 80-second penalty, as we thought.
Yep, so 80 seconds extra in the pit lane for the number 49 car. That loses him really a lap in reality. So Malcolm Johnson, chances of him getting a strong result here are pretty much next to nothing.
Might still do something in class though, of course, because Brian Arculus, he's only a little bit further up the road, and we could see that gap come down.
Yep. But of course, Class C1 are being led by Paul Toombs at the moment, isn't it? So let's guide you through the order then. We've got 14 minutes still to go. Number 48, the Lotus Elan of Paul Toombs, leads the way. And number 71, Alan Ross Jones, in the TR4, is in second position. Third place, it's another Elan. Car number 261 is Graham Brown. And fourth is number 116, the Mini, that's now in the hands of Lee Sullivan. Fifth place is 135, that's the MGB Roadster, the yellow car in the hands of Tim Greenhill. Sixth place is number 76, which is Brian Arculus with his Lotus Elan. Eighth place is number 230, He's in 6th place. 7th place is number 49, Malcolm Johnson. 8th place is 231, which is going to be Richard Hall Griffin with the Triumph TR4 SLR. 9th place is number 18, 18, and that is going to be Will Lindley with his MGB Roadster. Steve Chapman in the Spearmint Triumph TR4 was in 10th place. He's come through in 11th on that occasion because we have had a shuffle. Number 25 has just gained 2 places, Nigel Webb, on that lap at the wheel of what is the leading Jag in the Hawthorn Jaguar Challenge section of the race.
So it's nice to see that we've still got the inter-class rivalries, but also the inter-series rivalries that we've got going on as well. A very, very sideways Nigel Webb once again as he's continuing just to carve his way through. He's got Graham Brown not that far behind.
You said he was driving solo in this one. I got him down as sharing with John Young.
Yeah, I had it down as driving solo. There, I can't remember exactly where it was now. I think we had that confirmed in an email. I'll have to have a proper look to confirm that one. But for the moment, everybody seems to be just making sure they can tick their relative laps in the book, and I guess try and figure out exactly where they're going to end up. Obviously post pit stops, because that's the big one. It's post pit stops where people will try and make sure or will try and get into their relative positions. And we can currently see Paul Toombs picking his way through turn 1. And at this point, does it just become traffic management?
I'd have thought so. You know, he's got a big enough gap now between himself and Alan Ross Jones to control the pace, but he may well not have that many people with him supporting him, so he might not be getting any signalling off the pit wall, so he may well just keep pressing on as hard as he can because he doesn't know what the gap is. Somebody running very wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend was Paul Toombs, the race leader. I saw a snatch break there as he was trying to deal with a little bit of traffic, and he almost ran out onto beyond the curb line there, our race leader. So he is still pushing as hard as he possibly can. He's dealt with one batch of traffic. There's not going to be a great deal of respite for him though. So the number 48 race leading Lotus Elan turns its way up towards the conclusion of what will be lap number 28 this time through. So here comes our race leader, Paul Toombs, leading the way by 52 seconds now, and he's just lapped in 58 seconds, so he's almost put a lap on the whole field.
Yeah, he's not hanging around, is he, Paul Toombs? We will have a look out of our right-hand side window. Malcolm Johnson's just picking his way on towards the Cooper Straight. Whereabouts is he? He's currently down in 7th place. The gap between himself and the number 76 of Brian Arculus is the best part of 14 seconds, so don't rule him out yet. We could still see him onto the Class CA podium.
We've still got some good battles going on out there as well. If you look at the number 18 MG of Will Lindley, which is the green and white car, green car with a white roof, he's 10th. But he's got Steve Chapman right behind him in the Spearmint Triumph TR4, and just off that is number 153, which is Steve Spink, still recovering at the wheel of his light green MGB. Then another good fight that's going on is between car number 28, which is Peter Boys with his MGB. He has got the 38 car of Mark Prutton right behind him, and then Mark Prutton is coming under pressure from number 30, which is Toby Smith, and then Chris Blewett is just off that. So they're all fighting for position, those cars. One of those squabbles I was talking about now, over the start-finish line and up towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, and it remains in the order in which you mentioned earlier on. So it's still Will Lindley leading Steve Chapman from Steve Spink. But Steve Spink is coming under, is starting to apply that pressure just that little bit more this time up towards Druids. And I don't know whether he's managed to get through. We were just keeping an eye on Paul Toombs in the lead of the race. Do they remain in the order in which they disappeared? Yes, Steve Spink just can't quite unlock the door on Steve Chapman at the moment. And all that battling is allowing Will Lindley just to drive away from the pair of them.
Yep, so great fights all the way round through the order. You can see that Mark Spink is still weaving around, trying to see if he can unlock the door on Steve Chapman, but Steve Chapman is just doing enough at the moment. As you say, just managing to escape the grasp a little bit more now is the number 18 car of Will Lindley, who's managed to put a back marker between himself and the car behind. Steve Chapman should pick off that MGB Roadster back marker on the run through Clark Curve. And then it will just be a little bit later on when finally Steve Spink will be able to carve his way through it. Desperate, I'm sure he'll want to do it before Paddock Hill Bend. Is he going to get there and get it done in time? Yes, just about. He manages to squeeze his way through, so they can continue their little fight for what is going to be 10th, 11th and 12th place, albeit number 153 has now picked up a time penalty as well.
Yeah, so yet more time penalties being applied. So Steve Spink, a 5-second time penalty, presumably for those track limits. And we are starting to see the time penalties being applied from those short pit stops that we mentioned. The 28 of Peter and Ian Boyce that you mentioned, green and yellow MGB Roadster, they have picked up a 31.7 second time penalty, the natural 30 seconds, and then the 1.7 they were short. And it's that big one for Will Tebbit, 32.8 seconds to be applied come the end of the race. That's not a small amount.
No. So in reality, yeah, it's the time penalty is however much you were short of doing the minimum pit stop time of 1 minute and 30 seconds, plus an extra 30 seconds on top. So it really sounds quite draconian in reality, but usually what you would do in a race is you either apply that kind of draconian penalty, or they have to come in and do a stop-go penalty for the time that they were short, which costs you an extra 30 seconds anyway. So it makes no difference which way you apply it, but the key to it all is don't be short on your pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. It's easier to be 5 seconds too long than 5 seconds too short, and you get a 35-second penalty. Absolutely. So the battle is still underway between Steve Chapman and Steve Spink. A little bit further up the road is Will Lindley, but he's not quite ran away as of yet. Any sort of locks break or small mistake, and all of a sudden he's back into the clutches of not only that Triumph TR4, but also the fellow MGB Roadster of Steve Spink. Back over the line goes the very noisy GSM Dart, and I'm keeping an eye on Malcolm Johnson. 14 seconds turns to 6.6 between himself and the 76 of Brian Arculus. In front of Brian Arculus is the 135 MGB Roadster of Tim Greenhill, and he's only 1 seconds up the road. We could see Malcolm Johnson inside the top 5 come the end of the race.
Yeah, we could do. That would be a stunning drive from him, bearing in mind he was stationary for an extra, 80 seconds, wasn't it, there or thereabouts, compared to anybody else. Just to confirm now, we have also got Paul Toombs, has lapped everybody. A lap or so ago, he got past the Triumph TR4, number 71 of Alan Ross Jones, so Paul Toombs is on for what looks like a very, very dominant victory in the Mintex Classic K, accompanying the Hawthorne Jaguar Challenge here at Brands Hatch, at Brands Britannia. And just fascinating to see. Have we got a non-British car in the field? Just looking through this one. Don't think we have we? Everything is British that started this race.
Not that I can see,
No.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, an argument could be made for a Ford Lotus Cortina, but effectively it's British, wasn't it? Yeah,
absolutely, it's British. Built just over the water.
Looking at now the number 30 of Toby Smith, all of a sudden he's being, well, I was going to say he's being very well behaved, but he disappeared out of camera shot, going very, very sideways indeed, and flying past was Malcolm Johnson. So Malcolm, last time through, now only 3.9 seconds away, and you can see on the camera footage, if you're watching the live stream, Graham Brown is within sort of visible distance now for Malcolm Johnson. So we look out of our left-hand side window towards the start-finish line.
Not Graham Brown, Brian Arculus.
Brian Arculus. Brian Arculus goes through. It is then Malcolm Johnson goes through. There's very little between them. 2.6 seconds now, and effectively that becomes 4.2 seconds when we look at Malcolm Johnson up to Tim Greenhill.
Yep, so we'll keep pressing on. So, yeah, so Malcolm Johnson will be pushing hard. He'll be just up at Druids at the moment. We can see Tim Greenhill's car just coming down in towards Graham Hill Bend, the yellow MGB Roadster. Then Brian Arculus is just off that, and then with his lights ablaze, the grey Lotus Elan GTS in the hands of Malcolm Johnson. So Malcolm Johnson works his way past and puts another lap on Chris Blewett's Ginetta G4. Now the next car to try and squeeze his way through a pass will be the number 38 car of Mark Prutton. Mark Prutton is having his own little fight at the moment with the number 28 machine in the hands of Peter Boys. They're fighting for position, those two MGBs, for 14th and 15th place, but Malcolm Johnson picks them both off on the run up towards the start-finish line, and now he can fully see his target ahead, because Brian Arculus in the dark blue and white Lotus Elan surely can't hang on to that position, because the rate of close from Malcolm Johnson has been quite staggering in the last few laps.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant, hasn't he? Going very defensive, however, is Brian Arculus, and making Malcolm Johnson go the long way round. I don't think he'll get the move done initially on the way around the outside, but down the hill, yes, absolutely, splitting the middle there. That was Tim Greenhill. So Tim Greenhill effectively goes down 2 places in one singular move, and Malcolm Johnson does the exact opposite. Brian Arculus remains where he is.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, wasn't it? Yeah, Tim Greenhill was just that little bit slower coming out of Druids. One went one side, one went the other, and Tim Greenhill loses 2 places, and gaining 2 places, you say, is Malcolm Johnson. So let's see what he can do now. How far is he off the next car? He is going to be a fair way off catching the next car with 3 minutes to go. So I think that's probably as good as it's going to get now for Malcolm Johnson. So through he comes from 7th up to 5th. He is 12 seconds shy of the next car, which is the Mini in the hands of Liam Sullivan. 3.5 minutes to go, but he was 4 seconds quicker on that last lap.
Quick mathematics dictates that he would be getting there. But obviously that was even still with an overtaken traffic management as well. But it was a particularly slow lap, I think, from Liam Sullivan. We know he can go quicker than a 1 minute too. So we'll wait for him to come through next. Back over the line goes the Triumph TR4 SLR, who's at the moment fighting away for what is 8th and 9th respectively. So over the line went Richard Hall Griffin behind the wheel of that TR4 SLR. He's fighting away with the number 25 of Nigel Webb and John Young in that Jaguar Lister Mark 1 saloon.
Who's leading the Jag saloons? It is, it is number 25, isn't it? That's leading it at the moment. That's the leading car in our Hawthorne Jaguar section of this race. Right, through Paddock Hill Bend, number 18, Will Lindley, fighting away with 153, which is the light green car of Steve Spink. It is 4th position, but Steve Spink has already picked up a time penalty in this race, so on corrected times, that would shuffle the order between the two MGBs that are sliding their way out of Druids at the moment and heading downhill. The dark green one is Will Lindley, the lighter green one is Steve Spink. What's the time penalty that Steve Spink has picked up? Is it 5 seconds?
15 maybe even now.
I can't see where the mouse is. There you go. 5 seconds. It is just 5 seconds. And we did have somebody else just call into the pit lane.
That was the Peerless GT2 of Neil Horton. Is he going straight back out?
He is, by the look of things.
I don't know whether that was initially he thought he had an issue and maybe didn't, but pit window is well and truly closed, as you would expect. Malcolm Johnson, now only 11 seconds, but with 2 minutes remaining, I think it's just a little too much.
Either way, it's been a brilliant drive from Malcolm Johnson to scoop up what was that extra 80 seconds that he had to spend in the pit lane. What have you spotted?
11 seconds turns to 9.4. It would be nice if we had an extra sort of 4 or 5 minutes. Yes, it would happen, but I don't think it will for Malcolm Johnson. But up into the top 5, that was a sterling drive for Malcolm, and not all is done, I'm sure. Again, the pit klaxon goes off, and back into the pit lane comes the Dysons in their Jaguar Mark II. Unfortunately, their race has been somewhat rotten with, I was going to say issues, but they're effectively doing a drive-through penalty as well, aren't they?
It does look as though they're doing them. So, yeah, doing a drive-through penalty and rejoining onto the circuit. Quite what for, I don't know. No. As for our race leader, though, so heading along the Cooper Straight is Paul Toombs. He is on his penultimate lap of the race this time through, so he'll be heading on to the last lap any second. And as he now threads his way up towards McLaren and then on towards Clearways Corner, he is looking very good for this race win. Hugo Holder from the Classic Sports Car Club predicted the win. He got in and mentioned the name before you did it, which was who you were going to pick. I was going to pick exactly the same driver. He goes through now onto the last lap of the race, and he's looking as though he's going to win by a full lap.
Yeah, lapped absolutely everybody in the field, and he's still well and truly the fastest driver out there. One of only 3 drivers to get into the 50s, the only driver to get into the 57s, and you've just spotted the consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, his best lap, Paul Toombs, is a 57.235. We're now 40 minutes into this race, and his last lap was a 57.7, only half a second shy of his best.
Yeah.
Unbelievable consistency.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, and that's still whilst trying to manage the traffic as well. But he
isn't going to get the fastest lap of the race.
No, because
Malcolm Johnson's going to get that with a 57.1.
If you've got a Lotus Elan, clearly this is the place to run it, because they're both running Lotus Elan GTSs, and they're both very, very quick indeed. Diving up the inside is that Paul Toombs, just trying to put another lap on. What's that?
Brian Arculus.
Was it Brian Arculus?
It was, yep. So he's put 2 laps on the car now in 6th position. So here comes Paul Toombs up towards the checkered flag, which is being readied. Paul Toombs wins the Mintex Classic K and Hawthorne Jaguar Challenge combined race. Brian Arculus and Tim Greenhill are already over the start-finish line in 6th and 7th places, albeit 2 laps adrift of the race leader. Where is Alan Ross-Jones, our 2nd place car? He is just coming up towards the checkered flag now. Number 71 finishes off the lead lap in 2nd position. 3rd place, number 261 comes through, which is Graham Brown. He was only 3.7 seconds shy of Alan Ross-Jones at the end. 4th place will be Alice Hughes and Lee Sullivan with the grey Mini. That is just turning its way towards Clearways Corner, so that will finish in 4th position. And Malcolm Johnson, I've got to say, well done to him, because he stopped for a much longer period of time than anybody else in the pit lane and still comes through to finish in 5th position. We've still got a couple of battles to be settled, though. On the charge to the flag, the 2 MGBs are still at it, of Will Lindley and Steve Spink, but remember Steve Spink has got a time penalty for going beyond the circuit limits. So on corrected times, even if he got through, he'd have to pull away by 5 seconds from the car. He had been bottled up behind for a huge chunk of that race. So Paul Toombs, in fine fashion, the number 48 car wins the race. And we will no doubt be chatting to him before too much longer when he makes his way in towards the pit lane area. We should also be able to confirm the results for you as well for that Mintex Classic K race, which saw a bit of a race of attrition within the Jaguars. I think there were 4 cars that retired in the race, and 3 of them were the big Jags, unfortunately. So they all make their way back in towards the pit lane area, and we will see Mintex Classic K back out at Snetterton. They might go to the Spa 6 Hours, some of the competitors, next month, but Snetterton will be the next time we'll see them out, and that will be their last outing of the year. They don't appear at Alton Park for the final CSCC meeting of the year. Let's confirm the results for you then of the Mintex Classic K and Hawthorn Jaguars. Paul Toombs claims the win by a full lap from Alan Ross-Jones in 2nd place, and Graham Brown was there in 3rd. Alice Hughes and Liam Sullivan were 4th, ahead of Malcolm Johnson in 5th, and Brian Arculus was 6th. Tim Greenhill took a class win and finished in 7th place, ahead of Richard Hall Griffin in 8th place, and 9th place were the winners of the Jaguar Challenge, Nigel Webb and John Young. Then it was Will Linley, Steve Spink and Chris Blewett that completed the top dozen. Mark Prutton was 13th, ahead of Steve Chapman in 14th. Then it was Toby Smith in 15th place, with Patrick Doyle, Peter Boys, the Dysons, William Tebbett and Vaughan Thomas completing the top 20. Chris Edwards was in 21st. The Mini of Clive Tong and Simon Dawson was 22nd, and Neil Horton was the last of our finishers in the next of the positions, which was 23rd position. Anybody from there downwards, I'm afraid, was a retiree in the Brands Britannia race for the Mintex Classic K and Hawthorn Jaguar Challenge. But down there in the pit lane to chat to some of the drivers is Jad.
Yeah, I've got Paul Toombs here. Everybody's wandered in towards their garages because obviously this is where they are based for at least this aspect of today. I've grabbed Paul Toombs because well and truly worth a word. One of his earbuds has just fallen to the floor. There we go. So we will try and grab a word with him. I think he's just making sure that the car is all switched off. But we'll grab a word with you, Paul. Won by over a lap. I think there was only 5 cars that weren't 2 laps down. Traffic management, your pit strategy, it just worked, didn't it?
Do you know what? I had, right early on, I had my headlights on, and I looked across at my voltmeter, and the alternator wasn't charging. And from then on, all I was focused on was how I could get to the end of this race without the battery running out. So, yeah, it was, I wasn't really thinking. I was just doing.
And does it become quite an interesting race when all of a sudden you've got a few cars that have been into the pits, a few cars that haven't, but you're meeting them unaware on whether they've pitted? Do you end up almost racing a car that effectively is still yet to pit, and you think, oh, I've now just lost a bit of time?
Yeah, I had no pit board, so I had no idea where I was whatsoever. So I was just, I thought the grey lamb might still be ahead of me, and I just didn't know. So I was just keeping going.
Well, won by over a lap. Massive congratulations, Paul. Best of luck for the rest of the year. Massive congrats. Paul will try and grab somebody else, but he's now trying to find Alan Ross-Jones and Graham Brown. So I can see we've got a couple of minis up here. There's the Triumph TR4 SLR of Richard Hall Griffin. We've got a bit of a walk to do, I think, Mark, just to try and pick out where the rest of our runners are. I don't think they're going to be this far up the pit lane, because this is where a lot of the Jaguars were based throughout this weekend. But I can hear engines running up this way, which makes me think some of them wandered either in towards Park Ferme. We've got Malcolm Johnson. We may come back and grab a word with Malcolm if we can't find anybody else. Because it will be good to hear what it was like from his perspective, working his way back up inside the top 5. So as soon as I can peer in towards Park Ferme to see if we've got anybody, that will then dictate, do we have anybody here? No, we'll go and grab a word with Malcolm Johnson, Mark, because he's the last person I think we can find. Everybody else has either wandered to the outer paddock straight away or has disappeared right the way into the garages. So there we go. We've got Malcolm Johnson in here. Let's see if we can grab him. Here he is. A rather warm Malcolm by the looks of it. He comes out to have a chat. You overcame quite a substantial penalty in the pit lane because of your own success, and you managed to fight your way back up into the top 5. That looked like good fun.
Yes, it was extremely good fun and fastest lap, so I'm very proud of that.
Yeah, I was never going to make up 80 seconds, but that's the whole idea of the winner's penalties. But to get fastest lap and finish in the top 5, I'm very pleased.
And obviously a short circuit like the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, having a penalty like that can seem almost worse than it would be elsewhere, because you, instead of just losing maybe half a lap, you lose an entire lap, sometimes more.
Yeah, about a lap and a half, I think it equates to. I would have needed to be 2 seconds a lap faster than anybody else to get to the front, so it was never going to happen.
Well, you gave it a good go, that's for sure, with the fastest lap. Any changes between now and the end of the year? Are you just going to keep doing what you're doing and try and pick up some more silverware?
Yeah, I'm out at Snetterton with the car in a few weeks' time, and yeah, hopefully I will halve my winner's penalty now, so only 40 seconds going to Snetterton, so not so bad.
Great stuff, massive congratulations, Malcolm. But I think they're all the drivers we've got, Mark, unfortunately. Jaguars still haven't been released from the assembly area, so we might actually be able to grab somebody else. I don't know whether you can pick up on anybody that may have wandered back towards the outer paddock, but it's all rather quiet in the pit lane at the moment.
No, I think you're probably done, actually. If you want to go to the Kentigan, then we've still got some live music on there at the moment. Livy Wollaston is playing a set there, which... and they'll singing a range of swing and jazz and blues songs. That is our last live music of the day. We have also got on, oh no, that has already taken place, actually, it was an hour ago. Our final Punch and Judy show is on, I should say, up at the Kentigan at the moment. So that is our last Punch and Judy show of the day. So that's the way to do it if you want to go up there and see that final show of the day. It's about 10 minutes in now, but you can still wander up there. Remember, we've still got loads of you here that are going to hang around for their parade at the end of the day. We'll give you the grid for the Jags. So the Berkshire Jaguar Components Jaguar Championship. Let's have a look at how they line up. Colin Philpott, 5 times a race winner, starts from pole position, and a single race win alongside him, Jack Robinson. Row 2 of the grid, James Ram and Michael Holt. Third is Tom Robinson and Rodney Frost on the third row of the grid, and row 4 of the grid is Michael Seaborn, and 5 times a podium finisher so far this year, Chris Boone. Tim Morant and Mark Bennett are next up, ahead of Lewin Spooner and Michael Atkinson. Then it's Nicholas Dyson that is next up, with James Wall that sits alongside Andrew Maynard, Damien Gray, David Ringham, Charles Jackson and Colin Porter will line up towards the tail end of this field. So the cars just making their way out onto circuit now for their formation lap. It's a shorter race for them. They have 2 races, both to come this afternoon. They are also our final race of the day, so hang around for that one as well. Seeing these big old Jaguar and Daimler saloons, in the case of Tim Morant, wrestle their way around the circuit, and they look good. They wallow a little bit through the corners. The sound of Chris Boone's XK8 is absolutely astonishing, and they are quick old things when you think you've got a mixture of highly modified and road modified XJSs and XJ40s and XK8s out there. Anything between, what's the smallest engine capacity we've got? 2.7 litres, the turbo diesel XJ of James Wall, right the way up to the 6-litre car of James Ram. So looking forward to this one. So Colin Philpott then, the colours, it's white and red and black for his car that sits there on pole position. He qualified in a time that was about 0.2 of a second quicker than Jack Robinson, whose XK8 is white at the front but goes to sort of a silvery grey at the back of it. And James Ram was only 0.5 of a second off pole position. He, in the silver and orange and white car, sits there on row number 2 alongside the yellow and blue car of Michael Holt. Row 3 of the grid, the colours, number 40, Tom Robinson, it's white at the front but black at the back, alongside number 6, which is black, red and white of the next of the cars. But one of the cars struggling to get going in the pit lane is needing a bit of assistance, which is Charles Jackson, and 4 marshals are trying to give a big heavy Jaguar a shove slightly uphill out of the assembly area. So hats off to the marshals again for giving it everything to try and get this car started. But it may well be that he's going to have to start from the pit lane. Yes, by the look of things, they've push-started him. He's trundling his way down the pit lane, but he's not going to be able to start with the rest of the field. He's going to have to start from the pit lane. He was due to start on the final row of the grid anyway, or penultimate row of the grid, so he's not lost too much, but he'll have to wait for the whole pack to pass before he can truly get going. So Colin Philpott, 5 wins so far this year. Can he make it 6? He won the first of the 2 races last time out at Anglesey. He took a win at Silverstone on the national circuit. He won both of the races at Thruxton. He won the first of the 2 races at Alton Park. We didn't see Colin out, I don't think, at the opening rounds at Donington Park over the weekend of the 23rd and 24th of March. He is the overall championship leader as well when you look across all of the classes. Class A is for fully modified and supercharged cars. Class B is for modified saloons. Class C is for lightly modified cars. Class D is for pretty much standard cars as well. But we're about to get this 15-minute race underway. Lights go out and the fantastic noise of Jaguar engines descends upon Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Colin Philpott leads. James Ram trying to squeeze his way through into second, but he's not going to make it. Jack Robinson is there in second place, and now James Ram is trying to make sure he edges out Michael Holt to hang on to third place, which he does do. So up the hill and in towards the braking area for Druids for the first time. Charles Jackson starts from the pit lane, remember, so here's a little bit of drift of everybody else, but it's a clean start as they head in towards Graham Hill Bend for the first time. The XJS leads the XK8, then it's another XJS before we see the XJ40 Saloon of Michael Holt. That's the top four as they head along the Cooper Straight and up towards the braking area for Surtees, McLaren, and then on towards Clearways, and finally get the throttle back on again at some point as you come out of Clearways and on towards Clark Curve. But at that point where you're trying to apply the throttle, Jack, that's when the circuit starts to drop away, and it's adverse camber almost as you're trying to get the throttle down.
Yeah, I mean, ask Michael Seaborn, he knows more than anyone. He was just very, very sideways, very slow over the line. I say very slow in comparison, that being to, was it Rodney Frost that went flying by? Yes, it was, but immediately fights back now. Rodney Frost looking under pressure big time from Michael Seaborn. Over the line, it was Rodney Frost ahead of Michael Seaborn, and Michael Seaborn's now scrapping away with everybody else thereafter as well. It's a busy old race so far for the auto reserve pink and purple Jaguar at the moment, but for the lead, Colin Philpott, he's doing everything he needs, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is. Yet the championship leader looking to try and lead from the front in this one. He runs in Class JB, which is for the modified saloon and GT cars, modified 6, 8 and 12-cylinder engines. And say he has arguably been the man to beat on most occasions this year. He's not had it all his own way. So we've had wins for the likes of Tom Lentil, who isn't here this weekend, and we've had a win for Jack Robinson. Andrew Harper won the first two races of the season. He's not here either this weekend. So over the start-finish line, the fabulous scream of that supercharged Mark Bennett Jaguar S-Type goes through. The livery on those cars looks rather similar, doesn't it, to the XJ9 and XJ11s that we saw earlier?
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it's a shame Tom Lenthal isn't here. I know he's been doing a lot of work with a Jaguar charity car nicknamed Emma, so I don't know whether that's what's taken him away this weekend, but all kinds of sideways on the way out there. That was that Mark Bennett that was all kinds of crossed up?
Michael
Yes, it was.
Seaborn, yeah, and then Mark Bennett together, wasn't it? Yeah.
Was it Mark Bennett? Yeah, I think it was actually that Jaguar S-Type. All kinds of crossed up come the exit. The mid-pack is where we need to be watching. Chris Boone, he's looming large in the rearview mirror of some. I've got a feeling if he gets that car running on song for the final, 12 minutes, he may just come back in on the mix and start applying pressure in all of the right places. Back over the line goes Colin Philpott. What can anybody do about stopping him from running away with this? Jack Robinson's trying, but I'm afraid it's to no avail.
I mean, these are big old saloon cars. Colin Philpott already into the 54-second bracket. He qualified in a 54.2. He's only done 2 flying laps so far. Already a 54.7.
That's not hanging around at all by Colin Philpott, and will continue to work away at that lead margin until the end. The good thing is, with this only being, a 15-minute race, any mistake will effectively put you to the very back, hence why we've got 2 sprint races. The second sprint race, the gloves are off. You see just how close you can race a grid full of Jags.
And I love the colours as well. You look at the number 18 car of Damien Gray, his XJ40, that is very reminiscent of the likes of the Jaguar Formula 1 cars, the likes of Eddie Irvine. Claiming a victory, was it the Nürburgring, wasn't it? He claimed a victory in one of the Jaguar Formula 1 cars. Mark Webber, of course, a Jaguar Formula 1 driver. That's the Beck's liveried car with the HSBC logos on it as well. And we've also got a couple out there that's sort of Castrol livery-esque as well, aren't we? Which harks back to the Castrol IMSA cars as well that we saw Jaguar have over in the States, racing in GTP.
Yeah, it's nice to see. You tend to see it with Jaguars, you tend to see it with Porsches as well, everything of the likes, where they will work their way back to sort of factory-backed cars or customer racing cars with very unique liveries. Colin Philpott, he's not messing around, is he? He's kind of, you talk about your liveries, I'm running away with this, and he's doing so rather substantially. Jack Robinson is trying, so too is James Ram. James Ram, for somebody that only sort of said, you know what, I'm going to race at Brands this weekend, very last minute, he's had an all right weekend out of it so far, hasn't he?
Well, James has been a front runner in this championship for a good number of years. We've seen very little of it in the championship so far this year. I think his only other outing was at Thruxton, where he finished 4th in the first race and was 2nd in the second race. He sits there 3rd at the moment, so through goes Colin Philpott. Through goes Jack Robinson. The XJS leads the XK8. Then James Ram through and over the start-finish line, a man from Great Dunmow, just over the water in Essex, up towards Stansted Airport. And then look at the fight that's beginning to form now for 4th. Michael Holt feeling the pressure from Rodney Frost, who's up into 5th place. Down to 6th goes number 40, Tom Robinson. And then Michael Seaborn's not that far away either. That's the queue of cars that are heading up towards Druids now.
Yeah, it's a big old queue, isn't it? You've got to try and find some room in there. Every time I look up and I'm thinking, oh, right, that's Chris Boone. It's not Chris Boone, it's Michael Holt. But very similar livery, aren't they?
I think it's Chris's old car.
It would make sense. And all over the curb and running very, very wide, but somehow managing to get the car crossed back over was Michael Seaborn. He's had a big dive to the inside, contact between the pair of them, and Michael Seaborn finds himself effectively on the GP loop. He went for a move up the inside of Tom Robinson, but the door was closed.
Yeah, fantastic livery on that car. Pink with purple. I've seen a few racing cars on iRacing and things like that with people driving them when they're pink or purple. I really do like that livery.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? But back over the line goes Colin Philpott. He's doing everything he needs to do.
Change there. That's Rodney Frost, wasn't it, who got himself through and ahead of Michael Holt. So the number 6 Jaguar XJS, the second of the 2 Powerbell racing cars, teammate to Colin Philpott in reality, gains a place. And the yellow and blue XJ40, number 11 in hands of Michael Holt, now drops down into 5th position. Now that Rodney Frost has managed to open up a bit more of a gap, can he pull away is the next question. Our race leader, Colin Philpott, got caught 0.6 of a second slower on the previous lap than the car in second place, Jack Robinson. So the gap was down to just under 2 seconds, and I think it might have come down a little bit further this time through when they come over the start-finish line. Here comes Colin Philpott, 7 laps completed, 1.964 seconds becomes 1.6.
Yeah, there was no traffic for him to deal with either, so clearly that car is either just starting to slow down, Jack Robinson is just starting to speed up, but going off the previous pace that we've seen from Colin Philpott, I'd imagine it's the former rather than the latter. But with the battles that are continuing to form, what is there, 7/10 between the number 6 machine in the hands of Rodney Frost. He's doing what he can to run away from the 11 of Michael Holt, but to no avail. They are absolutely locked together.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, isn't it, between the pair of them. So Rodney Frost heads downhill and in towards Graham Hill Bend. It takes a bit more of the apex this time than he did on the previous lap. The XJ40 runs out a little bit wide on the exit of the corner, so Michael Holt needs to be careful that he stays within the confines of the circuit. Those two busy squabbling away might just allow Tom Robinson to close in a bit more, and Tom Robinson will bring with him the Jaguar S-Type, the supercharged car, number 156, that's in the hands of Mark Bennett. Lead 2 over the start-finish line. The gap comes down by another 0.4 of a second, so Colin Philpott still leads, but the gap's diminishing as we hit the halfway point of the race.
They are indeed, and Jack Robinson, he now has that visual reference. He can just tick away the laps, knowing that he is getting closer to the race leader over the line. Absolutely, so it was almost side by side. That was the 92 machine as we look down through the order. That was Michael Atkinson by the looks of that, and who was he fighting away with?
Nick Dyson.
Nick Dyson, yeah, they were very, very close over the start-finish line. As you say, the further we get into the race, the closer the gaps get.
Yeah, and another little squabble heading over the start-finish line now. That's David Ringham, is it not? And Damien Gray, who were together. No, it's not. It's Andrew Maynard, isn't it? Andrew Maynard's car. So those two are busy having a squabble as well. Thundering noise the XK8 of Chris Boone makes as it heads along the Cooper Straight. But for 3rd and 4th place, let's just have a quick look. There goes James Ram. Here comes Rodney Frost. Is Rodney Frost lapping quicker than James? Yes, he is, by 0.2 of a second on that lap, and we are side by side for the final place inside the top 6, as desperate to try and hang on to it was Mark Bennett, and he has just managed to keep Tom Robinson at bay and has moved ahead of him there.
Yeah, Tom Robinson was desperate to try and sneak his way up through the inside, but it didn't work for him initially. Following there, but so sideways is Mark Bennett. He has to give it a stab of brakes just to bring the front back into check. That leaves him vulnerable to Tom Robinson. Up the inside he will go. It was a bit of smoke emanating from the tail of that Jaguar. I think that was either more just tyre on wheel arch or as he put his foot down, it cleared out the exhaust system. Back over the line comes Colin Philpott, and Jack Robinson, he's not going away. It came out a little bit on the lap prior. Has it come down this time? Yes, by around about, what, 0.09 of a second, almost a full 10th.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so very little to choose between 67 Colin Philpott, who still continues to lead. He's heading uphill for the 11th time towards Druids at the moment, with just over 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Remember, Colin Philpott has claimed 5 wins so far this season. The man in second place, Jack Robinson, has only had a single win so far this year. That came in the first of the 2 races we had at Silverstone on the national circuit on the 1st of June. So he would argue he is overdue another win. And we've got our first penalty that's now appeared as well. James Wall at the wheel of the turbo diesel engined Jaguar XJ, the number 56 car, has picked up a time penalty for track limits, 5 seconds.
I thought there was almost contact there between Colin Philpott and some lapped traffic. That will have been the number 45 of David Ringham, I think, over the line. Has it got closer? Absolutely, with a personal fastest lap from Jack Robinson, a 54.737, and all of a sudden they're only 7/10 apart.
They certainly are, so it's still XJS that leads XK8 as they head up towards Druids. They're on lap number 12, 4.5 minutes of this one still to go. Colin Philpott at the moment still far enough ahead of the second place car that he hasn't got to worry about Jack Robinson diving for a move, because Jack Robinson would need to be at least another couple of car lengths closer to really try and muster something to try and squeeze his way through. So up towards Surtees and then towards McLaren. Jack Robinson edging ever closer again, I would say, on this lap. So the gap was 0.7 of a second. It's down to about 4 Jaguar lengths, is it, at the apexes of the corner now, and they're about to come through and complete lap number 12.
Yeah, it's not far away at all, with just under 4 minutes of the race remaining. What does 7/10 turn into? It's got to be the right side of half a tenth or half a second now. Yes, it's only, what, 0.532 of a second. Jack Robinson, he's got plenty of time in the grand scheme of things to decide what he's going to do, but I've got a feeling as soon as that opportunity presents itself, he's going to dive his way either up the inside or around the outside.
Yeah, let's just have a look. So through Druids again, they will thread their way. Colin Philpott for Powerbell Racing still leading the way. He's had plenty of wins in what's been a long old career racing Jaguar saloons. We've seen him out racing other things in the past as well, including things like little Enduro KAs, the Mark 1 KAs, the endurance series that we've had. We've seen him, Colin, out racing those in the past. Something very different, isn't it, from a big old heavy and powerful rear-wheel drive Jaguar XJS to a very underpowered and front-wheel drive Ford KA.
Yeah, it's I'd imagine quite a shock to the system jumping behind the wheel of his Jaguar XJS. Over the line he will go. 10-second time penalty now being applied. I thought it was 5 for James Wall. Has he just picked up another one?
He clearly has,
yet further. So that isn't just then 5 turns to 10. No, it's 5 turns to 15. They stack the penalties. A couple of cars running wide on the run out of Clearways and towards Clark Curve. But again, it comes down yet more. 0.461 of a second. We've still got 2.5 minutes to go. Jack Robinson, he's applying pressure at exactly where he needs to here, and I don't know whether that's Colin Philpott slowing down or Jack Robinson just picking up a second win.
Let's just have a quick look. Colin Philpott is lapping about 3/4 of a second shy of his best lap so far. Jack Robinson's lapping about 3/4 of a second shy of his best lap so far, so there wasn't a great deal to choose between them in qualifying, just 0.2 of a second in qualifying. Well, there's only 0.4 of a second when they came over the start-finish line last time through, but this time through I think Colin Philpott has stretched the advantage, not by much, but it might have just come out by an extra 1/10.5, something like that. It's going to be a, what, 0.6 of a second, I would say. Through they come, and the gap is 1.053 of a second. It has come out.
Yeah, come out quite substantially as well. It didn't look quite so much, but clearly as they broke the beam, yeah, 1 full second apart. That's the widest we've seen it in quite some time now, with 1 minute and 45 remaining. We are getting closer to seeing that checkered flag. The battles that we've got out elsewhere on circuit, some of them have dissipated, some of them have got a little bit closer. For example, the number 17 of Ewan Spooner, he's only, what, 1 second away from Mark Bennett, but previously we've seen those two absolutely nose to tail. We've not mentioned too much either Michael Atkinson. He's had a fairly trouble-free race as well.
He certainly has, yeah. We've not had to mention him, which suggests that, yeah, all has been good for him. Class leaders at the moment. Leading Class JB, Colin Philpott. Leading Class JE is number 6, Rodney Frost. Leading Class JA is number 156, which is Mark Bennett. And leading Class JC is going to be number 24. You can't miss it. It's bright pink. Michael Seaborn leads that class. And then the other class we need to pick up on is JD, which is being led by the man who started from the pit lane, car number 34, Charles Jackson.
Yeah, he's not doing a bad job there, is he, Charles? He's managed to work his way in front of the number 3 of Colin Porter, and since then has just tried to extend that margin ever more. We mentioned that we've not spoken too much about Michael Atkinson. At the moment, he's now tried to pick his way through and past Colin Porter and put what I think is going to be another lap over Colin. But we will be heading on to our final lap of the race in a few moments' time. So Colin Philpott, whereabouts on circuit is Colin? Is that him coming now? Whereabouts is Colin? He will be out there somewhere. I'm waiting to see.
He's just coming up through clearways at the moment.
There he is, yeah. I was waiting to see the car with the headlights on. I think he's the only one out there at the moment with the headlights ablaze. But he'll be going on to his final lap of the race next time by. But this next lap will be plagued by traffic, which seems to have affected Jack Robinson more than himself.
So through he comes past Damien Gray's F1-esque livery on his XJ40, which at least now means he's got another back marker between himself and Jack Robinson, who's there in second position, but yeah, really has fallen away, hasn't he, over the course of the last few laps. He's now 1.7 seconds adrift. Where is James Ram? Did his transponder not work? No, James Ram is there. His transponder clearly didn't work as he came over the start-finish line. I can see him climbing up towards Druids. He is still safely in third position, albeit momentarily. It didn't register the lap as he came over it, so he dropped down through the order. But the clock has ticked to 0, and Colin Philpott looks as though, Jack, he's on course for win number 6 of the season.
It does indeed. So Colin Philpott will pick his way through the final couple of corners now. He hasn't got much traffic left to deal with and no major pressure whilst Jack Robinson is still behind. The next guy he will meet is the grey and black Jaguar XK8 of Michael Atkinson. He might just get there by the time we get to the line, but the checkered flag is waiting for him. Over the line will come Colin Philpott to tick another wing onto his tally. Jack Robinson over the line to finish 1.3 seconds away in second place to finish second in Class JB, and we await the arrival of James Ram, who just comes through now in the 99 machine, breaks the beam and finishes your overall podium and effectively the podium in JB. Coming over the line now comes Rodney Frost to take the win in Class JE, and it was the number 11 of Michael Holtz that crossed the line to finish in 5th place, 4th in Class JB. Ewan Spooner now 5th in Class JB, 6th overall, and to take the win in what was Class JA, that is Mark Bennett over the line in 8th overall, in 7th overall, winning Class A. Winning Class C was Michael Seaborn, 8th overall, and I think he is your final of your class winners, aside from car number 34. That's Charles Jackson, Class JD. That was only made up of 2 drivers, as the checkered flag has ticked over to absolutely everybody. Everybody's come through and taken it. There goes Michael Atkinson, and it is Ms. Great Britain that is waving the checkered flag here at the Brands Britannia. We also have Miss Kent here as well. I'm sure we will see further from those, but Colin Philpott celebrating, waving to the marshals, thanking the circuit staff for allowing him to go racing this weekend, and what a way to do it. We still get another race from them later on. This is race 8 of the weekend, just being completed. We'll be going on to race 13 before we see them again, I think that's of today, so it is actually race 12 of the weekend now, race 17 of the weekend, the final race. We will see the Berkshire Jaguar Components Jaguar Championship return to the circuit, but just by way to confirm the results, Colin Philpott did indeed win from Jack Robinson and James Ram. Then it was car number 6 in the hands of Rodney Frost, finishing in 4th place ahead of the 11, Michael Holt. Then it was Ewan Spooner and Mark Bennett in 7th place, ahead of Chris Boone in 8th. In 9th place was car number 48, that being Nicholas Dyson. And to round out your top 10, it was car number 40, Tom Robinson. Mark, I'm guessing you have potentially a couple of drivers coming towards you. I can see Jack Robinson rolling his way towards you. A little bit further up is James Ram, which can only mean one thing. Colin Philpott is already down there with you.
He is, yeah. He's just about to clamber out of the car now. He looks very happy. Big old smile on Colin's face. I've not seen much of him this year, so good to catch up with Colin Philpott. Off come the gloves. We'll let him take the crash helmet off and the hands device. He needs to take his spectacles off as well before he's even able to take the crash helmet off. And then we'll chat to him. We'll chat to Jack Robinson. We'll chat to James Ram. So off comes the crash helmet and the hands device. A big rev of the engine from Michael Holt to congratulate Colin Philpott, who's got a big old smile on his face. Colin, many congratulations. Win number 6 of the season. All seemed to go to plan, but Jack gave you a few moments to think about as he closed in.
Yeah, he kept me honest there, didn't he? He was like, I kept looking in the mirrors. I thought, oh, I've got away now. No, look again. Oh, no, I haven't. It's still there. Yeah, it's quite warm out there, and the old tyres were getting a bit slippy, a couple of times a bit crossed up, but yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was good. Always enjoy it when you win, though, don't you?
Always enjoy it when you win. You always enjoy Brands as well, don't you?
Yeah, of course, yeah. It's always a good crowd here as well. Yeah, really good, aren't they? I hope they're loving it. All the Jags out today.
We're getting towards the tail end of the 2024 championship. You claiming the win there is good for your position in the championship as overall leader.
Yeah, I was leading coming into this, and I think I've just got to keep it clean and keep the points coming. And hopefully this year, eh?
Only 3 more races to go. Could you do it, Colin?
Hope so. We'll have a party.
You've got another race to look forward to later on.
Yeah, looking forward to it now. Yeah, got that one out of the way. So yeah, I can do it. Car's good. Car's going really good.
Driver's not bad either.
He's getting a bit old now.
Well done, mate. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's grab a quick word with Jack Robinson, if we can, who gave it everything, closed the gap, almost got there, couldn't quite make it stick.
No, exactly that. It was just, yeah, like I say, the first couple of laps was just about trying to get James off my tail. And then I started sort of breaking into Colin, to be fair, and then I caught up, but just didn't quite have enough to get past, basically. So, but yeah, good race.
You're both in the same class, you're both in Class B, but the way that your car reacts as an XK8 surely must be a little bit different to the XJS.
Yeah, so they're ever so slightly different. Certain bits he seems to be sort of quicker, and then other bits I'm quicker, basically. So it's a sort of tit for tat kind of race, really.
It'd be nice to get a second win of the season later on, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be nice, yeah.
Give it a go, give it a go. Let's bring in James Ram, who is already enjoying the bottle of water. James, it's good to see you, because we've not seen much of you this year.
No, had huge car woe. The only reason I'm here this weekend is huge thank you to Gary Davis, who rebuilt the bottom end of the engine over the last 2 weeks. So, yeah, absolutely delighted to be here. Also, obviously, massive congratulations to Tom and Jack, and a huge thank you to the CSCC for giving us our own playground this weekend. Yeah, absolutely superb.
Will we see you out? Of course, we'll see you out later on today. Snetterton, now that the car's all in one piece?
Yeah, I hope so, yeah. It's... I'm willing, Mark. I'm extremely willing, but yeah, she's fast but fragile. But fair play to these guys this weekend. They were absolutely epic. I don't think I had any answer for that sort of pace. So.
Fast but fragile, just like the driver, James. Well done, mate. Well done. I'll hand you back upstairs to Jack, because our next race is already on its formation lap.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Mark. Great to hear from our top three from the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship. Out onto circuit now is the second race for the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge, incorporating the Steve Everett Memorial. So another action-packed grid. 27 cars we have out joining us for this race. So looking at it, unfortunately, I cannot see the car that went missing this morning. We do have the grid for you, so we can bring you through the way in which they line up, but with the attritional race this morning, I think we are missing a few. But it will be Paul Sibley that was due to line up on pole position, but I don't think he's going to get there going off lap times. That's how the grid was formed, off lap times this morning. So theoretically, it's Pippa Cow that lines up on pole position. It's got James Hughes on row 2 and Ian Bergin alongside, car 2 and 119. Then it's Connor Kay and Michael Chalk that make up row 3. Row 4 is Hugh Simpson and Dean Stanton, ahead of Robin Lackford and Chris Winchester. It's then Nick Rose and Paul Campfield on row 6 of the grid, and row 7 is the John Foe and James Mackay. Shared 711 car ahead of Mark Turner. We'll be able to bring you, I think it's going to be James Mackay that starts that car. Yes, it is. And then on to row 8 of the grid, it's Ian Byron. He will be starting that car before handing over to Richard Byron. He's got Bruce Burrows alongside him. And then we work our way back to John Hughes and William Humphreys on row 9. Row 10 is Mike Kenny and Adrian Moore. Row 11 is made up of the 70, Barney Collinson. He will hand over to John throughout the race. Then Richard Perry. Then it's Jason Medrith and Richard Bastow. And on row 13 of the grid is Amelia Storer and Trevor Algar. And on his own, on row 14 of the grid, it's Ian Hewlett. But we saw Paul Sibley's car expire in this morning's race. Unfortunately, whatever the issue is, hasn't been able to be repaired. But that does now mean we've got Pippa Cow, Ian Bergin, James Hughes, Connor Kay, and potentially more in the background to come through and make this race another thriller following on from this morning's fabulous race. Hopefully we'll be able to grab a word with them as well if we can get them stopped, either at the bottom of the pit lane or preempt them stopping in the Parc Fermé area. So Pippa Cow is taking up the inside position. It will then be James Hughes, followed by Ian Bergin and Connor Kay, effectively, on what is row 2. So there's been a bit of a shuffle. The red lights are on. Who will get the best start from the front row? Will it be Pippa Cow? Will it be James Hughes? As the lights go out, who gets the best start? They draw absolutely level. Fabulous start from Ian Bergin. Good start as well from Hugh Simpson. He's already tried to work his way yet further inside the top 5. All the way around the outside of Connor Kay isn't going to work, but it will be the number 2 machine of James Hughes that just about gets the early lead of the race. But Pippa Cow later on the brakes, she dives her way up the inside, and can she maintain the lead of the race? No, because immediately fighting back is James Hughes. He throws the car up the inside. Pippa Cow will be later on the brakes and on the inside on the run in towards Graham Hill Bend. Is the lead going to swap again on the exit? Maybe, because James Hughes tries to draw himself level, but no, Pippa Cow leads James Hughes, leads Ian Bergin, and then is it going to be Connor Kay? Yes, it is Connor Kay and Hugh Simpson Simpson. But those top 5, you just cannot tell what is going to happen between them.
No, you can't at all. Yeah, Amelia Storer had problems heading through Paddock Hill Bend on the first lap, so she is tumbled to the tail end of the field and is some way adrift of the rest of the pack at the wheel of the number 10 car, green car with its yellow wheels. Over the start-finish line comes Pippa Cow, leading the way. James Hughes in second place. Ian Bergin sitting there in third place. Connor Kay fourth. Those front 4 have broken away from the 5th place car, which is number 1 Hugh Simpson, the reigning champion, and just beyond Hugh Simpson is going to be the number 36 car. It's another red Sprite, which is Dean Stanton. But the top 4 making good race of it as they head up towards Druids on lap number 2.
They are indeed. Pippa Cow's trying to extend that lead by an extra couple of car lengths here and there. James Hughes is not going to make it easy, and then you get a bit of a gap back to Ian Bergin, Connor Kay fighting away tooth and nail. Those two just always seems to be locking horns. Then it's going to be Hugh Simpson not too far away. Dean Stanton, as we saw in race 1, is there or thereabouts trying to push on, but the lead is now under threat. Pippa Cow and James Hughes absolutely nose to tail. All of a sudden James Hughes has closed that gap throughout what was lap 2 of the race. Heading on to lap 3 in a few moments time. Is James Hughes quick enough in a straight line? No. Pippa Cow gets the good exit and James Hughes tucks himself into the aerodynamic assistance. By the time they arrive at turn 1, James Hughes looks to the extreme outside. Can he find the grip? No. Can he get the cutback? We've seen that work for him so far, but no, just washes wide on the exit. In the background though, Ian Bergin and Connor Kay. What will it take to separate these two?
They've been together all weekend, haven't they? All together in race number 1. We've seen some great fighting from them all the way through, and there's a problem for Pippa Cow as she got towards Druids. All of a sudden the car faltered, and instantly she knew there was a problem with it, brought the car straight the way to the right-hand side of the circuit, off the racing line, onto the grass, and, well, she inherited the lead of the race because of problems earlier on for James Hughes and for Paul Sibley. Now James Hughes has inherited the lead because of problems for Pippa Cow.
Yeah, clever driving from Pippa, though. She knew immediately there was a problem, like you say, and pulled that car over. So now it is James Hughes leading the way, and Ian Bergin and Connor Kay. Oh, and that was a bit of a moment there for Ian Bergin. It seemed like the car just leaned very hard on that rear left, and it unsettled the car quite substantially, but he will carry on defending from Connor Kay. So now they're fighting over which step of the podium they will stand on. If they continue to fight, Hugh Simpson isn't that far away, neither is Dean Stanton, but for the moment those top 5 have really pulled away from everybody else thereafter. Robin Lackford is effectively best of the rest.
He is, yeah, the yellow and blue car sitting there as the next, and then there's good squabbles going on thereafter, just heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend now, which includes a number 21 car, which is going to be Nick Rose. Nick Rose has got not that far behind him Chris Winchester. Chris Winchester is coming under pressure from car number 711, which will be James Mackay for this race, and then not that far off that is going to be the number 53 car of William Humphreys, who started 18th and is now running in 10th position. Well, there were a couple of cars missing, so probably about 17th he started. That squabble for second and third still absolutely raging. Ian Bergin in the frog-eyed Sprite, still desperate to hang on to second place, but coming under pressure from the midget that sits behind of Connor Kay. They head over the start-finish line. This is lap number 4 that they'll be completing, and I think Hugh Simpson is edging up towards them. Let's have a quick look. The number 1 car lapped, 0.3 of a second quicker than the pair ahead, so they are slowing each other down. So it's 2 fighting over second and third. It might be 3, and if it becomes 3, I think it would shortly thereafter become 4, because the number 36 car of Dean Stanton would evermore begin to close in.
So we'll wait and see as to exactly how that is going to play out. But Ian Bergin, he still has a rearview mirror full of Connor Kay, and Connor won't let him get away with this one. To be fair, upon speaking to Connor after this morning's race, Mark, you could hear he was more or less quite surprised that he could still keep tabs with Ian Bergin. He was surprised that that pace was not only in him but in the car as well.
Well, they are fighting for the lead of Class C, aren't they? So it's not just a fight for second and third, it is for the lead of Class C in this race. So Jason Hughes will come over the start-finish line. He leads by 3.5 seconds. He's the Class E leader at this stage. Then we get the 2 cars fighting over the lead of Class C. Then we get the Class D leader coming through, which is Hugh Simpson, and he has another Class D car just behind him, which is Dean Stanton. The other class leader is down in 13th position at the moment, car number 108, which is Mark Turner. He leads Class H, and Class A is being led by, down in 22nd position, car number 9 leads Class A, which is Michael Chalk, who started 6th on the grid for this one and is 22nd.
Yes, he was going off, obviously, the first race lap times, best laps, but I'm not sure whether Michael has had some sort of...
Second fastest lap from qualifying.
Second fastest lap from qualifying, yeah. So I don't know whether Michael's had an issue with the early stages of this race that's dropped him so far down the order. But James Hughes continues to lead the way. Amelia Storer, following those first lap calamities, she's trying to carve her way through the order as well. But Ian Bergen and Connor Kay, in there battling. Hugh Simpson, he's getting closer, isn't he?
Chris Winchester about to lose a place as William Humphries dives up the inside, heading round through Graham Hill Bend, and now he's coming under pressure from James Mackay at the wheel of the grey and orange Austin Healey Sprite as they head down the Cooper Straight. So that's what, 4 or 5 cars all fighting away for position down through there. At the head of the field is the number 53 car of that little pack, which is William Humphries. So what's that going to be? That's going to be 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th places that they're all busy squabbling over. Now traffic here for Ian Bergen, who almost made the wrong decision going through the traffic, and that allowed a glimmer of hope for Connor Kay to try and squeeze his way through. He's almost onto the rear coattails of him and on the rear quarter panel as they went in towards Graham Hill Bend, but by the skin of his teeth, Ian Bergen still hangs on to second place after the traffic.
Yeah, somehow Trevor Elgar managed to stay out of the way of absolutely everybody there. But Hugh Simpson has definitely reeled them in. There is Dean Stanton not too far behind, just picking his way through clearways as well. But Trevor Elgar, I think, fairly clever driving, just trying to maintain that line. Over the line will go our race leader, James Hughes. Then it's Ian Bergen and Connor Kay. You can't separate these two all weekend, as you say. Hugh Simpson and Dean Stanton continuing to give chase, but it is that that battle you mentioned earlier on that is currently being led by the number 53 of William Humphries. And then behind Will Humphries you've got was it Chris Winchester that was in there as well? Yes, it was. That's a great little battle just coming towards the start finish line now.
Yep, so here they come up towards the start-finish line. Still keeping an eye on what's going on for second and third place as they go down in towards Graham Hill Bend. So yeah, through goes James Mackay, and then Chris Winchester. Chris Winchester might lose a place as diving through and up the inside went the number 170 car, which is going to be Richard Byron, I should say, for this race. So no matter where you look, there are squabbles going on, and no matter where you look, we've now got a spin going on, and that is car number 70. That is John Collison, who was rotated his midget. 48 years this championship has been going, and it still serves up some of the very best racing.
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, just take, for example, Connor Kay and Ian Bergen. They can go to a weekend, look at the entry list and go, it's going to be a busy weekend. As soon as you see your main rival joining you in there, we've got a car coming into the pit lane. We'll try and confirm exactly who that is as and when it pops up. So I think, yeah, the 32 has come in, that being Trevor Elgar. I thought I saw another one follow him in.
Yeah, it might be the number 9 that's come in as well, which would be Michael Chalk.
Yes, so, that would make sense.
Right, down through the Graham Hill Bend, back markers again, pivotal role to play, because again Ian Bergen met the back marker in the wrong place and couldn't quite decide what to do. It was Ian Hewlett's car that they met just in the wrong spot, but just in time Ian Hewlett decided what he was going to do, and just in time Ian Hewlett got out of the way. So Ian Bergen through, but still is under pressure from Connor Kay. All of this playing beautifully into the hands of James Hughes, who still continues to lead at the wheel of the number 2 car. Through he goes, 9 laps completed, onto lap number 10. As for the fight for second and third and the lead of Class C, Connor Kay jinks out from behind to the left-hand side to sweep as wide as he can in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Can he get the undercut on the way out? No, Ian Bergen is quick enough and hangs on still to second.
Yeah, for now, I think is the key adjective for that one, because Connor Kay is doing absolutely everything he can to work his way through and past Ian Bergen. We saw him get away with it this morning for, about an entire lap before it was Ian Bergen that threw the car back up the inside later on the brakes, and that was position made and kept for him. James Hughes blissfully unaware of the action that's going on behind him in the lead of this race. Last time through was 5 seconds clear, potentially more this time as the battle continues on. Hugh Simpson and Dean Stanton still just a little bit too far away to really consider fighting each other. I am very impressed, I have to say, with James Mackay. We saw some good moves on him, or from him, in the early stages of this race, and he's just continuing to climb his way through the order. He's now inside that top 10.
Yeah, that's the number 711 car of James Mackay. As for that squabble for second place, still Ian Bergen doing everything he can to fend off the aspirations of Connor Kay. He's thrown pretty much everything, including the kitchen sink, at it, but as yet Ian Bergen still managing to hang on to it. We did see earlier on, didn't we, that small mistake from Ian Bergin allowed Conor Kay to take the lead, and then instantly up at Paddock Hill Bend the next time through, Ian Bergin was so late on the brakes, he retook the position. So the one thing he will not want to do is make another mistake, but he was almost slow coming out of Graham Hill Bend that time through. Conor Kay again got towards the rear quarter panel, but didn't quite have enough puff in a straight line.
Now, the trust that these two might have in each other will be insane. Conor Kay dives to the inside, but I don't think he'll carry that momentum, will he? Yes, he will. So Conor Kay now gets up the inside of Ian Bergin, but the aerodynamic assistance goes the way of Ian Bergin, so he might be slightly quicker in a straight line. He looks to the outside on the run towards turn 1. Can he do what he did in race 1? Later on the brakes, it will be the outside for him. Conor Kay can hold on to the inside in the red MG, and no, Conor Kay remains exactly where he is, but Ian Bergin gets a good exit, and the gap is closing between them up Halewood Hill and towards Druids. But they remain as they are. Conor Kay now has to work all the way until the end of this race just to keep Ian Bergin behind. We've still got 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, he said earlier on, didn't he, that he saw Ian Bergin was coming and should have closed the gap. Well, if he's learnt his lesson from that, he will make sure that he doesn't leave that door open again at Paddock Hill Bend. And if he sees Ian Bergin mounting a challenge, he'll want to make sure he covers it off. So they go nose to tail along the Cooper Straight, through Surtees up towards McLaren. You can see Conor Kay's car just moving around a little bit there. So the tyres working very hard indeed to try and deal with the punishment that the drivers are giving it, that change of direction as you move from the left-hander to the right-hander at Surtees and up towards McLaren. But here comes Ian Bergin again with another good run up towards Paddock Hill Bend. He draws fully alongside, but again he's on the outside line. Conor Kay brakes as late as he can. Can Ian Bergin get the undercut on the way out of the corner? No. Conor Kay again wise to that, and again will cover off any move up the inside going up towards Druids.
Yeah, he was so late on the brakes. You could see almost the thought process of Conor Kay thinking, I should be braking here, but I'll brake here just to try and keep Ian Bergin behind, and it did work for him. Yet more traffic, however, up the road, skillfully dealt with by James Hughes, and Conor Kay all sorts of crossed up on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, but keeps the car pointing in a straight line, and if anything pulls a bit of a margin between himself and Ian Bergin. But as the traffic plays an even bigger part all the way around the outside, the pair of them will go. I suppose the only saving grace here, if Conor Kay does it, he can be 100% certain Ian Bergin will have to do it just a couple of moments later.
Yeah, that was John Hughes that they peeled their way through and past there, and having dealt with that back marker, there'll be some more to deal with before too much longer, because only just up the road is the next little bit of traffic, which will be Bruce Burrows, I think, at the wheel of number 47 MG Midget. So again, they're almost side by side heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend. We've got two cars that have had an issue down at Graham Hill Bend, one of which is now recovering and is pointing itself in the correct direction, which is going to be, did I see car number 23 there?
It was Jason Meredith, pardon me.
Jason Meredith, and the other car, I can't quite tell who it is from this position. Is it Richard Perry, number 17, potentially?
That's one of the only ones I didn't pick up a colour for throughout this morning. But now Conor Kay and Ian Bergin absolutely side by side. Did they get to the green flags in time? Whereabouts are the green flags? I'd imagine they're just underneath us. But Ian Bergin has got back in front of Conor Kay. It will have been tight whether it was inside the yellow flag zone. But the car that's on the exit of Graham Hill Bend still yet to move. But Ian Bergin now back in front of Conor Kay.
Yeah, into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, has come the Class D car, number 3, in the hands of Robin Lackford. And here we go over the start-finish line, still with those localised yellows down there at Graham Hill Bend, whilst the driver trots away from the stricken car, which is, you know, half on the tarmac, half on the grass, but on the inside of the exit of Graham Hill Bend. So it's just being covered by localised yellows at the moment. But Ian Bergin and Conor Kay still busy beavering away together, but it looks like we are going to go code 60, a full course yellow, to try and get this stricken car out of harm's way.
We are indeed, and there's only so much we can really see from not necessarily the commentary box, but it's the angle of the car that we just can't quite, we're not afforded.
It's Richard Bastow.
So Richard Bastow, unfortunately, you'd imagine maybe just a bit of heat soak. That car can't get struck back into life, unfortunately, so he's just sat at a rather unfortunate angle. But if one car can get there, another one well and truly can.
Yep, so it looks as though, yeah, rather than deploy the safety car, it's just going to be a code 60, and it'll give the marshals the opportunity to get down there and hopefully just push the car with a bit of assistance maybe from Richard, who is crash helmet off and sitting on the banking at the moment, push that car further onto the grass so that it's totally out of harm's way on the inside. But it does look as though trackside recovery are en route to possibly scoop that car up. So our driver will need to probably come off the grass banking, crash helmet on, and maybe, in fact he's listening to us, well done, maybe just get ready to have the car towed back in towards the rear entrance to the Grand Prix paddock. So yeah, he's trotting his way back to the car is Richard Bastow, and as ever, trackside recovery will hook it up, and it's only a short little trip, isn't it? Once they get it hooked up, it's only a case of, you know, a matter of what, 25 metres maybe to get the car out of harm's way.
Yeah, not even that really. It's a very short distance indeed. Now if you're Connor Kay, you will be sat looking at Ian Bergin thinking, right, now I'm running out of time quite quickly to get this move done. If you're James Hughes, if anything, you're losing quite a lot of time to Ian Bergin. Just looking at it, you're supposed to be sat at, what, 60 kilometres an hour. Well and truly, the gap between him and the cars behind have closed. So I'm not necessarily saying the cars behind have gone too fast. I just don't know whether James Hughes has got to 60 kilometres an hour.
And that's part of the problem with Code 60 at club level racing. No criticism of the Classic Sports Car Club or of Motorsport UK at all, but these cars won't necessarily have speedos. They'll only have engine revs. If the driver doesn't know exactly you need to be in that gear at that amount of revs in that particular car, how do you know that you're doing 60 kilometres per hour? You know, it is difficult. It is enormously difficult. You have to gauge it. The only way to gauge it is to hope that the car ahead of you is doing the correct speed.
Yeah.
But if that's not, and you're not, then and others are,
it all goes
then
wrong.
the gaps change.
Yeah, absolutely. There is going to be that natural ebb and flow, but I think James Hughes will get away with this one because Ian Bergin, he's not going to be focusing on catching James Hughes. He'll be focusing on keeping Connor Kay behind. So it will be a busy final, what, 3 minutes of this race, because being towed back across the circuit is Richard Bastow, and it's coming right the way up, potentially straight back to the paddock, potentially. We've got a penalty being applied as well.
A 5-second penalty being applied to car number 3, which is Robin Lackford, who came into the pit lane. We've also got number 17, Richard Perry, picking up a 5-second penalty as well. And I don't think we've got many more seconds of Code 60. No, we haven't. The Code 60 lights go out, but they haven't been replaced with green flags yet. Yeah, there we go. Now the green lights come on. So there's a bit of a delay between Code 60 disappearing and the green flags coming out. So now over the start-finish line, Connor Kay and Ian Bergin can continue their squabble for the lead of the race. But how is Connor Kay ahead of Ian Bergin? You just got the better jump.
He was way quicker on the uptake of the green flags, and obviously you don't need to wait until the start-finish line. As soon as it's green, you're racing.
Yeah.
And yeah, Connor Kay was just that bit quicker, but it's then making sure you don't accelerate before the green flags, don't preempt it. Yes, Connor Kay now in front of Ian Bergin, and James Hughes continues to lead the way. It is Hugh Simpson sat there in 4th place, Dean Stanton in 5th, and inside the top 5 we've got 3 separate class leaders.
Yep, so leading Class E and leading the race overall is James Hughes. Leading Class C is Connor Kay in 2nd place. Leading Class D is the car in 4th place, which is number 1, Hugh Simpson. The other class leader in Class H is car number 10H, which is Mark Turner. And then that will be the last of our class leaders, because we did lose the Class A leading car into the pit lane, I'm afraid, some laps ago, didn't we? The number 9 car, which was Michael Chalk. So only 2 minutes of this race still to go. James Hughes from retirement earlier on today is looking good for a race win, isn't he? 3.6 seconds to the good.
Yeah, but he is indeed. And has Ian Bergin got a problem? Has he just lost out to Hugh Simpson? Yes, he has. Ian Bergin clearly isn't, that car isn't running exactly how he would like it. As soon as he went over the line, I thought that was Hugh Simpson appearing first. James Hughes is just nipping his way down in towards Graham Hill Bend. Have you just spotted him losing yet more places, potentially to Dean Stanton?
Yeah, I think Dean Stanton is right there, isn't he, in his wheel tracks, and can Dean Stanton squeeze his way through? No, he can't, so they head downhill towards Graham Hill Bend, and I think Ian Bergin might just be able to hang on to that place. But for our race leader...
Oh, yes, he will, absolutely. Dean Stanton goes for a spin, completely self-inflicted.
Right, OK, so he'll get the car pointing in the right direction. Our race leader is about to come over the start-finish line and starts the penultimate lap of the race, I would say, this time through. So through comes James Hughes now, having a bit of traffic still to deal with at the start of this lap. So that's now 18 laps completed. There was 1 minute and 1 second remaining on the clock. He just did a 1 minute and 1 second lap, but of course that was coming back from a Code 60. Yeah. So there'll be a couple of seconds remaining on the clock next time he comes over.
There will be indeed. So you can imagine that Ian Bergin, actually, all the way around the outside of Hugh Simpson, whatever was going on with that car, he's got rid of it and carried on back up into 3rd place now for Ian Bergin. A rather odd sort of twist in the tail for him throughout the final couple of laps of this race. Connor Kay desperately tried to cut his way through the traffic, because he will be able to see James Hughes up the road, knowing full well there is potentially a lap to go.
Yeah, there's only 1.7 seconds between the pair of them, and that was because James Hughes just took a long time to get through the traffic on this lap, and as yet Connor Kay hasn't fully cleared the traffic. He's going to try and dive up the inside of James Mackay's car, Is the checkered flag going to be ready for them this time through? It is not quite ready just as yet. Oh no, it is being readied, I think. Miss Kent 2024 is going to be waving the checkered flag this time through, and as they come through there is just enough time, is there, on the clock to squeeze another lap out, I think. Yes, there is. So one more lap to go for James Hughes, but only 1.6 seconds behind is Connor Kay.
Yeah, Connor Kay is not that far away. Another couple of laps and maybe some bad traffic management to get from James Hughes. We might see Connor Kay there, but James Hughes is meeting traffic, Amelia Storer being one of them. Is he going to be forced to the outside Graham Hill Bend? No, he can take the standard line. Connor Kay isn't going to be close enough. He's just going to run out of time, unfortunately. He gets trapped up and behind Amelia Storer. Ian Bergin, recovering from whatever went on over the previous couple of laps, he's got back in front of Hugh Simpson, and he should be good enough to come home in third.
Yep, so here comes Jason Hughes. Still a little bit of traffic, potentially might have to deal with on the run to the line, but he's got enough of a gap between himself and number 173 of Connor Case that he doesn't need to overly worry. So race leader out of Clark Curve. The blue flag still being waved by the marshals as James Hughes comes through to claim the win in the second of the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge Steve Everett Memorial races. Connor Kay finishes 3 seconds adrift in the end in second place. Wait the arrival of Ian Bergin. There's a question and a story to unfold there as to exactly what happened with his car, where it seemed to go off the boil a little bit, but number 119 finishes in third place. Fourth place, and the class win in Class D goes the way of Hugh Simpson. Fifth place is Dean Stanton, and completing the top six is going to be car number 21, which is Nick Rose. So with Ian Bergin finishing class winner earlier on today and finishing class second that time through, is that enough for him to have stitched up the championship this weekend? It's been so busy, I've not had a chance to work out the mathematics with regards to it all. But I think for Ian Bergin and for Dean Stanton, who also finished second in his class that time through, I suspect it probably means that the championship will go to the final rounds that take place at Snetterton, but the people that will probably already know the full maths will be, without question, the drivers. And Ian Bergin, as the championship leader, he will know whether he's stitched up the championship or not. But I suspect it will go to the final weekend of racing in 2024 down in Norfolk. So James Hughes makes his way in towards the pit lane. We should be able to very shortly confirm the results for you for the second of our Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge races for the Steve Everett Memorial Race. Confirm the results then. James Hughes claims the win and wins the class. Second is Connor Kay, another class winner as well. Ian Bergin finished in third place, and Hugh Simpson was fourth but won Class D. Dean Stanton and Nick Rose were fifth and sixth, ahead of the car of Richard Byron, and then it was William Humphreys from the car of James Mackay. Chris Winchester was 10th ahead of Richard Perry and John Hughes, who complete the top 12. Bruce Burrows was 13th. It was a class win in 14th for Mark Turner. Amelia Storer recovered after her spin earlier on in the race at turn number 1. Ian Hewlett was 16th. Jason Meredith, Mike Henney, Adrian Moore, and then John Collison was the last of the finishes in 20th position. Problems for Robin Lackford, problems for Richard Bastow, which brought about that code 60. Michael Chalk and Trevor Elgar, and of course Pippa Cow, whilst leading, were also all retirements as well. So Jack's made his way down in towards the pit lane to chat to our top three drivers and try and unravel exactly what might have happened to Ian Bergin in that race.
Making sure that we've got everybody here. We don't have James Hughes. I've not seen him appear as of yet, but we do have Connor Kay here. We'll grab a word with you, Connor. That seemed like a race of two halves for you. You were fighting so hard with Ian, and then just slightly quicker on the uptake of the green flags, and at that point, it was chasing for the race lead.
Yeah, I think I got lucky, saw it a little bit earlier than Ian, so I was able to jump ahead. Couple of laps defending hard, and then it was difficult on that oil. So I think he spun, and then a fairly quiet run to the flag after that. But yeah, really great fun again, another good race.
And with it being only a 15-minute race, there is a surprising amount of traffic to deal with, which then just makes the battles that much more exciting. It must be good fun, and forever fighting with Ian, you must never be bored.
Yeah, it's great fun, and through the traffic, and the oil again made it more exciting, a bit of a sliding. But great fun, always good to battle Ian. He's really respectful, so yeah, just good, clean fun.
Amazing. Congratulations, Connor. Look forward to seeing you throughout the rest of this year. We do also have Ian jumping out of his car. Ian, talk us through that one. That was hard work, but again, there was some bits that went your way and some bits that maybe not so.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic fight with Connor. I love racing against Connor. But yeah, I ran out of talent going through clearways and had a half spin, and that was the end of that. And actually, when the code 60 finished, I went to accelerate and the car bogged down, which was a bit frustrating. But these things happen. But yeah, I think the better man won on the day.
And I mean, you may know maybe slightly more accurately than us, but either that's the championship secure today, or it goes to Snetterton, and there's not too much you need to do.
I think I just need to keep getting first and seconds, and then we'll see where it goes from there. But it's very tight, very tight.
So, more of the same, really, at Snetterton. Brilliant, congratulations. Congratulations, Ian. Unfortunately, we don't have James Hughes with us. Okay, I think getting a bit of heat soak in his MG midget, so that car will get pushed down the pit lane and towards the paddock area. But no, unfortunately, no James Hughes for us, Mark, so he'll be back up to you ready for the next race.
Thank you very much. Yep, so our next race is race session number 25, race 14 of the weekend. It's the second of our JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports races in memory of the late Ricky Parker Morris. And the grid for the JMC Special Saloons and Mod Sports is going to be based on the finishing positions from earlier on, albeit if you win the race, you get a 10-place grid drop, which means that Tom Carey, the race winner earlier on, is going to have to try and do something from 11th on the grid for this one, which is going to mean he's got a big old chunk of work to do. And again, it's just great to see out this fantastic variety of all the different shapes and sizes that we have, and colours of the special saloons, the super saloons. I don't think we've got any Thunder saloons in there this weekend, albeit we have got a Thunder saloon driver alongside me at the moment, Rod Burley. Modified saloons, cars that would have raced in Donington GTs and things like that. And for me, as I say, a couple of my favourites, just because they're just ridiculous. It's exactly what a mod sports car or a special saloon should be about. I absolutely love the Craig Percy 6.3 litre V8 engined Morris Minor, and how could you not like the 5 litre lump that sits underneath the bonnet of the Austin A30 of Andrew Willis. He's building another, what's he building, Rod?
It's a sort of BMW.
It's a sort of BMW, right, okay. Oh, a V8 BMW. All right, we look forward to that one as well. I'm hoping he'll do what he did when he was building the Austin A30. Share it all on social media, because it was just fascinating to see the build of that car. Oh, right, okay. And Andy Southcott's going to start from... So he might not be at the front of the grid, second place. He might have chosen to start off the very back of the grid. And looking at them in assembly area, there's Simon Alloway's car, I can see. And next to it is Steve Goldsmith's, which does suggest you're absolutely right that, yeah, Andy Southcott is taking the decision, a self-imposed penalty, to start from the back of the grid and make a bit more of a race of it. And we know what he can do off the back of the grid, Jack, because he did it earlier on today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm more out of breath than the standard, because normally there's plenty of stairs to go through, but Conor Kay's car didn't restart, so we had to try and bump start him back to the paddock. It all got sorted in the end, but going off what we saw this morning, we know that the Goldocks Magnificent Sevens and the Vroom Builders Open Series have a very quick lap. This will be a very quick lap as well, but achieved in a very different way, which I like to see, and hopefully not necessarily a repeat of this morning with the yellow flag and the safety car interruption. But if we do get Andy Southcott starting at the back, which it looks like we will, we might get to see him come through the field again and potentially go for the win.
Looking forward to that. Slight delay before we see the cars heading out on their formation lap. That is because we've got a little bit of oil that I think needs treating on the run up in towards Druids, and yeah, quite a lot of oil. And we've got Pippa Cow's car, which is just on the process of being recovered onto the flatbed recovery unit. So there's going to be a few moments before we can get things back underway, which gives us a bit more time again to talk about other things that are going on. Our live music has finished now. The Punch and Judy show has finished now. You might still be able to get involved in the lawn games, giant Yenga and croquet and things like that. Remember the Young Drive sessions for children aged 11 to 17. Get behind the wheel of a dual-controlled BMW 1 Series for a taster drive on the Grand Prix loop will still be on. We've still got our track parade to come, haven't we, once we close off our microphone. Yep. Curfew here is 6:30, but 6:35 is when the track parade is scheduled to take place. So at some point in the next couple of races, we'll be asking people that are involved in that track parade to make sure they head in the correct direction if you are part of that track parade. But it also gives us a chance to pick up on remaining events here. 15th of September, Ford Power Live is here at Brands Hatch. The 28th and 29th of September, British GT is here at Brands Hatch. At the beginning of the month, actually, September, we've got Go Japan here at Brands Hatch. We'll have the final rounds of the British Touring Car Championship in October, the 5th and 6th of October. The final rounds of the Bennett's British Superbike Championship are here as well. And remember, the last race meeting of the year is the truck racing and fireworks taking place over Saturday the 2nd and Sunday the 3rd is when the fireworks will be here at Brands Hatch. Final rounds of the British trucks, but again, so many other things other than truck racing going on. All of the Legends Pickup Truck Championship. I think we've got the final round of the Junior Saloon Car Championship that weekend here. We've got the opening round of the Mini Winter Series here for the Mini 7s and the Mini Miglias that weekend. Show trucks, parades, fun fair, firework display, all of that all going on off circuit as well. So if you want details on any of those events, go to the circuit website, brandshatch.co.uk, brandshatch.co.uk, because if you buy your tickets online, not only will you guarantee admission into the event, you can also save yourself a few quid off the on-day entry fee. And certainly for the trucks, Sunday tickets usually sell out. If you leave it, you will not get in. If you try and rock up on the day, you will not get in for trucks on the Sunday. Buy your tickets in advance. That at least guarantees you admission. So plenty still coming up. brandshatch.co.uk is the place to go. How are our marshals getting on with the treating of the fluid? Yeah, they've still got a fair chunk to do, haven't they? So Pippa Cow's car. That's not easy to say, is it?
Pippa Cow's car.
I'm going to have a run up at it this time. Pippa Cow's car. There we go. We got there. Is on the back of the flatbed recovery unit, and our brilliant Brands Hatch marshals are still treating the oil. So I think we've got a short while to go before we get things back underway. And then, of course, you know, they put down all of the dust to soak up the oil. They then give it a bit of a brush. And then we still might see the circuit staff out with leaf blowers to try and blow the residual dust away, and that still doesn't even clear it all. What did we do before leaf blowers in motorsport? Because we use it for clearing away dust and oil now. We use it forcing cool air into ducts of cars when they come in for pit stops. What did we do before that? Don True would say, just drive through it to disperse it. Yeah,
just rely on the wind, I guess, or. But then you don't want to turn it off because of the heat. So how did you manage?
Yeah. What do we used to do with cars in pit stops before leaf blowers? And I don't know. Right, so we can see, I think most of the oil has now been treated on the run up towards Druids. There's still a little bit of work just going on round through.
I am impressed, however. Normally it's just one line of oil. We've managed two.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, was it the same car doing two different laps?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's weird because it happens in a straight line, but also around a corner and then stops again. So it's not like it sort of flows out of one side, or
I also I remember from my marshalling days, it was cement on the end of a spade, and you'd run along with it and slowly get rid of it whilst the person behind was brushing it all in.
We're more high tech now.
We're more high tech now. We now have what would be a garden fertilizer distributor that is. Putting out, it's almost spraying it out, isn't it?
I suppose that may leave less residual because it sort of spreads it out a quick brush and then that's it, more or less covered, isn't it?
But it's still needing to be jumped up and down by the marshal there, isn't it? To make sure that the last little bits come out. So fantastic work as ever by our marshals. Remember, marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk is the website to go to if you want to become one of our volunteer marshals. It doesn't matter whether it's Classic Sports Car Club or Brands Hatch, any club, any circuit, and we're always in need of marshals. Without them, we simply can't go racing. So they are vital to motorsport. They're all unpaid volunteers, yet they might win a prize on the raffle. Yes, they might this weekend have had their lunch provided by the Classic Sports Car Club, but they give up their time freely so that we can all enjoy our motorsport, and we couldn't do it without them. Simple as that.
Yeah, there's no two ways of cutting it, really, is there? So the assembly area is nice and full. And we've got plenty of cars ready to go out racing, Mark.
Rob Burley's just saying one of the marshals got free board at his house for 2 nights as well. Is that an open offer for any marshal, Rod? No, he's restricting it. It's very much invite only. You could tell by the intake of breath. At least you're honest. So fine looking site they make, don't they? You know, we've been blessed. You know, usually August bank holiday weekends, it's miserable weather. I know for, you know, looking at what was going up at Leeds Festival on Friday and Saturday, it looked absolutely grim and awful. And when we arrived here for the 750 Motor Club meeting on Saturday, it was not good. But we have been very lucky, haven't we, Saturday and Sunday with the Classic Sports Car Club and Brands Britannia.
The only thing that maybe hasn't got our way is the wind, but I think we can manage with a bit of that. It doesn't. It's been very, very helpful as the weather throughout this weekend. I was chatting to David Smitheram, of course, director at the
CSCC and said, you've organised the weather for us. And he was like, yeah, spoke to the big man upstairs, we're all sorted. He sorted the weather for us. And on the drive home, you may find it starts raining. So David Smitherham's taking props for that one. But it's the range of body shapes you've got, some with headlights, some without, some with sort of flared wheel arches, some without, some with massive rear wings, some without. It's just the real range of body shapes and sizes is brilliant. But then you've also got the massive sort of the wide array of engine displacements, but engine types as well. So there's plenty to keep your eyes on. I'm hoping Paul Turner has got back out in that Suzuki SC100. I can't see it on the camera shot we're looking at. It is sort of like a bright blue, and I haven't seen it since, but I'm hoping it will be out there.
Yeah, Rob Burley's just corrected me that I said we don't have a Thunder Saloon out this weekend, but we do. The Citroen BX of Gary Cole did race in Thunder Saloons. It's fair to say it wasn't the most competitive Thunder Saloon because it was slightly underdeveloped compared to most. Yeah, he did win prize money. Yes, he did when prize money was available. And yeah, say Thunder Saloons, it was different to special saloons. Thunder Saloons, it always had to be a steel body, but again, you could pretty much do anything to the car thereafter. Whereas when it was a special saloon, the regulations really dictated that from the centre point of the wheel upwards, it had to match the silhouette of the car broadly. There was a bit of artistic license in there, but other than the wings and bits, it had to match the silhouette of the car that it was based on. But other than that, you know, any engine that you could pop in there, space frame bodies, space frame chassis, fiberglass bodies, you could do pretty much anything.
It's good to see as well. Granted, we guessed it was only heat soak or a few cars overheating. Steve Mole, he's there. So too is the Ford Mondeo space frame of Steve Fry as well.
That's good, yeah, because they didn't restart, didn't they, after the session suspension,
yes,
as it was called. And I'll say it again, it's also good to see Steve Mole back to full fitness, because I know he did have it was an abscess between his lungs and his throat or something. It's a special condition which is he thought it was just a sore throat, but started to feel worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And thankfully they took him to hospital and they very quickly identified what it was. So good to see Steve back after what was I would imagine a tough few weeks recovering from that. A very unusual set of symptoms that had a very unusual outcome.
Yeah, which could indicate other things, which I'd imagine would have been quite scary as well.
Well, I think he was struggling to breathe and struggling to swallow. Yeah. You know, it got to the stage where literally I've got to go to hospital. So, you know, it's good to see Steve back out and racing with us again this weekend. Last time I saw Steve racing was Zandvoort a few weeks ago. He was out there in what was awful weather, I've got to say. It was terrible.
Well, glad he's kept that away for this weekend. And I never got to the bottom of what was going on with Tom Carey, because on the start-finish line during the session suspension, the trackside recovery unit was sort of
came to tow him away.
But, and he did indicate something. I think Rod might have.
Went up to 110.
That will do it. It's coolant or oil?
Water.
Okay.
Went up to 110.
Yeah.
He was scared to switch off, and he was saying, if I switch off, it won't restart.
Yes, absolutely. I can, yes.
Right.
So, Tom Carey overheating, dangerously close to overheating, but completely understand why you wouldn't turn off, because that would obviously turn your fan and everything off, but then it would never restart.
Yeah.
But you don't want to keep it running
because temperatures, 110 degrees.
Yeah, because there's no cooling there. So yeah, you'd almost go, can I just go and do a lap, please? I don't mind starting at the back. I just want to keep my engine.
Random fact: Tom Carey, slip form operator. I have no idea what a slip form operator is.
No.
I'm sure that's what he is. I'm going to go back through my old notes now. Somebody will know and will correct me on it that I've got the wrong. You know, the information bleed.
Is he a slip form operator or is he a slip form paver operator?
I don't know. Is there a difference?
Apparently so. Now, I wouldn't know. It looks like something that's used with concrete by the looks of it.
And you're doing this off the top of your head. You're not using Google at all,
no,
are you?
Absolutely
No,
not.
I thought
because
so. Just checking.
Yeah, just again, just very briefly off the top of my head, slip form is a construction method for reinforced concrete.
Anybody would think you were reading that straight off the internet.
So yes, so clearly he works in, I guess, the construction sector. I guess that's probably the best way to
answers
do it.
on a postcard, if you're even interested. Right. Okay.
The race time will start on the start of the second green flag lap. So we'll do, as usual, 2 green flag laps. but we'll do at the end of the first one.
Clock starts.
The clock starts just to keep us the right side of the curfew, because we are now encroaching potentially slightly closer, and it is maybe putting in danger the final interviews of the day. But as long as we can get all the racing in, I think we'll be more than happy.
Yeah, we were timetabled to finish at 18:25, so 5 minutes before curfew. But you know, we need to switch off the PA bang on 6:30, not a second later. And we've been really close on occasions. But equally, all the cars need to be not just checkered flag, they all need to be back into the paddock, engines off, by 6:30. So checkered flag has to come out 3 or 4 minutes before that. This race was due to get underway at 4:10. It's now coming up to 4:20.
So we're 5 minutes the wrong way, aren't we?
5 minutes the wrong way at the moment. We might be able to recover a bit of that back with, hopefully, not needing 15 minutes of clear up from the end of one race to the start of the next, because we have been quite efficient with that, with the marshals and the officials and the Classic Sports Car Club and Trackside Recovery. But this one, I think, is about ready to go, and hopefully it does mean that we will just be able to squeeze in all of our racing. But it is going to be tight now for the rest of the day, and we can't really afford any long delays in between the races. So I think the drivers are being given the indication that they need to fire their engines up, and we will get the cars rolling out of assembly and onto the grid very, very shortly, as we say, which should have included Andy Southcott lining up at the front of the grid. But I say, I think we are in for a treat if he has opted, out of his own choice, to start at the back of the grid.
Yes.
And that's a sign of somebody that enjoys their racing. He isn't bothered about, you know,
no,
isn't bothered where they of course he'll want to finish as high as he can, but he just wants to enjoy carving his way through the order.
No, that's brilliant. Yeah, love the way that he's planned that. And what it does do is give maybe others an opportunity that they wouldn't normally get, which is nice as well. And the real range of cars that we've got here, there is absolutely no telling on who is going to finish where. I was hoping we would see Andy Southcott. Did you spot him in the assembly area?
I haven't spotted him, but I'm sure he'll be there. I
thought maybe next to the VW Carman gear of David Enderby. We'll wait for him, David Enderby, to start rolling, which he doesn't.
No, that's the Davrian, isn't it?
That's the Davrian, yes. David Enderby, just as I mentioned him, unfortunately, he stopped rolling. Oh, he's not got going, has he?
No, he hasn't. No, so the car's heading out onto the circuit. Remember, 2 formation laps, so we should be able to guide you through the grid for this one, for our final JMC Special Saloons race. Simon Alloway starts from pole position. Andy Southcott should have been alongside, but we don't believe he's there. Steve Goldsmith and Andrew Willis scheduled to line up on row number 2, with Ricky Cannon, Paul Dolan on 3. Mike Thurley and Martin Reynolds on row number 4, ahead of Peter Samuels and the Volkswagen Golf of Ross Irvine on 5. And it's Tom Carey, the race 1 winner, that starts from 11th, because he gets a 10-place grid penalty for winning the race earlier on, and Hugh Pelling. Tony Hunting and Phil Walker are next, ahead of David Enderby and John Pugsley. Then it's Colin Claxton and Donald Dwyer, Gary Cole and Steve Mole, Steve Fry and Paul Turner, Craig Percy, and then Tim Mole at the wheel of another one of the Volkswagen Golfs we've got in the field. They are there on row number 12. Then as we head outside of that 12th row of the grid, we should see, hopefully, was he there?
Yes.
Right, he was there. At the back of the grid then, Andy Southcott. So watch out for this one. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, and Damien Hirst, our safety car driver, kicking up all sorts of dust into the air as everybody runs through the detergents. Unfortunately, somebody getting caught out by the looks of that, or maybe some sort of issue. That was the MG. Unfortunately.
Craig Percy not there, I'm afraid.
Craig Percy not there,
Hugh Pelling got caught out.
And unfortunately, Hugh Pelling isn't going any further.
Oh dear, right, okay, so that is going to delay the start further, isn't it? Go on, Hugh, fire it up.
Nearly got it struck back into life. There we go. So he is coming, and I think he's going to try and get the race underway. But it just looked like I don't think that was caught out on any oil. I think he just put that car off in worry of having some sort of major issue. But now everybody's passed, he has to start at the back.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he can't retake his normal position on the grid. If everybody passes you, you can't do it. If not everybody passes you, you can. Yeah. So even if there's only one car that hasn't passed you, you can retake your grid position wherever it should be. But if everybody goes by, you have to start from the back of the grid, is the ruling. So now Andy Southcott, you could argue, is not at the very back, or is he? Yes, he is, because into the pits after all of that comes Hugh Pelling anyway.
Yep, so Hugh Pelling, unfortunately, with an early issue in what is effectively this race, because the timer has started. I'd imagine it would be a rather tense start for that of Tim Mole, because he'll be looking alongside him and he will see that Andy Southcott is right there with him, but you'd imagine Andy Southcott will probably end up passing Tim Mould before they've even got anywhere near turn 1.
Go on, then, question. Where's Andy Southcott going to be at the end of the first lap?
Well, he did 10 last time. He's going to be fired up. I'm going to say 12th.
12th, okay. So from 21st on the grid, 12th.
Minus Hugh Pelling, so I'm going to go 11th.
Right, okay. So another 10 places he's going to gain still?
Yes.
Okay. What am I going to go for? I'm going to go for 13th, largely because I think he might just take it steady on the oil in the first lap.
That's his final race of the day. Final race
Rob
of the
Burley's
day.
going for 12th. Okay, right, okay.
Right, so we've got an 11th, a 12th, and a 13th. One of us might be right, or we'll all be completely wrong.
We will all be completely wrong. So here we go then. We now have 13 and a half minutes on the clock as our BMW electric safety car is about to peel its way in towards the pit lane. Simon Alloway's Lotus Esprit sitting there on the front row of the grid. They are leaving the gap, so there has been no revised grid issued because the cars that were scheduled to line up on the second row, Steve Goldsmith and Andrew Willis, are side by side with each other, and they should not fill that gap that otherwise would have had Andy Southcott on the outside of the front row of the grid. So Simon Alloway can largely now just concentrate his efforts on the lights and hope that he gets a clean start and is able to maintain that little bit of a buffer if he's got, because he's got nobody alongside him. So neat and tidy 2x2 order, the second of our JMC Racing Saloons, Special Saloons and Modsport races in memory of Ricky Parker Morris is about to get underway here at Brands Hatch. It's a good start from Simon Alloway. It's not a bad start from Andrew Willis as well. A good start through the middle also for Peter Samuels at the wheel of the MGB, but it is going to be Simon Alloway that leads from Andrew Willis in second place. Steve Goldsmith is third. Martin Reynolds is in fourth place.
Yeah, he started 8th, Martin Reynolds.
I know.
Brilliant start.
Well, the great thing, Martin, he's out racing every single weekend, so he gets plenty of seat time.
He does indeed. Back down the hill goes the field, and Andrew Willis is trying to decide where he wants to be. Does he want to be second? Does he want to be third? They run their way through the oil for the first time, and it's a little bit squirmy thereafter. Andy Southcott somewhat trapped up behind a few, but immediately gets his foot to the floor and goes flying through the order once again. But by way of the race lead, Simon Alloway, he's not exactly ran away from the field, but again, is that just taking it easy on the oil? You can tell how much aero the car has got because it was setting up a rooster tail of cement dust.
Tom Carey is also making good progress as well. He's got past Peter Samuels at the wheel of his MGB V8 Roadster. So Tom Carey's up into 5th at the end of the first lap from 11th position. And where is Andy Southcott at the end of that one? 12th. Rob Burley was right. There we go.
So up into 12th place, make that 11th, probably make that 10th come the end of this lap. But for the moment, that 104 Ford Anglia of Steve Goldsmith is sort of grey and he's sort of white in some lights, grey in others, absolutely flying at the moment, doing what he can to run away from the thundering Andrew Willis in the background, and again just cutting his way through the order is Andy Southcott.
Yeah, so that's Mike Thurley that he's now dealt with. Mike could probably close his eyes and drive around Brands Hatch. He's done plenty of laps around here over the years in various things, but Andy Southcott effortlessly works his way through and past him. The next car that Andy Southcott will deal with will be Ricky Can's Aston Martin. And in a straight line, we know that Aston Martin is quick, but just look at the closing speed of Andy Southcott. So Peter Samuels, Ricky Can, then Andy Southcott, all together up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Andy Southcott can't quite squeeze the Lennon midget through. And now Ricky Can is trying to attack the big MG V8 Roadster up towards Druid. So he goes up the inside of Peter Samuels, and Andy Southcott thinks, right, okay, I'll go around the outside then. So he picks off Peter Samuels. Can he pick off Ricky Can on the run down in towards Graham Hill Bend? Not on this lap.
Now on the brakes, he was sort of tentative there. He wanted to go for the move, but wasn't 100% sure that Ricky Can had spotted him coming. In the background, all of a sudden, Andrew Willis is under big pressure now from the Honda CRX of Tom Carey. Tom Carey nips his way up through the inside, heading on towards Clark Curve, and position made. That's the change for the final spot inside the top 3. Over the line goes Simon Alloway, followed then by Steve Goldsmith. Now we have Tom Carey, and over the line in a few moments' time, and potentially now in front of Ricky Can will be Andy Southcott. On the brakes, position will be made.
Yeah, let's have a quick look. So down through Paddock Hill Bend goes that car in the hands of Andrew Willis in 4th place. Martin Reynolds is 5th. Paul Dolan is there in 6th place. And then 7th will now be Andy Southcott. So he has made it through and ahead of Ricky Can. So Martin Reynolds out at the wheel of the Ford Anglia this weekend. He raced that car at Snetterton last weekend. He also raced his Ford Escort Mark II, I think, at Snetterton last weekend. So, again, I think it's the third weekend on the trot that I've seen Martin Reynolds race so far. He's another one of those busy drivers. He's got a great collection of Fords.
The third weekend on the trot you've seen him, but probably the 16th weekend on the trot for Martin Reynolds racing.
Probably is, yeah, probably is. Yeah.
Over the line, once again, goes Alloway, followed then by the car of Steve Goldsmith, and all of a sudden it looks like Tom Carey is going to mount a challenge for second place. But Andy Southcott, late on the brakes, dives his way up the inside of the number 26 latest Elan of Paul Dolan. Can he get through? Yes, he can in a straight line. The next target for him will be Martin Reynolds. Position made on the brakes, potentially on the run up towards Druids. It's almost there. There you go. Andy Southcott gets the car straight. 2 places gained in the space of just a couple of corners. To go with that, the fastest lap of the race, a 50.874. And all of a sudden, that Honda CRX of Tom Carey is starting to look very potent indeed and looking good for second place.
Yeah, Steve Goldsmith is going to leave the door open, I think, and and the car of Tom Carey sneaks its way through. So Tom Carey now up into second place. Can set about Simon Alloway and see if he can close down the deficit that exists between himself and the race leader. Simon Alloway is 4 seconds up the road from Tom Carey, so that's the task in hand. And Andy Southcott, now that he's up into 5th position, is only 8 seconds off the race lead, having started from the very back of the field.
And past almost everybody in the field. He's on an absolute mission, is Andy Southcott. That's a mix of very, very quick car and extremely talented driver. Backmarker Lappery will now come into play, the first of those being Steve Fry. So Steve Fry, pardon me, immediately passed by race leader, that being the number 6 Lotus Esprit Silhouette Special of Simon Alloway. And all of a sudden, now it's Andrew Willis under pressure from Andrew Southcott. So he's having a small look up the inside, looks to the inside, looks to the outside, and Andy Southcott, is he going to go to the outside of Simon Willis in a straight line? But that Austin A30 V8 is going to be monstrously quick, and Andy Southcott, he's going to have to work for it in a straight line, isn't he?
Yeah, so in a straight line, I think he's just outgunned, isn't he, by the A30, but on the brakes, he should have the advantage.
It's never been said before, has it?
No, Austin A30 beating Andy Southcott in a straight line. For me, it's the colour of the car, it's the shape of the car, it's the noise of the car as well. It's brilliant, isn't it?
It really is, and purely self-developed. And as you say, I'm going to go back tonight and look through the history of that build just to see what it was like and keep an eye on what's going to change in the future. But Andy Southcott, this time along the keeper straight, and does nip his way through and past Andrew Willis. The next car he will meet will be that Citroen PX in the hands of Gary Cole. That should be easy work around the outside, but now he needs to set his sights on Steve Goldsmith. And Steve Goldsmith is in 3rd place.
We've just had a change for position. Ross Irvine at the wheel of the green Volkswagen Golf has gone through and ahead of the Turner of Tony Hunting. So that is a change for position there. What's that going to be a change for? 12th and 13th places. And then we've also got, by the look of things, Donald Dwyer at the wheel of the number 70 Volkswagen Golf. He is trying and keep himself ahead of Colin Claxton. So, in fact, he's gone ahead of Colin Claxton on that lap. So, Colin was in 16th. He'll have dropped down into 17th places. So, there's still some shuffling going on. Race leader is coming past those 2 cars as they were squabbling. Simon Alloway still leading the way, but the gap between himself and Tom Carey has certainly diminished. It was exactly 1 3/4 seconds at the start of the lap. What's it going to be like at the end of the lap? In a straight line, Simon Alloway has got plenty of grunt. Tom Carey's pretty much able to live with him, and 1.75 seconds becomes just 0.63. A second quicker was Tom Carey on that lap.
And now on the running towards turn 1, we're going to see a change for second place because Steve Goldsmith can't do anything about the rapid approaching Andy Southcott, so they go through. Well, we're going to see a change for the lead. No, not just as of yet, but Andy Southcott now up into 3rd place. Simon Alloway and Tom Carey, they are getting closer together. Tom is just going to start applying that pressure at all of the right points around the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, and they want to get this sorted as quickly as possible because Andy Southcott, he's approaching.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's closing in all of the time. They've dealt with Tim Mole's Volkswagen Golf, the race leaders, so now they've got a little bit of respite before they catch the next of the cars, and that would be Tony Hunting's Turner that is a fair way up the road. It's going to be probably another lap before they will catch that one. So here come the race leaders, 5 minutes to go, back over the start-finish line. Simon Alloway leading the way. Tom Carey was within 0.6 of a second of him on the previous lap. He is within 0.6 of a second of him on this lap as well. Then we get Andy Southcott coming through. He's having to deal with Donald Dwyer's Volkswagen Golf on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and having dealt with that Golf, he's then got Tim Moles to deal with on the exit of the corner, which he manages to do. But the race leaders are heading down towards Graham Hill Bend as the squabble for second and third go up towards Druids.
Yeah, on the brakes, they pitch their cars in, and now there's no cars between those top two and Andy Southcott. Andy Southcott will just try and close in as much as possible. They are approaching the orange machine. Is that Paul Dolan further back? No, I don't think it is. It's Tony Hunting, yes, in that Turner. The GT Classic hire. There's almost contact between the pair of them. They're rubbing doors by the looks of it. That being Simon Alloway and Tom Carey for the lead as they come towards the line. They're going to be absolutely together as they break the beam, but there was definitely side-to-side contact. It wasn't anything heavy. I think they just started leaning on each other through the final corner.
Yep, so Simon Alloway still hangs on to the lead for the moment. Tom Carey, race one winner, desperate to try and make it 2 out of 2 if he can. They head up towards Druids. Simon Alloway, very defensive line in towards Druids just to try and prevent any opportunity for Tom Carey to sneak his way up the inside as they come down in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. Simon Alloway again just takes a slightly tighter line in towards Graham Hill Bend. Along the Cooper Straight, Simon Alloway gets the throttle down that split second earlier than Tom Carey, so he still leads the way. In towards the pit lane comes Colin Claxton into retirement. So 10 laps completed. They're on lap 11 at the moment. Now, what can Tom Carey do this time? If he gets a good exit coming out of Clark Curve, he should be able to tuck himself underneath Simon Alloway's car, but in a straight line, there is just nothing to choose between the pair of them, is there?
No, he's desperately trying to pick his way through, but it's just not quite working for him, is it? And this time on the exit, it seems like Tom Carey was trying to close in. Andy Southcott has just set the fastest lap of the race. A look to the outside for Tom Carey, but the door doesn't open for him. He then looks to the inside on the exit, but they're both approaching a bit of traffic up the road. But can Tom Carey go all the way around the outside, nip his way in front by the time they get to the apex? Yes, he can, but by the time they've got that sorted, Andy Southcott last time through with a 48.682. All of a sudden, he's on par with these top two. There's 3 for the lead.
Yeah, 3 for the lead. Well, at the moment, Tom Carey's just able to escape a little bit. There's a back marker between himself and Simon Alloway, and Simon Alloway surely now is going to come under enormous pressure over the start-finish line from Andy Southcott this time through. Andy Southcott decided which way to go on the traffic. It didn't quite work, and therefore he's lost a little bit of time that time through. So Simon Alloway for the moment still hangs on to second place. Still work to do though, more back markers to deal with. Ross Irvine's Volkswagen Golf is dealt with on the run in towards Druids Corner by Simon Alloway. Whilst the door is open, Andy Southcott looks to try and squeeze his way through, and this has just helped Tom Carey, hasn't it? He has built a very small advantage, not by much, 1.8 seconds, but it's just enough to escape up the road a little bit with only 1 3/4 minutes remaining.
This might just work for the number 31 Honda CRX in the hands of Tom Carey as they pick their way through. There is the Citroen BX to negotiate of Gary Cole. Andy Southcott is in front now of Simon Alloway and is going to be set free onto the tail of Tom Carey. They break the beam with 2 laps to go. I'm afraid, Tom, you've run out of time.
Yeah, sitting duck as he has. Decisively diving up inside goes Andy Southcott. The door was trying to be closed by Tom Carey, but he didn't want to squeeze it too much. And Andy Southcott, having decided he doesn't want to start on the front of the grid, I'll start off the back of the grid, has worked his way through into the lead of the race. Brilliant driving from him.
Yeah, and unfortunately Ross Irvine is destined for retirement as he comes into the pit lane as well. But what a drive from Andy Southcott. You can't make it up, can you? That's a brilliant, brilliant drive from start to finish for Andy Southcott. And in the background, Tom Carey, now he just needs to focus on keeping the gap between himself and Simon Alloway a sufficient amount to secure what would be second place, but still the lead in what is effectively the mod sports aspect of the race, because effectively the special saloons aspect of the race, wouldn't it?
Well, we've got the modern engine class, then we've got the classic engine class, haven't we? So it's the modern engine that sits in Andy Southcott's car, and the classic engines in Tom Carey's and Simon Alloway's. So clock is now showing that there's only 15 seconds remaining, and our race leader, number 175, Andy Southcott, is heading down towards Graham Hill Bend for the final time. He's still got traffic to deal with though. He's still got Mike Thurley's car that he wants to try and thread his way through and past, and also then Peter Samuels at the wheel of the MGB now needs dealing with, and I suspect he'll deal with him as they head up towards Clearways Corner this time through and on the exit of it. But the checkered flag is being readied, and Andy Southcott who earlier on today finished in 3rd position off the back of the grid, including a brief suspension of the race, wins the 2nd race off the back of the grid, and the 2nd race from the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports in memory of Ricky Parker Morris. Brilliant, brilliant race, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. As we saw this morning, Andy Southcott did everything he could to get to the front of the order and then see the checkered flag first. That's exactly what he has done. So very well done to Andy Southcott. In what will be 2nd place is Tom Carey, followed then by Simon Alloway. Fairly under the radar performance from Steve Goldsmith. He will come over the line to finish in 4th place. Then it will be car number 77, Andrew Willis, thundering his way over the line to take the checkered flag in 5th. Car number 26, that being Paul Dolan, he crossed the line to finish in 6th place. 7th place was taken by the 120 machine. I've got down, don't have an entry for that one, unfortunately. I missed it this morning. And it will be Martin Reynolds across the line in 8th place. And we've still got a couple more just coming towards the line. One of those being Peter Samuels in his MGB GT V8. He crossed the line to finish in 9th place, and 10th place was car number 29. That being in the hands of, when we look down through our order, again, another one that I've potentially misnumbered. We can bring the confirmed results to you in just a few moments' time when that pops up on to our live stream. But what a brilliant 2nd race that we've seen from the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports in memory of Ricky Parker Morris. In a few moments' time, you can imagine where there may be a slight rush just to get everybody out onto circuit and keep ourselves the right side of the curfew for the Adamson Page Swinging 60s Group 2. That's for classes S, B, D, F, L and Z. We will see them coming out onto the grid in a few moments' time, but in the meantime we should have the top 3 somewhere down there with Mark. I think just coming to a stop now will be Andy Southcott. We've also got the car of Tom Carey, and I don't think Simon Alloway wants to talk to you, Mark. I think he's just gone rumbling by.
He has, yeah, maybe for fear of that if he stops the car he might not be able to get it restarted. So Andy Southcott looks pretty shattered with that one. Oh, cement dust poisoning, has he? Right, okay. So he's about to clamber out of his car and come and grab a word with me for the 2nd time today. Andy, many, many congratulations. I gather it was your decision to start off the back of a grid and try and make a race of that. You certainly did it.
Yeah, it was, obviously, as you know, this isn't the usual car we use, so I'd like to say big thanks to Mike, because obviously we took it home and he, as ever, he gets me back on and out in the field again, so thanks, Michael. It's always appreciated. Cheers.
What was it like out there? You know, we'd had a bet up there. You know, I went for you'd be 13th at the end of the first lap. My son went for 11th. Rod Burley went for 12th, and you're up to 12th after one lap.
Was it 12th, was it? I don't know. It's really tough. Some tracks you can obviously pull. You know, you can get at Silverstone wide track. You can get up the front pretty quickly. Sorry, I'm out of breath. But here it's tight, and we've got a good grid, which is brilliant. So yeah, I did find it difficult, and of course loads of sweeping turns and corners. So it's difficult to get by. You got 4 abreast going around. So. Yeah, but great. It was really good. Really appreciate it.
Not a bad day's work. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, we can't chat to Simon Alloway, who finished in 3rd place, but we can chat to Tom Carey, who was the race 1 winner and finished 2nd. Tom, brilliant race from you, working your way through and past Simon Alloway finally, building a bit of a gap, and then that bloke there comes and spoils it.
Who invited him along? That's my question. But there you go. He's done his bit and he's had a result. Good luck to him.
A good result from you from 11th on the grid, though. There was work to be done.
Yeah, Simon's always sort of hard work, you know what I mean? But at least you can race with him with respect. So that's when you can race with someone, there's not going to be an issue. It's always a right result, basically.
Any more races for you to come this year? We've got obviously Snetterton with the Classic Sports Cars Club still.
Yeah, I'll do Snetterton. Yeah, early season finishes in September. So yeah, 4 weeks away. Try and sort something out and get my man there.
Try and beat him. Well done. Many congratulations to Tom Carey, a race winner earlier on today, finished 2nd in that race, but congratulations to Andy Southcott, making the decision to start off the very back of the grid and coming through to claim the win in the 2nd of the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sport races in memory of Ricky Parker Morris.
Brilliant, cheers, Mark. Yeah, so the swinging 60s, we said we'd get them out nice and quickly, and indeed we have. They're already working their way on towards the grid. So this is the effectively 2nd race of the weekend for the swinging 60s, albeit this for Group 2. And again, another capacity grid, 32 cars we've got out there. A few maybe slightly out of their usual position compared to where we usually see them. On the front row of the grid is Connor Kay, albeit not in the MG that we saw him in earlier on. He is out in his TVR Tuscan. So it's Connor Kay on the front row of the grid, followed then by Steve Hodges. Chris Watkinson and Jeff Taylor make up row 2. Row 3 of the grid is Dean Halsey and Jonathan Crayston, and row 4 is Sam Polly and the 145 Ashdown pairing, as we have a look who will be starting that one when we get the paper shuffled around. This was the one I didn't get a starting driver for. Rupert Ashdown will be starting that car. We then move on to row 5 of the grid. It's Lewis Salmon and Stephen Pickering. Row 6 of the grid is Tom Peed and Mark Neese. On to row 7 of the grid, it is car number 34, Charles Tippett and Claire Norman. Claire Norman starts that car ahead of Stephen Collins. On row 8 of the grid, it is the 1-2-3. Nick Wantling will be starting that car ahead of Simon Benoy, and it is David Thomas and Bill Watt. Car number 93, that will be started by Matthew Doman, ahead of car number 8, Clive Tong, and it is Simon Tinkler and Roy Chamberlain on row 11. Row 12 of the grid is Paul Linfield and Bruce Burrows, followed then by Alex Child and Michael Didcott. On row 14 of the grid is the 144 started by Rob Woodhouse, then it is Andrew Hall. On row 15 of the grid, car number 85 to be started by Charles Hyde, Andrews Bird Chap. And then it is Clive Golding alongside. And on the 16th and the final row of the grid, it is John Davies and Marcus Kloutman. So again, another massively capacity grid. We've got plenty to look forward to throughout this race. We're just going to confirm a couple of bits, at least on my end, to make sure I have all of the starting drivers in their appropriate places. And then we will be able to get this race underway. But the safety car leading the field round, coming in towards the final corner now, and as soon as the red lights go off, we will be able to get this race underway. Jeff Taylor is doing this race on his own, and there we go, we're pretty much there by way of starting drivers. So on the front row of the grid, it is Connor Kay, followed by Steve Hodges. Connor Kay on pole position on the inside, Steve Hodges on the outside. When the red lights go out, which they do now, who gets the best start? It's very, very even on the run towards turn 1. There's a bit of shuffling in the background, but Connor Kay will arrive at turn 1 first. Steve Hodges will tuck into second place, and then it will be... Is that the Mini of Chris Watkinson that's jumped his way through the order? Yes, it is. So Chris Watkinson, after a good start from third place, remains in third, but was immediately having to defend and attack all at the same time. Gave it a go for second, but the door didn't open for him. So Connor Kay tries to run away with the lead now, as Steve Hodges is... trapped up and behind Chris Watkinson. Behind Chris Watkinson, you've got Jeff Taylor, who's much, much quicker in a straight line, goes thundering by and up into third.
Yeah, so the TVR Griffith 200 5-litre engine more than outguns the 1830 A-Series engine of Chris Watkinson, but of course they then get to the twiddly bits again, and Chris Watkinson is trying all the way around the outside at Clearways and up towards Clark Curve. He'll draw himself alongside the TVR, but we know what's going to happen when they get onto the Cooper Straight, and exactly that. But Jeff Taylor uses all of that power again. The 5-litre engine rockets its way back through and ahead of Chris Watkinson. So it is Connor Kay from Steve Hodges, from Jeff Taylor, from Chris Watkinson. Then it's the car of Sam Polly, who's got an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pits relative to everybody else when that pit window opens. And Dean Halsey completes the top 6 at the moment at the wheel of the Datsun 240Z, in which he went so well in the earlier race. I'm afraid into the pit lane, the problems and the woes still continue for the Turner Mark II, car number 102 of Clive Golding, who has had a pretty rotten day, hasn't he, really?
Yeah, today hasn't really got his way, has it? That car spent a number of, quite a while of race 1 in the pit lane. And continuing to fight his way through is Jeff Taylor. He's managed to get through and past Steve Hodges. Steve Hodges fights back up the inside in a straight line. Jeff Taylor will have the legs and will fly his way into the lead. But Connor Kay, having jumped out of an MG a few moments ago into probably a fairly similar wheelbase but double the power TVR, Connor Kay is dealing with this perfectly, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. So he is adapting beautifully from the midget to the TVR. For Steve Hodges in third position, it might be down to fourth before too much longer, because Chris Watkinson is having a little nibble. The Mini is much, much later on the brakes, heading up towards Druids. He goes through into third place. Steve Hodges, who was second just a lap and a bit ago, is now down into fourth, and it might be fifth for him if he's not careful, because the Mini Marcos of Sam Polly is absolutely in his wheel tracks. And also then Dean Halsey isn't that far away. Steve Pickering and John Crayston will be next up as they complete what will be the top top 8.
There's a brilliant battle going on further down the order. That is going to be the number 88 Hillman Imp in the hands
Simon Benoy.
Simon Benoy, of course, we kept an eye on him through race 1, but also the 63 of Mark Neese, who's having a bit of a scrap with him as well, but he's now fallen into the clutches of the cars behind. Steve Hodges tries to fight back on to the tail of Chris Watkinson. Chris Watkinson tries to open the door again in the braking area on the run towards turn 1, but it doesn't work. Sam Polly, however, after a qualifying that was sort of there or thereabouts in 7th place for him, he's worked his way up to 5th and he wants to make it 4th.
Yeah, we know he's going to lose time, of course, come the pit stops, unfortunately, because he's got an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pits relative to everybody else. But it's a good little battle, isn't it, that's going on at the moment between Steve Hodges in the Lotus 7 Series 2, Chris Watkinson in the Mini Marcos in the hands of Sam Polly, who is a tall old chap, isn't he, to cram himself into that Mini Marcos. He must have to, I would say, bend his knees in 2 different directions to cram in his frame into the Mini Marcos.
I did think that. I spotted it at, I think, Anglesey, and I thought, wow, that's a lot of Sam Polly to fit into not a lot of Mini Marcos. Somehow he does it, but pedals it very, very quickly indeed. Back over the line goes Connor Kay, having set the fastest lap of the race last time, so he doesn't better it this time with the 55.562. And we've got yet more battles over the line. Stephen Pickering and Dean Halsey locked together.
I mean, we saw Group C Jaguars that raced at Le Mans earlier on doing their demos. Mini Marcoses raced at Le Mans back in period.
Oh, well, that's scary.
So Connor Kay still leading the way. 3.5 seconds is the advantage that he's built up between himself and the second of the TVRs in the field. So it's the Tuscan that leads. The TVR Griffith is in 2nd position. Lotus 7 in 3rd. Mini from Marcos. And then it's Dean Halsey, who's there in 6th place. But if he looks in his mirrors, he's now got the Sunbeam Tiger of Stephen Pickering right with him. And Stephen Pickering, I think, is going to get the inside line. Is he? No, he tries down the Cooper Straight to try and work his way alongside the Datsun 240Z. But Dean Halsey, who finished, what was he, on the podium earlier on, wasn't he? Because you chatted to him.
In this morning's race, they were spread out by quite a way, but this afternoon's race, they're locked together, aren't they?
They are, yeah, absolutely. So Dean Halsey doing a really good job of keeping Stephen Pickering at bay. So considering how well Stephen Pickering went in the race earlier on today, Dean Halsey's having to work overtime, isn't he, to stay ahead?
He really is. Stephen Pickering had a little look to the inside, but couldn't force the move. The 2 BMWs that we've got out there absolutely locked together as well. So it's David, not David Cornwallis on me, it is going to be Charles Tippett and Claire Norman. It's Claire Norman behind the wheel ahead of Tom Peed. So Tom Peed is having a little luck, but again, just can't quite force that move. We've got the battle of the minis out there as well. Kind of a 63 of Mark Neese. He's fighting away with Lewis Salmons. Well, Lewis Salmon is starting to apply that pressure onto Mark Neese. They can't afford to hang around too much, however, because they've got Stephen Collins just sat behind. Simon Benoy is watching on, because Simon Benoy up the road, he will see Claire Norman defending from Tom Peed. Behind them, you've got Mark Neese fighting with Lewis Salmon. Behind Lewis Salmon, I think you've got the 1-2-3 machine. Yes, you do. And who will be starting that car? We circled it earlier on. That'll be Nick Watling starting that car. So there's some brilliant battles, but that's going from the best part of 8th place right the way down to 14.
Yes, brilliant stuff, isn't it? Brilliant stuff. Dean Halsey did lose out to Stephen Pickering on that lap, so the Sunbeam Tiger number 6 is now up into 6th position. That little squabble that you were talking about is just threading its way out of Druids and down in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. Mark Neese under pressure and trying to sneak his way up the inside, but deciding against it was Lewis Salmon. So Lewis Salmon sort of floundered a bit there, didn't he, as he worked his way in towards Graham Hill Bend, and that's lost him time now and has now allowed Nick Watling at the wheel of the Turner to try and work his way through.
Yeah, he has indeed. By way of the race lead, over the line goes Connor Kay a few moments ago with the fastest lap of the race again, a 55.383. And then we get to this brilliant battle over the line of Claire Norman still fending off Tom Peed, then Simon Benoy, Mark Neese, and the 1-2-3 in the hands of Nick Watling. Just behind Nick Watling now is that 132 Austin Cooper of Lewis Salmon, but he's immediately trying to fight back. They're side by side as they head up the hill, and will Mini come out on top? Just about. Lewis Salmon manages to nip his way back up the inside of Nick Watling. But they've still got pit stops to serve, and unfortunately, the issues have not subsided for the 102 of Clive Golding.
Yeah, he really has had a day to forget about. That's been a very troublesome Turner Mark II today for him. So spent more time in the pit lane with people looking under the bonnet than he has out there on circuit, enjoying himself, I'm afraid. Hopefully, he'll be back out for the next of the races, which will be at Snetterton in a few weeks' time. We've got a rather smoky triumph as well, haven't we? Which is John Davies heading over the start-finish line. So through he goes, puffing out a little bit of smoke when it's under power and a little bit on the overrun as well. So hopefully all is well with that one. We'll keep an eye on that one. So the pit window will be opening in about 2 minutes' time. Connor Kay leading now by 6.8 seconds from Jeff Taylor in second place, with still the Lotus 7 of Steve Hodges there in third place. Chris Watkinson fourth, Sam Polly fifth, Stephen Pickering sixth. And then back to this battle that you were talking about, coming down in towards Graham Hill Bend. It's still car number 132, which is the car in the hands of Lewis Salmon, who is still trying to make progress and get himself back onto the coattails of the black and orange Mini in 12th place of Mark Neese.
He's doing it the right way, though, hasn't he? He's dropped the Turnhill Mark 1 of Nick Watling, and in doing that, that gets rid of any distraction, so he can focus onto the Austin Mini of Mark Neese, and they are together once again. Claire Norman has well and truly dropped Tom Peed, but any small mistake will bring those two back together again. Simon Benoy is sort of that weird bit in between. If he goes backwards, he's eaten up by Minis. If he goes forwards, he's then going to be eaten up by BMWs. But Connor Kay in the lead, 7.7 seconds. It's just that second place that isn't quite settled as of yet. It's just Steve Hodges wants that extra little bit. That's been sort of the motto of today. That extra little bit that somebody wants, they just can't quite get there.
Just can't find it, yeah, absolutely. As soon as you sort of almost get there, there's another corner comes up which probably doesn't suit your car, or a straight that comes up that doesn't suit your car, or a back marker that comes up because it's such a short circuit. So it does make it very, very, very difficult. Connor Kay, though, mastering things at the moment. 7.7 seconds to the good, and has now completed 10 laps of the race as he heads up towards Druids. As for that squabble for second and third place, well, they're just heading up towards Druids any second now. Jeff Taylor and Steve Hodges still rooted together, trying to work their way through and past the back markers, which is going to be Michael Didcott's MG B Roadster. And then the next of the back markers that they then need to deal with, I think, is going to be, is that the number 43 car, did I see?
That was Steve Hodges. Steve Hodges is the number 43 car carving his way through. It was one of the midgets that you spotted, but I think that was very much dealt with as soon as they got there.
It's 47, quickly. Bruce Burrows, wasn't it? That was it.
Bruce Burrows, but that's the tricky thing. You see it, but immediately after, just due to the rate of close, they immediately swap around. I think Stephen Pickering is closing in on Sam Polly as well for 5th place.
I would have thought so. He seems to have settled in nicely, doesn't he? Over the start-finish line comes the squabble for 2nd place. Jeff Taylor still hanging on to it from the white Lotus 7. Pit window is now open as well, so we might see the first of the pit stoppers in. Sam Polly's in, yep, nice and early.
Yep, just as we mentioned, there's something to look out for between Stephen Pickering and Sam Polly. Sam Polly comes in, so we might be able to see Sam Polly. Hopefully he doesn't stop too far underneath our commentary box. We might have a camera that can catch Sam Polly as well. So he comes to a stop, and all probably, what, 6'4", 6'5" of Sam Polly jumps out. He slams the door, gets it back open again, and straight back to getting himself plugged in. Those minis are still sparring, aren't they?
They are. It looks as though Lewis Salmon and Mark Neese were together. Mark Neese has got a good run here on the inside line, going up in towards Druids, and he's going to retake the place away from Lewis Salmon, who he'd only just lost it to, and now Nick Wantling had fallen away, hadn't he, at the wheel of that turn. He is absolutely back with them again. So 3 as 1. Lewis Salmon dives back up the inside of Mark Neese. They just about avoid contact with each other. They slow each other up, and from being behind them, he's going to pick off both of them, is he not? Nick Wantling at the wheel of the Turner Mark 1 gains 2 places while the minis were busy fighting away.
Brilliant stuff. Nick Wantling, ever the optimist, threw his car up the inside, the outside, tried to find the room, and eventually he did, and passed both the minis in the space of 1 corner. So Lewis Salmon and Mark Neese left without too much to do at the moment, but Mark Neese the lead of the 2 minis. That sounded very squeaky indeed. I don't know whether that was somebody trying to get back going again. Was that a Sam Polly leaving 11s in the leaving the pit lane? I've got a feeling it was, but he's come out just in the middle of that battle we were watching.
You know, I was talking about that smoky triumph for Test Saloon.
Yes.
Black flag for John Davies, so he is going to have to come into the pit lane, and that will be a retirement from the race from him. As over the start-finish line goes our race leader, Connor Kay. 13 laps now completed, 27 3/4 minutes of the race still to go. his lead advantage just keeps ticking up all of the time. 9.2 seconds to the good now from Steve Hodges and Jeff Taylor in second and third places respectively. Good fight also going on for the final place inside the top 6, as Dean Halsey is starting to feel the real pressure now. He has got John Crayston at the wheel of the Lotus, trying to draw himself alongside in a straight line. You'd like to think the Datsun would have more pace, but John Crayston can live with him. He's a lighter car, he can brake later, he goes up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend and takes up the final place inside the top 6. Now Dean Halsey finds himself under pressure from the next car behind, which is Claire Norman, and then Tom Peed behind that.
Yeah, so looking at it as well, John Crayston's waited for the exact opportunity to present itself, but it worked into turn 1. Coming out of turn 1, it's swapped around. Dean Halsey now back in front of John Crayston. Claire Norman is there, Tom Peed is there, Simon Benoy is there. So we've got a brilliant battle going from what is 6th place right the way down to 10th at the moment. They're just picking their way through the final couple of corners now. So it's Dean Halsey from Jonathan Crayston, from Claire Norman, from Tom Peed, and Simon Benoy's just off the back of that one. But we saw last time that Datsun 240Z isn't massively advantaged in a straight line. So we've got 3 cars all fighting over the final couple of spots inside that top 6.
Yep, so the 3-litre Datsun being chased around by the 1600cc twin-cam Lotus engine. Then you've got the BMW of Claire Norman, followed by the orange BMW of Tom Peed. Simon Benoy trying to wrestle his little rear-engined Hillman Imp around the circuit. So they're all still routed together. More cars diving for the pit lane. Roy Chamberlain has come in at the wheel of the Triumph, and we've got one car that has stopped on the exit of Druids, and I'm afraid that is the MG CGT that is started by Matt Domin, has come to a halt with some sort of issue on the exit of Druids, parked up right against the barriers on the left-hand side.
Yeah, such a shame for Matt Domin that will play no further part in this race. And I think John Davies has now spotted the flag. Now he's still very, very smoky through the final corner. Connor Kay has dived into the pit lane and he's just speaking to the team, and I'm guessing John Davies didn't spot the black and orange mechanical warning flag, and in doing so still unfortunately hasn't spotted the black flag on the LED board or displayed by the marshals.
Yeah,
and code 60 has come out.
Right, so code 60 can only come out because of Matt Domin, and on the basis of that we are code 60 in the pit window, I think if I was out there racing, I know what I'd be doing, diving for the pit lane, and that's exactly what Tom Peed has done. So that was perfect timing for his track position, and just coming into the pit lane as the code 60 came out, he can conduct his pit stop whilst we are under these slower controlled conditions, and that's really going to give him a huge advantage over the other BMW that he was doing battle with in the hands of Claire Norman.
Yeah, it really will indeed. So into the pit lane we've got yet more callers, and yeah, Tom Peed is going to come out in front of Sam Polly.
And that was a quick pit, so he was second quickest of all of the pit stops in the race earlier on today. That was a very quick stop from the BMW. So
wait until Stephen Pickering pits.
43.2 seconds from Tom Peed. Is that about the same as earlier on?
I thought Stephen Pickering was 44. Yeah, that might have been the fastest pit stop we've seen in swinging 60s today. Let's see if Stephen Pickering can improve in the pit lane. We've also got Jeff Taylor. He's handing over to Will Bryant in the Taylor Automotive TVR Griffith. We've got more cars coming in. Go on.
No, Jeff Taylor's on his own, actually. He jumped out of the car and got back in. Yeah, he was scheduled to share, but that was an amendment made yesterday.
Right, so Jeff Taylor will return to the circuit. I guess there's none of that white space. Once you've changed driver, the other driver's got to sort of get bedded in and get used to the car. Jeff Taylor can continue on. Returning to the circuit also is the car of Steve Hodges. So Steve Hodges gets back going once again. In comes Stephen Pickering. I want to watch this one. How quick is he going to be this time? So this morning it was very, very quick indeed. Let's see what he can do. He said it was on the team. Stop there for me, Stephen. I can't see much further than that. Yep, immediately out of the car, belts held out of the way, door closed, door open, straight back in, and immediately being strapped in. That's a very quick stop from Stephen Pickering, but is it quicker than Tom Peed?
Well, he needs to be quicker than 43.282 seconds from Tom Peed. So let's have a quick look. The number 6 car is going to be trundling its way very shortly back down the pit lane. And then we have, once we've rattled through all of these pit stops and the pit window is closed, we can fully run you down through the order. So Stephen Pickering vacates the pit lane, and his clock is still ticking at the moment. No, it's a slower stop from him. It's nearly a full minute now, and he's still not reappeared back out of the pit lane, I'm afraid.
No, Chris Watkinson had a rapid stop as well, didn't he? He was in the 40 seconds. Whereabouts
There he is, he's only just going now.
So out goes Stephen Pickering.
1 minute and 8 seconds.
Yeah, that's a very long stop from Stephen Pickering. That will drop him down the order, potentially now, behind Sam Polly, and the battle we were watching earlier, actually. We may see him behind Simon Benoy, Tom Peed, what will now be Charles Tippett, as we go back under green flag conditions.
You know, Conor Kay had built up a reasonable advantage, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But his pit stop was still 8 seconds slower than we saw from Tom Peed. So I still think we're going to have a good ding-dong battle. Steve Hodges, again, at the wheel of his little Lotus 7. You could argue it's an easier car to hop out of or in. It's not got the complex roll hoops of a Caterham 7, so we'll have to wait and see as to how it all pans out. There's still a couple of cars that haven't pitted. So Nick Watling at the wheel of the Turner, number 123, has not pitted, and Mark Neese at the wheel of the Black Mini, number 163, have not pitted. So arguably, they're going to be the cars that are fighting for the lead at the moment, are they?
I'd imagine so. It does surprise me that they haven't pitted. Steve Hodges is out there and classified in the lead. Conor Kay has come out in 4th place. Now we've got a few more cars coming in. That looks like a Turner. And you've just spotted something over the line. No, still not coming in either. That Mini of Mark Neese.
Yeah, I think he's the only driver that's still circulating that hasn't pitted at this stage, Mark Neese, in the black and orange Mini. So how long has he got? Still another 6.5 minutes to pit, but why would you not pit when you're under full course caution?
So Steve Hodges goes through in the lead. Then it is the number 91 over the line in the hands of Jeff Taylor, followed then by the 36 Mini of Chris Watkinson. Where is Conor Kay? Conor Kay is just coming through the final corner now. So from the race lead, Conor Kay has got a lot of work to do to try and get not only back onto the podium, but effectively back towards that race lead. How far behind the race leader is he? 23 seconds. 14 seconds behind Chris Watkinson in 3rd. Go on.
Yeah, Steve Hodgetts, who has now taken up the lead of the race, his pit stop was 56 seconds in the pits, and you compare that to Conor Kay. Conor Kay's pit stop was 43 seconds in the pits. I'm not quite sure how Steve Hodges has picked up the lead.
No, it's I guess all will be revealed. Now in the pit lane we do have Mark Neese, and he will continue on. Unfortunately, some sort of mechanical issue has gone the way of the, is that the 47 machine? Yes, it is. So yet further issues, I think, for some very late on in the day.
I think the reason that Conor Kay has lost the lead of the race compared to Steve Hodges is purely because did they come in just as the Code 60 happened, or did they catch the train and had to stay 3/4 of the lap at the Code 60? That could be the only difference.
Yeah, it doesn't. Then, irrespective of pit lane time, it's the time you're out on circuit and the speed in which you were
travelling.
Yeah. So Conor Kay, 24 seconds now, 14.5 seconds away from the car of Chris Watkinson in the orange and blue Austin Mini. He's got some work to do. Sam Polly's Mini Marcos, every time I see it, it just looks brilliant.
It looks really well set up, and Sam knows how to drive that thing, doesn't he? You know, he gets it a little bit sideways, but doesn't scrub too much speed off. Tom Peed is about to overtake Simon Benoy. This will be for position as well for 7th and 8th place. Can the imp hang on? Yes, it can. Can Tom Peed squeeze his way through and past the back marker, which is going to be Michael Didcott? No, he can't, so he'll have to wait until the exit of Paddock Hill Bend to do so. But up the hill, the Beamer has more speed than the Hillman Imp, but it is still going to be Simon Benoy that hangs on.
Dean Halsey coming under a bit of pressure from Stephen Pickering now as well, so we're starting to see that battle reignite for 5th place. And Simon Benoy, he was so late on the brakes, the back of the car dancing around under the heavy braking load. Tim Peed continues to circulate, albeit sat there behind Simon Benoy. Are we going to see a change between Dean Halsey and Stephen Pickering? Maybe in a straight line. Yes, we will. Stephen Pickering gets the car to the inside. He may have to brake slightly earlier, but I think that inside line will become more and more valuable by the time we get towards the end of the race once tyres start to wear away.
Yeah, Sam Polly, I was just wondering why he's dropped so far down the order at the wheel of the Mini Marcos, because he was right up there, wasn't he? He's now down in 14th position. Reason being, nearly 1 minute and 20 seconds in the pits.
Which kind of makes sense by way of Sam Polly, because like we said, it's a very small car with a lot of Sam's getting. Tom Peed now applying that pressure once again to Simon Benoy. That little Hillman Imp, it's fighting valiantly, isn't it, throughout this race?
We've seen Simon Benoy claim overall wins in swinging 60s in that little Imp before, so the Roots Group, who were based in Coventry, Hillman, building that amongst many other marks over the years, still having to stick his elbows out, trying to keep Bavaria's best behind in the hands of Tom Peed. And if they start to squabble, of course, they will be losing time to the cars that are just ahead of them. which is going to be Dean Halsey and Stephen Pickering. They're shortly about to go off the lead lap as well, such is the pace of Steve Hodgetts, because there comes the Imp, there comes the orange BMW. Look in the background, you can see the white Lotus 7 of the race leader beginning to close in.
Yeah, absolutely flying is Steve Hodgetts. And then in what is second place, that is the number 91 of Jeff Taylor in that TVR Griffith. He just screams his way over the line now. So too does Charles Tippett. But then we get third place over the line of Chris Watkinson. Connor Kay, whereabouts is he? He's just working his way through the final corner now. So undoubtedly Connor Kay is gaining time on those 2 or 3 cars up the road. But does he have enough time left in the race to make it worth anything?
Yeah, I just don't know. 17 minutes still to go. As Tom Peed draws himself alongside Mark Neese to try and hang on to the place. Now, he's trying to attack and defend at the same time, isn't he, here? But Mark Neese is a lap adrift of the rest, but we know his Mini is quick, and that Mini is about to go off the lead lap. So let me guide you through the top 10 then, with just over 15 minutes to go. Number 43, Steve Hodgetts leads the way. He's about to complete lap number 23 this time as he comes over the start-finish line. Second place is number 91, the TVR of Jeff Taylor. Third is the Mini, the orange Mini, number 36 of Chris Watkinson, and fourth is 173, early race leader Connor Kay. Fifth is number 6, Stephen Pickering. Sixth place is 240, the Datsun of Dean Halsey. Seventh place is 99, Simon Benoy, but only just. He's got the 8th place, number 5 car of Tom Peed behind him. Ninth place is number 34, Charles Tippett in the white BMW, and wrapping up the top 10 is number 67, which is John Crayston at the wheel of his Lotus Elan. So that's the order of the top 10. 16 minutes to go. New fastest lap of the race last time through for the previous race leader before the pit stops, number 173, Connor Kay, 55.294 seconds.
The closing rate is enough for him to at least catch Chris Watkinson, maybe even the 91 of Jeff Taylor. It's a slightly different story when it comes to race leader in the number 43 Lotus 7 Series 2 of Steve Hodges. But whether it will happen or not, that all comes down to traffic management. Steve Hodges over the line. Tom Peed has managed to get in front of Simon Benoy, albeit with a 1 second time penalty. That's an odd penalty to receive. I don't know whether that's what you get for maybe leaving the engine running, just something rather minute. We've also got a penalty being applied for Connor Kay, a 1 second time penalty. 5 second time penalty further down for the number 8 of Clive Tong and Vaughan Winter in their BMC Mini Cooper S. So 5 seconds indicates track limits, but a 1 second time penalty. I might need to scrub up on my regulations to figure out exactly how you can get yourself a 1 second time penalty.
Yeah, I really don't know. Is it 1 mile an hour over the speed limit done on the speed gun? I don't know. I'd have to swat up on the penalty aspect of the regulations for that one as well. So we're into the final 15 minutes of this race. Still some good little squabbles going on out there. Andrew Hall at the wheel of his Triumph TR6 is running in 16th position overall as things currently stand. He is about to place a further lap on the Michael Didcot MGB Roadster as those two come over the start-finish line. And then if we look further down through the order, the charging car of Connor Kay about to come through. Car number 173, and Connor Kay that time through was a little bit slower than his previous best. 50.6 from him. He is still lapping a little bit quicker than Chris Watkinson, who is at 56.9 last time through. So Connor Kay needs to keep pushing. He's 8.7 seconds behind the third place Mini, but was nearly a lap quicker on that lap.
Yeah, so the race continues to wear on. Only 14 minutes now, but Connor Kay, he is closing, isn't he? Undoubtedly. But again, it comes to that different story. Will he catch Steve Hodges? I'm not so sure, although looking at it as well, Jeff Taylor has effectively been matching race-leading pace, albeit a tiny bit quicker last time through. And we've got a big moment on the run in towards turn 1. That is for Clive Tong. He locked the rear axle on the way in. He did manage to get the moment collected up, but he's kicked gravel dust into the air. The yellow flags have already been withdrawn. I thought it went rather quiet. I think he locked fronts first, and I heard the engine die as the revs locked, and then the rears locked, and he sort of just put the front in, which dragged the rear in, but pulled the front back out again. It was an odd accident, but he's got back going again.
Yeah, that'd be Vaughan Winter, because Clive started the car, didn't he? So Vaughan Winter's taken over that one. So he rather got away with that moment there. So Connor Kay, number 173, who started, remember, from pole position, turning his way down through Graham Hill Bend. He is going past Michael Didcot's MGB Roadster. and is still pushing hard to try and close the 7.7 second gap that he's got between himself and Chris Watkinson's Mini up the road. Remember, Conor Kay also has a 1 second penalty hanging over him as well, so he can't just afford to catch the Mini, he's got to catch it, get past it, and be a second ahead of it. So through goes Chris Watkinson in that third place number 36 Mini. Where is Conor Kay now? He was 7.7 seconds back, he is now 6.2 seconds back.
He's closing, isn't he? We've said it all race. He might be good for a podium. By way of anything further than that, I don't think will be the case looking at lap times. But the battles we've got elsewhere, it is good to see that Tom Peed and Simon Benoit have come out a little bit, but not quite as much as you'd expect. They're up into the sort of 2 second margin now, but that's still within sort of mistake distance. Charles Tippett is continuing to carve his way through the order as well, post-pit stop. He's still got a bit of work to do over the final 12 minutes of this race, as we're very quickly closing in on the final couple of races of the day. But Steve Hodges goes through and posts again another personal fastest lap of the race at 55.472, so the lead gap comes out yet more. Over the line goes the 36 of Chris Watkinson, then goes Conor Kay with the fastest lap of the race, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 173, Conor Kay, the pole sitter, the early race leader, down to 4th at the moment, but a 55.256 second lap now means that he is within 5 seconds of catching the Mini of Chris Watkinson. So Chris just turns his way through Graham Hill Bend now. He's got Mark Neese behind him, who lost a chunk of time during the pit stops in that brief Code 60 period that we had. But Conor Kay's doing everything right, isn't he, about trying to catch the car ahead. The other thing that we can also see is that there's a good little battle heading down through Graham Hill Bend, which was Charles Tippett, who's got himself embroiled in a battle, not for position, but it's all largely backmarker lappery from his car that we saw there. So Conor Kay this time, let's see what he might be able to do. It was 4.967 seconds between himself and Chris Watkinson, who goes through now. There goes Conor Kay. The gap is down to 3.255, and it's another new fastest lap of the race from Conor Kay. 55 seconds exactly, 55.000 seconds.
Yeah, anyone who think he's listening to us, just as I said, I don't think he'll get onto the top 2 steps. He's closed that gap down substantially. We'll have to keep an eye on what Chris Watkinson can do. I can't imagine there'll be much defending involved. Mark Neese pulls his car over to the left-hand side to allow Conor Kay to go through. There's now nothing separating Conor Kay from 3rd place and Chris Watkinson in that number 36 orange and blue Mini. They carve their way through the final couple of corners into McLaren clearways and then through Clark Curve. Over the line now goes the number 91 of Jeff Taylor. It's been a fairly quiet race for Steve Hodges post-pit stop. Everything else around him just seems to be blowing up.
Yeah, it's gone well, hasn't it? Yeah, he's just kept his nose clean, he's pressed on, he's built a bit of an advantage and hasn't really been troubled by anybody else. So this time through, Conor Kay was, again, 1.6 seconds quicker than Chris Watkinson. And what's the gap between himself and Chris Watkinson? 1.6 seconds.
What was I going to get? The consistency. Last time through, Conor Kay, 55.000. This time through, 55.014. 14 one-thousandths of a second is the variation between the most recent lap and his fastest lap of the race. Chris Watkinson now will see the metallic blue TVR getting bigger and bigger and looming large in that rear view mirror. I think accidentally there, Chris Watkinson was afforded blue flags with the approaching Conor Kay. They pick their way through the final corner now and onto the start-finish straight. But Chris Watkinson, lights ablaze, I'm afraid. Conor Kay's coming regardless, isn't he? You said 1.6 seconds gain. By the time they get to the line, it is almost exactly as you expected. 1.6 seconds apart. This time, Conor Kay, later on the brakes, dives his way up through the inside. Chris Watkinson won't be able to do anything in a straight line, but you said that he was 1.6 seconds quicker. They were 1.6 seconds apart, and when they broke the beam, they were absolutely together.
Yep, so Conor Kay now up into 3rd position. The Mini of Chris Watkinson now down into 4th position. Now the next target for Conor Kay is now 11.5 seconds up the road, but with only 8.5 minutes of the race remaining. So it's probably going to be as good as it gets for Conor Kay. And remember, at the moment, he is on the road in 3rd position, and he is now just about a second up the road also from Chris Watkinson, because he needs to overcome this 1 second time penalty that he's picked up for some reason. So Conor Kay, on corrected times, needs to be a second ahead of the Mini, and I think he's probably already done it, has he, by the time he completes the next lap.
Yeah, you would imagine so. Breaks the beam, and yeah, well and truly 1.7 seconds in the space of one lap. Another 11 seconds needs to be gained by Conor Kay in the next 8 minutes if he wants to get onto the second step of the podium. I don't think it will be enough to catch Steve Hodges, but the trouble is those two cars up the road are matching him almost for lap time. So Conor Kay post pit stop was 24 seconds away. He's now only 19 seconds away from the race lead. So it will either be third or second for Conor Kay if he can keep it on the island. Steve Hodges picking his way through the final corner now. He's got Stephen Pickering approaching. I don't know whether those two have just swapped around or Stephen Pickering is trying to unlap himself.
I think Stephen Pickering's probably trying to unlap himself, is he? So yeah, Steve Hodges on to lap number 34. Stephen Pickering goes on to lap number 33. We've got 7 minutes of this race still remaining, and Steve Hodges is going to have a chunk more work to do again before too much long, because there's more traffic again just up the road that he needs to deal with. Say 31 cars having qualified for this race. There was always going to be busy sections of it, and he's just coming up to one.
Chris Watkinson, the front left bonnet pin, has parted ways with the car. The bonnet is flapping around, and sideways in the middle of the road is Tom Peed, so he's been pushing too hard through turn one. Annoyingly, at that position for Tom, he's got to put the car in reverse and come back across the racetrack and to try and get that car back into a suitable place. Just going by appropriately is Mark Neese. He sees that coming. Tom Peed gets the car going once again. Very well done, Tom. Looking at it, he bounced through the gravel on the way through Paddock Hill Bend. Fabulous work by the marshals to get the yellow flags out there as quickly as they did. The leaders have worked their way through. Stephen Pickering, unfortunately, is falling away from Steve Hodges in the lead of the race. Through goes the number 91 of Taylor. But looking at it, I would say Conor Kay is just chipping away very slightly. I don't know whether it'll be enough. That time it was a much slower lap, unfortunately. But prior to that, he was just chipping away. I think it's going to be third place for Conor Kay.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just don't think he's going to get there. He'd need to close by 2 seconds a lap consistently.
And then be a second clear.
And then be a second clear. So he's got to catch, get past, and pull away by a second. And I just don't think he's got sufficient time to do all of that. However, for Jeff Taylor in second place, there's still traffic to deal with as well, and John Crayston's retiring at the bottom of the Cooper Straight. The number 67 Lotus pulls up, so he was inside the top 10. I'm afraid he's not quite going to make the checkered flag with 5.5 minutes to go. We lose John Crayston from the race. Such a shame for him, because he'd been going beautifully well, hadn't he?
Yeah, he had. He had a good day so far, Jonathan Crayston, and that will put Sam Polly up into the top 10 now. Lights on Sam Polly's car. He's been pushing hard here at Brands Hatch, but the next car he will meet will be the Charles Tippett's driven BMW 2002, which is just working its way in towards Graham Hill Bend. Just coming out of Paddock Hill Bend is Sam Polly, so I think for him that was all she wrote, barring any further mistakes. Steve Hodges, he's just climbing his way through the traffic along the Cooper Straight and then towards the final couple of corners. Annoyingly, Jonathan Crayston, it seems like that car just ran out of electricity, because he simply can't get it into the paddock. It's just like it's turned off.
Yeah, if he's ran out of fuel, he's definitely miscalculated, because about 6 minutes to go when it happened. So yeah, that's been a huge shame for him. That means that Sam Polly gains another place. He's now inside the top 10 at the wheel of the number 59 Mini Marcos, who again was going beautifully well in the early stages of the race. He hasn't really got anybody that he's trying to close in on either, Sam Polly, because he is about 14 seconds adrift of Charles Tippett at this stage, which would be the next car up the road. So I think that's as good as it's going to get for Sam Polly, who'd be one of the drivers potentially you could have picked out for being a race winner in this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Sam Polly's pit stop let him down, or it was the code 60 that maybe just threw him out of position very slightly. But Sam Polly is usually one of those consistent ones that's either on the podium, if not the top step, is Sam. So, but also, I don't think Brands Hatch massively suits his car. The twiddly bits, yes, but the long start-finish straight, I think it's just an insurmountable distance for him to get that Mini Marcos in an appropriate place. But what he is doing is closing down Dean Halsey, albeit a lap down. But he now knows he has the pace for effectively the top 5.
So Conor Kay is about to come through and over the start-finish line to conclude another lap. How is he getting on in his progress to try and catch up with Jeff Taylor? So through comes the car, and he sets the fastest lap of the race. Wow, his best lap previously was a 55-second exactly. He's done a 54.988. So the gap is down to 5.7 seconds, 3 minutes to go. He can't just catch Jeff Taylor. He's got to pass, and he's got to overcome that 1 second time penalty. So I still don't think he can do it.
I don't think he can, but if he does, what a story that will be. Connor Kay continuing to pick his way through traffic, and then on the brakes in towards Graham Hill Bend. Just rumbling his way over the curbs, keeping it between the white lights. Sam Polly illuminating everything up the road with his lights ablaze. But for Jeff Taylor, what is he going to do? Will he see Connor Kay getting closer? And the red flags have come out, unfortunately. So that, I can only imagine, is for the car that we've got stationary in the middle of the road up at Druids that hasn't been able to get back going once again. That's, as we have a look, is the TR6? It is the TR6 by the looks of it. Or the TR, is that? Yes, it is.
Yeah, Andrew Hall, TR6, yeah.
I thought it was the TR250 for a brief moment. Car number 46. Yeah, Andrew Hall, unfortunately. Normally, well, I'm assuming, don't hold me to it, that car started with 4 wheels.
Yeah, it's only on 3 now, isn't it?
It is. I didn't know whether that was just me, but I assumed it started on 4, but unfortunately, yeah.
It's lost the wheel coming into the corner, because you can see where he's spun backwards and it's damaged the tarmac, hasn't it?
Yeah,
there?
so you can only imagine some sort of mechanical failure that has caused that. But with only 2 minutes and 45 remaining, yeah, it's been confirmed the session will not restart. So I'll make my way down to the pit lane.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so we'll just await our timekeepers to press whatever buttons they need to do that finish that session, and only then we'll be able to guide you through the results. For that one, we've got our penultimate race of the weekend at Brands Britannia coming up, the Morgan Challenge, and then we'll have our last race, the Berkshire Jaguar Components Jaguar Championship, for which we do need a grid still for that one, so Jack might be able to pick one of those or 2 of those on the way back up. So congratulations to Steve Hodgetts. The Lotus 7 wins the race. He holds his handle off as he comes in towards the pit lane area. He was leading by 8.2 seconds at the point at which the red flags came out. Second is going to be Jeff Taylor, and the third, Connor Kay, who was exactly 14 seconds off the lead of the race on the lap prior to the red flags coming out. 14.000 seconds shy of the race leader. So Jeff Taylor there, the number 91 car, the grey rather, TVR Griffith 200, number 91 finishing in second place. He's about to thread his way in towards the pit lane. Connor Kay, as we say, third, Chris Watkinson fourth, Stephen Pickering fifth, and Dean Halsey will complete the top 6 in that one. But we've got a little bit of clearing up to be done to get this Stricken Triumph TR6, all 3 wheels of it. I don't know where the 4th one's ended up, but that needs taking out of harm's way. And there, I can see the wheel is at the side of it now, so the marshals have picked him up from wherever it went and have got it ready for the rescue queue to bring it back to the paddock. So let's confirm the results for you then. For the Adams and Page swinging 60, Steve Hodges claims the win from Jeff Taylor in second place, and Connor Kay was third. Chris Watkinson, Stephen Pickering and Dean Halsey complete the top 6, and then it's Simon Benoy in 7th, Tom Peed in 8th. The pairing of Claire Norman and Charles Tippett were 9th, and it's Sam Polly in 10th. Bill Watt was 11th, and Lewis Salmon with his Mini completed the top 12. Then as we head outside of the top 12, Mark Neese was there in 13th position. 14th place was Nick Watling and Sean Hadrell's car. Then it was Francesca and Rod Roodhouse that were next up, ahead of Clive Tong and Vaughan Winter in 16th. Simon Tinkler was 17th, Paul Linfield was 18th, Roy Chamberlain was 19th, and wrapping up the top 20 was Alex Childs. And Michael Didcott was the last of the finishers. Problems for Andrew Hall, for John Crayston, for Bruce Burrows, for Matt Domin and Mike McBride. David Thomas, Clive Golding and John Davies were all retirees in that one. Let's go downstairs to Jack, who's in the pit lane.
Yeah, Steve Hodges. Effectively limping out of the car. Was that hard work?
It was hard work, yeah. It gets quite warm in there.
You'd imagine with no windscreen and no roof, you'd be nice and cool, and you made it.
Yeah.
You made it look easy as well, but but hard work, I can imagine. Picking your way through traffic, consistently quick lap times as well. How do you do it?
Well, I think it's the car. You know, it's extremely nimble, and rather than TVR, which is a bit heavier and a bit less manoeuvrable, it's very nimble and light and easy to drive.
And is this a good motivator for the final couple of races of the year, just knowing that the pace is in the car?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we've been on pole. We got the pole fastest lap and won the race at Alton Park, I think. Can't remember. But yes, this is great to be here. Love being at the Indy. Nice little circuit, and it suits the car so well.
Brilliant. We'll look forward to seeing you at us there. So congratulations, Steve. We do also have, do we have Jeff Taylor with us? We do. Jeff, it seemed like that was, again, a race of two halves for you, because the first part of the race was picking your way through, and the second part, come sort of post-pit stop, it was consistently quick lap times and holding on to second place.
Yes, it's sort of a bit of trying to save the tyres a little bit with a heavy fuel load on, and then I woke up in the second half of the race. But he'd already gone by then.
Do you notice that the car comes a bit more alive once the fuel load comes out?
It does, yeah. I mean, with the fuel tank over the rear axle and your bum over the rear axle, you feel everything. And with a bit more load on there and a bit more pendulum going into things like paddock, you definitely notice it. And it's harder to get back when you've got some weight in there as well. So it's easier to let the car move around when there's less weight in it.
And surely the only place to go now from here in towards Snetterton is the top step, right? You've got to go forward from here, right?
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, I've had 3 second places now this year, so eventually I've got to win one, right?
The powers of consistency that be are doing great things, but you want to get to the top step. Well, congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And once again, Connor Kay, this time instead of jumping out of an MG, you're jumping out of a TVR. Normally you're joined by Ben Casely as well, so I'd imagine that was fairly hard work. It looked rather toasty in there.
Yeah, it's very warm in there. It's a lot more difficult to drive, a lot heavier in the steering than the midget, but yeah, it's still good fun.
And, I mean, what happened towards the end of the race? Because the car must have come alive. You started setting purple lap after purple lap. Is that the fuel load, as we heard from Jeff, or is that just thinking, right, we could be on for an even higher step on the podium here?
To be honest, I had no idea where we were. Obviously, we came in the lead, so I was kind of expecting it to tick back to that, and then it didn't. So, yeah, just tried to put in some qualifying laps to see how close we could get.
Well, it worked. P3 again. It's been a fairly successful day. You're looking forward to Snetterton?
Yeah, it'll be a really good day. Yeah, we'll be doing the CSCC round at Spa. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Great stuff. Best of luck for Spa and for the rest of the year as well. But Mark, I think that's everybody we've got down here. And I'd imagine in a few moments' time, we will have the next race working its way on towards the grid. I'll nip up to the timekeepers and get a grid for the Morgan Challenge. And then we can bring an end to what has been a fabulous weekend with the final 2 races.
Yeah, we've got the grid for the Morgans. It's the grid for the Jags that we need. So it's our final race of the day, the Jaguars that we need the grid for. The Morgans are coming up next, which is our penultimate race of the day. We saw a win earlier on today for Andrew Thompson. We saw retirement for Louis Ruff, who was leading the race before problems befell his Morgan +4. And talking to Andrew Thompson after the race, he was blissfully unaware as to what the problem was for Louis, but was hoping Louis would be back out so that they could lock horns once more. The grid for this one is based on the finishing positions from the race earlier on, so Louis Ruff is going to have to start from a lower grid position, work his way through if he wants to get a result. I'm looking at the cars that are in the assembly area. I can see a chunk of them. I think that's Jim Mountain's car that I can see just behind the TV gantry that's there. And hopefully, if we can get a slightly better view to the right-hand side, we might be able to see whether the red and white or burgundy and white car of Louis Ruff is there or not. I hope so. I hope it was just a small problem, because he was able to get the car back into the pit lane and head into retirement. And I'm sure, as is always the case in the Morgan Challenge, that all of the other drivers will have rallied round. If they've got parts, they've got a bit of time on their hands to try and get their fellow competitor back out. It's one of those very, very friendly and gentlemanly championships, or sports person-y championships, because we have seen regularly likes of Shirley Goddard and Gail Hill this year as well, racing in the championship, which has been going for a huge, huge amount of years. What, 1980s was it we first saw, I think, the Morgan Championship appear on the UK circuits. And whilst we are a little bit down on numbers this weekend, for the obvious reasons of many drivers have been focusing on possibly the Silverstone Classic this weekend, and, as was alluded to, going away on holiday as well. But it's good to see always the Morgans out there. What was the fastest lap that was set earlier on today? The fastest lap that was set was Andrew Thompson with a 54.437. So how does that compare to the fastest lap at Brands Hatch in his class? 55.2. So that was a new class record for the lap time from Andrew Thompson earlier on today, which goes to show that conditions are pretty much perfect for racing here. Class D fastest lap earlier on We haven't got that one, so we'll have to just leave it where it is for the moment. So, how are we getting on with the recovery of Triumph? It has been sorted, which means that the trackside recovery unit is there, and should be clear of the circuit before too much longer. Once it is back in the pit lane area and the course car is where it needs to be, then we should be good to release the Morgans. I don't think Louis Ruff's car is going to make it out, unfortunately. Information has just reached me, thanks to Barry Welsh from Digitex for sending that through. Digitex providing all of our live stream footage today, and have provided some great images with Barry acting as producer for the day and the cameramen providing some brilliant shots. But yeah, not sure we're going to see all of the retirees from earlier on. Never quite worked out what happened to Craig Hamilton-Smith, because he was on the entry list but never appeared in qualifying, did he? So he's shown at the back of the grid, but and he'll probably appear on our grid graphic as well, because he's still there, shown on the official grid, but haven't seen him all weekend, have we?
No, it would have been nice to see the blue Morgan baby doll out, but I don't know whether it's going to be joining us. And of course, one thing to note as well, with especially the swinging 60s, they've still got a massive grid. And obviously they've got Spa on the way, but towards the end of the season, obviously budgets can at point be stretched. So you tend to see the occasional drop off here and there, or maybe they might forego around just before the end of the season, so they can round it out at the finale.
Well, I know why we won't have one of the big drivers out here, Keith Arlers, who cut him in half and his Eds Morgan through the middle, because he'll have been racing at Silverstone in his King Cobra this weekend. So he'll have been busy there. Many of the other Morgan drivers also do a lot of other historic racing as well, so I think that's why we've lost a few for this weekend. It's been great to see lots of Morgans here and join us for Brands Britannia as well, people bringing their road cars along, for which of course the parade will be taking place shortly. So in about an hour's time the cars will take to the circuit for the parade, which will bring the curtain down on Brands Britannia 2024. So if you are in that parade, I would suggest to you, you need to start to wander back to your cars midway through this Morgan race, and before we start the final race of the day, which is going to be the Berkshire Jaguar Components Jaguar Championship, you need to then be in your cars ready to follow the information and the officials that are there to assist you with getting lined up ready to join in the end of day parade.
One thing I was curious about, on the Morgan entry list, Morgan's famed for sort of having a substantial amount of wood sort of built into the car, a sort of coach build.
The original chassis, yeah.
There are a few out there that I've seen, which I think it was Jim Mountain looking at the back of his car when the cover is off. You can see bits of wood sort of almost in a T shape, and you've got a T-pillar in there. But you've got Tony Kilby's Morgan Roadster Lightweight and Howard Clark in the Morgan Lightweight Roadster. I'd imagine there isn't much more that's lighter weight than wood. So.
Well, was it oak teak? I can't remember what they use in them now. But the newer Morgans, it's all sort of an aluminium arrangement on them now. So the likes of the Aero 8s and of course the Baby Dolls and things, very different build of the chassis to the earlier Morgans, which were wooden chassised. And as I say, go to the Morgan factory in Malvern, pay for the tour. It's well worth looking around how these cars are put together. So, as they head out onto the circuit, we should be able to guide you through the grid then for this penultimate race of our Brands Britannia weekend here, organised by the Classic Sports Car Club in conjunction with the fantastic team at MSV. So then, I'll guide you through the grid manually. I don't think we're going to get a graphic up if you're watching the screen. Andrew Thompson on pole position, John Emberson sitting alongside. Row 2 of the grid is Alexander Lees and Martin Adams. Remember, it's just formed from the finishing positions from earlier on. Will Bibb, who had a busy first race, lines up on the inside of row number 3 alongside Philip St Clair Tisdale. And then it is Peter Cole and Greg Parnell on row number 4. Tony Kilby on row number 5, and row number 6 will be the first of the non-finishers from earlier on. So these are cars we've got question marks as to whether they're there or not. Jim Mountain would be alongside Tony Kilby on row number 5. And then it's James Sumner, who is there still, alongside Louis Ruff, who is not there. And then who have we got there joining in at the tail end of the field?
That is Tony Kilby.
That is Tony Kilby, is it right?
Yeah, you've got Tony Kilby and Jim Mountain, unfortunately. James Sumner, Louis Ruff, and as we kind of expected, Craig Hamilton-Smith not joining us, I'm afraid.
Right, so James Sumner was smoky, wasn't he, earlier on? So that's why he is not out. And Louis Ruff, I personally thought it was something like gearbox, because he seemed to be struggling with getting the car moving off the corners as though he was stuck in a single gear or something like that. So yeah, we've lost James Sumner, we've lost Louis Ruff, and we haven't seen Craig Hamilton-Smith all weekend, I'm afraid. So just 10 cars we will see in this penultimate race of the day. Andrew Thompson looking to see if he can make it 2 out of 2 here this weekend, having secured the win earlier on today from John Emberson and Alexander Lees. So Andrew Thompson is the red car on pole position. It's the blue with the white stripe of John Emberson. Row 2 of the grid, yellow for Alexander Lees, and the silver car of the ARV6, the 3.7 litre engine machine, in the hands of Martin Adams. So lights on the gantry, lights go off, 20-minute race, and Andrew Thompson and John Emberson match each other for pace, but John Emberson, I think, just has his nose ahead for Paddock Hill Bend, but he's on the outside line and he's got to brave it all the way around the outside if he wants to pick up the lead of the race. But Andrew Thompson does have the lead of the race from John Emberson in second place, and Martin Reynolds is there in third at the moment. He got the jump on Alexander Lees, and the silver car, the number 661 car, yep, they're in third position.
Yeah, Martin Adams pushing on now, isn't he? He's had a cracking start, and for some reason the other Class O car, that being in the hands of Alexander Lees, just seems to have got off to a poor start. He's not quite found the momentum that he carried through from race 1. So the top 3 remain as they were. There's been a bit more shuffling around as well. Is that Will Bibb that's just jumped through and past Alexander Lees, and is now going to set his sights on closing down Martin Adams? They come through the final corner now and on towards the start-finish straight. So it will be the 66 in the hands of Andrew Thompson that goes through in the lead of the race, followed then by John Emberson, then Martin Adams and Will Bibb. Alexander Lees comes through in what is 5th place. Then it's Greg Parnell, who I think has found the pace he was lacking this morning and has gained 2 places on the opening lap and up into 6th place. Philip Sinclair Tisdale has had a first lap to forget.
Yeah, he has. He's lost 2 places. He started 6th. He's dropped to 8th at the end of the first lap of the race, but perfect first lap from Andrew Thompson, building a bit of daylight already. He was nearly a second up the road from John Emberson after the first lap of the race. And remember, both Andrew Thompson and John Emberson are in the same class. They're both in Class 2 cars, albeit John Emberson's is the +4 baby doll, so delivers its lap times in a very different way to the Morgan +8, the Roarer car, with much more power of Andrew Thompson. So they're about to thread their way through to conclude lap number 2. Andrew Thompson leading the way. In second place, John Emberson. Is he feeling the pressure from Martin Adams in a straight line? Yes, he is. And we might have a change also further back as well, as Alexander Lees, after the poor start, finally gets himself back through and ahead of Will Bibb's grey machine. So that's a change for order there for 4th.
Yeah, Martin Adams, he had a big look to the inside of John Emberson on the run towards Surtees, and it didn't quite open, the door didn't quite open. But Martin Adams, I think now it's the final race of the day. Whilst this isn't his car, naturally those nerves will be there. I think he's thinking, right, we'll get my money's worth out of this now, and he's really starting to push on, isn't he? And John Emberson will be feeling that. Andrew Thompson will love this. He'll look into his rearview mirror and see that those 2 cars behind are starting to fight. Alexander Lees is trying to again build that gap between himself and Will Bibb, because of course he wants to catch up to Martin Adams and take the Invitational Class lead away.
Yeah, so it's a guest drive for Martin Adams. He is not involved in the championship points, whilst he'll want to put in a good performance and he'll want to give John Emberson a thing or two to think about, he won't want to get involved in a championship battle. But he does draw himself right the way alongside John Emberson on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend. A wide sweep in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Can he get the undercut on the way out? No, he can't. So John Emberson's still in second place, but Martin Adams gets a good run heading up towards Druids. But again, that's covered off by John Emberson. So Martin Adams again gets back to the usual racing line, tucks himself back behind as they go round through Druids. And further down through the order, Greg Parnell is having a good little squabble, isn't he, with Peter Sinclair Tisdale?
Well, Greg Parnell's fighting with absolutely everybody. Jim Mountain's involved. Philip Sinclair Tisdale is involved. Who else is in there?
Peter Cole.
Well, Peter Cole is just sat there. If they continue to battle, they've got Tony Kilby involved as well. Greg Parnell, after what was quite a quiet morning, this will be a shock to the system. What about Martin Adams this time? He's bridging the gap between himself and John Emberson, but also Alexander Lees isn't that far away at all now either. So we're going to see a battle for the final step on the podium, you would imagine, between Alexander Lees and Martin Adams as they break the beam. They're 1.2 seconds apart. We've still got 16 minutes of the race to go. There's plenty of time for battles to commence.
Here they come over the start-finish line, that squabble you were talking about. Greg Parnell still just managing to keep at bay Peter Sinclair Tisdale. Then it's the light blue car, which is going to be Jim Mountain, who retired, remember, from the race earlier on. Whatever his problem was, it was in the gravel trap, wasn't it? Yep. That was his problem. He will be hoping to make amends for that. Then you've got the yellow and silver car of Peter Cole and Tony Kilby just off the back of that. So brilliant squabble. And are we going to have a change for the order? Yes, we are. Peter Sinclair Tisdale, number 54 car, moves back up into 6th place at the expense of Greg Parnell in the Aero 8.
Yeah, so Philip Sinclair Tisdale is now up into 6th place, and Greg Parnell under pressure from losing another place. Jim Mountain is starting to apply the pressure. Over the line goes Andrew Thompson. Emberson, and Emberson seems to have fallen away as well. John Emberson has fallen away from Andrew Thompson in the lead of the race, but has pulled away from Martin Adams behind. Martin Adams is doing the same to Alexander Lee, so it's all going to come to a head here. Greg Parnell, he's got his hands full because he's got Jim Mountain looking to the outside. In the meantime, Philip Sinclair Tisdall, having just worked his way through and past, he's starting to drive away up the road. Jim Mountain can't afford to focus fully on Greg Parnell because he's got Peter Cole behind.
Yeah, he's sort of in that dichotomy, is he? He wants to attack, he's got to defend at the same time, so they all still remain in the same positions for the moment as they plunge downhill through Paddock Hill Bend. You really don't appreciate, unless you've walked the circuit or certainly driven it, just how much of a challenge Paddock Hill Bend is. You can't see the apex to it. You've got to commit for the apex before you see it. Only when you turn in do you realise whether you've got it right or not. And as soon as you get there, the circuit plunges away and is a little bit off camber. Jim Mountain again having another little nibble at Greg Parnell, but again he can't find his way through. Again he'll have to sit back behind and try and keep Peter Cole's car behind him. Peter Cole is also coming under pressure from the number 20 car, which is the Roadster Lightweight in the hands of Tony Kilby. And this time all the way around the outside goes Jim Mountain. Can he make it stick on Greg Parnell? Yes, he can. Finally gains the place, and he now moves up into 7th, but is Greg Parnell going to come back on the straight? I think he will.
Yeah, Greg Parnell quicker in a straight line. He closes, but I think realises he's not going to get close enough by the time they arrive at turn 1, so just lifts off. But that leaves him vulnerable now to Peter Cole, who has a little look up the inside. Greg Parnell squeezes that gap, and Peter Cole has to settle for 8th place and continue on. Tony Kilby will be watching this, getting rather impatient as well. Greg Parnell goes very defensive on the run up towards the hairpin, and then back down the hill in towards Graham Hill Bend. And for the moment, Greg Parnell, he's really getting his elbows out, isn't he? And Martin Adams, second wind, he's pulled away from Alexander Lees, and he's starting to apply the pressure onto John Emberson again.
Yep, so let's see whether he can catch fully up with John Emberson and see what he might be able to do. I'm also keeping an eye on the car that's in 5th place, who's very much on his own, isn't he, at the moment? He's not going to be to play with, Will Wim. He had probably one of the busiest races earlier on today. He was always attacking or defending. He's got nobody to play with now, car number 95 on his own in 5th.
Now, I don't know whether that's quite running as he wants it to, at Will Wim. 58.0 last time through, and somewhat slower from what we've seen so far. Jim Mountain, all of a sudden, having got past Greg Parnell, he's making Philip Sinclair Tisdall's life that little bit harder.
He is, yeah. The light blue car, Jim Mountain, really starting to close in. He was 1.2 seconds quicker than the number 54 car of Peter Sinclair Tisdall last time through, and he's only 1.4 seconds behind, so rate of close should mean he'll be absolutely with him. Through goes Andrew Thompson. He leads the way. John Emberson still in 2nd place, but still coming under the cosh of Martin Adams, and Martin Adams has still got, within a couple of seconds of him, Alexander Lees at the moment, so 2nd, 3rd and 4th close to each other, but still not quite close enough to try and shuffle the order.
No, not as of yet. There's still positions to be decided, and still 12.25 minutes for those decisions to be made. John Emberson will see a very sideways Martin Adams in his rearview mirror in his eagerness to put his foot to the floor. Moment collected up, and will continue on, albeit maybe now half a second further back than where he started this lap. But for someone that hasn't driven that car in 5 years, you can't tell, can you?
No, not at all. No, Martin has driven a raft of different things over the years. First started racing in Triumph Spitfires, and then moved over to the TR7 V8. He's got a TVR Tuscan that he's in the process of rebuilding. That's one of the ex-Chris Hodgett's cars. That probably claimed the championship back in, 1988, 1989, something like that. He's got his Mazda MX-5 as well that he shares with his son Rob Adams, and all of the work, all of the engineering is usually done by himself. This weekend it's a bit different. It's sort of turn up, race, go home. Doesn't need to worry about it. It's not his car.
No, absolutely, but yeah, I know what you mean with the self-development of the cars that Martin runs. Jim Mountain, he's really on the coattails of Philip Sinclair Tisdall, isn't he? Coming through the final corner and on towards the start-finish straight. Philip Sinclair Tisdall, you could see a very brief look in the rearview mirror, figure out where Jim Mountain is. On the brakes into turn 1, Jim Mountain's that little bit further away, but going off lap times, it's a matter of when, not if, I think, for Jim. Last time they were a slight bit slower, but of course, he's not just caught up by going that bit slower. He is quicker over, I think, a race distance, and Jim Mountain has a look to the outside. You've got to be brave to find the grip around there, Jim, and he gave it a look. But no, not this time. With 10 minutes to go, he's got more than enough time in hand to work that move.
Yeah, Jim's got a bit of a mountain to climb, having started from the tail end of the field, and is desperate to try and work his way through it ahead of Peter St Clair Tisdale. Hasn't been able to find his way through just as yet, so they head along the Cooper straight and up towards Surtees and then on towards McLaren, fighting over 6th and 7th places. But it's still well, it almost looks black on the screen, doesn't it? But it's a very dark blue Peter St Clair Tisdale's car, very dark metallic green. He's got the light blue, Philip St Clair Tisdale. He's got the dark blue car of Jim Mountain sitting right behind him.
Yeah, he does indeed. Over the line, the pair of them go. Jim Mountain a look to the inside and then goes to the outside. The very final few moments. Back over the line, we've got Peter Cole and Tony Kilby, who really aren't that far apart, really, are they? Greg Parnell is just trying to manage that gap. They do have the leader, Andrew Thompson, getting closer and closer. I think last time through, John Emberson has just found that second win that he needs and is starting to pull away from Martin Adams. And Alexander Lees, if anything, is starting to reel in that car up the road.
Greg Parnell in the Morgan Aero 8 heads down towards Graham Hill Bend. He has still got Peter Cole right behind him and then Tony Kilby. So those three cars are still looking pretty evenly matched. They are fighting over 8th, 9th and 10th positions. They are about to be caught by our race leader Andrew Thompson, who in the race earlier on today was able to squeeze 22 laps out of the 20 minutes that were allocated. Well, he's on lap number 12 at the moment. We've got 9 minutes remaining. He leads by 6.3 seconds and has set the fastest lap of the race as well. A 54.465 is a whisker slower than his 54.437 from earlier on today.
Yeah, the consistency throughout today for Andrew Thompson is absolutely fabulous, and he'll know the gap that he has isn't under threat. John Emberson over the line. Martin Adams and Alexander Lees have got closer once more. They are now within a second of each other. Further down, Philip St Clair Tisdale, is he still fighting away with Jim Mountain? Yes, he is. All of the cars have all sort of congealed to the same part of the circuit, Mark. Just heading through Surtees now is the battle between Philip St Clair Tisdale and John Emberson. Then Greg Parnell and Peter Cole going along the Cooper Straight, split by Andrew Thompson. Behind Andrew Thompson, you've now got Peter Cole. And at the start of the straight, you get back to John Emberson and Martin Adams and Alexander Lee. So they're all on sort of one section of the circuit. Jim Mountain this time, he had a look to the inside, but Philip St Clair Tisdale moved his car very much to the outside just to make it even harder work, and those two remain as they are. There might not be too much overtaking going on, but the battling alone is fabulous.
Yeah, it really is good, isn't it? That other squabble we've got that's just in the process of being lapped by our race leader heading through Paddock Hill Bend. So Andrew Thompson has dealt with Greg Parnell, he's dealt with Peter Cole, he's dealt with Tony Kilby. Those will also be the next cars that we'll need dealing with by John Emberson and Martin Adams, who brought the gap back down again by 1/10 of a second that time through in the squabble for 2nd and 3rd position. So still plenty of time to roll your sleeves up and slug it out in this one, a 20-minute race for which we've got 7.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, not long left, really, in the grand scheme of things. Now Jim Mountain has a big look to the inside of Philip St Clair Tisdale. Can he force the move? Yes, he can, up the inside. It's been a long time coming, so Jim Mountain up into 6th place and Philip St Clair Tisdale down into 7th. Will that change in class? Yes, it will. That's the change for the lead in class 4, pardon me. But all of a sudden, Philip St Clair Tisdale draws himself back level up the inside on the run towards turn 1. Jim Mountain's later on the brakes. Can he make the move work around the outside, or is he going to look for the later apex and then the cut back up the hill, up Hailwood Hill towards Druids? They remain as they are. Philip St Clair Tisdale somehow hangs on to the lead of class 4.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an uphill struggle, isn't it, for Jim Mountain, that is, as he heads round through Druids. He's trying the outside line at Druids, which would give him the inside line at Graham Hill Bend, but he can't quite draw himself sufficiently alongside, so he tucks back behind once more. They turn their way through the left-hander. Philip St Clair Tisdale still handing on to the position. They've also now got the race leader closing in on them as well, Andrew Thompson, who is going to place them a lap off the lead before too much longer, with 6.5 minutes remaining. Lap number 15 is about to be concluded by our race leader.
Yeah, and Martin Adams, he really has closed in onto John Emberson, but a bit of unsighted traffic. Peter Cole doesn't make it easy for him, and all of that hard work that Martin Adams has just put in has all come undone. It looks like John Emberson was going to come under a fair amount of pressure there. Jim Mountain trying to capitalise on Andrew Thompson, working his way through and past Philip St Clair Tisdale all the way around the outside. Fabulous move from Jim Mountain. And was that a fabulous move, or has Philip St Clair Tisdale got problems? Maybe the wrong gear coming out of Paddock Hill Bend just left him a little bit down on power, climbing up Hailwood Hill. And Martin Adams has got all that work to do again to catch up to John Emberson, but this time he doesn't have Alexander Lees all over his tail. He's used the traffic quite well to maximise the gap behind, but John Emberson did the same to him.
Yeah, he got a much better run through the traffic, John Emberson, didn't he, than Martin Adams, who just met it in the wrong place. And, of course, as we say, you know, guest driver almost this weekend, isn't involved in the championship battle. It's not his car, so last thing he wants to do is trip over people. So I think he was understandably a little bit more cautious than John Emberson, who is still hoping that he might be able to pick up a win this season and maybe just close the points gap a little bit on Andrew Thompson, who is looking very good to be the Class 2 champion for this year. And potentially, of course, Andrew Thompson is looking to become the overall Morgan champion for this year, because he was leading the points coming into this weekend. So still some back marker lappery taking place. Alexander Lees dives up the inside of Peter Cole's car. So that's the 4th place car now lapping the 8th place car with less than 5 minutes remaining. The lead advantage is now nearly up to 7 seconds.
Yeah, Andrew Thompson is absolutely flying away with this one. Jim Mountain having now got in front of Philip St Clair Tisdall. He will try and run away yet further. John Emberson, he will be the next to approach that little battle. Then it will be Martin Adams, followed by Alexander Lees, before we then get back to some of the back marker lappery that's already taking place. But the top 4 have separated out quite substantially. But Alexander, is it Alex Thompson? Andrew Thompson, pardon me. Andrew Thompson over the line now. He's been just lapping quickly, consistently all race long.
You were saying, the best part of 10, 15 minutes ago, how Greg Parnell had really come alive in this one, and all of a sudden, he's in danger of dropping to last position, because it's been a bit of a yo-yo race. Brilliant first start to it, and has slowly been picked off by everybody else. He's dropped back down to 9th place, and if you look in his mirrors, right behind him is Tony Kilby, who's trying to take that place away.
Yeah, a massively quick start from Greg Parnell, because we saw him up into, 6th place at one point, because he had Jim Mountain and Philip St Clair Tisdall chomping at his heels, but we also had Peter Cole and Tony Kilby in their own little battle, and Parnell, I'm afraid, has just sort of slipped through the cracks and fallen right the way back through them all. Martin Adams picking his way through Surtees up the road. He'll see Jim Mountain and Philip St Clair Tisdall just making it slightly harder work for John Emberson than he would have liked. A spit of smoke from a couple of the cars working their way through the final corner, but Jim Mountain, having got in front of Philip St Clair Tisdall, I don't think he's pulled away as much as he would have liked. And John Emberson, he's going to get trapped behind them on the run towards turn 1, and all they need to do is kind of abide by those blue flags, but theoretically all they need to do is just sit on the racing line and let John Emberson work his way around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's up to the quicker cars to work their way past the slower ones, not necessarily for the slower ones to move offline. As long as they're consistent with their line, the back markers, it makes it a bit easier as a driver to work your way through and past people. So that's Philip St Clair Tisdall dealt with now by the 2nd place, number 89, John Emberson, who's onto the Cooper Straight. Last time through, Jim Mountain was very courteous when faster cars were approaching. This time through, what is he going to do? Is he going to indicate which side he wants the faster car to go? Well, it's not going to be until the exit of Clark Curve, really, where John Emberson is going to be able to squeeze his way through and past. And for Martin Adams, can he meet the traffic in a straight line and therefore not really compromise his run? He's closing up to Philip St Clair Tisdall. Is he going to get through on the run in? Yes, he does. So that's another back marker dealt with. And this time through, I think, in the traffic, Martin Adams has probably had the better run than John Emberson.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alexander Lees, it really has fallen away at this point on the brakes on the run up towards Druids. Martin Adams puts the car up the inside. Jim Mountain was very slightly unsighted, I think, but now Martin Adams does try and work his way through. Jim Mountain looking over to his right and sees Martin Adams there, but of course that now leaves Jim Mountain vulnerable to Philip St Clair Tisdall as they pick their way through Graham Hill Bend once again along the Cooper Straight and then in towards Surtees. Martin Adams, I think he lost a bit less time compared to John Emberson, but as they work their way through the final couple of corners, again, I just don't think it's worth doing for Martin Adams. We've just had another fastest lap of the race.
We have, yeah, our race leader, Andrew Thompson, another new fastest lap of the race, a 54.353 is now quicker than the fastest lap of the race that he set earlier on today, which was a 54.4. That is also quicker than he qualified in as well, and that lap time he's done in race conditions would have been good enough for pole position if this was a qualifying session.
It would. You just got to come out at the end of the day by the looks of it for Andrew Thompson, and that's where he's really started to find the pace in his car. Somehow, Greg Parnell is just about fending off the attentions of Tony Kilby, who have been keeping sort of half an eye on that battle, and they have been nose to tail, lap on lap on lap. And the same battle goes for Jim Mountain and Philip St Clair Tisdall, whilst John Emberson and Martin Adams pick their way through. That put the pair of them back together again. We've got 40 seconds remaining. So on to the final lap of the race goes Andrew Thompson.
Yep, so penultimate race, final lap for the Morgan Challenge before we then get the Berkshire Jaguar Components Jaguar Championship out for our last race here at Brands Britannia 2024. Andrew Thompson leads the way by 10.5 seconds from John Emberson in second place, and Martin Adams gave it a bit of a go, but he never fully quite got there, did he? He sits there in third position, but either way, consider he's not driven this car for 5 years and rocks up as a bit of a guest driver. Podium's not a bad way to finish the weekend.
No, a fourth in race one and a third. That's absolutely the way you'd want your weekend to go. So Andrew Thompson, he's just working his way through Surtees, and then it's through the double right-hander effectively at McLaren and Clearways, through Clark Curve. He will go for the final time. The checkered flag is waiting for the number 66 machine, and Andrew Thompson in his Morgan +8 will see the checkered flag first as it flies for Andrew Thompson. A win here in race 2. And the Morgan Challenge second place will go the way of John Emberson, losing out on points, but still a brilliant race nonetheless, and another podium for John Emberson. Martin Adams comes over the line in third place. It's going to be a run to the line between Jim Mountain and Philip St Clair Tisdall. Jim Mountain will cross the line to finish in 6th. Philip St Clair Tisdall will cross the line to secure 7th place. And it was Alexander Lees that crossed the line to finish in 4th. A very quiet race, and I'd imagine maybe slightly boring, dare I say, for Will Bibb, who will finish in 5th. He didn't really have anybody to play with throughout that race. Over the line, we've also seen Peter Cole and Greg Parnell. Tony Kilby yet to come through. There is Will Bibb. Tony Kilby has now just gone through, so there goes Tony Kilby to finish in 10th place. And Will Bibb will be the final driver to take the checkered flag, as he is working his way along the start-finish straight now and back towards us. Whereabouts is Andrew Thompson? I thought he would be back in the pit lane. There he is. He's just coming through the final couple of corners now. Andrew Thompson waving to the marshals, thanking them, as he knows full well he wouldn't be racing this weekend if it wasn't for the fabulous Orange Army that we've got supporting us here this weekend. So Andrew Thompson comes into the pit lane, followed by John Emberson and Martin Adams. Again, 3 drivers that will be more than happy to have a chat to Mark Guerrell, who's just working his way down towards the pit lane area. But what we can do is run you through how those 10 cars finished. It will be Andrew Thompson that took the win and the outright fastest lap of the race, 10 seconds clear of John Emberson. Martin Adams rounds out your overall podium ahead of Alexander Lees in 4th place. Will Bibb finished in 5th ahead of Jim Mountain, just about getting the best of Philip St Clair Tisdall. Then it was Peter Cole, Greg Parnell and Tony Kilby rounding out your top 10. So the top 3 have worked their way down into the pit lane: Andrew Thompson, John Emberson and Martin Adams. Mark is just working his way down the spiral staircase and towards the pit lane area, where I'm sure there will be 3 very happy drivers as well, because they were driving into the sunset in the beautiful machinery that is the Morgan Challenge. So Mark, as and when you've spotted someone, please do let us know, because of course what they had to do is take the helmet and hands device off, and you can imagine in a car without a windscreen and a roof, your fingers could get rather chilly, and it makes it a tricky job, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're not going to get the chance to chat to John Emberson. He waved at the marshals but drove straight through, so we will get the chance to chat to Andrew Thompson and to no doubt a delighted Martin Adams as well. So for the second time today, it's another win for Andrew Thompson. Andrew, you said the tyres were going off in the first race. You weren't under the same amount of pressure in that one, so was that a bit easier?
Well, the tyres are the same ones, but I thought I'd just go for it and see, and actually they held on really well. John gave me a good run in the first couple of laps, but I think, fortunately, the guys just behind caught him up, and they were hassling him for a while, so I thought I'll just get on with it. And I got a little bit of a gap and just tried to hold the gap, and then back off a little bit in the middle just to ease the tyres because they were getting a little bit loose. I like to have a bit of tyres when you know you're going to catch back markers so that you can pass safely and quickly. So, but it went well. Nice metronome times, I hope.
And metronome times, absolutely. You set a fastest lap in that race that was quicker than the fastest lap earlier on, and that fastest lap in the race you've just set would have given you pole position for the first race.
Wow, okay, that's pretty good then. So obviously the conditions are really good, and when you're in clear air, actually you can just get on with it and pick your own line, and to a certain extent you can push on some corners and find the limits again. It's a little bit cooler, tyres are a bit more worn, so how hard can I go? But clearly a bit harder.
Championship finale at Snetterton, you know, you can only do what you can do because other people accumulate points in their respective classes, but it's looking good.
Yeah, so I think after today I'm probably leading the championship, but we dropped some rounds, so you never quite know till the last round. In the past, I've actually lost the championship by 0 points on the last race. So I never count anything, never count my chickens.
Let's hope that history doesn't repeat itself. A very quick word with Martin Adams to the cars for the final race are coming out. Not driven the car for 5 years. Here you are on the podium.
Fantastic, yeah. Great thanks to Andrew for lending me his car. Brilliant car. I'd like to say the tyres are going off, but I think it was the driver that was going off towards the end. So, yeah, lots of fun. Some similarities to the TR in some ways. You know, it's a lively car when you're driving it hard, so great fun.
You got to John Emberson, but couldn't quite catch him.
No, there's a few times where we got quite close with back markers, and at the start I was pretty close, but no, I just couldn't quite get there, no.
We'd better leave it there. Back upstairs to Jack, because the Berkshire Jaguar Components Jaguar Championship are on their formation lap.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, thanks, Mark. Great to hear from our, at least two of our top three in the Morgan Challenge. So out onto circuit, our final race of the day, the 17th and final race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch for the Brands Britannia meeting, brought to you by the Classic Sports Car Club and MSVR. This is for the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship. On pole position, it is a top 6 reverse, so Ewan Spooner will start alongside Michael Holt. Row 2 is Rodney Frost and James Ram. And then it's Jack Robinson and race 1 winner Colin Philpott that lines up in 6th place. 7th is Mark Bennett and Chris Boone, and on row 5 you've got Michael Seaborn and Nicholas Dyson. Tom Robinson has James Wolfe for company on row 6. Row 7 is Michael Atkinson and Damien Gray. On to row 8 of the grid you've got Andrew Maynard and Ray Ingham. And David Ringham, pardon me. And on row 9, the final row of the grid, it is Charles Jackson and Colin Porter. The red lights are on, which means we are ready to go racing. The field is just picking its way through the final couple of corners, led for the final time today, hopefully, by Damien Hirst in the electric BMW safety car. And then we can get to the final race of the Brands Britannia weekend underway. So a 15-minute race very shortly getting underway. What can they do about rounding out the day exactly as they would like? So the red lights are on. It looks like they've almost treated it like a safety car restart. That's all. We've got a couple of cars missing. So Ewan Spooner, is he there? Yes, he is, but on the outside. A rather misjointed start to the race, but it is Ewan Spooner that leads them through turn 1. James Ram has had a poor start and fallen behind Colin Philpott already. Michael Holt is trying to make it harder work around the outside, but he starts to fall away as well. Chris Boone in that mid-pack is trying to carve his way through. I can't believe I'm about to say this. Colin Philpott, he's already up into 2nd place almost, so we'll see what he can do about continuing that upward trend. Yes, he is, so it's going to be Colin Philpott now chasing down the car of Ewan Spooner as they carve their way through the final couple of corners. But somehow, I don't know how he does it, Mark, Colin Philpott absolutely flies in the space of a couple of corners. 4 places gained.
Yeah, just out of the box immediately, isn't he? And is looking to try and gain a further place as they come over the start-finish line, this time through on his Powerball teammate, which is going to be the car of Rodney Frost. He's not quite going to get past him by the time they get towards Paddock Hill Bend, so it's still Colin Philpott in 2nd place. Can he do something about his teammate on the exit? Yes, he draws himself alongside Rodney Frost and he's going to go through into 2nd place. So it's still Ewan Spooner that leads the way. Colin Philpott 2nd, Rodney Frost 3rd, James Ram in 4th place, Michael Holt in 5th, and on the curbs at Druids, which slows his progress and now allows Jack Robinson to pick him off, and he might lose a further place in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend, but he just is able to defend and keep at bay the Jaguar S-Type of Mark Bennett.
Yeah, Mark Bennett gave it a look, didn't he, but realised the door was always going to close. Colin Philpott is now chasing down Ewan Spooner for the lead of the race. And Jack Robinson, of course, finished 2nd in the first race. He tried to make it as hard work as possible for Colin Philpott, but this race he's not been quite so economical through traffic. Colin Philpott in a straight line screams his way towards us and straight into the lead of the race. There was very little Ewan Spooner could do about that. Jack Robinson, on the other hand, fastest lap of the race, 55.118. Keep an eye on Jack for further inroads made throughout this race. The next car he will meet will be the 2nd of the 2 Powerball cars, Rodney Frost. Jack Robinson, he could be on for another 2nd step of the podium here.
Yes, keep an eye towards him. His is the white XK8 with the black tail end to it. He's not quite as yet been able to pick his way through and past Rodney Frost, so he still lies there in 5th place at the moment, and he's still under pressure actually for Michael Holt, who he took the place away from. James Ram now up into 2nd place. He manages to get past Ewan Spooner down the Cooper Straight. So it is Colin Philpott from James Ram, from Ewan Spooner, from Rodney Frost, from Jack Robinson, from Michael Holt, who hops a wheel on the XK40 onto the curbs at Clearways Corner and tries to propel himself off it. So it's XJS from XJS at this stage, and Rodney Frost now is going past Ewan Spooner on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Another place lost for Ewan Spooner.
Yeah, and Chris Boone, unfortunately, carrying damage on that right rear. It's damaged the rear bumper bumper. It's damaged the rear light, so that may just grab the attention of the steward. You've spotted something.
We have off and into the gravel trap and trying to save it is Michael Seaborn, who spins all the way through the gravel and then heads backwards down the circuit. He does another 180 spin and gets it pointing in the right direction. He got towards the apex of Paddock Hill Bend and the car started to wag on him a little bit. He had no choice but to take a bit of steering lock off, which put him into the gravel, spat him across to the opposite side of the circuit. He was facing the wrong way. Another 180, off he goes.
But very lucky, sideways through the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Never normally ends that well. So he's got away with that one very lightly, hasn't he? As the race continues on. Who else do we have trying to carve their way up through the order? Jack Robinson is almost found exactly where he wants to be. He wants to get in front of Rodney Frost, but at the moment it's not quite being that easy. And Michael Holt immediately having to defend from Mark Bennett on the run in towards turn one. Mark Bennett in a straight line has that extra bit of pace, but Michael Holt on the brakes, somehow he finds the performance to stop that big heavy Jag.
Yeah, he really is. Michael Holt having to attack and defend at the same time, desperate to try and keep the S-Type, the supercharged car of Mark Bennett behind, whilst also trying to get past Lewin Spooner's car as well that lies ahead. So they are fighting over what will be 5th, 6th and 7th places. Can Tom Robinson gain a further place here on Rodney Frost? No, he can't. The Antipodean still sits there in 3rd place with the XK8 sitting behind him.
Yeah, Jack Robinson desperately trying to have a look. You can see just dabbing the brakes, I think there, just to sort of force some rotation into the car. Too much rotation on the exit for Jack Robinson in eagerness to get on the throttle. Through goes Colin Philpott, then James Ram, followed then by Rodney Frost. What can Jack Robinson do on the brakes? No, can't quite force the door this time. All of a sudden, Michael Holt has gone from defend to attack because he wants to work his way through and past Ewan Spooner, but doesn't want to leave himself vulnerable to Mark Bennett. As they go climbing up the hill, Jack Robinson all over the tail of Rodney Frost, trying to force the move. And all the way around the outside, that's brave Michael Holt. If you can find the grip there, that might leave you vulnerable now to Mark Bennett on the exit, and they're all absolutely nose to tail for what is 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. Jack Robinson so late on the brakes, a small lock-up but rumbled over the curbs.
Yeah, you could see him adjusting the steering input as he was trying to avoid any contact with Rodney Frost as a result of that brake lock, so he got away with it, but of course he's losing time compared to the cars he wants to try and catch. He was 2nd in the race earlier on. This reverse grid format always proves good in the 2nd of the 2 Berkshire Jaguar Components Championship races that we have over the course of the weekend, and this weekend is no different at all. Brilliant fight still going on for 5th, 6th and 7th. Lewin Spooner from Michael Holt, who's feeling the pinch ever more from Mark Bennett, who looks to try and draw the S-Class alongside, but again he can't quite do it. The XJ40 still stays there in 6th place.
Yeah, he's trying everything, isn't he, Mark Bennett? He just can't quite unlock the door, but now he can. So late on the brakes, times his way up the inside. Is he going to get the car slowed down before he finds the side of Michael Holt? Yes, he is. Brilliant move from Mark Bennett. He came from such a long way back, somehow got the car slowed down, but that now puts him on the outside for Graham Hillbend. Michael Holt hooks the curb and tries to get the best run possible. They draw themselves absolutely level, slightly sideways on the exit, but quicker in a straight line is Mark Bennett, and by the time they arrive at Surtees, position made.
Yeah, it took a while, didn't it? Might have taken an extra couple of corners than he wanted, but then there's a bit of a wiggle as he turns in towards Surtees. Can Michael Holt utilise that to try and work his way back through? Yes, he can, because then he didn't quite grab the apex at the next corner, so Mark Bennett losing a bit of time there. That allows Michael Holt to draw himself back alongside within a straight line. We know the supercharged S-Type is quick, and rally crossing Jaguars as well, because in his efforts to try and get back through the order, Michael Seaborn, 2 wheels on the grass there as he nipped up the inside of the number 18 car of Damien Gray.
Yeah, Damien Gray, I think, saw Michael Seaborn on his way through and went, you know what, you can have that one, I'll let you. And immediately fighting back, however, further up the circuit is Michael Holt. He's back in front of Mark Bennett. How that changed, I will never know. But they continue to fight away. Damien Gray absolutely saw Michael Seaborn coming, but in doing that, that's now left Damien Gray massively vulnerable to the 2nd of the 2 auto-reserve Jaguar parts car of James Wall. James Wall nips his way in front of Damien Gray. Position has changed there. What about Michael Holt? Has he stayed in front of Mark Bennett? Yes, he has.
Big heavy Jaguars shouldn't really work, should they? But they are brilliant. We have had a change for 3rd place. Finally, Jack Robinson was through on that previous lap and ahead of the car. Sorry, of Rodney Frost, so we have had the change that we thought was imminent, but it just took a lot longer to come than I'm sure Jack Robinson would have wanted. So looking back through the order, what have we got going on? We have got James Wall at the wheel of his XJ Turbo Diesel, still busy fighting away with Damien Gray. So those are fighting over 11th and 12th place. Wall moving up to 11th on that place, Gray moving down into 12th position at the wheel of the Becks, and HSBC almost Jaguar F1 liveried machine.
Yeah, brilliant way to round out today's worth of racing here, isn't it? These Jags really do put on a show. And Michael Holt, having got in front of Mark Bennett, has started to pull away somewhat, which is now closing the gap between himself and Ewan Spooner. Colin Philpott will have to deal with a little bit of traffic in a few moments' time. And James Ram, is he getting closer? 1.2 seconds turns to 1.1. And for the third time today, we've had two drivers post exactly the same fastest lap. Colin Philpott with a 54.640, Jack Robinson with a 54.640, having never seen it before, 3 times in a day.
3 times in a day, absolutely. Yeah, it's very unusual when you're timing to the nearest thousandth of a second that you get cars that match each other. But yeah, three separate races as well, hasn't it been? Yeah. So 6 minutes of the race still to go. James Ram in second place, trundling his way along the Cooper Straight. One of the back marker cars staying out of the way, which I think is Colin Porter's car. So it is Colin Philpott that leads. James Ram with that engine that's been hastily rebuilt by Gary Davies. Coming into this weekend, Gary was a very successful Jaguar racing driver himself before he went on to race other things, and now spends less time behind the wheel, but it's clearly going well in the hands of James Ram, the number 99 car. But he's got to keep pushing James Ram because Jack Robinson is going quicker than him. The slowest car in the top 3 at the moment, the race leader. The fastest car in the top 3, the one in third.
I know, it doesn't quite work, does it? Jack Robinson is closing the gap to James Ram. James Ram is doing the same to Colin Philpott, so it might all come to a head here in the final 5.5 minutes of the Brands Britannia. Chris Boone is under a bit of pressure now from Michael Seaborn. Michael's been trying to carve his way up through the order. As you'd expect, Chris Boone is much quicker in a straight line, but Michael Seaborn on the brakes and through the twiddly bits will start to close in. Further around the circuit, yet more traffic playing a part inside the top 3 now. Jack Robinson doesn't quite nail the traffic as much as he would have liked, gets slightly compromised on the way in, so Colin Philpott will remain in the lead of the race and extend his margin over James Ram. James Ram, I think maybe a slight moment there on the exit of the final corner. That left him vulnerable to Jack Robinson behind. And Chris Boone, I thought he would already be locking horns with the car of Michael Seaborn, but for some reason have not quite come as close together as I thought.
They got close, but then Michael Seaborn had a bit of a wiggle and wasn't quite as efficient through one of the corners. So I don't think we can argue that Michael Seaborn isn't throwing everything at this one. He has driven his heart out in this one, albeit has overstepped the line and found the limit of the grip on a couple of occasions, but he's left not a great deal on the table, has he, as he comes over the start-finish line. So through comes the car in 9th place, Chris Boone, and then Michael Seaborn in 10th place. Colin Philpott still leads by just a second from James Ram, but James Ram now enormously under pressure from the XK8 of Jack Robinson. The number 14 car is right in his wheel tracks.
This might be just what Colin Philpott needs, especially if Jack Robinson and James Ram start to fight, but Jack Robinson runs slightly wide. The car just pushes him away from the apex through the final corner. So James Ram has got a bit of breathing room. He's got an entire Jaguar length, I think, at this point. But Colin Philpott will want this. He will want these two to battle with 3 minutes remaining. We are going to just about meet curfew, which means we're good enough to go and grab a word with some of the drivers as well. But Colin Philpott, he might just have enough in the bank here. If Jack Robinson does go for that move at the inside of James Ram by the time they arrive at Druids, he gets the car slowed down, pitched in towards the apex. Will James Ram get on the throttle early enough to fire the car back up the inside on the run down to Graham Hill Bend? Yes, he will. Jack Robinson with a bit of a wobble, gets starved for room on the exit, and James Ram just about remains in front of a very bouncy Jack Robinson.
There was no question that Jack Robinson was going to lift off the throttle there as he ran wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend. You can see the car bouncing along the grass when he finally rejoined the circuit. So I guess that's one of the track limits that's gone now. So that's the free one. If he does it again, it will be the warning. So,
well, he might not have set off the sensor because he was way past it on the grass.
He was way past it on the grass, or airborne if there was a second one. 3 minutes on the clock still to go. Now that they are squabbling, that is allowing Colin Philpott to build the lead advantage. He is now 2.2 seconds to the good from the squabble between James Ram and Jack Robinson. We've still got Chris Boone working away to try and keep Michael Seaborn's aspirations at bay. Now they're still fighting for 9th and 10th position. Michael Seaborn has thrown everything at this so far. That bit of bodywork has now come off, hasn't it, Chris Boone's car? It was flapping around. Oh no, it is still there.
No, I think sometimes it just sort of tucks itself back towards the car. But Michael Seaborn, just seeing the car sideways, he's really, really wringing the neck of that Jag. And all of a sudden, James Ram, once again, under pressure from Jack Robinson, who has a little look to the inside on the run through the final corner. Again, the opportunity doesn't present itself, but much more neat and tidy from Jack Robinson this time. James Ram, potentially with the higher displacement, will be quicker in a straight line. Full 6 litres of Jaguar power he can unleash along the start-finish line. On the brakes, Jack Robinson closes in. Colin Philpott, he might have just timed this to perfection. We've got 2 minutes remaining, which works its way to around about 3 laps. So Colin Philpott, 3 laps to go. Chris Boone will be the longest 3 laps of his life, with a very aggressive but enthusiastic sideways Michael Seaborn in the background. James Ram is still trying to defend from Jack Robinson, but no matter where we look, as ever in the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Championship, there's brilliant battles.
It's been good, hasn't it? They've been good value, the Jags, today, and have provided some fantastic entertainment. Colin Philpott still leads from James Ram, from the Jaguar XK8 in the hands of Jack Robinson, who is still not really fully given up on trying to take second place away from the number 99 car at this stage. So James Ram heads on to what will be the penultimate lap of the race this time through. Here comes our race leader, Colin Philpott. 2.2 seconds to the good from James Ram, who is still under pressure from Jack Robinson. Jack not close enough, though, to try anything as they headed towards Paddock Hill Bend. Rodney Frost is next up in 3rd position. Michael Holt is 4th. Lewin Spooner is in 5th position. And Lewin Spooner might be short-lived for 5th position, because he has got Mark Bennett at the wheel of the supercharged S-Stripe, trying to dive his way up the inside as they head in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He's prized the door open, he's going to go through, and Lewin Spooner will try and fight back on the exit of the corner, but he's on the outside line going up towards Druids. He's still going to try and brave it out round the outside at Druids to try and then hang on to the inside line at Graham Hill Bend. And it might have worked for him, you know, because they come downhill in towards Graham Hill Bend. He has the inside line, and still they are side by side through Graham Hill Bend, and finally Mark Bennett takes the place.
Mark Bennett has been working that all race long, but here comes Colin Philpott towards the start-finish line, and the checkered flag will go out next time. So Colin Philpott, he's still got 1 more lap, and for Jack Robinson, I think he's fallen away quite substantially, hasn't he, from James Ram?
Yeah, he certainly has. So it looks as though James Ram is looking good for this one. 1 point is awarded for setting the fastest lap in this race. So does that mean they get half a point each, or does that mean they get a point each? Or does it mean because Colin Philpott did it a split second earlier, he gets the point? I don't know. But to have 2 cars that look as though they have both set identical lap times, which will remain as the fastest lap of the race, is quite staggering. It happens very, very infrequently, to say the least. So Colin Philpott heads along the Cooper Straight up towards Surtees and McLaren for the final time. Still in the background, you can see James Ram doing battle with Jack Robinson. It does look as though James Ram is going to finish a place higher than he did in the race earlier on today. So Colin Philpott comes over the start-finish line and is going to claim the final win of the weekend at Brands Britannia here with the Classic Sports Car Club at Brands Hatch. It's James Ram in 2nd place. Jack Robinson will finish in 3rd place. Rodney Frost should be through in 4th place, and all through the gravel trap we've got somebody, and that I think was Andrew Maynard that had a bit of a gravelly moment up at Clearways Corner. So we'll wait for Rodney Frost to come through. He's already come through. Michael Holt comes through, finishes in 5th place. Mark Bennett is not in 6th place. It is going to be number 40, Tom Robinson, that finishes in fact, what happened to, Tom Robinson that finishes in 6th place. Mark Bennett in 7th, Lewin Spooner in 8th, and Chris Boone and Michael Seaborn still continue their battle in 9th and in 10th positions. So we have had some brilliant racing action from these Jaguars. Still a couple more cars to take the checkered flag, which do include, by the look of things over the start-finish line now, James Wall, and then we'll have the number 18 car of Damien Gray to come through as well. And then just a couple of the back markers then will be Charles Jackson needs to take the checkered flag. And here's the sole remaining car that we need to get towards the checkered flag. So congratulations to Colin Philpott. He makes it 6 wins earlier on today for the season. That's win number 7 now for him. And that is, again, good championship points for the man who leads the overall championship standings coming into this weekend. James Ram finishing in 2nd position. Let's just confirm the results for you then of the Jaguar Components Jaguar Championship. Colin Philpott claims the win from James Ram in second place, and Jack Robinson is in third. Rodney Frost takes a class win and finishes in fourth place, with Michael Holt in fifth. And it was class wins in sixth and seventh for Tom Robinson and Mark Bennett, respectively. Lewin Spooner was eighth, Chris Boone was ninth, and Michael Seaborn had a brilliant battle with Chris Boone, but finished in 10th place. James Wall and Damien Gray finished in 11th and in 12th places, respectively. Andrew Maynard was there in 13th place. It was a class win for Colin Porter, who finished in 14th place, and Charles Jackson finished in 15th position. David Righam, I'm afraid we did not see complete a lap in that one, so he has been obviously not classified. He was the 16th car that showed on our grid. So Jack has made his way downstairs to chat to our final three drivers of the day.
Jack is making his way up the pit lane.
Right.
It's a full stop to park firm.
Right, you haven't got much time. It is now 21 3/4 minutes past 6, so curfew is 6:30. So you chat to them. I might have to chip in occasionally with a quick time check for you.
Yeah, no worries. I'm setting, I think, purple sectors up the pit lane to make sure we can grab a word with the top three. Knowing my luck, I'll get there and they'll finish being weighed. But hopefully, when we get here, there will be a Colin Philpott, a James Ram, and they've all just stopped here, so we'll...
You're breathing rather heavily.
We are. We've dragged them in here. We were running our way up the pit lane, and just as Colin Philpott tried to leave, we brought him over to the side to try and grab a word with Colin. We'll do the same for James Ram.
7.5 minutes.
7.5 minutes, okay. I think we'll just about get away with Colin Philpott. If we can't grab a word with James Ram or Jack Robinson, I think it will be a bit of a shame, but it's obviously we need to make sure we say our goodbyes and our thank yous throughout this weekend as well. So Colin Philpott is just getting his balaclava off, and we'll grab a word with him. 7 wins this year now. You make it look easy, but James Ram and Jack Robinson, I imagine they make it everything but.
Yeah, it's all but easy, but yeah, my gearbox was giving out on me about halfway through. I could smell it. It was making a whining noise. It was vibrating and grinding, but I was just hanging on. Oh, one more lap, hope it's going to finish. So I was nursing it a little bit. That's why I backed off a bit. But fair play to the other lads. They made me work for it today, so it's been good. Really enjoyed it.
And you've still got Spa and Snetterton to go. You plan on being out at both of those?
Only Snetterton, yeah, not Spa, Snetterton, yeah.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations. What's the plan for Snetterton? Just go out and do a bit more winning?
Yeah, every time I go out, I want to win. So that's the plan, really. Let's get out there again and win. Get this car fixed up again. It's been a good car. I prepare it myself at Power Bell, our garage, our own garage, and it goes really well.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Colin. Always good for a chat. Mark, how long do we have left?
6 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay, we'll jump in with James Ram. We'll grab James. It seemed like you were trying to make it hard work for Colin, and all of a sudden Jack arrives, and you thought, oh, well, I've got to change my plan here and defend from Jack.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, that sums up the race, really. But yeah, Jack was definitely better than me. We were just sailing around the back of the circuit, and then I felt like if I could get a clean exit out of here, I had a bit more squirt to pull away from him. I felt quite strong through paddock. I felt at one point I was catching Colin through paddock, but yeah, delighted with second place, and it's the same sort of shape and texture, so it's all happiness.
And at the start of this weekend, if you were told, oh, your final race of the weekend, you'll finish second, you probably wouldn't have believed me, would you?
Well, I wouldn't have bothered coming. No, really thrilled bits, and yeah, as I said to your father earlier, yeah, just really friendship's got me here this weekend, and yeah, it means a lot.
Brilliant. Congratulations, James. Very, very well done. One quick question for Jack. I mean, a second and a third, that makes this weekend worth it, doesn't it? With some brilliant battles along the way.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, we've been having issues with reliability this year with the car, so really happy to have finished, and yeah, both on the podium makes it even better.
Great stuff. And the plan for Snetterton, go out there and try and get the top step then?
Yeah, that's always the goal, is to go for first, but yeah, like I say, it's we've got the reliability now, so we're yeah, we'll go for it.
Amazing stuff. Congrats, Mark. At least from everybody that's watching along on the stream or that's been here at the circuit, thank you so much. At least from myself, Jack Rowe. But Mark, I'll hand up to you to say the final thank yous and goodbyes of the Brands Britannia.
So that's it from Brands Britannia. Apart from the track parade that will be taking place for all of the car owners, we're all lined up on Colin Chapman Way, ready to parade and bring the curtain down on Brands Britannia 2024. Huge amount of thanks to all of our marshals and officials, the rescue crews, the recovery crews, everybody down in race control, the timekeepers, and of course the Classic Sports Car Club and MSV team for organising this one. And thanks for you all for coming along. It wouldn't be half half the event that it's been had it not have been for all of you here as well. So that's it for Brands Britannia 2024. Hopefully we'll be back to do it again in 2025. But from everybody here, from Jack Werrell, from myself, and from the Digitex team and the Classic Sports Car Club, thanks for joining us for Brands Britannia 2024. We'll see you again very soon. Goodbye.